Chapter 221. Don't you know? Are there no other provinces with this? Damn it, outside forces are just catching us in Province B and invading. At first, no one took these two comments seriously. What the hell? It's so fake, a bunch of random elements and words thrown together. Even movies don't shoot like this. But the battle in Province B continued. As more and more staff joined in, the fighting intensified. Countless blue attacks blew towards the warming base from all directions. There were round spots of light, slanting whirlwinds, and all kinds of impacts. Most people in the Province B base had become numb. If every attack was met with trepidation, then everyone wouldn't even have to wait for the invasion. They'd be terrified. As their minds calmed down, more and more people reached for their phones. It seemed like everyone was filming, so I might as well take a picture. Standing still wasn't an option. It was a bit ridiculous, but since things had come to this, I decided to take a video. Suddenly, every internet platform with social media functionality could see the video from the Province B base. The gray sky shimmered with various streams of light, sweeping towards the filming location at visible speeds. But the video didn't shake at all. The person filming it seemed completely composed, smoothly filming the blue light above before focusing the camera on the orange bear on the ground and its surrounding. Team. The orange bear carried a cannon barrel that looked remarkably interstellar. The surrounding team members also seemed to be in perfect sync, their movements smooth and precise. They circled the cannon barrel, their fingers twitching, their fingers swiping left and right, each a look of unparalleled professionalism. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of artillery shells in the video never ceased. Looking closely, the shapes of each shell were subtly different, some large, some small, and occasionally even different in shape and color. Everyone was stunned. It was a normal day, just playing with their phones, when suddenly, videos of a national capital being invaded by an alien world appeared on the internet. The enemy looked fantastical, attacking from the sky with a dazzling blue light that seemed unscientific. If it had only been this far, it would have been understandable. After all, the universe is so vast, and the Earth is so tiny, there's no telling what might happen. But these videos were outrageous. Their side was actually engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the enemy, and the combatant was a large orange bear, carrying a cannon that looked very interstellar. His family was huddled around the cannon, operating it with apparent skill. No. What's going on? I've only been lying in bed in the base for a few days, right? Why do I feel like I don't recognize the world anymore? What's that cannon? It looks so impressive. Can I learn how to use it? Huh? Is this really a video? Not a movie? I was stunned, chewing peanut cookies in the village. No. It's a real thing. It's happening right now. Province B has been invaded by an unidentified entity. Xiong is leading his men in a valiant fight. What Xiong? Please call him General Xiong. Indeed. The furry orange bear was incredibly brave. Before this, the entire nation had no idea it could attack so calmly. The massive cannonballs were slung across its shoulders, as if carrying a mission. But does it have to be carried? Can't there be an operating console? That's either nitpicking or a bit of animal cruelty. Ah, that makes some sense. So you guys up there just so easily accepted that our country was invaded by aliens? Well, I can't help it. I've always been quick to accept new things. But this is a bit too new. What should we do now? Is there a spaceship we can take to escape, or do we just have to wait in the base? Huh? This isn't a movie? I thought it was for the Spring Festival. Reply to the above commenter. Just treat it as a Spring Festival movie. Huh? If the video wasn't filmed on Earth, I could watch it as a movie, but it was. And it was in the capital of Yin Nation. That's fake. There's no way that could happen. That cannon isn't something we can make now. I'm an expert, and I can tell at a glance that these are all AI-generated videos. Are you saying that tens of thousands of videos online are AI-generated? Different angles, different clips, even different equipment, and different voiceovers? It's a lot of work, but modern AI can certainly do this. Stop arguing. The official livestream is live, go watch it. This last comment ended all the arguments, dispelled everyone's doubts and confusion, and brought a tremendous shock and impact. The official link has been released. There's a live stream to prove it. The B province heating base has truly been invaded by an alien world. It's said they're using a fantasy system, where whispers can reach everyone. They're coming with such force and hidden malice. Preliminary speculation suggests the long days of snow on Earth are their doing. From this point of view, we might not be able to resist. Okay. So what do we do now? Do we have a spaceship or something we can use to escape to another planet? Why aren't the people at our base nervous at all? We were just distributing food. Who can possibly eat braised pork for lunch today? So fantastical, so confusing, but I rolled over and fell off the 0.7-meter wide bed. Now I'm sprawled on the ground, looking at my phone. Now that things have come to this, let's watch the live stream first. My mind is completely blank, and I don't know what to do. The official live stream is crystal clear, clearly filmed with professional equipment. The location is some distance from the base, capturing the entire battle scene with incredible clarity. People across the country are watching the live stream one after another. Blue fireworks flashed endlessly across the sky, in all shapes and directions, all aimed at the base below. Counterattacks erupted from the ground, all originating from the cannon carried by the Orange Bear. A group of staff members gathered around the cannon, their fingers moving so quickly they leapt after images. Oh my god, this is a battle game. Why does it look like we're on the verge of victory? What should we do? Should we hide underground? It seems like we're already underground. Everyone was at a loss. The scene before them was too fantastical to fully immerse themselves. Scientific reasoning and the information they had gathered were constantly clashing. One moment, they were worried about the battle situation. The next they felt like they were in a dream. Low-life beings, you truly have irritated me. If that's the case, then vanish. Everyone's heart trembled. In that instant, the very real sense of Earth's invasion finally dawned on them. Those words were so light, even through the screen, but the pressure emanating from within was palpable. It was like something out of a fantasy novel. Simply sitting here could make one feel suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. Everyone's mind was spinning, constantly aware that a catastrophe might be imminent. A dimensionality reduction attack, it seemed. No, this is the end? A comment popped up in the comments section. It looked quite humorous, but no one laughed, because it was exactly what everyone was saying. No. I was lying in bed perfectly still when the official live broadcast announced an alien invasion. The battle was clearly going back and forth, but it seemed as if a complete annihilation was imminent. Outside, the wind howled fiercely. Everyone watching the live stream from the base heard the relentless roar of wind overhead, echoing with chilling sobs. Mom. I'm scared. The little girl quickly hid in her mother's arms. The young mother's hands were shaking as she listened to the terrifying howl of the wind overhead and watched the official live stream. A hazy blue figure, its clothes fluttering, resembled the ancient costumes in TV dramas. Is this the one who attacked us? Someone nearby asked. It seemed so, someone whispered. Everyone watched the live stream again. The ethereal blue figure, like an immortal, raised its arms. The wind outside intensified, like the wailing of ghosts, and amidst the wind was the constant sound of heavy objects crashing. Mom, will our house collapse? The little girl asked quietly, but the adults around her heard it. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and remained silent. The figure raised its hand again. The wind grew stronger, and heavy objects kept crashing to the ground, making loud crashes. The base occasionally shook, sending dust scattering over the heads of those watching the live stream. The blue figure no longer launched downward attacks, but simply slowly raised its arm. The wind outside grew stronger, and everyone's heart tightened. Suddenly, the blue figure's arm suddenly dropped. Everyone's mind went blank as a vast blue light pressed down towards the ground. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Tall buildings were reduced to shattered dust, and the trees left no trace. The buildings shifting on the ground were like reflections in water, gently touched by the light and vanished without a trace. City B base. A murmur rose from the crowd. Many people closed their eyes in despair. Even though they knew they might soon end up like the people in Province B, they couldn't bear to watch so many of their compatriots vanish without a trace. Wait! Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Watch the live broadcast. Everyone opened their eyes. A blue glow on the screen destroyed all the buildings near the base, but after reaching a critical point, it refused to spread. It's too late, but at least we're still in time. A clear voice suddenly appeared on the live broadcast, like the sound of a gurgling stream or a breeze through the trees. The official live broadcast equipment was clearly very advanced, accurately capturing the source of the sound. Zooming in and out, a figure in white appeared on the screen. He wore a wide-sleeved white robe, his sleeves fluttering, and he appeared relaxed and calm in the howling wind and snow. Holy crap! A young man in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Who's this guy? Why does he look like the star of the world? Mom, this big brother is so handsome. The little girl nestled in her mother's arms, glued to the live stream. But why is he carrying such a large pair of electrician's pliers? An elderly man wondered, but was quickly answered. The live stream suddenly lit up with a green light. A closer look revealed that the light was close to the ground and quickly spread outward, forming a line. Countless green rays of light flowed across the screen, intersecting and overlapping, densely covering the entire ground. No, those look like high-voltage wires. The elderly man slapped his thigh in surprise. Why are the high-voltage wires lighting up? Yi Zifeng tucked the pliers into his storage space. He was so rushed that he had forgotten to put away his tools. Luckily, he was still in time. The spiritual power converters had already been connected to all the high-voltage wires. The densely packed lines covered the entire Yin kingdom, forming an incredibly solid protective shell. Now, the opposing cultivators would be unable to harm the people below when fighting him. Yi Zifeng casually stuffed Fengshuan into the spirit beast space. Chapter 222. A nationwide audience watched the scene. Boundless snow, unbearable cold. Just as the suddenly appearing alien villain was about to unleash his ultimate move, a young man with giant pliers suddenly appeared. His sleeves fluttered, his tone was relaxed, but in the hazy broadcast room, one could vaguely see his green eyes. Like a gentle breeze, like summer leaves, like a spring in the mountains, the sound of gurgling and tinkling was refreshing. Where are the pliers, young man? The old man suddenly noticed something was wrong. Big brother just put it in his pocket. The little girl's voice was crisp. Really? The old man was a little unsure. Yes, I just saw him put it in his pocket. I think he did. The onlookers explained. The old man continued to watch. The handsome young man in white grabbed the small bird, fluttering nearby, and stuffed it into his pocket. Even the most obtuse person knew at this moment that the young man in white was about to engage the blue villain across from him. High in the sky, one-on-one. Why does it feel like watching TV? A young man muttered. Don't talk nonsense. The young man's elder slapped him on the head. This is a national hero. Fighting against invading forces. Yes. Everyone echoed, watching the live broadcast intently. It began. The young man in white suddenly vanished from the spot. Before anyone could react, a green attack suddenly exploded from beside the blue villain. Plant type. The blue villain's tone was strange, and before anyone could register the emotion, he spoke again. A small spiritual plant that cultivated for thousands of years to transform into a human form actually managed to survive the collapse, and still be so intact. The villain's figure flickered in the live stream, as if dodging an attack. Everyone's heartbeat quickened, their hearts clenched in their fists. The young man in white appeared not far away, and with a flick of his sleeve, a green-gold attack lashed out directly at the blue figure. It's useless. The blue figure suddenly appeared next to the young man in white, a terrifying sight that made the viewers exclaim in shock. Thankfully, the young man in white quickly disappeared. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they heard the blue villain's laughter. Heaven helps me, truly helps me. Heaven knows I lack spiritual power, and sent me this spiritual plant. The blue villain's laughter ended before he vanished from the spot, and he remained there for a long time. The snow is getting heavier. The little girl was the first to cry out. Everyone watching the live stream was filled with fear. Judging from what the blue villain said, the young man in white might be a plant type. In spring, everything grows, and plant types thrive. In winter, the ground freezes and everything withers. Do plant types fear the cold? Yi Zifeng is indeed a bit afraid of the cold. He's been afraid of the cold ever since he was born as a plant. Perhaps all things have their own rules. No matter how many years of cultivation one has, some settings are ingrained in their bones. Cultivation is smooth in spring, when everything revives. But today, in the freezing cold, he feels uncomfortable. So it's the same here. What a torrential snowfall, blanketing the ground and burying everything on the ground. Everywhere he looks is pure white. Soft, fluffy snowflakes gather together, bit by bit eating away everything. Ice-type spiritual power, adept at using snow as an attack. Yi Zifeng seemed to have heard of this before. In the world of cultivation, a wandering cultivator used this technique to bury dozens of sects, both large and small, for no other reason than cultivation. He didn't want to travel far to seek opportunities, but simply wanted to absorb some spiritual power nearby. The world of cultivation is truly outrageous, releasing such people without a trace. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if the laws of nature were dissatisfied. Snow. The cultivator's true form was hidden within these fine, dense snowflakes, perhaps the one right next to him, or perhaps one far away in the sky. The snow could not be allowed to fall any further. Excessive accumulation of ice-type spiritual power would cause irreparable damage to the Earth's ecology. Yi Zifeng stretched out his fingers and closed his eyes. Break. A cool, calm voice reached the ears of those watching the live stream. Before anyone could react, everyone in the provincial center's base saw the nearby orange bear suddenly stand up, carrying a strangely shaped cannon, a strikingly interstellar design. Nearly 40 orange bears across the country simultaneously raised their cannons, channeling all their fire energy into the portal. In less than a minute, the explosion was complete. Bang! They launched into the sky. Nearly 40 fire energy shells were simultaneously launched into the sky, exploding almost instantly. The steaming fire energy spread, diffused, and merged. In less than a minute, a clear, blue sky was revealed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Everyone in the live stream was stunned, especially those living in the provincial center's base. Everyone looked from the orange bear carrying the cannon overhead to the calm young man in the live stream, momentarily wondering if they were dreaming. Everything that had happened couldn't be savored. In the sudden apocalyptic moment, a battle between fantasy immortals took place in the sky. One of the immortals gave a command, and without a single talisman appearing, all the orange bears in the province rushed forward, carrying artillery shells. The sky is clearing, someone in the crowd murmured. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, and fixed his gaze precisely on the spot where the ice energy was most concentrated. There it was! The two immortals engaged in battle again. Spell after spell, layers of blue and green light intertwined, and figures flashed, making it impossible to tell who was who. Especially the immortal in white, who was completely invisible against the blanket of snow. Mom, I'm scared. The little girl leaned closer to her mother's arms. Don't look, Nyo-Nyo, the girl's mother whispered softly. No, I want to see Big Brother win. The little girl shook her head, staring intently at the live stream. Fortunately, the live broadcast equipment was powerful enough to capture a rough image even at the swift speed of the two combatants. The blue and green lights constantly overlapped, separated, vanished, and reappeared. It was snowing again. This time, the snow was incredibly harsh, no longer soft and ethereal, but sharp and swift, like a violent ice blade, lashing out in one direction. The immortal in white flashed, vanishing like a gust of wind. Bears across the land raised their shells again, channeling their fire energy with remarkable efficiency. This energy, adjusted through preset orbits, was then simultaneously launched upwards. Bang, bang, bang. This time, each bear fired 3 shells. The dark clouds above Yen Nation lingered for a second before reluctantly dispersing. Yi Zifeng rushed once again toward the area where the ice-type spiritual energy was most intense. Even before he reached it, his hand was already ready to strike. No more delay. After the previous battle, the opponent's spiritual energy must have been nearly depleted. Large-scale spells are the most energy-consuming, and now is the perfect time. Yi Zifeng charged forward with a fierce fighting spirit, his entire spiritual energy concentrated in his hands. His headband had been blown away at some point, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, some brushing his face before being quickly blown away. This is it. Yi Zifeng thrust his spiritual energy forward, but at that critical moment, a golden light flashed in his sight. A golden cube, like a Rubik's Cube, began to spin, and pure energy spread out, forming an incredibly solid wall. Yi Zifeng didn't have time to withdraw his hand, and slammed it down. Bang! It's hard to describe the feeling at that moment. Yi Zifeng was deafened by the shock. The audience watching the live stream was even more shocked. Everyone looked up at the sky, feeling as if the earth had collapsed. Otherwise, how could such a powerful impact sound be produced? Let's end it here. Yi Zifeng saw the villain's mouth move, but it was too late to dodge. The power of the ice and snow swirled and gathered, forming a sharp spike that pierced his heart. Time seemed to slow down. Slow enough for Yi Zifeng to realize his spirit beast space was broken, slow enough for him to see the tiny Ying Fangshuan break free of his physical body and transform into a golden soul. He looked different from before. No smiling eyes, no shy expression, only a pair of eyes as blazing as the sun. He turned his back to the spinning ice spike, staring directly into his eyes. Yi Zifeng, it's okay. Yi Zifeng's mind went blank. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Ying Fangshuan's expression during the collapse of the cultivation world. His face was cold and serious, but he stared straight at him. He hadn't noticed anything wrong at the time, simply thinking it was time pressure, and that the other party seemed to have something to ask of him. The 30 million spirit beasts entrusted to him later also fit this description. Now, thinking about it, everything seemed to have a clue. Ying Fangshuan's face was cold, but his expression always softened when he looked at him. Ying Fangshuan couldn't drink, but he raised many monkeys and grew fruit so he could brew the fine wine he desired. Even if the monkeys were noisy, he said it didn't matter. Ying Fangshuan had loved being with him since he was a child, following him wherever he went and remaining silent when asked. Ing Fanshuan. Ing Fanshuan. Cold liquid dripped from his eyes. Yi Zifeng didn't blink, afraid Ing Fanshuan would vanish in the blink of an eye. Without the compass possessing him this time, his soul might not survive. Wow, a spirit beast that is cultivated for thousands of years, and apparently possesses a special bloodline. This world's harvest is truly remarkable. I gladly accept it. The blue villain twirled the golden cube in his hand, a determined smile on his face. A spirit plant, a spirit beast. The spirit beast had already been pierced through its heart, and the spirit plant was completely devoid of any spiritual energy. No matter how you looked at it, the outcome was certain. Ha ha! Destiny is with me after all. Bing Yushan, the blue villain, looked at the golden cube in his hand, his elation growing. It truly was a spirit creature embodying the power of the cultivation world. Even if his spiritual energy was dwindling, so what? With this treasure, he could still handle anything. 1 against 1, 2 against 2. Alright, stop hugging and cuddling. Just give me this little spirit beast, so you don't have to carry it. Yi Zifeng placed the tattered plush creature against his chest, raised his head, and stared directly at the cultivator across from him, examining him carefully from head to toe, as if trying to imprint him into his heart. For a long, long time, everyone who watched the live broadcast would remember that scene. The white-robed immortal was surrounded by a deathly silence, making everyone tremble with fear for him. What should he do? He looked like he had no strength left. How could he fight that blue villain? Yi Zifeng raised his hand. His spiritual energy was gone, and his empty meridians tingled with pain that could not be drawn, but Yi Zifeng paid no attention. Even if his spiritual energy was gone, he still had the golden light of merit. Even if it had been integrated into his body, he could still draw it out for his use. Every inch of his skin trembled, as if resisting his manipulation and extraction. It will crumble. A body meticulously constructed over centuries will crumble, cultivation will regress, and the most extreme outcome will be degeneration into its original form. A lonely, powerless spiritual plant. But Yi Zifeng didn't stop. Every bone and flesh in his body wailed, as the absorbed golden light of merit was squeezed out bit by bit, strand by strand, drop by drop, slowly condensed by him. Everyone watching the live stream was speechless. The young man in white's beautiful eyes were now filled with golden light, and his long hair slowly faded from black to a vegetal green. Mom! The little girl covered her eyes. I don't want this. The little girl cried, her voice tingling with tears. Good girl, baby, good girl. The girl's mother hugged her child and shed a tear, unable to articulate the cause of her grief. The other spectators were speechless. Sobs gradually rose from the crowd, some sobbing, some moaning. Most people covered their mouths, weeping silently. Why? Why did Earth have to endure such a thing? We were living in a prosperous new era, so why did a mystical power invade? Can't the mystical power just stay home? Oh God! I won't curse anymore. Please! Let us win. A young man suddenly knelt and kowtowed, leaving those around him no time to dodge. Wah-wah-wah-wah. The little girl finally couldn't contain herself anymore and screamed at the ceiling. Everyone shed tears, unable to tell whether they were moved by the friendship of others or lamenting their own fate. But the only certainty is that everyone, at this moment, truly felt grief and sorrow. Heaven, please open your eyes and look at the people on the ground. Yi Zifeng's mind was now completely clear. All his emotions were like fleeting feathers, floating lightly in his mind. It seemed like sadness, anger, or something else entirely, apathetic and devoid of any emotion. But he didn't stop. Even when golden cracks appeared on his hands, even when his entire body emitted signals of unbearable pain, he didn't stop. Emotions were stripped from his body and floated in the air. He knew exactly what he was doing. His spiritual energy was exhausted, and the golden light of merit had melted into his flesh and blood. Since electricity and spiritual energy could flow, the golden light of merit could also be transformed into an attack. No regrets, nothing to regret. Thousands of years of companionship were like a surging river, rushing past him and Ing Fanshuan's feet, carrying Ing Fanshuan away with a roar. He stood alone in the river, waiting. What was he waiting for? For all the spirit beasts to find a new world, for all living beings to live and work in peace and contentment, and embrace a new destiny? Why? This didn't make sense. He was just a lonely soul, wandering for 2 lifetimes. Why should he be burdened with all this? So be it. Even if he degenerated into a spiritual plant, he would jump into Ing Fanshuan's mouth at the first opportunity. Yi Zifeng suddenly remembered the name of the cultivator across from him. Bing Yushan. Maintaining ice, With a miner in snow, his forte was absorbing the spiritual energy of others. The golden light of merit should not be absorbed. The sweet rain sent down by the heavenly Tao should return to the world in this way. Yi Cifeng lowered his eyes to gaze at the blue figure, oblivious to his own ripping body. Everyone stared at the live stream in stunned silence, watching cracks appear on the body of the young man in white clothes and green hair, green liquid oozing out and dripping into the vast snowy landscape. Yi Cifeng gathered the spiritual energy transformed from the golden light of merit in his hand, and slammed it fiercely towards the opponent. The golden light instantly dispersed into a rain of countless points of light, then swirled and condensed at the master's will, charging towards the opponent with unstoppable force. You overestimate your abilities. Bing Yushan curled his lips, discarding the golden cube in his hand. Pure golden energy instantly spread out, forming a shield. He raised his hand and slammed it forward. A sharp sound echoed across China. Everyone watching the live stream covered their ears as the golden light collided with the golden shield, colliding and disintegrating, sending golden sparks dripping to the ground. Two figures stood on either side of the light, one standing quietly, the other casually crossing their arms, as if certain of victory. Mom! The little girl's eyes widened. That's it. The young man blushed. Oh my god! I can't see it wrong! Oh my god! Countless exclamations echoed throughout the base, everyone watching the live stream in disbelief. The golden light of merit, brimming with a sharp fighting spirit, continuously pierced the opposing golden shield, scattering points of light. At first, the light simply fell, but at some point, the scattered dots suddenly began to tremble, shooting upward bit by bit, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, gathering little by little on the golden beam. The beam grew larger, and the shield gradually disintegrated. As millions of eyes watched, everyone heard a resounding sound. Ding! The shield shattered. The shield dispersed into countless points of light, momentarily illuminating the entire land of China. Like summoned meteors, the dots of light quickly connected with the soaring beam. This beam, so powerful it illuminated the entire earth, surged forward with unstoppable force. Wait! Bing Yushan didn't have time to say a word, nor to retrieve his treasure cube, before the beam pierced his body. His soul stumbled free, but within a second, a wail of agony escaped. No! The pervasive rain of light seemed extremely corrosive to him, dissolving a hole in his soul as it fell. Soon, his soul vanished into the rain. Yi Cifeng raised his head. Watching the golden light rain, drop by drop, like soft sparks, like flickering fireflies, the golden light blanketed the sky, dripping into his body bit by bit. Ing Fangxuan. Yes, Ing Fangxuan. Yi Cifeng carefully pulled the little beast from his arms. The light rain was very humane, pouring down on the furry body, but nearly half of the golden light flowed into Yi Cifeng's body. Did we win? Someone suddenly asked in the warming base. Probably. Everyone was a little uncertain. The immortal in white clothes on the screen remained standing, his wounds gradually disappearing as the golden light fell, but his hair had not returned to its original black color. Its dark green color, in the live broadcast, looked incredibly lush. Yi Cifeng waited quietly, until the golden light of merit could no longer resist him, and could only see fully into Ing Fangxuan's body. The gifts of the heavens from several worlds entered his tiny body. Even though his flesh and soul were tattered, they were carefully pieced together, repaired and nourished bit by bit, slowly coalescing into a single entity. The light rain fell for a long time. But Yi Cifeng felt nothing. The passage of time seemed to become a gust of wind, gentle and slow, leaving one with a vague and intangible feeling. At the moment, when the last bit of light rain gradually condensed, Ing Fangxuan's little beast opened his eyes, and saw Yi Cifeng's eyes, a pair of radiant green pupils, like a spring day, like a forest, like all the beautiful things in the world, except that it was raining. He suddenly emerged from the small beast's body, and quickly extended his golden arms to embrace Yi Cifeng. He could hear Yi Cifeng's heartbeat, thumping like it was about to pound into his heart. There's a live stream. Yi Cifeng's voice was muffled. The live stream camera was something he had casually built. Ing Fangxuan's hands stiffened. Having experienced so much of the modern world, even a native like him understood what live streaming meant. Countless pairs of eyes were likely staring intently behind the screen. It's okay, I just want a hug. Ing Fangxuan still didn't let go of his hand, instead tightening his grip. Yi Cifeng had also allowed himself to become overwhelmed with love. In a world of melting ice and snow, in the cloudless sky, before the eyes of countless people, he reached out and embraced Ing Fangxuan. If you dare to rush out like this again, you're done for. I suck all your people clean. Ing Fangxuan said nothing, simply resting his chin on Yi Cifeng's head, and gently sniffing his scent. What a nice scent. As expected of Yitsifeng. Yitsifeng actually hugged him. In front of so many people, Ing Fangxuan felt dizzy. Perhaps his soul was also nervous, as he felt his palms begin to sweat. Would Yitsifeng notice? What would Yitsifeng think of him? Would Yitsifeng regret being with him? Wait, did Yitsifeng say he wanted to be with him? Ing Fangxuan was secretly shocked. He searched his memory again and again, but he couldn't find any trace of Yitsifeng saying he wanted to be with him. Yes, he did hug, but it was probably just an emotion. It didn't mean anything. What's wrong? Yitsifeng raised his head, looking at the impassive golden soul above him. Nothing, I'm just wondering what that golden cube is. Ing Fangxuan remained calm. I think I know. Yitsifeng released his embrace, channeling his spiritual energy, and walked a short distance away. Ing Fangxuan stood stunned behind him, staring at his empty arms, wanting to slap himself in the face, but remembering the live camera, he gave up. It seems to be a piece of the heavenly Tao in the world of cultivation. It can also be used as a key now. Yitsifeng took out a small piece he had obtained in the previous world and patched it in perfectly. The scene that followed shocked everyone across the country. The two immortals embraced, then separated. The national hero immortal in white picked up the broken cube and took another piece from his arms to patch it in. It fit perfectly. The golden cube spun rapidly, dispersing a golden wall like before. This time, however, there was a crack in the wall, revealing a pitch-black existence on the other side. It was unclear what lay beyond. The two immortals exchanged a glance. Yitsifeng saw the shattered world of cultivation. The collapsed world should have vanished into the rifts of space, but somehow, the earth of the cultivation world was merely fragmented, large and small, neatly suspended there. There was no heavenly way there anymore. Yitsifeng looked at the cube in his hand. It was the only one in his grasp, imbued with immense energy, yet almost unconscious, it spun with great joy within his grasp. Going back? Yitsifeng turned and asked. With you. Ing Fangxuan reached out and grasped Yitsifeng's hand, then stepped into the shattered space of the cultivation world. The entire nation was stunned. Chapter 223. Many days had passed since that scene, and everyone was still stunned. What was going on? Was it a dream? In the dream, there was endless snowfall, a mystical power fighting, and a mysterious golden cube that, with a slight twist, tore a crack, and two mysterious figures leaped in. Everything returned to normal. The temperature rose, and the vegetation was green again, especially where the white-clothed immortal had been injured. Each plant on the ground was stronger than the next. One tree even grew to the height of a building in just a few days. Its emerald green, its leaves gleaming in the sun, looked full of life. This is truly fantastical. Resident Xiaohao, while shoveling sand from the ground, looked up at the sky. When the endless dark clouds parted, a pure, dazzling blue sky was revealed. The boundless sky made one's heart light up. A few white clouds drifted across the sky. Even though the temperature outside was still low, the warm sun felt a gentle warmth on one's body. It's so warm! A fellow worker exclaimed as they shoveled sand. Yes! Xiaohao's mind flashed back to the scene from the live broadcast. He repeatedly doubted whether it was real, but as soon as he shoveled sand, reality returned. It was real, absolutely real. If it weren't real, there wouldn't be so many heating bases. If it weren't real, they wouldn't be here. Xiaohao shoveled another shovel of sand. When the thick snow disappeared, the damage on the ground became apparent. Fortunately, the snow, perhaps due to some mysterious force, didn't melt, otherwise the damage would have been even greater. Even so, the lower-rise buildings and some outdoor public facilities all needed repairs. Most of the relevant personnel were called in to repair things, and Xiaohao was one of them. It was certainly tiring, but compared to the looming, unseen apocalyptic scenario, the modern scene could almost be called blissful. It's so warm. A fellow worker sighed again. Xiaohao lowered his head to shovel sand. The warm winter sun wasn't hot at all against his body, just incredibly comfortable. After a while, it felt warm and scalding, and his entire body felt incredibly warm. It still feels so reassuring this way. A fellow worker was more fussy. The previous bare heater was warm, but it wasn't comfortable. Living in the basement, thinking about the constant snow outside, was incredibly frustrating. Yeah, Xiaohao agreed. Why not? Even if life at the heating base was good, it was still a public place, with little private space. Most provinces use beds that are 0.7 millimeters wide, and their province is no exception. Even turning over in them requires a grown man to be extremely cautious. It's still more comfortable to be home, except there's no free food. The worker smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste of the food. Xiao Hao couldn't help but think of it too. If living in the heating base was a gloomy time, then the only bright spot was the daily meals. Hand-shredded chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, braised pork. The chef at the base was so skilled that he could stir and stir even in such a large wok. Ingredients leaped into the air with a clatter, then plopped back into the wok. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings were sprinkled in. The staff nearby called out, "It's time to eat. Hurry and get your bowls in line. If you miss out, you miss out." It smelled really good, incredibly good, so good it brightened up the gloomy time. But it wasn't all that gloomy, at least it was warm underground. And the bear rumored to be from a fantasy world was quite powerful. "Howsy, do you think other worlds really exist?" The coworker brought up the topic again. Little Hao didn't even think twice. "Of course they do. Didn't we watch the live broadcast together? Those two people just turned the cube and went into that black crack. But it still doesn't feel real," the coworker rambled on. "That's right. How could it possibly be real?" Little Hao looked around. Dozens of people in work clothes were busy at work, some repairing the roof, some changing water pipes, some patching the green belt, renovating the walls, and replacing the air conditioner outdoor unit. Everyone was diligently working on their tasks, a genuine and simple experience. It was like a dream. A multitude of images flashed through Little Hao's mind. The boundless snow, the suddenly constructed heating base, the glittering battle live stream, the rifts in another world, everything finally spun into the pile of concrete before him. He scooped it up with a shovel and poured it onto the bricks. "It's 11:30, time to go eat," the foreman shouted from a nearby megaphone. So Xiao Hao and his co-workers put down their things and, one after the other, went to the street to buy food. Similar scenes were playing out across the country. Despite the fantastical scenes, everything had returned to normal. Things had to be done, and life had to go on as usual. Most people gradually accepted this reality, only to recall the fantastical live stream in their dreams at midnight. Is there really another world beyond this one? Then what was Earth? But when I checked the time, it was 2:30 a.m. Forget it, I decided to go to bed quickly. I had to go to school/work tomorrow. Everyone's life gradually settled into normalcy. Offline, everyone acted calm. Even if they had some wild ideas, they didn't show them, instead posting them online. Those interested were still discussing it enthusiastically, gathering together and chattering endlessly about past events. So we really did experience the end of the world? Oh my god, I didn't feel anything at all. I just thought the food at the base was pretty good. I love the fried chicken strips every Sunday. So fragrant and crispy, you can't get anything like that here. The fake end of the world. Everyone fleeing famine, exchanging children for death. The real end of the world. Fried chicken strips, really delicious. Ah, stop glorifying suffering. Our province was the last to move to the base, and it was so cold. I got chilblains on my ears. It took several days of heating to cool down. It's good that it's cooled down. The orange bear heater is definitely something. So where's the orange bear now? Why haven't we seen him? Report? He's no longer in the mall. Residents here went to the mall and cried for 3 days, and the owner came out and said the bear's fate wasn't his decision. Inside staff, the bear has been officially recruited, supposedly to assist the medical system. Are bears doctors? Of course not. Have you forgotten that heating is good for your health? Heating is essential for medical care. But isn't that abuse of power for personal gain? It was originally in the mall, so everyone could use it. Now it's privately owned, right? The truth might be a little different than you think. As you all know, these bears have their own minds. A while ago, they were working very hard to generate heat. Now that things are peaceful, they feel they have more important things to do, like think about themselves. I don't understand. What does that mean? It means the bears are on vacation, and the authorities are just helping arrange their itinerary. Oh, I see. Even though I can't turn on the heater, I'm still happy to think that bear is on vacation instead of providing personal service. Add 1. So why would a bear like this go on vacation? Is it really an alien? The person above still hasn't grasped the truth. Didn't we watch the live broadcast together? We saw the two brothers crawl into the crack together. Are they really two brothers? I feel like... Never mind. It's hard to say. We should maintain basic respect for our national heroes. The relationship isn't the point. The point is what that crack is. Is it really another world? Judging by the two immortals, could this be their original world? What world are they originally from? This is an easy guess. Their clothes are all flowing and their fighting style is flamboyant, but you can still tell they're the type to go for the Yunli impact. You mean? Yes, that's what you're thinking of, the world of cultivation. It's most likely one of those awesome places. Although there's no screen recording from the live stream, I seem to remember the villain saying the national hero and his brothers were like spiritual plants and spiritual beasts. It might not be those two words. It could be something they call it locally. I can't rule that out, but overall, it's the closest to the world of cultivation. Wow. I really want to go to the world of cultivation. Am I talented? Perhaps I have the legendary heavenly spiritual roots? It's hard to say. Are you doing well in your studies? What a joke. If I were good at studying, why would I go to the world of cultivation? I could just get into Tsinghua or Peking University right here. That seems true, haha. Many netizens simultaneously wondered what it would be like to be in the world of cultivation. Isn't it that long, flowing hair, with an air of immortality in every gesture? Eating whatever spiritual fruit I want, riding whatever majestic mount I want, and everyone in the world knows my name, all because I've achieved another breakthrough? Haha. Everyone's dreaming of this is fantastic. It seems the official has been making some moves lately. A seemingly unrelated, unnamed account suddenly posted this comment. It was a confusing comment, but since there were so many people online, several people responded. What move? The unnamed account quickly replied. It's hard to say. It might be related to what you just discussed. Everyone still doesn't understand. We just talked about a lot. What exactly did we mean? Where's he? Why did he come out to keep us suspenseful and then disappear? Even when kind-hearted people asked, the unnamed account didn't respond. The internet is so diverse, with so many unique people. A single, ordinary comment doesn't really count. At first, netizens who saw these comments dismissed them as a minor blip on the internet, the kind that would be forgotten after 12 hours, hardly worth mentioning. Until March 5, 2025, the solar term Jingzhe, awakening of insects. All Yin citizens living in China suddenly received this text message. Dear citizens, hello? To further promote mutual personnel exchanges, Xiaozhen, Cultivation World, Fantawild has extended its visa-free policy to Yin. From March 5 to December 31, 2025, Yin citizens holding ordinary passports can exchange labor in the Xiaozhen world for tourism opportunities, allowing them to enter the country visa-free for up to 15 days. Interested applicants should bring their passports to the relevant local authorities to register. Chapter 224. Everyone's first reaction upon seeing this text message was to blink. After blinking, they read the message again, and 4 words popped into their heads. Scammers these days are really keeping up with the times. Just as rumors of a different world of cultivation were going viral a while ago, there were already related scams. It's a scam, absolutely a scam. It shouldn't be possible. Most people stood there, skeptical, while the more astute ones immediately began searching for the local relevant department. Okay, the neighborhood office will be just fine. A considerable number of people rushed over, with the text message in hand. After the staff confirmed it, 5 people signed up in 3 minutes, their parents, grandparents, and themselves. Okay, just wait for the news. The notification will be in about 2 days. If you're selected, we'll let you know. The staff member said very gently, smiling. Do I have to choose this? The applicants were shocked. Are they going to select the best at their jobs? If so, why send a message to everyone? It's a random draw. Due to the unstable situation at the destination, there will be approximately 100 spots for the first round of sightseeing tours, excluding professionals. What? 100? The applicant shouted out. Yin country has a population of 1.4 billion. Even if only 100 million people sign up, the probability is still 1 in 10 million. Why so few spots? That's not something we can decide. The staff member smiled, his tone gentle but firm. Okay. The applicant left the office, took 2 steps, and then came up with a plan. He quickly pulled out his phone. I've already inquired at the neighborhood office, and there's no such thing as a visa-free entry to the cultivation world. I was even laughed at by the onlookers, who told me I was frozen silly a while ago and told me to go back and warm up. Done. The applicant looked at the posted comment and nodded with satisfaction, deeply impressed by his own cleverness. Since the more people there are, the lower the probability, so why not just tell everyone not to apply? Huh? Has your office not received the news yet? We can apply here, and it's very quick, but we just have to wait 2 days for notification. It seems to be a random drawing. TSK, an honest person popped up. The applicant frowned and quickly started messaging. Don't believe the above post. I just saw something like this and went to the office to ask. Not only was it a waste of energy, but I also got scolded. Oh, thank you. Then I won't ask. It's too outrageous. I didn't believe it anyway. It's only been a short time, and there's already a visa-free policy. Only a fool would believe it. Yes, that's exactly what they said. Those who had registered were overjoyed and quickly chimed in online, replying to anyone who asked, "Don't go, it's fake. Going is a waste of time, and you'd be ridiculed." Only fools would believe such information. Of course, many people registered without seeing these comments, and after registering, they were a little stunned when they went online. Why are so many people saying it's fake? The quick-witted ones immediately chimed in, yes, don't go. Only fools would believe such information. The slower-witted ones would refute the comments, but usually, after being muddied by the rumors, they gave up and just signed up anyway. For a while, the question of whether the information was real became a heated one. Netizens took a look and saw that 70% of them said it was fake, but the remaining 30% continued to claim it was real. As everyone knows, Yin Country has a large population, and the number of people who go online daily is as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even if only a small number of people believe it's true, the total is still quite significant. Why are so many people arguing? A small number of uninformed netizens frowned, but for various reasons, they still went to the office to inquire. The moment they asked, the result was incredible. You can actually sign up. The world of cultivation. That world of that handsome guy in the live broadcast that day. Magic and magic. A fantasy world where anything can be cultivated into a spirit. Oh my god, I never thought I'd see something like this. The old man marveled inside. With the staff's encouragement, he signed his and his wife's names quickly. Okay, you'll be notified in 2 days. You get a notification whether you're selected or not. Oh my god, if I'm selected, what should I do or not? The old man sighed as he walked home, his mind filled with images of himself commanding power in another world. Old lady, let me tell you something. As soon as they entered the house, the old man couldn't help but shout, I just signed us both up for that. Martial arts world. What the hell? The old woman, who was feeding the cat, thought she'd missed something and didn't understand. It's just... The old man explained everything to her from beginning to end. In short, it's a place with a different climate and soil than Yin Country, and perhaps some mysterious martial arts powers. Oh, that sounds great. The old woman remembered the live broadcast she'd seen that day. Oh, that must be really great. Don't just sign us up, sign the kids up too. And my uncle, he loves to go out. And your sister, didn't she call during Chinese New Year saying she wanted to go on a family trip? Yes. The old man felt deeply careless, having missed so many people. Then I go now. The old man turned around. Wait. Sign up for our Mimi too. Huh? The old man looked at his ginger cat, rolling on the ground with his wife's caress, and hesitated for only a second. You're right, sign up everyone who can. Similar scenes were happening all over the country. It's common knowledge that you can play tricks with strangers, but not with friends and family. What? You haven't signed up yet? Then I sign you up right away. Although no one was sure what was going on, if it was limited, it had to be good stuff. Otherwise, why would it be limited? Everyone had signed up. Through various channels, they had learned that the text message was genuine, and that the cultivation world was the same as everyone knew it was. It's just that things are not going well right now, so they needed everyone to come over and help build it up. Is this true? I never thought I'd get to visit the cultivation world in my lifetime. Oh my god, the world feels like a kaleidoscope, transforming every second, even back when the snow kept falling and the authorities were secretly building a base and tricking us in. I realized how wonderful the world was. I was laughing my ass off. I was lying on that little bed, wondering how I'd ended up living there. The authorities must have done this on purpose, otherwise they wouldn't have built such a large warming place. So, can we really go to the cultivation world? It's hard to say. There are only 100 spots, and already 300 million people have signed up. 300 million. Isn't that lower than winning the lottery? It's normal. After all, traveling to the cultivation world seems much rarer than winning the lottery. Time has never felt so long. The number of applicants has increased again, now at 310 million. Can the applications be closed? What should I do? I'm so nervous. What if I'm picked? Do I need to prepare anything? Do I need to bring my own tools to do the work? But I'm not very skilled. It shouldn't require any specialized skills, otherwise professionals would be assigned. I'm a bit confused as to why ordinary people were chosen. It would be nice if they could just pick me, since I'm a civil engineering major. That's the world of cultivation. Maybe it's different here. Maybe all they need is popularity. Whether they work or not is secondary. Actually, it's not. Working is still very important. Yeet divided this world into the eastern volcanic zone, with a forest connected to it. I wonder if it's a coincidence. But none of the fire bears who went out to work signed a contract, which means that those 30-something bears will definitely return. The world of cultivation. Yeet sat on a newly watered tree and looked up at the sky. The boundless sky had darkened considerably. Using spiritual power to probe, one could see many cracks faintly visible in the clouds. But it wasn't a big deal. Once the people from Earth arrived and sorted things out on the ground, he could begin to develop an internal energy cycle. Before, spiritual energy filled the world, but now only 1% remained, so it would have to be used along with other energy sources. Take your time, there's no rush. He still has a long way to go. Yeet Sifeng. Ing Fengshuan stood under the tree. Yeet Sifeng lowered his head, his lips curled up. What? Ing Fengshuan finally had a new body, patched up with materials he dug up from the forest. If he remembered correctly, those materials were stolen from a cultivator 300 years ago. At that time, he'd almost lost the fight, but Ing Fengshuan had somehow jumped out of nowhere to join him. Together, the two of them narrowly escaped death, then emptied the cultivator's possessions. They used whatever they could on the spot, leaving behind a pile of jumbled repair materials, which they buried in the ground. No, I was just calling you. After saying that, Ing Fengshuan fell silent. He didn't know why, but he always managed to appear calm when speaking in this body. Damn it! Speak your mind. Tell Yeet Sifeng you miss him. Oh. Yeet Sifeng rolled over on the massive branch, his emerald green hair juxtaposing with the leaves. Ing Fengshuan strained with all his strength. Yeet Sifeng's voice was languid. I just wanted to ask if you needed help. Are the Earthlings coming soon? Ing Fengshuan finished his words and fanned himself. You're such a loser. Yeah, but... Yeet Sifeng sat up from the branch, his loose hair gently lifted by the wind. I thought you missed me. Ing Fengshuan's mind went blank. He was confused, unable to recall anything. His heart pounded, as if it was about to burst from his chest into his head. I do miss you. Ing Fengshuan suppressed the palpitations, and looked up at Yeet Sifeng in the tree. How could there be such a perfect little spiritual plant in the world, so powerful and beautiful? Yeet Sifeng raised his hand, and before Ing Fengshuan could react, he threw himself forward. Thump, thump. He thought he could hear Yeet Sifeng's heartbeat, slow yet powerful. Is Yeet Sifeng also fascinated by him? Ing Fengshuan, why are you so pretentious? Is it hard for you to just say it directly? Yeet Sifeng tugged at Ing Fengshuan's face, his mind filled with images of him pretending to be so cool a century ago, with a cold expression. Maybe it's just the wrong form. As soon as Ing Fengshuan finished his words, he transformed into a furry little beast with a thud. The next second, he rushed onto Yeet Sifeng's collar and cuddled obediently against his neck. Yeet Sifeng couldn't help but laugh again. But he couldn't laugh anymore now. It was time to get to work. Yeet Sifeng pulled out his phone. Since he couldn't connect to Earth's internet, he could only open a small app that didn't work. Input a number between 1 and 507537963. 100 random prizes will be drawn. Yeet Sifeng lowered his head, and Ing Fengshuan immediately received the message. He raised his little paw and pressed the screen, one click away. Chapter 225. The Lantern Festival of 2025 was a very special day. We had experienced the endless snowstorm a while ago, witnessed the fantastical midter battle, and learned that there was a world beyond this world. This was the first festival after everything had settled, and its meaning was always different. It was like a symbol, marking the end of the past, and the beginning of a new season. Holy crap! My pick? Xiao Tang, who was walking down the street, was filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? She'd always been unlucky. Whether scratching a lottery ticket or forwarding a message, she'd never been picked. But a 1 in a million chance, and she'd just been picked? Xiao Tang immediately ran to the neighborhood office. After a few steps, she noticed the Odin in her hand was in the way and threw it into the trash can. Everyone around her turned to look at her, curious as to why this little girl was so anxious. How could she not be anxious? This was the world of cultivation. Xiao Tang ran down the street, sprinting through the cold winter wind. The world of cultivation. The world of cultivation. If you randomly picked 10 young people who loved reading novels, Xiao Tang would undoubtedly be the one who loved them the most. Especially those about martial arts and immortal cultivation. With her eyes closed, she could describe how life would be like if she were transported to the world of cultivation. If you were born in a farming family, you would need to make good use of the resources nearby and cultivate relationships with the mysterious elders. Then, after receiving inheritance, you could begin your cultivation. If you were born in a small family, you would need to coax your parents into giving you resources, then participate in the sect assessments on the street, and diligently cultivate within the system. If you were born in a large family, you would have to compete with your brothers and sisters in wits and courage. Xiao Tang's mind was filled with various plots from the cultivation world. First, don't despise the poor young man, then encounter the golden finger for the first time. But before her mental journey of cultivation was complete, Xiao Tang saw the street office ahead. Ahem. Xiao Tang paused at the door, suddenly feeling a little timid. She couldn't help but pull out her phone to read the text message. Dear Ms. Tang Yuan, hello. Congratulations on winning a spot on the 15-day labor and sightseeing tour of the cultivation world. The trip will depart in 3 days. Please bring your valid ID and go to the office in your registered residence to register your personal information. The staff will then inform you of the relevant procedures and precautions. This must be true, right? It looks so real, no matter how you look at it. Xiao Tang encouraged herself and gently pushed open the office door. Successfully processed. Xiao Tang emerged, bewildered. The text message was real, and the information was registered. So she was going to the cultivation world in 3 days? Oh my god, this didn't feel real at all. Xiao Tang squatted on the street when, on a whim, she opened her social media platform. Sure enough, this post had already become a trending topic. Number 100 spots available hashtag. Clicking on the entry, the top video was of a young man screaming while clutching his phone. She screamed on the ground, jumped onto the bed, screamed, stood on her head, and then pushed open the door, ran into the village, phone held high, screaming. I won! The young man's voice echoed through the village, and also echoed in Xiao Tang's ears. She was silent for 3 seconds, then continued to scroll. Perhaps because the message had only been sent out recently, not many people were sharing their winnings online, except for the Screaming King mentioned earlier. But the fact that this entry was trending meant that there were countless people discussing it. Why didn't I win? Oh my god, I'm so much more respectable than that screaming person. Is this spot transferable? Whoever wins can name their price. I really want to go. I offer 100,000. Are you kidding me? 100,000, no bargaining. If you want to transfer your spot, please contact me. So that text message about signing on the cultivation interface was real? I thought it was a scam. How backward are you, the person above? I went to the mountains to practice cultivation a while ago. Xiao Tang continued to scroll down. The comments fell into several categories. Those expressing envy and resentment, those wanting to buy a spot, and of course, those who were not in the mood and asked what was going on. 10 million. Xiao Tang thought about it, wondering if she should sell it. The answer came within a minute of her thought. No! In the world of cultivation, if anyone could cultivate immortality, then mysterious powers must exist. Cause and effect, the symbiotic relationship. Since she'd been chosen, she might as well just go, time to pack. According to the office lady, there was nothing to bring. Food, lodging, and transportation were all there. Just 2 changes of clothes would be enough. It's quite hot there, so I recommend bringing 2 sets of summer clothes. The office lady's words resonated with Xiao Tang, and after some thought, she packed a short-sleeved sweatshirt and shorts, and a sky blue dress with small flying sleeves. 3 days flew by. During this time, online chatter intensified. The quota transfer had been hiked up to 100 million renminbi, but officials soon issued a notice invalidating the transfer. The quota had already been registered in the cultivation world. The speculation about the spot finally died down, and Xiao Tang breathed a sigh of relief. 100 million, she'd been genuinely tempted. But now, all was well. No need to worry about it. Just happily go to the world of cultivation and have fun. It was time to set off. After a long train ride, Xiao Tang finally arrived at the meeting point in Province B. Standing in the hall with her backpack, she looked up and saw that there were so many people, 100 or so. Everyone line up. We enter from here. One by one. Cutting in line will disqualify you. Xiao Tang quickly stood in line. Once she was settled, she couldn't help but peek out. There was nothing in front of her, and she couldn't see where she was going to enter the world of cultivation. But her doubts were soon answered. Time's up. The staff member at the front of the line checked the clock in the hall, confirmed it was correct, and nodded to the crowd. 2 staff members brought up a safe, solemnly unlocked it, and carefully lifted out a golden metal cube. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, they twisted it gently, and a laser beam flashed from it, rapidly extending and stretching to form the shape of a door. Wow! Awe filled the hall. Xiao Tang queued up and entered the light gate. Heat, that was Xiao Tang's first feeling. The air was filled with vibrant heat. She turned around and saw an endless expanse of shattered volcanoes stretching from her feet to the horizon. The mountain's shape was gone, replaced by large, irregular chunks of rock. Standing there, looking down, she felt as small as an ant on the ground. There's a changing shed nearby. Men on the left, women on the right. Change into the summer clothes you brought with you. You don't have to work today, just familiarize yourself with the area. Xiao Tang obediently slipped into the shed on the right. While changing, she heard two gray-haired old ladies beside her excitedly chatting about geology and rocks. Their voices were a little quiet, so she couldn't quite make them out. Xiao Tang changed into a blue dress with small flying sleeves and stood on a fiery red rock. She gazed into the distance, but when she saw nothing else, she truly realized she had entered another world. It was so huge. The volcano beneath her feet connected to the sky in all directions, like an entire world. The world of cultivation. The legendary world where all members aim to achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven. So fantastical. So this is real. Xiao Tang felt dizzy and couldn't help but squat, but she hadn't been there for 3 seconds when she heard the staff next to her call for dinner. She hurried over to line up and received 2 oddly shaped fruits, one white and one red. The skin had a slightly translucent texture and felt a bit firm to the touch. Just eat it as is, no need to peel it. This fruit was kindly donated by our friend Mr. Yi from Yen country. It contains spiritual energy that can be absorbed by the human body, and it helps dispel cold and dampness. Xiao Tang picked up the red fruit first and took a bite. Juicy. Xiao Tang quickly sipped the juice twice. As soon as she took a sip, she felt something different. Besides the sweet taste, there was also an indescribable aroma that spread throughout her mouth as she chewed, then fell down her throat and into her stomach. Delicious. Xiao Tang nibbled the fruit quickly, carefully sucking the juice from the core. As she swallowed the last bite of the red fruit, sweat broke out on her forehead. She picked up the white fruit again and took a bite. It was juicy and sweet, with a refreshing coolness that instantly dispelled the heat brought by the red fruit. What is the world of cultivation? This is the world of cultivation. After Xiao Tang finished eating the 2 fruits, she felt a different person. She was no longer a chaotic human on Earth, but a resident of the world of cultivation. Her body and mind lightened. After dinner, it's free time. Just stay within the volcanic area. If you encounter any difficulties, call for help at any time. Just shout, "Bear, come and save me!" What were they shouting? Xiao Tang suspected she had misheard and quickly turned her head away. Yes, they were calling our old friends, the flame bears, or the orange bears from our heaters. This is their home. Anyone shouting that will be deported. People should have some conscience. They finally get to go home for vacation. The staff returned to the shed. Xiao Tang looked left and right, watching nearly 100 people disperse in all directions, and the endless shattered volcanoes stretching beneath her. Were they free to move like that? Xiao Tang felt something was wrong, but everyone had left, so she chose a direction that looked flatter. It was a bit of a climb. Xiao Tang slowly climbed the broken rocks, carefully avoiding the fiery red dots of lava. She made 3 turns and climbed 6 slopes. She accidentally stepped on 2 drops of lava, but nothing happened, as if she had just stepped into red paint. How amazing. Xiao Tang stepped on them twice more, but there was no heat at all. Xiao Tang suddenly remembered the 2 fruits she had eaten for dinner, and her curiosity piqued. She carefully touched the 2 drops of lava with her hands. They were sticky, and when she squeezed them carefully, they seemed to have a slight warmth. Indestructible. Xiao Tang was surprised. Xiao Tang was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such an opportunity so soon after arriving in the world of cultivation. Suddenly, the world seemed different to her. The massive, shattered rocks were merely climbing gear. The fiery lava was merely a drink. The world of cultivation was so vast, she had countless things to explore. Xiao Tang began to climb over the mountains and ridges. After climbing 2 small hills and turning countless corners, she finally lost her footing. Her mind went blank, and she fell off a cliff. Ding! Xiaoyun suddenly heard a crisp, trembling sound. The next second, she found herself suspended in midair, her feet pointing upwards and her head downwards. She blinked blankly. Good news, she survived the fall. Bad news, she couldn't move. Xiao Tang struggled a few times, still suspended in the air. A furry, orange figure suddenly appeared nearby. Upon seeing her, it froze for a moment, extended its paw, made a strange gesture, and then, covering its mouth, it walked away. Was the bear laughing at her? Hanging upside down, with her vision obscured, Xiao Tang was a little unsure. Chapter 226. Rescued. After hanging upside down in the air for 5 minutes, Xiao Tang finally remembered the mantra. What to shout when in trouble? Bear, come and save me! She was rescued by the bear. The bear, its claws extended, looked reassuring. It grasped her ankles and hoisted her onto its shoulders. It felt strange. Due to the bear's enormous size, her stomach didn't feel any pressure. Xiao Tang looked down and saw the orange bear's round butt jiggling with every jolt. It was so abrupt. Xiao Tang, who had been taught to respect bears, felt guilty for a moment. She quickly looked up, pretending to look at the scenery behind the bear. This small slope seemed familiar. It felt like she had turned this bend before. These two strange rocks. Wait. So the bear was sending her back to the campground? We knew we didn't have to work tonight, and could play outside. So why did the bear send her back to the original campground without even asking? We're so sorry to have troubled you with our little one. We take good care of her. A gray-haired old man in a staff uniform came out and smiled as she was lowered. The bear waved his hand and left. Xiao Tang, bewildered, looked at the small hoe thrust into his right hand, then at the small bucket in his left. We've got an agreement here. If we use the mountain's anti-fall formation, we have to dig a bucket of lava as payment. The gray-haired old man said sincerely, that's the agreed price. Child, be careful when digging for lava. Don't step on empty air, or you have to dig another bucket. Digging up the lava. Xiao Tang squatted on the ground, unsure how things had turned out this way. It was more like scraping than digging. He used a small hoe to scrape off the specks of red liquid clinging to the rocks, and put them into his bucket. After scraping for a long time, he looked down and saw the bottom wasn't even full. Xiao Tang gritted his teeth, and used his small hoe to scrape off the lava bit by bit. He climbed over hills and ridges, knocking over hundreds of rocks. Looking up, he saw the bucket wasn't even half full. No more running around. Xiao Tang lifted his bucket, hoping to find a spot with more lava. But after climbing 3 slopes, and turning 8 corners, everything looked the same. Broken rocks, specks of lava, the volcano and the lava itself seemed to have been broken up and then piled together. The world of cultivation. In that instant, countless hypotheses raced through Xiao Tang's mind, but when he looked down and saw his bucket wasn't even half full, he quickly squatted down to work again. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Hey, why is there another sound? Xiao Tang seemed to sense something and looked up. Not far away, he saw someone squatting on the ground, working with the same tools. Uh-huh. Xiao Tang suddenly felt energized again. Yi Zifeng was observing the formation, trying to see how many people were going to dig for lava as payment for the formation. 1, 2, 3. 9. Not long after landing, 9 people had already missed their step on the shattered volcano. Yes, the rock was relatively loose, but only 3 of them missed their step during normal movement. The other 2, wanting to take photos and check in, climbed onto the highest rock to get the most breathtaking shot. They were then rewarded with a suspended formation, each of whom had to dig a bucket of lava as payment. The other 4 were even more troubled. One was trying to reach the rock at the top of the mountain. One overestimated his stamina and developed hypoglycemia while climbing. 2, with a stronger thirst for exploration, scaled 3 hills and, working together, pushed aside a large rock, successfully uncovering the lair of an orange bear. The orange bear stared at the 2 of them. Clearly nothing had happened, but the 2 men yelled and ran, falling off the cliff and immediately digging for lava. These people are so noisy. Ing Fangxuan suddenly rested his chin on his shoulder. Yi Zifeng glanced back and, unsurprisingly, saw him hunched over. Ing Fangxuan. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. Ing Fangxuan raised his head. Aren't you tired of bending over? Ing Fangxuan was silent for 3 seconds, then straightened up, seriously taking a step to the left and resting his chin on the top of Yi Zifeng's head. Not tired now. Ing Fangxuan was a head taller than him. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It was hard to describe the feeling, but the competitive drive ingrained in him for thousands of years was just so unreasonable. I think you're a little too tall. Yi Zifeng was serious. What? Ing Fangxuan spoke calmly, but inside he was panicking. What? Did Yi Zifeng dislike this height? But wasn't that just the average tall and imposing type in the Transfiguration realm? Did Yi Zifeng simply prefer shorter and stockier figures? I think it's just right up to my shoulders. Yi Zifeng said seriously, secretly adding his own thoughts, trying to belittle Ing Fengshuan's height. Really? Ing Fengshuan felt something was amiss. Although he was a native of the cultivation world, he had accompanied Yi Zifeng through many modern worlds, especially those of the weak and high-tech world. He had browsed countless websites and read numerous love stories, especially those about same-sex relationships. Logically, he shouldn't have been shocked. Same-sex love wasn't a big deal in the cultivation world. Interspecies romances were countless, let alone those involving just the same sex. But the stories circulating online were different. Some were detailed, some were brief, some were alluring, some were suggestive, with lingering glances, the emotions exchanged, all sorts of obscure and difficult to express feelings, and all sorts of love that floated in a sea of hatred. So detailed. For some hidden reason, he had read it without Yi Zifeng's knowledge. Like a sneaky kid, as soon as Yi Zifeng turned his head, he would quickly switch to the technical learning page, pretending to be studying high-tech. So, he was now a homosexual with basic common sense, and naturally understood what height meant in love. The taller one should take the initiative to offer love. He was willing and eager to take on that role. Bang! Ing Fengshuan transformed into a palm-sized furry creature and leaped onto the ground. His limbs flailing forward and backward, he ran all the way, finally landing at Yi Zifeng's feet. The adorable little beast version of Ing Fengshuan winked at Yi Zifeng. Look, I'm only this small now, barely reaching your feet. Okay. Yi Zifeng nodded casually. I do look quite short. Let's leave it that way for now. After that, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but laugh. It was over. He had become love-brained. A simple trick had made him abandon his competitive spirit, his eyes fixed on the other person's tiny figure. Cunning. Yi Zifeng commented with a smile. Ing Fengshuan fluttered up from the ground on the air stairs, blinking as he carefully crafted a pure and adorable expression. Alright. Yi Zifeng compromised, extending his fingers to play with the cute little animal version of Ing Fengshuan for a while. When both were happily enjoying themselves, he put the plush animal back into his collar. Ing Fengshuan poked his head out from under his collar, and looked at the formation in front of Yi Zifeng. Some time passed, and now there were 11 people squatting on the mountain digging for magma. The Xiuzhen Rift had collapsed completely, and this place was one of them. The majestic, vast volcano stretching for thousands of miles had collapsed into countless rubble, and the magma within, containing the violent fire spiritual energy, had dispersed like water from a floodgate. Now only a few drops remained on the rock. Using spiritual energy to gather it was too delicate and uneconomical, but human labor was quite suitable. The firework bears worked diligently in that world, so it was time for the earthlings to repair their home. Yi Zifeng had calculated perfectly well that the last world had no extra golden light of merit, because he had returned directly. 2 more people began digging for lava. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow at the formation, curiously pinching with his fingers, and soon saw the scene on the volcano. Yuan dug in a roundabout way, gritting her teeth, working hard. She knocked countless rocks down, then looked down. The bucket was still full, and she wondered when it would be filled. Woo! She hummed as she dug, thinking to herself that she would never run around again. A single misstep would send a bucket of lava into the air. Who could afford that? Of course, she didn't blame anyone. She'd rather dig a bucket than fall into the mountain. Knock knock. Why was the sound under the hoe different? Yuan, already a skilled digger, lifted the hoe and saw a gleaming fiery red stone below. She carefully knocked away the obstruction above, and pulled the fiery red stone from the crack in the stone. So shiny. Yuan held the stone toward the light. Something seemed to flow through the stone, like stars, like a river, reflecting different shapes as the light refracted. It was incredibly beautiful. Travel. Digging for treasures in the cultivation world. A key word suddenly popped up in Yuan's mind. Yes! She was in the cultivation world now. So what was this? What was this? A perfect opportunity. The starting point of a smooth life. A golden finger she'd first encountered. The source of all energy. Wow! She quickly grasped the fiery red stone. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but her palms suddenly felt warm, as if they were holding a small heater. Oh, it's so beautiful. Yuan admired the scene for 20 minutes. Then, looking up, she saw it was getting dark, so she quickly picked up her hoe and prepared to continue working. Suddenly, the light in front of her was blocked. Yuan looked up and saw the tall, mighty figure of a bear. From below, the orange bear looked like a giant, standing before her with a very imposing presence. The bear extended its paw and pointed at its mouth. Yuan had a guess. Could this bear be asking for food, Since Yuan Yuan had come into close contact with bears in her city on Earth, she wasn't afraid. I don't have any food. Yuan Yuan was a little confused. But the bear still pointed to its mouth, unwilling to move an inch. Yuan Yuan seemed to understand, and pulled the fiery red stone from her pocket. Is this your food? The orange bear nodded, took it neatly, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound that sounded incredibly delicious. Yuan Yuan blinked, but before she could feel herself getting discouraged, she saw the bear in front of her lying on the ground, inviting her to come up. Me? Yuan Yuan hesitantly climbed onto the bear's back. She heard the bear snap its fingers, and she felt a restraint on her hands and waist, but when she looked down, there was nothing. The bear stood up. The bear looked down at the rocky terrain. This was where they had lived for hundreds of years. Though dilapidated now, it was still their home. Wisps of fire-based spiritual energy emanated from the rocks, making them warm and soft. The bear suddenly brightened. For a moment, he forgot he was carrying a human on his back. With a light leap, he leaped onto a nearby rock. With a single step, he soared into the air, spinning and landing on another. The wind whistled in his ears, and all he could see was the smell of home. Even though it was already quite broken. The bear jumped with increasing joy, running and leaping among the rocks. Oh, thankfully, he remembered he was carrying a human on his back, and found a speed a human should be able to handle. The bear stepped on the rock and spun into the air. After reaching the highest peak, he looked down. There was an endless expanse of rubble, dotted with lava. To the left, a small group of humans were busy working. According to Wang, they were there to sort the lava and rubble so they could rebuild a new volcano. A new volcano. Everyone could live together again. The bear nodded with satisfaction, channeling his spiritual power, soaring into the air, and gliding down towards the rubble below. Ah! Yuan Yuan howled on the bear's back. Oh my god! Why is there someone riding a bear over there? The voice of the lava digger below was filled with shock. Chapter 227. Being photographed. Dizzy from flying on the bear's back, Yuan Yuan inadvertently turned her head, and saw the workers below holding up their phones. Before Yuan Yuan could even blush, the bear leaped up again. The surrounding scenery was falling, dark brown rocks, specks of lava. As the towering peaks also sank, Yuan Yuan caught sight of a sliver of green in the distance. Like a verdant gem, like a winding river, it stretched from the other side of the mountain to the horizon. But Yuan Yuan only had time to take in that moment before the bear's body dropped again. Drop, jump, drop, jump. The scenery on the other side of the mountain was like a switch, turning on Yuan Yuan's good mood. She began to appreciate the joy of parkour on the bear's back. The world seemed to have unshackled itself from her. The heavy ground sank downward, and the air was filled with a lightness and freedom. The sky was within reach, the mysterious scenery in the distance, the wind whistled past my ears, the fresh air against my nose. She was being carried on the back of a bear from the world of cultivation, doing parkour. Yuan Yuan's heart suddenly brightened, and all the worries about being photographed and the embarrassment were forgotten. Her heart and eyes were filled with the scenery before her. So happy, the bear carried her up and down the mountain. And Yi Cifeng was now in the green that Yuan Yuan had seen. In fact, this forest hadn't been left behind when the world of cultivation collapsed. When they first returned, this place was bare. The fallen trees and the broken land, having lost most of its spiritual energy, made the whole place look bleak and gray. But fortunately, Ing Fengshuan was quite skilled at planting trees, and it didn't take long for him to cultivate the forest we see today. Just make do with it. Yi Cifeng looked at the vibrant forest, raised his hand, and channeled some spiritual energy into it. The trees before him visibly grew taller, their branches and leaves radiating a crisp green. Luckily, he was a good match. Otherwise, living in this dilapidated world of cultivation would have been difficult. Yi Cifeng. Ing Fengshuan's figure appeared not far away. Though he still wore a pretentious, cold expression, Yi Cifeng still caught sight of his smiling eyes. What's wrong? Yi Cifeng asked knowingly. You like it? Ing Fengshuan displayed what he was holding. A nearly undamaged sapling, its leaves a pale red with a hint of translucence. This was a fruit tree Yi Cifeng had once admired. Its fruit was round and translucent. Yi Cifeng liked the texture of the fruit, soft, sweet, and ripe, a bit like a modern persimmon, but with a richer flavor. Ing Fengshuan didn't like fruit. Yi Cifeng looked up at Ing Fengshuan and couldn't help but curl his lips. You're so thoughtful, Ing Fengshuan. Ing Fengshuan still had that cold, pretentious look, but Yi Cifeng noticed he was suppressing the upward curve of his lips, which was quite amusing. Why aren't you smiling at me? Are you just not a smiley person? No. Ing Fengshuan pursed his lips. Oh, that must be because. Yi Zifeng deliberately stretched out his words, creating a tone of I see. No. Ing Fangxuan couldn't help but curl his lips, revealing an uncontrollable smile. Realizing Yi Zifeng was looking at him, he reached out and pulled Yi Zifeng into a hug. Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but reach out and embrace him, inhaling Ing Fangxuan's scent. Like morning dew, like a forest, like an endless field, like the scent of the free wind. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but laugh at himself. This was too outrageous. Could this be love? Yi Zifeng, you smell so good. Just okay. The two hugged for a long time, and when they let go, they felt a bit reluctant to let go. Especially Ing Fangxuan. Although, being able to hold Yi Zifeng was a blessing earned in 11 lifetimes. However, based on the love stories he'd read in modern times, a couple in love could do more than just hug. There was more. Ing Fangxuan's face was burning as he thought about it. What's wrong? Yi Zifeng turned around and saw Ing Fangxuan, looking sheepish. Nothing. Ing Fangxuan was almost afraid to look up. It was well known that Yi Zifeng was also a seasoned internet surfer, and during his frantic surfing, he inevitably absorbed a lot of information. It was just a hug, so there was no need for such awkward gestures. So, Yi Zifeng waved at Ing Fangxuan. Ing Fangxuan's mind was still a little off, but his body stood before Yi Zifeng with all its might. Yi Zifeng pinched his face and tugged, bad boy. Ing Fangxuan's face flushed instantly. The two of them were engaged in a serious love affair, while the people on the mountain were diligently working. As more and more people landed and became familiar with the mountain scenery, more and more of them missed a step and fell into the formation. There was no other way. The gravel was loose, and if you didn't pay close attention to where you were walking, it was easy to miss a step, ending up with nothing but a small hoe and a bucket. A clanging sound echoed all around. Specks of lava were slammed into the bucket bit by bit. After a while, I looked down and saw that only half of it was left. There was no telling how long it would be gone. But that wasn't the most infuriating thing. The most infuriating thing was that I was supposed to be working diligently, while not far away, someone was being carried by a bear. Wow. Hey. Yeah. She seemed to be having a blast. I want to play too. I want to be carried by a bear. The lava digger muttered, but he didn't dare stop. As soon as he landed, the staff said anyone who tried to be a troublemaker would be sent back home. There are many opportunities in the world of cultivation. Everyone has different experiences. Just do your best. The old staff member's words resonated with everyone, and they continued working while pondering them. Wow! What's that? Everyone looked over. On the hillside, a young man was holding up a fiery red stone, looking incredibly surprised. A bear appeared from nowhere and reached out to the young man. The young man timidly gave it to the bear, and the bear tossed the stone into its mouth like a candy bean. Even from such a distance, the crunching sound could still be heard. What good teeth! But the stone was gone just like that. Just as everyone was gloating, the mighty bear, who had been eating the stone like a candy bean, suddenly crouched down gently toward the young man. No way! Incredible thoughts raced through everyone's minds. The young man, covering his mouth, climbed up. The bear leaped, carrying the young man who had dug the stone. It hopped and bounded through the mountain, leaping across the precipitous ravine and landing on the summit with a single bound. Wow! The young man's expression was filled with surprise. The onlookers were stunned. After a glance at each other, they all rushed towards the hillside where the young man had just climbed, tools in hand. Hurry! There might be red stones there. I want to feed the bears. I want to be carried along among the rocks. Driven by this beautiful wish to leap across mountains and ridges in the world of cultivation, everyone worked enthusiastically. What to eat each day was no longer the main issue. The key was how to dig up those red stones, and how to get the bears to carry them. Everyone toiled furiously, digging while hearing the occasional exclamations from the crowd. I dug it. The elusive orange bear would usually arrive 10 seconds later, popping the stones into its mouth like candy beans. Here comes a parkour. And so, for the next 2 weeks, this was the scene unfolding on the broken volcano of the world of cultivation. Dozens of people were diligently working on the ground, clanking and clacking. Dozens more people were sprawled on the bear's back, leaping and flying through the forest. Wow! Yeah! Take more pictures. The miners, upon hearing this, dug even harder. Next. It had to be me. What afternoon break? No break. If I can't ride a bear once on this trip to the world of cultivation, what was the point of coming here? The clanking and clacking of rocks grew louder, and everyone was gritting their teeth and working tirelessly. 15 days flew by in a flash. Everyone woke up early, quickly changed their clothes, grabbed their tools in 3 seconds, and strode out. Only when they were stopped at the tent did they realize their time had already expired. What? Half a month has passed, and I still haven't dug up any red stone. The people stopped at the tent were shocked. What? Time to go back. What? The people carrying buckets and hose were shocked, looking at each other, each seeing the disbelief in their eyes. For half a half month spent sightseeing in the cultivation world, doing nothing but mining in the mountains. It was only a half day's work, but to dig up red stones, they never stopped for a moment. I don't want to go back. Some people covered their faces and cried. Red stones? That's a lie. The person holding the tools threw the hoe to the ground. If God gave me another chance to go back to day one, I would definitely. Definitely what? The person next to them was curious. I would definitely be the first to dig out those red stones. I want to sit alone. Back to Earth. Everyone received a souvenir, supposedly from their host, and lined up to return to Earth. Almost the moment they set foot on Earth, everyone pulled out their phones to connect to the internet. Finally, I can use my phone. No matter how ambitious I was in the world of cultivation, everyone still wanted to use their phone when they laid down in bed at night. Now, finally, I'm connected to the internet. What's the first thing I do when I return to Earth? Sharing travel updates, of course. Countless photos from the world of cultivation are flooding the internet. It's just a group of 100 people, but it looks like thousands of people have shared and photographed it. Dark rocks, specks of lava, endless, shattered mountain ranges, and the emerald green galaxy beyond. Every picture is incredibly clear, from every angle and in every scene, but the most eye-catching thing is the orange figure leaping through the forest. What's that? Can the bear fly? How is it so high? To the above poster, I'm doing parkour. It jumps high and far. If you lie on its back, you can see a beautiful forest across the mountain. Huh? Sitting on it? Is that what I was thinking? Yes, we've been mining hard for the past 2 weeks. If you find a red stone and give it to a bear, it invite you to sit on its back. They're all pretty good at parkour. Huh? Impossible? I'm not saying I don't believe it. It's just a little too unbelievable. Hee. How did you know I was carried by a bear? Picture the person in the top picture has messy hair and a wide smile, while the bear in the bottom picture is also very clear, with a round head and orange fur flying backwards. Chapter 228. Everyone was shocked. Can we really ride? Not only can we travel to the cultivation world, but we can also be carried on the back of an orange bear known as the heater light, and fly freely in the forest wind. Why? I don't accept it. Aren't those 100 places for work visas? How can we enjoy such privileges? What's wrong? Wow, I recognize it. That's a bear from our province. Why is it carrying someone from another province now? Don't be so ridiculous above. So what are you doing in the cultivation world? Don't you have to work? The cultivation world is truly unique. The shattered volcanoes have their own energy. Due to some mysterious power, the tiny bits of magma on the volcano can't do anything to us. Pictures. Photos were posted one by one, each one very impressive and beautiful. Majestic volcanoes. Mysterious lava. The winding, broken stone road. The green beyond the mountain flowed into the distance, like a brilliant river. Netizens were completely stunned, speechless except for envy, jealousy, and hatred. Those who posted the photos secretly rejoiced. Although, for the past 15 days, I've been working almost every day, carrying hoes and hammering rocks as soon as I open my eyes, and even dreaming of the clanging of the night, who would know except those who were traveling with me? Travel photos must be exquisite. The exquisite photos kept piling up, and netizens were overwhelmed. It's said that those who visit the cultivation world are blessed every day. The food and drink are all local spiritual products. There's always something to do during the day, so there's no boredom at all. Nights are also sound, falling asleep as soon as you hit the bed. If you're lucky, you'd be spotted by a bear and experience firsthand what it's like to parkour on a shattered volcano. Netizens were gnashing their teeth. There's also a souvenir. Picture a fiery red crystal the size of a fingernail hung from a black leather strap. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it feels even more comfortable to wear. It gives me a warm, grounded feeling. I have to say, this is really thoughtful. It looks like the same model. I've always wanted to find it in the cultivation world, crying aw. Is it the same model? Well, that makes up for my regret. I also have a fiery red crystal. It's a small one, but I can still wear it around my neck. Oh my god. I'd always treasure it, but this is so meaningful. I'm going to keep it with me. What's the above person saying? I don't understand. It's nothing. People who have been to the cultivation world discuss things internally. Once you've been there, you understand, hee hee. The netizens were all upset. After some discussion, they all reached an agreement. Seeing content online showing off pictures of travel to the cultivation world. Click in and save the image, comment, like, or nothing. Showing off, huh? No one cares, damn it. It's just a prize. Why are you showing off like that? There's nothing good about the cultivation world, right? The mountains are all tattered, and there's so little magma, not even as much as the volcanoes on Earth. But this studied indifference didn't last long, as everyone was excited again. The reason was simple. The next round of working holiday visas for the cultivation world had begun, with 1,000 spots available, 10 times the number from the last round. Suddenly, the internet was abuzz with praise. Since we're already in the cultivation world, there must be some kind of karmic connection. If I bragged a little more, maybe I even be selected? 1,000 people were quickly drawn. Some were happy, some disappointed, and some were mad with envy and hatred. But regardless, over 1,000 people packed their bags and set off again. The landing site was still on the volcano, and everything that happened afterwards was pretty much the same as described online. They ate local specialties, strangely shaped fruits, but they were delicious. Once they ate them, they felt like they had magical powers, and they even had the energy to pound rocks. Why is it different from what they say online? Resident A pounded on the rocks. It seems similar. Having something to do during the day, you can sleep well at night. Aren't we pounding rocks now? When you're tired at night, you can sleep well. Resident B didn't even raise his head. That makes sense. Resident A buried his head in the pounding again. There was no other way. Since they were here, it would be strange if they didn't pound out some results. And what about that legendary red stone? Why haven't I found anything after all this pounding? Wow! Resident B suddenly cried out. Everyone nearby looked over, and sure enough, they saw the result they least expected. The man clutched a red crystal, dazzling against the gray mountain. A bear appeared, and it was about to take the stone. The bear carried him on its back, and it was parkouring through the forest. The onlookers, armed with hoes and buckets, watched with clenched teeth. Resident A, in particular, was utterly annoyed. How could he have missed it when it was so close? But now that it had come to this, there was no point in agonizing. He quickly moved on. Who knew he might be the next to find the red stone? As time passed, many people still failed to find the stone, but the resentment had subsided. The reason was simple. The world of cultivation now had an internet connection. It was a local network accessible to anyone with the necessary communication equipment. It belonged to the world of cultivation. Oh my god, the first group of people will be India's. It's finally our turn to show off. The young man, holding the new device, chuckled with joy. How did we get internet? It's different than I imagined. Shouldn't we use spiritual instruments to communicate? The person next to him held the device with a bewildered look on his face, feeling his ideals of cultivation crumbling. Look, isn't that a spiritual instrument in your hand? Stop staring blankly. Look at the crystal mining spots listed above. If we don't get going now, everyone else will have dug them all up. Oh. Everyone set out, hose and buckets in hand. The new communication device looked similar to a cell phone, except it was completely transparent. Its features were limited at the moment, but it thoughtfully included what everyone needed most. Recommended crystal locations. Must visit spots in the cultivation world. How to improve orange bear's favorability. 15 days of extreme cultivation. But honestly, of the 4 features currently available, everyone's most interested in the last one. But upon opening it, it's densely packed with ancient Chinese idioms, with only one word recognized in 100. We research this here first, and then make a simplified version for everyone to review. The veteran staff member at the base said so. Okay. Everyone felt reassured, feeling like they had someone to back them up, and instantly felt safe to go have fun. Grabbing their buckets and camera equipment, they set off, the air smelling delicious along the way. It's truly spectacular, truly interesting. It's truly the cultivation world. Even a volcanic area is so fascinating. I wonder if I ever visit another place in my lifetime. I want to go to the forest over there, someone on the road said as they walked. You're quite imaginative. This seems to be where the host lives, the white-robed immortal we saw live, and his brother, I suppose. The person speaking was a little uncertain. If only the bear could carry me over. You wish. Let's go mining. Everyone else took their cultivation communications equipment to mine or take photos, while only the officials were busy behind the scenes. They had to discuss local infrastructure with the local hosts, figure out how to achieve maximum cultivation within 15 days, and occasionally clean up the mess left by the Chinese who brought them here. But fortunately, the harvest was considerable. The local hosts were not only skilled in cultivation, but also had unfathomable scientific and technological expertise. The ideas they occasionally proposed amazed the scientists who brought them here. That's possible. Why didn't I think of that? It's possible. The old man, with his hair and beard whitening, shook the other person's hand and invited him to conduct research in the Yen Kingdom laboratory. This is truly abrupt. Mr. Yi, please bear with me. The elderly staff member smiled apologetically and quickly pulled his old man back. Mr. Yi's home is here, and he also has his own research. The staff member spoke to their scientist as if he were coaxing a child. Yi Zifeng, of course, didn't mind. It's okay. Feel free to share your ideas with me. The relationship between the two sides became more harmonious with proper communication. With the second group of 1,000 returning home, the third group of 3,000 soon arrived in the cultivation world. The magma and rock on the volcano were gradually separated, and the large-scale mechanical equipment was also gradually constructed. The third group arrived, 5,000 people. The fourth group arrived, 10,000 people. The fifth group, the sixth group. The volcanic area healed at a visible pace, the rocks gradually becoming more compact, and the magma was gradually collected. As time quietly passed, the final group of 30,000 people stood at the foot of the mountain, watching the originally shattered volcano rise again in this world. The magma collected over the past year was brought to the top of the mountain by large machinery, flowing down along a planned path. It's hard to describe the feeling of this moment. As the magma flowed through the tunnel and returned to its starting point, something inexplicably changed. The mountain was still the same mountain, but it seemed to come alive. The magma flowed rhythmically through the tunnel, like a kind of breathing. Holy crap! Someone in the crowd murmured. The majestic volcano seemed like a giant, quietly dormant there. Just by looking at it, a tiny human could feel the vast aura of heaven and earth again. The world of cultivation. Cultivators create miracles with their flesh, surviving the thrilling ups and downs of heaven and earth, attempting to create the world with their flesh. So this is the world of cultivation. This thought kept coming to everyone's mind, and many couldn't help but look back, but the volcanic area was so vast that they couldn't see anywhere else. If the world of cultivation hadn't collapsed, what would the scene be like on the other side of the mountain? Okay, we're about to head back. We only have half an hour left, so everyone hurry and pack your things. The staff member's words were like a thunderbolt, waking everyone up. Lao Lu. Let's take pictures of each other. Take 20,000 or 30,000 pictures, and then post a new one every day on WeChat Moments. Everyone, alerted, got to work. Some took photos, some dug, and some wanted to spend the last half hour with the towering orange bear. Yes, some had already made friends with the orange bear. Some people just have such a strong social talent. The volcanic area has been repaired. Ying Fengshuan looked up from his busy schedule, his hand still clutching the gift he was about to make. Yes. Yi Zifeng closed his eyes, and sensed the spiritual energy in the air. Sure enough, it was a little richer than before. It was of the fire element. Chapter 229. Yi Zifeng turned his head and looked at the volcano. After nearly a year of human effort, the volcanic area, aided by large pipelines and equipment, had finally established a circulation system and regained a touch of vitality. But this was enough. The cultivation world was about to sever its ties with the snowfall world, and both sides would return to their own paths. However, the Yen nation from that world had spent nearly a year here, and should have benefited in various ways. That was enough. Too much is as bad as too little. Yi Zifeng looked at Ying Fengshuan, who immediately understood, and presented the freshly baked souvenirs. Yi Zifeng appeared and handed over the batch of red crystal necklaces. The Yen nation representative seemed to have something to say, but accepted them anyway. Take care. Both sides said goodbye respectfully. For the people of the snowfall world, this wonderful journey had finally come to an end, but for Yi Zifeng, it wasn't. The cultivation world was vast, and there was still vast land waiting for infrastructure development. The next world is. Yi Zifeng turned the compass, and the ancient-shaped needle slowly rotated, soon stopping at a point in a relatively close world. The Love Brain world, formed under the impact of the black fog, still had several living pure-heart silkworms. Back then, because the Black Mist monks who escaped to that world were so skilled at fabricating love stories, their victims were so numerous that the living pure heart silkworms were insufficient. So, he diligently developed technology in that world, creating the pure heart silkworm mechanical silkworm and the pure heart necklace, which has a calming effect. If nothing unexpected happens, that necklace is still for sale. It only took Yeet 3 seconds to figure out how to call the people from that world over to work. The world once obsessed with love has now returned to normal. With the help of the pure heart necklace, everyone's physical and mental well-being has improved. While some still insist that emotions should be controlled and that external things can damage the body, the necklace has been available for several years, and no customer has experienced endocrine disorders after wearing it. Everyone who has purchased the necklace has given it positive reviews, and they are very willing to replace their old necklaces when they break. Generation after generation of models have remained largely unchanged in their basic functions, but the designs have become dazzling, with a wide variety of styles and designs, and the latest models are almost like ordinary jewelry. The purchase link is always very popular, especially when new models are released. The link will be sold out in the blink of an eye. It is said that a new model will be released tomorrow. This month's pure heart necklace is in a Baroque style, with gorgeous pearls and intricate designs. It captured everyone's heart almost as soon as the preview was released. Oh my god, I have to buy this month. It's perfect with a dress. So classic, so elegant. I happen to have a vintage white dress, and just need a necklace like this. You can take over and get it for me. I guarantee you be in the first batch. If you're unsuccessful, I give you a full refund. Ask the person above about the price. The internet was buzzing with discussion, and the search terms quickly popped up. Other netizens took a look and realized, oh, it's a new model of the Qingxi necklace. It looks pretty good, so those interested added it to their carts. But tonight, some netizens suddenly noticed a raffle link on the details page. Rewards. Another World Working Holiday Visa. Click to enter a raffle. For more details, please contact local officials. What the heck is this? Wrong place, right? This was everyone's first reaction when they saw the raffle page. The main issue was that the necklace had been sold for years, and the details page had always been a simple photo, with nothing else appearing. Another World Working Holiday Visa. What the hell? A working holiday visa is understandable, but this other world. Game bonus? A scam link. Because the entry was a bit confusing and the placement was odd, no one dared to click on it. Only a small number of people, with a flick of the wrist, saw it directly indicate they had entered the raffle. What is this bonus raffle link? Why is it attached to the necklace details? Someone took a screenshot and asked customer service. Hey, this is an officially sponsored event. If you're interested, click on it. You won't lose anything, guaranteed. This was the customer service response. So it's not a scam link, but it's still baffling. The Pure Heart necklace is considered a world-leading national product, so why is there a strange raffle link attached to it? It feels like it lowers the quality of our necklace. What a confusing thing. Has Capital meddled with the national necklace? I'm speechless. It's supposed to be a giveaway, but it's actually a raffle. The name is also bizarre, and it's just a confusing link. Did you all participate? I don't know what it's about, but seeing a raffle makes me want to click. No, because if I do, the capitalists will win. I firmly oppose forced advertising. Our national necklace needs to have its own identity, and the link should be clean. This comment received a lot of likes, and everyone agreed with the sentiment. However, there were also quite a few people who were more conceited and flipped to the details page while waiting for a new necklace. Hey, what's this? There's a bonus offer. Even though I don't understand what it is, I decided to give it a try and enter the draw. Xiaoyu, look, there's a bonus link underneath the necklace. Xiaohong showed her roommate Xiaoyu her phone. Xiaoyu was the first ambitious female college student in this world to sign a contract with the Pure Heart Silkworm and save her love-struck roommate and university classmates from the black fog. Let me see. Xiaoyu looked down. Really? Another World Working Holiday Visa? Xiaoyu read it out. Although she didn't understand the term, it still gave her an inexplicable feeling. This strange feeling prompted her to pick up her phone, click on the link for the latest Pure Heart necklace, and scroll to the bottom of the details page. Benefits offer. Another World Working Holiday Visa. Pure Heart Silkworm owners can sign up directly. Xiaoyu was shocked when she saw the text clearly. Xiaohong, let me check your phone page. She held up her phone. Welfare rewards. Another World Working Holiday Visa. Click to enter a prize draw. For details, please contact local officials. Xiaoyu looked at her phone again. What the hell was this? Why was it different from Xiaohong's? And how did this link know she was the owner of the Pure Heart Silkworm? Surveillance information. Logically, Xiao Yu should have been immediately alert, but for some reason, she had a feeling. Pure heart silkworm. A small silkworm with a mysterious origin. She had actually returned to the place where she had bought the pure heart silkworm, but it had long since been replaced by another fortune-telling stall at the temple entrance. Everyone around her remembered the mysterious owner in white, but no one knew where he had gone. The mysterious fortune-teller, Xiaoqian, who was clearly not from this world, and the sudden appearance of a raffle link seemed to have a guiding hand, prompting her to click on the sign-up button. But Xiao Yu didn't sign up. She was wary. Ever since her roommate's romance with a fantasy creature, she'd become cautious in everything she did. She picked up her phone, looked up the local official number on a map app, and called them directly. Ma'am, rest assured, this event is real and valid. As for the specific new world, it's still a secret. If you're interested, please sign up. The official response was comprehensive, answering nearly all her questions. After hanging up the 15-minute call, Xiao Yu finally felt relieved. Sign up, sign up. Xiaocan's excited message echoed in the depths of her mind. Xiao Yu pursed her lips, a hypothesis gradually forming, but it was so shocking that she couldn't quite believe it. How many people have signed up now? Yifeng asked. 3 people have signed up for the pure heart silkworm, and 50,000 have signed up for the necklace. When does the draw start? Customer service representative Xiao Ying responded seriously. Let's draw tonight, said the boss Yifeng. Yes, yes. Customer service representative Xiao Ying acknowledged the order. So, that evening, over 100 people received a winning message. Congratulations on winning. 15-day working holiday visa to another world. Please contact local authorities and travel to your destination with the other winners. It was a rather baffling message, but the number it came from was a familiar official number. Everyone was initially baffled, then shocked. Most of the winners have packed their bags. While we don't know exactly where this alternate world is, and calling the authorities hasn't yielded any concrete information, since we're all traveling together, the officially organized trip shouldn't be a scam. Although it's a bit strange, a spontaneous trip like this isn't a bad idea. The winners are incredibly bold. They go just because someone organized them, even making up some alternate world. These people are screwed. I hope they come back feeling like a human being, a whole person. Please, can the above commenter stop being so conspiratorial? The authorities have already organized everyone, and the worst that can happen is just some kind of test. I don't care. If I win, I go. I don't want to work anymore. Even if someone texts me saying they want a 3-day trip to northern Myanmar, I go. Fuck you, working holiday visa. While netizens aren't optimistic about this inexplicable working holiday visa, since it's officially organized, it's hard to say, and they can only react with sarcasm. A small number of the winners were affected and abandoned their plans, but the majority still trusted the organization and, when they had time, packed their bags and headed to the gathering point. In the main hall of a provincial center. Outside, pedestrians came and went, and the staff inside the hall appeared quite serious. Those who were still a little worried were reassured by the scene. I know you all have many questions, but since we're here, let's embark on this 15-day journey with confidence. We gather promptly at 8 a.m. on the 16th day and return here. Xiao Yu, in the crowd, carrying her backpack, felt her suspicions growing more and more plausible. Returning to this hall after the 16th morning was a strange idea. It didn't seem like they were going anywhere near this area. A staff member arrived, pulling a door. In front of the hundreds of people in the hall, he unlocked it and walked through. It looks like the door in anime. Someone whispered. How strange. Isn't this a bit unscientific? Should we go? Someone in the crowd murmured. Go, go, go! I'm going. The little silkworm in her mind suddenly screamed and jumped. Xiao Yu's suspicions were almost confirmed. In front of hundreds of people, she stepped forward, opened the ordinary door, and stepped into a new world. Chapter 230. Oh my god, where are we? A cry of surprise came from behind, but Xiao Yu was too busy to pay attention. She clutched the shoulder strap of her school bag, staring blankly at the vast expanse of the world before her. The gray sky loomed high and far, the messy, broken earth stretching from her feet to the horizon. The entire world was dark. A gust of wind blew, and Xiao Yu seemed to smell the scent of decaying, dead trees. Woo! The little silkworm in her mind whimpered. Is this your old home? Xiao Yu asked in her mind. Woo! The little silkworm in her mind responded affirmatively. So this is. The 3 words in Xiao Yu's mind were about to pop out. Assembled, gather. Let's count the people. I know everyone has a lot of questions, but since we're here, safety comes first. Xiao Yu walked towards the crowd, her school bag on her back. She was also a little curious about how the authorities would explain this. We're going abroad. We can't say where specifically, but you're the first group of diplomats selected, and your mission is crucial to future cooperation between our country and the local community. We be here for the next 2 weeks, working in the mornings and resting in the afternoons and evenings. We must ensure our own safety and perform well. Whether or not there's further cooperation depends on you. At this point, the official speaking paused for 2 seconds. Do you have confidence? Yes. The crowd roared with a deafening response. Xiaoyu had no choice but to join in the shouting. Everyone got to work. Although the official didn't elaborate, the information revealed was worth pondering. This might be a small, undiscovered country, short on manpower, so we're here to help, a young man said as he dug a hole in the ground. I don't think so. How did we get here? The door to the hall opened and we're here. I think this might be another planet. The country's technology has advanced, and we're the first volunteers to experience it. The uncle carefully placed the delicate sapling into the hole, and slowly filled it with soil with a hoe. Yes, everyone's job is to plant trees. That vast expanse of broken land needs everyone to plant trees. Of course, the official personnel spearheaded the professional survey and planning. And everyone's task was to use the tools to plant the distributed saplings one by one along the planned route. It wasn't easy, and could even be considered quite exhausting. But no one complained. The superficial reason was that everyone was responsible for collective development, but the deeper reason was simply that the local food was so delicious. Dinner's ready. Line up. We go back and rest after we finish eating. Oh yeah. Coming. Everyone dropped their tools, not caring about the mud on their hands, and ran, fearing they'd run out of food if they were too late. Boss! What's for lunch today? A young man was jumping up and down in the line. Fruit stew and fried leaves, all you can eat. Xiaoyu also accepted 2 full bowls. The bowl in his left hand was filled with a variety of fruits, some as big as apples, some as small as peas. The different colors piled together looked fantastical. At first, no one dared to eat them. The colors were so vibrant that they looked poisonous. But with so many people, there's no shortage of bold people. Someone reached out and scooped up a fruit, then exclaimed holy crap the moment it entered his mouth, leaving the onlookers stunned. This person picked another one, chewing more vigorously, their speed increasing, their mouths slurping up the fruit from the bowl like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, the bowl was empty. Who can't finish it? Give it to me. Free. No. No one was stupid. Seeing how quickly this person ate, they knew it must taste good. But even with all that preparation, they were still stunned when the colorful fruit entered their mouths. What kind of divine taste was this? Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, sometimes as gentle as a spring breeze, sometimes as crisp as an autumn day. The sour or sweet taste was secondary. The most magical thing was the feeling. When your teeth gently cracked the skin and the abundant juice flowed into your mouth, your body instantly surged with a mysterious power. Holy crap! Is this something I can actually eat? A young person in the crowd exclaimed, constantly picking up colorful fruits from their bowls and popping them into their mouths. Everyone was speechless from the sheer volume of food. The flavors were simply too amazing. I feel like we've arrived at some incredible place. Someone exclaimed, clutching their empty bowl. Everyone nodded. At first, they didn't notice any difference in their bodies. It wasn't until the next day, when they picked up their tools and went to work, that even the weakest person could lift a bucket full of saplings in one hand. Everyone was shocked. Full of questions, they approached the authorities, but received only a vague response. This is a local specialty. It gives you a little extra energy, but don't worry, it's not addictive, completely legal, and even quite nourishing. Everyone returned with the answer. While I still didn't know why eating these colorful fruits gave me so much strength, since they weren't addictive, it shouldn't matter, right? Chance. This is our chance. Remember what the raffle link said? Benefits and rewards. This is our benefit. The old man in the crowd clapped his hands, immediately defining it. Everyone gathered together and nodded, fully agreeing with this point. Determined to improve things, everyone worked diligently, digging when asked to, planting trees when asked to, and even going kilometers to fetch water. They worked enthusiastically. How should I put it? When I ran out of energy, stumbling for kilometers, and then painstakingly carrying 2 buckets of water back was pure torture. But when you truly realize your body is getting stronger day by day, walking a few kilometers feels like walking a few meters. 2 buckets are no problem, and you can fill a clear stream with water and easily carry it to the ground, even able to walk a few more kilometers. Everyone almost falls in love with work. This feeling of strength, this experience of energy, when you're well, the world becomes light and lovely, and everything you do becomes incredibly fun. Of course, working is fun, but eating is even more so. For example, the fried leaf chips we had for lunch today were simply the most delicious thing in the world. Xiaoyu reached for a piece from her bowl and sniffed it. The flavor was light but refreshing. She carefully bit into it, and the leaf quickly split between her teeth, making a crisp sound. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of nibbling leaves filled the air. Xiaoyu raised her head, making sure no one was paying attention. She reached out and picked 2 large, intact leaves from the bowl, gently tucking them into her arms. Soon, the sound of delicate, tiny nibbling leaves filled her arms. Crunch, crunch, crunch. An incomprehensible message echoed through her mind, like a silkworm weeping as it nibbled leaves. Xiaoyu was suddenly anxious. What's wrong, baby? Don't you like the taste? Crunch, crunch, crunch. After listening carefully, a series of expressions echoed through her mind. Xiaoyu finally understood. The silkworm didn't dislike the taste. On the contrary, it loved it immensely. In its words, this was the taste of home. It couldn't help but shed tears of joy after taking a bite. So happy. The taste of home. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder in her mind. What's the name of your home, baby? Crunch, crunch, big forest. The silkworm replied. That's right. The cultivation world is just a name people give to the fantasy world. It's normal for the local kid to not know about it. The world is so big, and knowing that he lives in a big forest is already quite something. Eat more. Xiaoyu picked out Wanli's beautifully shaped fried leaves and fed them one by one. The little silkworm ate with great delight. Or rather, everyone who was eating was delighted. The fruit hodgepodge was truly wonderful. Everyone had a different dish in their bowl, and everyone was convinced that their own combination was the most wonderful. Everyone was delighted. The fried leaves were so crispy, crunchy, and melted in their mouths, so crunchy and fragrant. Yi Cifeng was also savoring the food, or rather, he was savoring the fruits of Ying Fangxuan's labor. The trees planted some time ago finally produced fruit of all sizes. Those rich in spiritual energy, and of excellent quality, were all picked by Ying Fangxuan and handed to him. Those with less spiritual energy and less quality were given to the working holiday makers from Yan Guofang. Ying Fangxuan planted many trees, of all kinds and types. But each one tasted delicious, having been carefully selected over hundreds and thousands of years, and having undergone a certain amount of hybridization. Eat them all. Eating them will give you the strength to work. Although the number of Qingxin silkworms is small, many trees must be planted. There are many spiritual beasts living in the same forest as the Qingxin silkworms, and they are all waiting to live there. How does it taste? Ying Fangxuan asked with hidden anticipation. Very good. To prove his point, Yi Cifeng picked up a fruit and gently bit into it. The familiar taste flowed into his mouth, and his spiritual energy gradually replenished. It was a long-lost experience, but it had to be said that it was quite good. Ying Fangxuan, you're really capable. Yi Cifeng was generous with his praise. Ying Fangxuan pursed his lips, but couldn't suppress a bright smile. As long as you like it. Yi Cifeng took another bite of the fruit in his hand, not feeling embarrassed as Ying Fangxuan stared at him intently. Crunch, crunch. Yi Cifeng quickly devoured the fruit, leaving only a thin layer of flesh, intending to throw it into the ground to moisten the soil. Wait, don't throw it away yet. Ying Fangxuan quickly reached out. Yi Cifeng looked puzzled. Ying Fangxuan carefully took the core and casually dropped it into his mouth. I just don't want to waste it. Ying Fangxuan held the core in his mouth, a small frown forming on his face. Yi Cifeng closed his eyes, but couldn't help but curse, what a loser. Ying Fangxuan pretended not to hear. When do you think they finished planting the first plot? What an abrupt change of subject. But now that things had come to this, Yi Cifeng couldn't just reach out and pry the fruit core out of Ying Fangxuan's mouth. That would be too strange. It was like a pet eating something it shouldn't, and its owner was eager to remove it. But Ying Fangxuan wasn't a pet. He was a being of the same size as himself. Never mind. Now that things had come to this, I could only bear with it. I'd give him more guidance in the future, and not let him do such a useless thing again. By the time the second group returns, we should be able to finish planting the first plot, Yi Cifeng replied. Chapter 231. The people on the barren land were still working diligently. Some were meticulously planting, others were vigorously digging holes, others were meticulously planting trees, and others were carrying water back and forth. Hurry, hurry! Water my saplings. I've been waiting for this drop of water. Coming, coming! The water carriers hurried their pace. Regardless of lunch, they could rest, but the surroundings were simply too desolate. The endless expanse of broken land made everyone unsure where to rest. They might as well go back to their accommodations, but that was a bit far. On second thought, they decided to continue working. I'm so strong! Hee. The water carriers, bouncing and swaying, reached the planted saplings and carefully poured the water in. The dry soil was instantly moistened, and the water seeped down rapidly. After a bucket of water, I didn't know if it was an illusion, but the trees seemed to perk up a little. That's great. It counts as planting trees. The onlookers nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the Yen people have a knack for planting trees in their DNA. Seeing these tender young saplings planted in the pits, and looking back at the vast expanse of land they've cultivated, everyone felt a surge of joy. How should I put it? It's quite a sense of accomplishment. Even though I don't know where this is, they planted all this greenery. Giving back to the earth. Is this earth? The man watering the trees covered his mouth with his hand, cautiously discussing it with the person next to him. It's hard to say. The man planting the trees touched his chin. Look at these trees. Do you see anything? The man watering them leaned forward and examined them carefully. The tender green leaves of the saplings fluttered in the wind, appearing to be peaceful and tranquil. Grown a bit? The waterer was unsure. No, I wanted to tell you the variety. The tree planter was speechless. Variety. Aren't all trees like that? The waterer was a bit resigned. To be honest, I can't even tell the difference between water spinach and spinach, let alone tell what kind of tree it is. I keep you in suspense, these trees. The tree planter gestured at the large circle of trees. I don't recognize any of them. I have an orchard back home. So, could these trees be newer varieties? The waterer hesitated. Seeing the other's idiotic expression, the tree planter knew there was nothing more to talk about. Let's just leave it at that. Hurry and fetch some water. The boss will be here soon. Oh. The waterer left with the bucket. The tree planter separated the saplings bundled together on the ground one by one and carefully planted them in the pits. Although we didn't know what these trees were or where this place was, we all arrived through the official channels. Once the door opened, we were right here in the main hall of Province X. It was magical, unbelievable, not at all scientific, like something out of a fantasy TV show. But the officials were leading us, and the officials were planting land not far away. Every day, the food and drink we ate and drank were truly extraordinary. He clearly felt a little weak before arriving, but once he'd eaten and worked, he felt incredibly refreshed, as if he'd been revitalized. The others were the same. On the first day, his co-workers had expressed a desire to leave, but after 2 days of eating, no one mentioned it anymore. Everyone was working just to keep eating. Where exactly is this place? The tree planter planted the sapling, walked around to make sure it was planted, then took the offered bucket and carefully poured water. This water wasn't just ordinary river water. It was exceptionally cool, refreshing. It reminded him of the springs in the mountains of his hometown. When he was a child, tired from picking grass for pigs, he would reach out and scoop up a handful, inhale it, and instantly his whole body would feel refreshed and incredibly comfortable. Where exactly is this? Brother, I think this might be another planet. The waterer approached cautiously, his voice becoming quieter after a glance. Take those space crops, like pumpkins growing larger on the moon. Don't you think we're from another planet here? That's why we can grow such fantastical things. The waterer looked confident, clearly believing his hypothesis was entirely reliable. You mean, we just stepped through a door in Province X and landed on an alien planet? The farmer asked. Well, I know that saying this makes technology seem too fast-paced, but think about our national necklace. Who could have imagined that an electronic product costing less than 100 yuan could actually calm people down? Could you have imagined it? The farmer was immediately at a loss for words. Yeah, even now, it's still incredible. That little necklace could actually soothe people. Other tech products are stagnating, while this one is leaps and bounds ahead. It just doesn't make sense. So what do you mean? The farmer asked cautiously. I think. The waterer looked around again, his cautious demeanor perfectly executed. This is definitely an alien planet. We should take more photos and bring them back. That makes sense. The farmer nodded, but he felt something was amiss. Let's put it this way, brother. From now on, we be photography buddies. Tonight, while we're eating, you take 2 cool pictures of me, and I take 2 of you. The waterer patted the farmer's shoulder, as if they were about to do something big. The farmer came to his senses. You told me all this just so I could take your picture? We're just helping each other, and how can this be called taking pictures? This is just leaving important images. Is this just an ordinary place? Not really. The pictures were taken. The tree planter didn't know how he'd been persuaded, but while the others were eating, he took out his phone and took pictures. Various angles, various scenes. The way they were eating with their bowls, the various fruits in the bowls, the tender green saplings in the distance, the way everyone was eating together in the foreground. I have to say, because the scene was so unique, the photos were quite interesting. It's okay. You can take pictures. The local owner said it's okay. We have future cooperation with this team. An official staff member poked his head out. What other cooperation? Everyone asked, bowls in hand. It's probably tree planting, but we might not be the next batch. We have to draw again. The staff member rubbed his chin. What? Everyone looked up. The fruit in their mouths was no longer sweet, and the fried leaves in their hands were no longer crispy. That's not something I can decide. The local owner said it. Maybe this way, everyone gets it better. That won't work. We're all already familiar with these tasks. Do the new guys understand? We have to dig the soil and plant the crops. We have to do it. Men, women, young and old all nodded in agreement, agreeing that this was absolutely spot on. Yes, it's already that impressive. Everyone's skilled at farming. If they were to pick another batch to understand the work, their hands would probably be exhausted. That's not up to me. Get back to work after you finish eating to avoid being sent back. At this, everyone's chopsticks clattered, quickly devouring their bowls, not even bothering to savor the crispy leaves. The sound of crunching echoed all around. Xiaoyu couldn't help but speed up her movements, but managed to control herself. The silkworm's mouth had a limited speed. It couldn't chew such a large leaf in one go. In the days that followed, everyone visibly worked harder. They worked harder and took more photos. Mostly, the two men's frantic photo-taking inspired everyone. If the trip was only one trip, then of course you should take lots of photos, not only to keep as a souvenir, but also to share and show off. Everyone worked furiously, taking photos after work and eating afterward. Progress was rapidly increasing. If one looked down from above, one could see tiny glimmers of green glimmering visibly on the barren earth. Tender saplings began to grow, like a spring of water. From the center, they spread out in all directions, growing larger and larger. When the area planted with trees could truly be called a small forest, the 15th day had finally arrived. The heavens, unbelievably unable to read everyone's moods, were surprisingly clear today. Light streamed down from the clouds, illuminating the earth, and tender leaves fluttered in the wind. Even if they were unhappy about leaving, they had to admit that the weather was quite good today, and it brightened their hearts. Come on, gather up. The local host said we've done a great job. Come over here and get some souvenirs. A staff member called out from a loudspeaker. Everyone quickly lined up, peeking in to see what the souvenirs were. Each person received a large leaf-rolled tube filled with fruits of various sizes. Wow! Can we take these back to Earth? Wow! All my favorites. This tastes sweet and warm. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Well, eating it was great, of course, but taking it home was a whole other level of joy. Take it back to your family or close friends and share this unique experience. These fruits can improve your health. I don't know the scientific basis for their success, but once you try them, you know how amazing they are. Everyone was delighted again. Though reluctant to leave, the thought of taking all these fruits home made everyone look forward to returning. Oh, so conflicted. Fortunately, I didn't choose them myself. I had to go back. Everyone was carefully packing their belongings, but Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something. This is your hometown, right? Xiaoyu asked the silkworm in her mind. The silkworm quickly responded. Then, Xiaoyu pursed her lips, but still asked directly. Do you want to stay here? If you don't come back with me, stay in your hometown with the other silkworms. Xiaoyu's heart was pounding, and she didn't know why she asked. It shouldn't have been necessary, but the silkworm had been genuinely happy for the past 2 weeks. Unlike the occasional small bursts of joy on Earth, this was a pure and direct joy. This time, a long silence filled her mind, so silent that Xiaoyu felt a little lost, before she heard a faint, weak response. Now, there's nowhere to live. Xiaoyu couldn't help but look back. The endless expanse of barren earth stretched to the horizon, and the young saplings on it were still tender, their leaves small and green. It certainly didn't look like a place for the silkworm to settle. Then, when these trees grow taller and bigger, do you want to come back and live here? Xiaoyu pursed her lips. I do, but there's no rush. Xiaokan seemed to be thinking about something. I come back when you're gone. I can live a very, very long time. Xiaoyu blinked, her eyes suddenly brightening. Chapter 232. Back to Earth. Even though we were incredibly reluctant to leave, even though we turned back 3 times every time we took a step back to camp, we were forced to follow the officials, who were leading us in a line. Alas, everyone kept looking back as they walked. Perhaps it was because of our improved health that every step felt light and effortless, but after feeling this, everyone was even more reluctant to leave. Only 15 days. Only 15 days of eating the magical fruit. And we become so healthy and energetic. What if we eat it for 30 days, 45 days, 100 days, or even a year? The level of health we achieve is unimaginable. We might even achieve immortality. What do you think? Could this be a world of cultivation? A young man in the crowd suddenly had an idea. The official leading the group paused for a second, then pretended not to hear anything and continued walking. No one else in the group noticed, only enthusiastically joining in the conversation. It's a bit like a barren version of the cultivation world. We eat spiritual fruits, imbued with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is why they're so beneficial to the body. An older brother cheerfully agreed. At first, no one took it seriously, thinking people these days were quite imaginative. But more and more people in the team were saying this. Hey, that does make sense. Yesterday I ate a red fruit, and it was incredibly warming. The blue fruit was icy cold. It really does resemble the 5 elements. What is the cultivation world? An elderly man suddenly asked. It's the kind of world where hard work can lead to immortality. A little girl explained thoughtfully. Oh, then if we work hard at farming, could we achieve immortality? The old man smiled. If we keep eating like this 3 times a day, it's possible. The team suddenly fell silent. The more they pondered, the more something seemed off. A world opened a doorway, a barren wasteland devoid of any vegetation. They came here to plant trees, but every meal consisted of magical treats unavailable in Yin country. I ate a brown fruit earlier, and it seemed to have a slightly earthy flavor. It was green, refreshing, and cool, like the scent of a lawn after rain. Everyone began to reminisce. If they weren't familiar with the term cultivation world, they were all very familiar with the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. What kind of place was this? Eating food according to the 5 elements color seemed unscientific, like something out of a fantasy story. Hey, Captain, why aren't you talking? Didn't you hear what we were talking about? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. Huh? The team leader removed his headset and pretended to have just heard the voice. Excuse me, we're busy at work. We'll be back soon to complete the handover. What can I do? Nothing, Captain, you go ahead. Yes. The staff member turned seriously and put the earbuds in his ears. No need to hide it, just avoid the topic getting too extreme. The leader's voice came through the headset. Yes. The team leader nodded, his expression very serious. The team quickly reached the base, and everyone was engaged in a lively discussion along the way. At least half the people thought the local area resembled the realm of cultivation, while the other half thought everyone was joking and just chimed in. We're leaving home soon. Pack your belongings and don't leave anything behind. If you leave it here, you won't be able to get it back. The staff member standing outside the tent gave instructions. As they watched everyone emerge, they couldn't help but offer a word of caution. The souvenirs are valuable. Put them in your bags. Oh. Don't worry. Thank you, Captain. Everyone quickly put away their souvenirs, no longer dangling them glaringly from their arms. Finally, they were back. When they stepped into the main hall of Province X, they were a bit taken aback. A sea of people surrounded them, cameras everywhere, flashing lights that were practically blinding. Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes, but even in their bewilderment, they didn't forget to secure their belongings. Captain, why are there so many people? Everyone asked, covering their eyes. The staff was silent for a moment, unsure how to explain the significance of this moment. Yin Nation's first successful diplomatic engagement with the cultivation world. Well, it's your first time traveling far away, so it's quite memorable. Oh, I see. Everyone felt something was amiss, but they didn't want to delve into the details. The flashes were so bright, and with so many people in the crowd, they had to be careful not to lose anything, especially the souvenirs in their luggage. Captain, we just go back on our own. Let's go! Hundreds of people dispersed in all directions, and the reporters didn't pursue them. The official requirement was simply to take decent photos, without explaining the reason. The reporters examined the photos they had taken. The background was clear, the figures were sharp, and everyone's expressions were vivid. Their spirits were high, and everyone looked energetic. Not bad, not bad. While it wasn't clear why all these people were in the hall at the same time, it seemed like some kind of raffle trip. Never mind, it wasn't anything important. The reporters, having completed their mission, dispersed and passed the photos to the authorities. An elderly leader sorted the photos and carefully placed them among the confidential files. Chronicles establishing diplomacy with the cultivation world. The hundreds of people who had just returned from the cultivation world were unaware of the elderly leader's cautious approach and were simply overjoyed. Just half a month. Just half a month. His mental outlook had been completely transformed. His physical fitness had seemingly returned to peak condition, instantly rejuvenated. 73-year-old Old Joe hadn't been this happy in most of his life. He packed his luggage and eagerly returned home. Why are you back? My wife, Aunt Hua, was cooking at home. After finishing, she fried some peanuts. Although Old Joe's teeth were weak, he loved to chew on these delicious things with his front teeth. What are you doing? The peanuts are going to burn. Aunt Hua was pulled away by Old Joe, her eyes still fixed on the pot. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Come here, old woman, and see what goodies I brought you. Old Joe carefully zipped up his luggage, but halfway through, he got worried and locked the door again. Finally, under his wife's speechless gaze, he opened his luggage, revealing the otherworldly souvenirs inside. Look, a bag of goodies. Old Joe said softly. What is this? Aunt Hua peeked in, and saw a pile of colorful objects in the bag. Her eyesight was poor due to her age, so she couldn't make out anything clearly. This is... Old Joe moved his lips, unsure how to describe it. He simply took a plate from the cupboard, and slowly poured the fruit from the bag into it. There were a dozen or so fruits, large and small, all in a riot of color. Some were purplish red, some greenish blue, and some glowed like a fluorescent glow, unlike anything local. Oh my God, what is this? Try one and you know. Old Joe picked and chose, finally picking up the purple-red fruit the size of a longan. If I remember correctly, eating this will warm your body, and your legs and feet will feel comfortable and full of energy. Aunt Hua was silent for 3 seconds. With the trust built up over a lifetime as husband and wife, she hesitantly took it and put the purple-red fruit into her mouth. The peel was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the instant it entered my mouth, it melted into a pool of warmth. A warm, light aroma burst forth, and the juice melted down my throat. Aunt Hua covered her mouth with her hand, savoring the taste for a long time before she could speak. Oh my God! What the hell is this? You don't understand now? Old Joe beamed, his wrinkled face suddenly lit up with a newfound vitality. The place I went to this time was incredible. Instead of eating, I ate this stuff. Don't be fooled by its scary appearance. After eating it, I felt incredibly energetic. At this point, Old Joe emphasized. It's not contraband, it's not addictive, and the official claim is that it's good for your health. Eat it. These are all yours. I saved them especially for you. Oh, you old thing. Aunt Hua covered her mouth, her aged eyes gleaming with a rare emotion. Eat it all. Don't leave any for the younger ones. They're still young. We're both so old, we should eat it all. Old Joe grabbed a handful from the plate and placed it in his wife's hands. Aunt Hua felt a little distressed, but then she realized what Old Joe said made sense. At her age, eating more good food would give her a few more years of life, and she could help take care of the grandchildren. Everyone would be happy. Then I eat it. Do you want some? No, I've been eating them for half a month, and I'm tired of them. I just want these peanuts. Old Joe walked over to the pot, scooped out the slightly burnt peanuts, and gnawed them with his scarce front teeth. Watching his wife happily eat, he couldn't help but feel happy. Similar scenes occurred all over the country. Anyone who returned from the cultivation world with souvenirs would mostly share them with family and friends. I've been eating this for half a month, so I can't miss this one. Something special like this always makes everyone happy. Brother, I just brought this back from out of town. Don't underestimate this fruit. It's incredible when used to make wine. Don't say I haven't been thinking of you. Mom and Dad, I'm going home tomorrow and brought you some local specialties. They can't be sent by mail. They're very precious. Anyway, I buy the tickets. Just wait for me at home tomorrow. Sister, you be out of confinement tomorrow, right? I bring some things to see. I can't explain it all right now, but wait until we meet tomorrow. You be surprised. Everyone was operating in secret. Some people divided the fruit, one on each side, wanting to share it with everyone close to them. Others were very efficient, saving it all for their closest relatives and even watching them eat it. Because private social interactions are relatively secretive, no clues have surfaced online, but if they do happen, word will leak out. One young person, unable to resist sharing, posted a message like this under the necklace raffle link a while ago. My brother came back with a big bag of goodies, and gave me a fruit that looked like an eyeball. I ate it, and my myopia decreased. At first, no one paid attention to this comment. But when the poster noticed no one was paying attention, he couldn't resist posting evidence in the comments. 2 pictures. One was a round fruit that actually looked a bit like an eye. The other was a comparison of myopia before and after. The day before, my left eye was 500 degrees, and my right eye was 600 degrees. The next day, I went to a different clinic for testing, and my left eye was 120 degrees, and my right eye was 180 degrees. Website surfers rushed in, their brows furrowed, sensing something unusual. Chapter 233. I wonder if anyone has noticed. This title suddenly appeared on the Qingxi necklace community. Everyone clicked on it to take a look. I wonder if anyone has noticed something. The person with the alternate world working holiday visa on the half-month necklace details page should have returned. But why is there so little news online? Netizens who saw this recalled it. It seems so. There was a lot of buzz about it before, and the media even live broadcasted those people entering the X-Province Hall together. I just searched online. They returned a few days ago and took photos, but for some reason no one has shared their experience. How weird. It seems so. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. No one has shared it. There's only one weird comment. What comment? Hey, I just saw it. It must be some kid bragging. I don't know where they found the pictures, but they look pretty real. Image netizens took a closer look and realized it was a user claiming their brother had just returned and brought him some mysterious eye fruit, which he claimed would reduce his myopia. There are so many outrageous things here. I don't know where to begin. Let me just say, aside from surgery, myopia is irreversible, so you still need to be careful with your eyes. How funny! So, are there really no winners reporting back? Where did they go for the last half month? This is terrifying. Could the return trip photos be fake? Could the person actually be dead? Otherwise, it's hard to explain the lack of news online. Oh my god, that's horrible. Luckily I won but didn't go. I can't bear to watch this anymore, so I'm speaking out. Is it possible that everyone who went there got something good and made a fortune, so they're not telling anyone about it? How good can something be? A luxury car or a villa? I don't need anything like that, okay? The rich guy above to be considered a good thing. It's naturally something money can't buy, like improving your health. Here's a tip. You can compare the winning group's departure and return photos. The internet is never short of people who want to join in the fun, and everyone was quite energetic, so they immediately found and put the photos together. This comparison is truly remarkable. It's unlike anything you'd expect. On their departure, everyone looked perfectly normal, like any other person. But on their return, anyone with eyes could see that everyone was in great spirits, their complexions rosy and radiant, their spirits high, and their spirits high and high. Is it just my imagination? Why do they look so energetic on their return? Not sure. I take another look. To confirm the truth, netizens found more photos. Comparing the departure and return photos, one by one, it's true that it wasn't an illusion. Everyone who returned looked healthy, as if they'd been taking a 2-week tonic. I suddenly remembered the kid earlier who said his brother brought him eye fruit. It's bizarre, but I can't think of a reason to refute it right away. Can you please stop being so superstitious? Working all day, then suddenly going out for half a month, you'd have a rosy, glowing complexion too. That's the effect of vacation. It's the same no matter where you go. That makes sense. So the kid earlier who said eye fruit was just talking nonsense. I can't bear it anymore, so let's be honest. My neighbor's kid went there. They say they plant trees every day, but the food is amazing, unlike anything on earth. It makes you feel good. It's not illegal, it's simply good for your health. Well, since you said it, I say it too. Actually, we slipped through the X-Province Hall into another place. After some discussion, it seems like it might be a dilapidated cultivation world. Even if it's not a cultivation world, it's at least a low spiritual power martial arts world. That's about it. Can you please stop talking nonsense? Believe it or not, by the way, there's a large area waiting to be planted there. They say there's a second round of lottery, so if you're interested, you can go and participate. This comment was seen by many netizens. Regardless of belief, 60% of them immediately clicked on the link for the new Pure Heart necklace and scrolled down to see the details. Rewards: the second round of different world working holiday visas will begin drawing in 3 days. For details, please call XXX. Official team leader, Mysterious Hall, rosy-cheeked tourists returning on time 15 days later. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and everyone's thoughts were different. But when all the guesses coalesced, 99% of them clicked. I want to participate, just click on it. Clicking on the screen won't do anything. Winning isn't a sure thing. If you don't win, that's perfectly normal, but what if you do? Wouldn't that mean you could get to experience something new? Food that improves your health. Impossible, but what if? With this in mind, many people clicked on the registration form, while others waited and watched. Then, a screenshot of a streamer's comments in a fan group surfaced online. I want to become an immortal, my die-hard fans. Please enter the prize draw link on the back of that necklace. Don't say I didn't think of you when I had good things to offer. I want to become an immortal. I have a relative who claims to be 10 years younger, conservatively speaking, and 20 years younger, and people still believe him. I want to become an immortal. It's hard to say much, and we can't publicize it. This stuff isn't scientific, so the officials are being secretive. Just let everyone know. How Gwagwa? I don't understand. What does it mean? I want to become an immortal. Look at the literal meaning of the lottery details. Another world working holiday visa. Take a closer look, and that's exactly what it means. How Gwagwa? Huh? This was also the first reaction of most netizens when they saw this screenshot. Another world working holiday visa? Are there really other worlds? In an instant, like a revelation, all the information came together. The lottery link inexplicably appeared on the back of the national necklace. The official team led the team to the X-Province Hall. Half a month later, everyone showed up on time, their faces rosy and radiant. Mysterious rumors on the internet. Everything pointed to the most unlikely possibility. The raffle link is real. There really is an alternate world where everyone works, eats delicious food every day, and returns transformed. Being 20 years younger is no longer a dream. All it takes is one win through the link. For a brief moment, many netizens' minds connected, and they all reacted in the same way. They opened the shopping app, flipped to the pure hard necklace's details, and frantically clicked on the raffle link. I want to enter. I want to enter. I want to enter. Sorry. The raffle hasn't started yet. Sorry. The raffle hasn't started yet. The notifications kept popping up, and everyone stood there for 3 minutes before calming down and putting their hands down. Haha, how could this be possible? It can't be real. Thoughts raced through my mind, but everyone's hands were honest. We quickly added the link to our carts and set our alarms, ready to click on it the moment the draw opened. I had to win. Well, since everyone pretty much knows, I reveal a little more. The food there is truly delicious. Different colors correspond to different elements, so it's incredibly unique. Am I the only one who loves that fried leaf dish? So crispy, and it's supposed to help with fatigue. I always sleep soundly after eating it, dreamless. My dad says he likes the yellow fruit best. It's very sticky, like rice cakes, but with a fruity flavor. I also like the purple one. It's thin-skinned and juicy, like a little popcorn. Holy crap, there are so many flavors. My dad said there were only 2 or 3, but he's been eating them all himself. I like the black one best. Netizens familiar with the world of cultivation chatted obliviously, leaving the others stunned. How could this be so real? The back and forth between them didn't seem made up. Some others clicked on the raffle link and added it to their carts, thinking to themselves, if it's real, then success or failure depends on this one move. 3 days passed in a flash, and more people online learned about this. By the day the raffle opened, almost half of the netizens knew about it. Except for the extremely skeptical, the rest clicked I want to participate. After all, it was just a matter of putting in some effort. What if this incredible opportunity really happened? Yeet Seafling was working diligently. More precisely, he was increasing the spiritual energy of the first batch of planted saplings. It would take too long for the saplings to grow. It would be better if he put in some effort, channeling a little spiritual energy into each one. By the time everyone in this world had finished their work, the forest would be basically complete. This two-pronged approach was highly efficient. Yeet Seafling channeled spiritual energy into each tree one by one, placing his hands on the slender trunks. Green spiritual energy melted into the trees, like dots of fluorescent light. The saplings visibly grew an inch taller, their leaves trembling in the wind, as if they knew someone was helping them. Take a break. Don't tire yourself out. Ying Fengshuan brought a large handful of fruit and fed them one by one. At first, Yeet Seafling didn't think anything was wrong. He ate while working, and almost as soon as he swallowed one, the next was already at his mouth. Yeet Seafling ate the fruit and channeled spiritual energy into the trees. After he had channeled spiritual energy into all the trees, he found that the spiritual energy hadn't decreased at all, and was even slightly higher than at the beginning. Eating fruit. Yi Zifeng turned his head. Don't tire yourself out. Ying Fangxuan's expression was impassive, but he stretched out his sleeve and gently wiped the non-existent sweat from Yi Zifeng's face. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but smile. Ying Fangxuan? Yeah. Ying Fangxuan felt a little hopeful, secretly thinking Yi Zifeng wouldn't praise him. Seeing him like this, Yi Zifeng swallowed the grumble that was about to hit his lips. Although Ying Fangxuan read all sorts of random stuff every day, and his character changed every day, his only motive was to talk about love and make him happy. Okay. Thank you for feeding me just now. You're so thoughtful. Yi Zifeng smiled as he said this. It's okay. Ying Fangxuan finally couldn't help it, his lips curling up as he looked at Yi Zifeng, who was also smiling. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was still very happy. The two of them stared at each other and laughed for a while. Yi Zifeng was the first to give in. As soon as he reached out his hand, Ying Fangxuan pulled him into his arms. Ying Fangxuan rested his chin on Yi Zifeng's head and sniffed gently, taking in the fresh aroma of the grass. Suddenly, an inspiration struck him. He cupped Yi Zifeng's cheek and kissed his eyes. Yi Zifeng blinked. Ying Fangxuan couldn't resist and kissed him on the other side. The fresh aroma of the grass lingered around his nose, penetrated his body, and gradually wrapped around his heart. Chapter 234. The two of them clung to each other for a long time, until Ying Fangxuan finally regained some clarity after being pushed apart. Time for the lottery, Yi Zifeng warned coldly. Oh. Ying Fangxuan's head was groggy, but his body was obedient. He quickly retrieved the necessary equipment from his storage space, connected to the local network, and within 3 seconds, he was on the lottery page, entering the drawing with a single click. Second batch of 1,000 spots. The lottery system was loaded with a lot of information. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, intelligent technology, and some mysterious and subtle fate. With all these factors mixed together, even the two of them weren't sure who they would win. But it wasn't a big deal. As long as they could work, it would be fine. Even if they couldn't work when they first arrived, a couple of extra meals of spiritual fruit would help them recover. Within 3 days, they'd be planting trees with everyone else. Yi Zifeng and Ying Fangxuan looked at the list of winners together, each name revealing itself. Amidst the dense crowd, some looked familiar, as if they had come to him for fortune-telling. What's wrong? Ying Fangxuan asked, tilting his head. Nothing, just a slight impression. Yi Zifeng didn't turn. Ying Fangxuan stared at his profile, his throat strangely dry. The close contact just now was like a key, unlocking another door. What lay behind that door? Ying Fangxuan didn't dare to say, fearing Yi Zifeng would discover his filthy ways. Okay. Yi Zifeng straightened up. Send the winning information? Oh. Ying Fangxuan quickly lowered his head, typing away at the program. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever, Ying Fangxuan? Yi Zifeng's voice was light and airy. Ying Fangxuan didn't dare speak, clearly aware that Yi Zifeng had noticed something was wrong with him. How could he put it? They'd been together since childhood, thousands of years together, and they knew each other incredibly well. It's just, Ying Fangxuan had never been so troubled before. A little hot, maybe I'm stuffy. It was a terribly lame lie, so obvious it was a lie. Ying Fangxuan lowered his head and accepted the judgment, thinking he'd accept it even if Yi Zifeng slapped him. He lowered his head, but Yi Zifeng's judgment didn't come for a long time. He only heard a very soft laugh, and then his face was pinched and pulled. Hurry up and send the text. If you're still daydreaming, you be punished. Ying Fangxuan's face flushed, and he lowered his head to work. Yin Country's internet was going wild again. But it wasn't because of the text message. The night before the winning announcement was sent out, a video suddenly appeared online. A live streamer on a certain platform, known for his food, drinks, and entertainment, with a considerable following, suddenly and mysteriously pulled out something that looked like a wild fruit, but with a vibrant pink-purple hue. When held up to the light, it looked like a galaxy of stars swirling inside. Family, my mom gave me this. She said it was imported fruit from a relative. Imported fruit here isn't from abroad. It seems to be from another planet. The live streamer's exaggerated expression was a perfect addition to the show. Initially, fans were skeptical, but then some suddenly remembered the mythical otherworldly fruits circulating online. No way, is this real? Other fans, uninformed, began asking what it was, and after a brief explanation, they were also shocked. What the hell? A working holiday visa in another world, good food, and eating mysterious spiritual fruit every day, it's a little outrageous, I'm not sure. But after a second look, it's truly outrageous. But sometimes, when something is so outrageous, people don't object, because it transcends common sense and leaves everyone speechless. They say this fruit is good for your health. Let's try it. The streamer held the pink-purple juice in front of the camera and turned it, as if to show every angle clearly. Let's try it now. The streamer popped the fruit into his mouth and closed his eyes, as if savoring it. But 20 seconds passed, and still nothing happened. Is the live stream stuck? Is it stuck too? Oh my god! The streamer suddenly spoke, startling the fans. Sorry, I'm going to stop the live stream now. I need to enter the raffle. Time's almost up. The streamer frantically picked up his phone and spent 5 seconds tapping away. When he put it down, the fans were still a little confused. What's going on? Hand speed so fast? A sharp-eyed viewer had already recorded the screen, and upon seeing this, they had a sudden inspiration to capture that moment and compare it to the host's previous live stream. Many netizens, curious about the situation, analyzed it and came to a conclusion. At that moment, the host's hand speed was 5 times his usual speed, a true miracle. Some others secretly registered through the raffle link. While the explanation was fantastical, all current signs pointed to the visa being genuine and potentially offering a miraculous opportunity. Did you register for that? That? I did. The internet was buzzing with undercurrents, and uninformed netizens, upon seeing this, became curious about the situation. After digging deeper, they also secretly registered through the link. The number of applicants grew exponentially, but no one publicized the news. In this atmosphere of secrecy, thousands of people received the winning notification. Congratulations on winning. 15-day working holiday visa to another world. Please contact local officials and travel to your destination with the other winners. Everyone's eyes widened, their minds awestruck. They secretly packed their bags and made their way to the main hall of Province X. Now, they couldn't keep it secret. Hundreds of millions of eyes from across the country were focused on this place. As the backpack-toting tourists gathered, a live video feed was already streaming online. You can see, the second group of winners has already emerged. I don't know why they're all wearing the same clothes and black masks. Make way, make way. We have the right to protect the privacy of our visitors. Please leave, and don't delay our trip. Security personnel dispersed any unauthorized individuals, and the thousands of uniformed and masked tourists finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the officials were being overly cautious, but it turned out to be absolutely necessary. This event was so popular, yet so few people were discussing it. Could it be all being done in secret? Everyone's eyes froze, feeling like they'd uncovered a secret. Let's go! The official team leader had experience, but since there were so many people this time, they still emphasized the rules in detail, including that everyone was on a diplomatic mission and needed to take the lead in building good relationships and working diligently to avoid being set back and wasting their chances. The staff were so serious that everyone had to adjust their demeanor. But even with all that preparation, they were still stunned when they stepped through that mysterious door. Unlike the endless barren expanse of land rumored, a lush green forest now lay ahead. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the air with a rich, moist scent of grass and trees. It's hard to describe the smell, but it felt incredibly soothing, as if lungs accustomed to the smell of cement and dust had been cleansed from top to bottom, and every breath was filled with the scent of green. The official staff glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Are these the saplings they'd planted? It's only been a few days, and each tree is nearly 3 meters tall. So fast, so incredible. Captain, where are we going now? The crowd, who had been so furious just moments before, was overcome with fear, primarily because it was so incredible. Just standing there, one could tell this was someplace extraordinary. The staff regained their composure and led their men back to the base. Get to work. Aside from the addition of a small grove of incredibly fresh air, everything else was just as rumored. Every day, we dug the soil, planted the crops, and fetched water. The food was excellent, with a wide variety of fruits, and occasionally, you'd see tiny fiery red crystals in the bowl. What is this? An older man scooped up the fiery red crystals with a spoon. I don't know. Since it's in the bowl, it must be edible. It tastes okay to me, though a little hard. The young man next to him was quite carefree, scooping spoonful after spoonful from the bowl. That's right. The older man didn't hesitate, popping the fiery red crystals into his mouth. It doesn't taste like anything, but it's quite hard. The work team heard a crunching sound. If they hadn't had their teeth strengthened a few days ago, No one would have dared to eat this. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch. The sound of people chewing crystals echoed from all directions. It was quite addictive, I had to admit. After eating, I felt warm all over, and even when I stopped by the river to get water, I didn't feel the coldness of the stream anymore. It was magical. From then on, no one scrutinized the contents of their bowls. They ate whatever was given to them. Even once, when they saw a black mass, they ate it without blinking. It was quite sticky, with a hint of berry aroma. Everyone enjoyed their meal. Eating was their biggest anticipation each day. As soon as they opened their eyes, they got to work. Those who dug, dug, those who planted trees, and those who enjoyed running around fetched water. When the huge bucket sank into the river, their strong arms lifted it up with a single effort. The sense of accomplishment was incredible. It felt so good to be healthy. I loved running around and eating. Xiao Qian felt this most deeply. Before coming here, she had a very slender figure, and she couldn't help but look at herself with a critical eye. She'd gained weight again, her legs weren't as thin, and her face could be a little smaller. She wasn't eating tonight. She had to lose weight. She had become emaciated, weak, and unable to eat. Her stomach seemed to have a mind of its own, rejecting all food. If she ate, she would vomit. The vomiting made her even weaker, her cheeks sunken, her eyes darkened, and she survived on only the most basic of foods. She couldn't work anymore. When she felt better, she could only lie in bed and look at her phone. Perhaps the heavens had heard her prayers, and by chance, she had come across these mysterious online comments. She shouldn't have paid attention to such things, but for some reason, perhaps it was fate, an inexplicable feeling made her press the participate button. I want to participate, so she stood there. At first, she could only do the simplest tasks, helping pass the saplings from the bag. But even then, her limbs gradually weakened, her eyes darkened, until the soft, fresh fruity flavor entered her mouth and melted into her body. It was strange, feeling like a piece of dry earth, but heaven was showering down a steady stream of sweet rain. Her body gradually regained its vitality, her limbs gradually regained strength. 3 days later, she left her post helping with the delivery, and picked up a hoe, gradually digging the ground beneath her feet. It felt so easy, so powerful, the world felt gentle and light, nothing was hard anymore. Xiao Qian dug a hole with a hoe in a few strokes, and then continued along the planned route, digging with her head down, working tirelessly until she felt a little tired. She looked back and saw that she had dug at least 3 acres of land. What a sense of accomplishment! Xiao Qian felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, her small achievement swelling and swelling, almost filling her entire body. She was so capable. She could plow 3 acres of land without stopping. Look at these holes, each one so neatly arranged. Look at the neatly arranged soil. Humph. Xiao Qian felt an unprecedented sense of control, the power radiating from her body, as if controlling her own destiny was effortless. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Come on, come on. We have a new treat today, fried sticky fruit. It's sticky, fragrant, and chewy. Xiao Qian put the hoe down and ran towards the direction of the call. Line up, line up. You won't get your meal until you're in line. Hurry up, hurry up. Chapter 235. Everyone enjoyed every meal with relish. Normally, eating the same fruits every day would tire them, but for some reason, the sight of the colorful fruits in the bowl gave me a strong appetite, as if my body had a mind of its own, and I couldn't wait to suck everything into my mouth. Smells so good. Delicious. Crunch, crunch. The sounds of eating filled the air from all directions. Especially today, there were new varieties. Sticky, glutinous fruits with a unique texture, soft yet chewy. Xiao Qian sorted the fruits in the bowl according to her preferences, starting with those she disliked, moving from hard to soft, from sour to sweet. After finishing a bowl, she felt as if she had traveled, feeling happy and light. Xiao Qian put down the leaf bowl in her hand, and quietly felt her healthy body. She felt happy just sitting still. If nothing unexpected happened, the captain would call for lunch soon. After dinner, wash your own bowls. You have 2 hours of free time. Xiao Qian took her bowl and ran, running to the cool river. She rinsed it, dried it with paper, and folded it into her bag. She looked around, and seeing no one was paying attention, she ran south. A cool breeze whistled past her ears, and her nose was filled with the refreshing aroma of grass and trees. The saplings on either side receded one by one in her sight. Her limbs were strong and powerful, as if her legs could carry her to wherever she wanted to go. Xiao Qian couldn't help but smile. Her heart seemed to fly out of her chest, circling around her, and then drifting away. Almost there, I see it soon. Xiao Qian ran forward with all her might, the trees receding in a rustling swirl. She ran for who knows how long before a dark mountain finally appeared in her sight. Almost at the first sight of the mountain, Xiao Qian felt a sense of awe-inspiring power. It's hard to describe the feeling. The mountain seemed alive, sitting majestically and imposingly there. But Xiao Qian didn't stop. As her past weakness faded, her new flesh and blood filled her with strength. She wanted to run forward. She wanted to see this place more clearly. Although she didn't know exactly where it was, she wanted to know the place that had given her new life. Her limbs were already aching, but she gritted her teeth and ran forward. She ran for who knows how long, and the massive mountain gradually became clearer in her sight. Countless dark rocks piled together, and an orange river flowed through them, its currents like a beating heart. Xiao Qian stopped, panting, hunched over, supporting herself on her knees, looking from the massive volcano to herself. What a wonderful, beautiful scenery! Xiao Qian plopped down on the ground, feeling the soreness from the workout. Even though she was tired, she was happy. A towering volcano stood before her, a lush green forest behind her. Sitting there, she felt a lightness she had never felt before. Xiao Qian sat there, and once she felt her body recover, she rested her chin on the ground and took in the view. After a while, she glanced down at the time. There were still 40 minutes until lunch break ended, so it was almost time to go back. Xiao Qian was about to stand up when she felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned around and saw a furry orange figure. Suddenly realizing something, she looked up blankly and saw a huge bear standing behind her, staring down at her. Then, it placed something on her head. Xiao Qian's mind went blank as she watched the bear slowly walk toward the volcano, its orange figure disappearing into the shattered rock. It took her a long time to react. She took the object off her head and took a closer look. It was an egg-sized stone, orange and gleaming in the sun. Xiao Qian sat there for a moment, stunned, looking at the volcano, then back at her hand, where the orange stone still gleamed, as if reflecting on this adventure. Tick-tick. The alarm clock rang. She had to go back. If she didn't run, she wouldn't be able to plant the trees in time. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth, put the stone in her pocket, and shouted to the rock, "Thank you." Then she ran back, clutching her pocket. She had to hurry. If she didn't run, it would be too late. Everyone was working very hard. Looking down, thousands of people looked like tiny black ants, carrying and planting trees one by one. The green on the barren earth gradually grew, like dots of fluorescence, or a spreading galaxy. The second group also finished planting trees and returned. With their increasingly robust bodies, and subtly different souvenirs, they reluctantly and unhappily embarked on their return journey. As soon as they opened the door, they saw countless people squatting in the main hall of Province X, cameras mounted. The second group was also blinded by the flash, but fortunately, the team leader had warned them to shield their eyes with their hands when returning home, as the flash could be harmful to their eyes. The internet quickly became abuzz again. The first group had 100 people, so the number of people sharing was limited. The second group had 1,000, so the number of people showing off was enormous. Everyone was watching the second group, so the related content went viral as soon as it was released. Talking about my experience in another world. As everyone knows, the raffle link on the back of the necklace is for a working holiday visa to another world. At first, we all thought it was impossible, but we signed up with a hint of uncertainty. But this time, I want to tell you that it's genuine, pure, and even though it's a bit ridiculous, it's absolutely true. The girl who posted the video was also filled with disbelief. Look at it now, it seems like a dream, but look at my arms, look at these muscles. The girl slapped her biceps, making a snapping sound. Look, aren't they powerful? I know you're not familiar with me, and might not realize how impressive I am. Let me show you a photo of me from a month ago. Look, that skinny guy in the middle. If the biceps weren't impressive enough, everyone was shocked when the photo was pulled out. The stick figure-like girl in the photo was actually the muscular blogger in the video, with toned limbs. But everyone, be prepared. Although it's a working holiday visa, the holiday portion isn't much. We work every day. We have free time, but it's so desolate there, there's almost nothing to do besides wandering around. The girl in the video suddenly smiled. Wandering around is fine though. It's quite fun. Everyone was stunned. They were split second between wondering if the working holiday visa in another world was real, and then wondering if they were actually going there to work every day. Although the food was good, it still felt a bit strange. But everyone quickly dismissed this strange feeling. For no other reason than the third round of visa draws had begun. 10,000 people. This time, No one needed to hint. Anyone who knew the information clicked on the prize draw. Work is work. Staying up 24 hours is worth it. And getting to visit a legendary other world and getting better health is simply the best thing you can dream of. Is this true? It can't be. I still don't think it's scientific at all. Some people were desperately trying to resist. I don't know, but the universe is so vast, there are so many things we don't understand. Why are you so stubborn? Everyone won the prize draw. The third batch of winners gathered from all over the country, one after another, stepping through that door. Half a month later, they emerged with rosy faces and strong limbs, happily sharing their experiences online. It's incredibly beautiful, not at all like the desolate scene I heard a few days ago. The trees in the middle are so tall, several stories high. In half a month, I've been farming every day and even learned to climb trees. Needless to say, I'm quite good at it. With my physique, I feel like I could be a fitness trainer. How can I get more souvenirs? I've even applied for overtime, but it's not working. I really want them, and one bag isn't enough. In response to the above, it's one bag per person, and there's a rule that you can't steal someone else's. If someone reports you, all 9 clans will lose their chance to win. What? 9 clans? Damn, this isn't fair. What if I get implicated? What kind of fuel rule is this? Actually, this is a setting for the leader of the alternate world, but the officials secretly told us. I've been honest. But this rule isn't reasonable at all. The 9 clans are too vast, and many innocent people will be implicated. But being selected is a huge opportunity. After all, even opportunities are conditional. Initially, these comments weren't very popular, and not many people saw them. But by evening, someone noticed that the officials had secretly liked this one. An uproar erupted online. Many people with ulterior motives were stunned. The phrase punishing 9 generations of a clan was so archaic and feudal that everyone was initially unable to react. You couldn't steal someone else's souvenirs. If caught, all 9 generations of your clan would be disqualified from winning the prize. Those with ulterior motives shuddered, dreading the prospect of being scolded by their relatives. It was too horrifying. Many people immediately became resigned, unwilling to test the other world's lottery mechanism to see if it was truly that impressive. It was already another world, a completely transformed existence. It looked unscientific, but 9 out of 10 times it was truly that impressive. More people signed up for the other world working holiday visa. The 4th group lined up to enter, and emerged beaming with joy. The 5th group. The 6th group. As the other world photos posted online transformed into an endless, impenetrable, dense forest, the lottery-linked details indicated that the final draw would take place. The final draw would draw 100,000 people. When 100,000 people set foot on the land of the cultivation world, worked diligently for half a month, and devoured all the fruit planted by Ing Fangxuan, Yi Zifeng knew that this world would soon come to an end. The once barren land was now teeming with greenery. The first batch of saplings had already taken root, their branches and leaves lush as if reaching the sky. Beyond them came the second batch, the third batch. Soon, aided by his spiritual power, these trees would sink their roots into the earth, their branches and leaves reaching out to the heavens and the earth, stretching their bodies day and night. Great! Another area has been planted. Wood element spiritual energy is already flowing through the trees, bit by bit, as if testing the heavens and the earth. I'm going out for a while. Ing Fangxuan passed by the tree, carrying various farming tools. Ever since observing people working closely, he had learned how to use them. Go, go! From the top of the tallest tree, Yi Zifeng watched Ing Fangxuan slowly walk out to the plot of land planted specifically for him. Ing Fangxuan began to sow seeds, but he didn't know what he was sowing this time. Chapter 236. When Yi Zifeng finished Ing Fangxuan's newly created platter of 999 oversized spiritual fruits, he realized it was time to embark on the next world. A volcano sat at the edge of the forest, its lava circulating along a mechanical track. The newly grown forest was lush and green, its still tender branches swaying gently in the wind. The next world was. Yi Zifeng extended 2 fingers, his spiritual energy radiating into the compass, the needle spinning continuously. The zombie world. The needle passed. And then Yi Zifeng remembered that world was full of mechanical birds, not a single living one, so that kind of predestined connection was lacking. The one before that was a world of barren land and earthworm fertilizer. The needle passed again. That world contained only soil, and he had brought back all the earthworms. Okay, then the next one. The compass word, the needle spinning endlessly, the location symbols lighting up one by one. Through the whirring spiritual energy, one could see. A world of weak high technology and spirit monkeys. If memory serves, there are quite a few monkeys left in this world. Many living monkeys, even more mechanical monkeys. After thinking for less than a second, Yeet Sifeng figured out how to call for help. The high-tech world is convenient. Almost everyone has a monkey. The Switch is readily available, so there's no need to gather and come together. A world of weak high technology. Qianqian is a rock climbing enthusiast, of course, only in recent years. Before the monkeys arrived in this world, she was like most people, lying in bed every day, eating and sleeping. The only drawback was her declining health. How can one be both healthy and happy? She worried daily, and had her smart butler create a series of plans for her, including, but not limited to, waking up at 8 a.m. and going to bed at 9 p.m., and eating healthy meals at every meal. But once the choice is yours, regret is always easy. The smart butler beeped, reminding her that it was time to exercise. She lay on the sofa, fighting procrastination for half an hour, but finally gave in. Cancel exercise plan. The smart butler paused for 3 seconds. Okay, cancelled. The days went by like this, and even if she only exercised 3 days a month, she was considered disciplined. Her body was getting weaker and weaker. Even though her checkup showed no major problems, and even though the smart doctor reminded her daily to exercise, she continued to live without self-discipline. She struggled and procrastinated repeatedly, and even if she won every 9 losses, she considered the situation good. Until a new favorite from another world has arrived. Draw it in a blind box format. She loved winning blind boxes. But at the time, she never imagined that this would be a switch that would unlock a new life with a flick of the switch. Each one was a mechanical personal pet, each one different. Hers had a large bow on its head, elegant and sweet, but it also loved extreme sports. Parkour, rock climbing, skydiving. Qianqian always stood in the wind, watching her monkey swing back and forth between heaven and earth, feeling utterly helpless. Humph. Qianqian woke promptly at 7 a.m., rushed to the bathroom, and began washing up. Halfway through brushing her teeth, she said hello to her little monkey with the bow, then finished her brushing and had breakfast. A large plate of steamed dumplings, a plate of vegetables, a bowl of meatball soup, and 2 eggs. The monkey and she quickly devoured them. Then, they grabbed their gear and headed out. Today was the weekly neighborhood brawl. Qianqian encountered many people and monkeys along the way, all of them high-spirited and motivated. Like her, they were all aiming for first place in the neighborhood brawl. Qianqian exchanged glances with her monkey, and both saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Determined to win, the man and the monkey quickened their pace, jogging down the road, occasionally leaping onto tall buildings and landing lightly on their toes. The brawl venue was suddenly at hand. The match hadn't even begun. The man and the monkey sat next to each other, massaging each other's legs with their latest massage techniques. Afterward, they observed the other human-monkey pairs, paying particular attention to their rivals. Then, they exchanged glances, and saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The competition was about to begin. The people and monkeys formed a circle, each wearing professional protective gear. Even through their sunglasses, the fighting spirit in each other's eyes was clear. The competition was intense. Humans, monkeys, and monkeys fought each other, supporting each other, digging holes for each other, jumping back and forth, chasing each other, and turning into enemies. The process was chaotic, but the outcome was clear. Qianqian and the little monkey with the bow tie took 3rd place. First place went to a professional boxer and her agile monkey. Second place went to a large mechanical monkey, whose attacks were powerful, and with the cooperation of its owner, it smashed the opponent's fists. Qianqian was delighted to win 3rd place. It wasn't because they didn't work hard enough, but because their opponents were too good. She looked down at her monkey with the bow tie. The turquoise bow she had tied today fluttered in the wind, looking incredibly fragile. It's okay. 3rd place is impressive too. In my heart, you're the most perfect little monkey in the world. Qianqian spoke without hesitation. Look at this bow. How artistic. Monkeys more artistic than you aren't as agile as you, monkeys more agile than you aren't as brave as you, and monkeys braver than you aren't as aesthetically pleasing as you. You're the perfect balance, the most perfect monkey in the world. Qianqian finished her praise, watching the turquoise bow twitch with satisfaction. Although it sounded a bit strange, she still believed that her mechanical monkey was happy. In this high-tech world, it's normal for programs to have their own emotions. Right? Qianqian and the little monkey with the bow walked back happily. Mood +3. Favorability +1. Total favorability reaches 90. Starting hidden program. Ding dong. Hidden program loading successfully. Locate the cultivation world. Locate successfully. Loading. Qianqian had been walking along the road obliviously. Just as she was about to slow down to admire the flowers and trees on either side, she noticed her little monkey had stopped. Hidden benefit claim? A screen with a mechanical monkey popped up in front of Qianqian. Hidden benefit? Qianqian's mind raced, but without a second's caution, she pressed it. Claim. The screen at her fingertips suddenly shimmered into dots of light, climbing up her body along her fingers. An irresistible suction gripped her, and amidst the chaos, Qianqian spotted her bow-tied monkey. The monkey blinked, then reached out to her. In that instant, Qianqian's heart settled. Perhaps it was a newly developed benefit program. Qianqian held onto her little monkey amidst the irresistible suction. When she regained sight, she froze. She rubbed her eyes for 3 minutes, her eyelids aching. The same scene remained before her. Unfamiliar trees, a dense, expansive forest, a blanket of green. A breeze rustled the branches overhead, rustling. So what was this? The latest game? Qianqian felt something was off. The mechanical monkey's hidden perk was the latest forest game. As everyone knows, the purpose of developing the mechanical monkey was to encourage people to exercise more, embrace nature, and embrace real life. So, the hidden perk couldn't be to get people back to playing games. So, Qianqian, with a steely heart, pinched her thigh hard, the intense pain causing her to cry out. She rubbed her eyes for another 3 minutes and looked up. The same scene remained. A towering tree, a forest bathed in sunlight. She sat high on a tree trunk, watching her monkey hop around on the branches ahead. Qianqian realized for the first time that her own mechanical monkey also loved climbing trees. Its limbs flew, leaping effortlessly from tree to tree, spinning and leaping, clinging to the trunks and sliding down in circles. Qianqian was stunned. Her mind told her this was probably a game, but deep down, she suspected it might be real life. The mechanical monkey's hidden bonus was to transport the user to a pristine forest. But did that make sense? The landing point was still in the towering trees. The wind blew, and she swayed with the trunks, unable to accept it, unable to believe it. Qianqian squeezed her eyes tightly shut. Baby! I'm scared. Come catch me. It's too high. I'm about to fall. The little monkey with a bow in the distance suddenly stopped swinging, its program loading up its past interactions. Qianqian held it tenderly. Qianqian took it to buy protective gear. Qianqian gave it all sorts of things. Qianqian praised it as the most perfect and balanced little monkey in the world. The mechanical monkey with a bow blinked. Loading successful. The rescue program started. And so, Qianqian, swaying in the wind while clinging to the tree trunk, finally found her little monkey with a bow. She was led down the tree, placed beneath it, given 2 beautifully shaped leaves, and patted on the head. The alternate world bonus dungeon has officially begun. Mission 1, explore this area. Mission 2, reunite with your compatriots. Mission 3, exchange your labor for food, requires free exploration. Qianqian stared at the screen in disbelief, then glanced at her own well-behaved monkey, then back at the unfamiliar forest. So where exactly is this? Qianqian was certain this wasn't a game. Ever since global unification, when everyone started working 1 day and resting 11 days, there's no longer any talk of exchanging labor for food, even in games. So what exactly is this place? Could it be some ancient time when productivity was extremely backward? Qianqian, who had read many novels, covered her mouth and took 10 minutes to calm herself down. Never mind. At least she still had the mechanical monkey, at least she still had quests to complete. No matter what, she probably wouldn't starve to death. So where exactly is this place? Why are they exploiting the people so much? Qianqian stood up angrily, holding the monkey in her arms. She looked at the pop-up quest screen and prepared to complete the first and second quests simultaneously, exploring and searching for her compatriots. Wait. Compatriots? Qianqian suddenly realized something. If this wasn't a game, then were the compatriots here just like her, abducted from Yin country? All sorts of scenarios swirled through Qianqian's mind, but the monkey in her hand urged her on, flicking the screen back at her. Okay, I go right away. Qianqian didn't bother to consider the monkey's urgency. She was also a little hungry. Breakfast had already been digested, and her stomach was rumbling. But she looked around and saw nothing to eat. It seemed she had to complete the quest. With a bitter face, Qianqian held the monkey in her arms and circled the area 3 times. Just as she was about to do the 4th, she heard the quest reminder on the screen. Mission 1, explore this area. Completed. Loading rewards. A sudden noise came from the trees above. Qianqian belatedly looked up and saw 2 fruits falling from the sky, landing in her monkey's hands. Crunch! The monkey took a bite and, with his other hand, held a fruit to Qianqian's lips. Qianqian bit into it, and the fruit was juicy. Chapter 237. It's hard to describe the feeling at this moment. Ever since global unification brought convenience to life, she hadn't cried over food. What kind of feeling was this? The light juice splashed into her mouth, filling it with fruity aroma. The sweet, slightly sour taste spread across her tongue, intoxicating her mind. So this was what food was. Qianqian took the fruit from the little monkey's hand, tears streaming down her face as she chewed it. She had previously scoffed at online claims, like machine cooking has no soul, wondering how food could possibly have a soul. She was wrong. Qianqian sipped the juice from her hand. It turned out that food truly does have a soul. Qianqian looked at the fruit in her hand. It was bluish-purple, with naturally formed scars on it. It looked like the kind you'd find online, but no one would buy. Qianqian took another bite. The taste was light and perfect. The power of the food's soul flowed down her tongue and into her throat, washing over her soul. So light. Wait, Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes. People in the high-tech world are very sensitive to changes in their bodies, and she was no exception. She took another bite of the fruit in her hand, and suddenly realized that her body seemed to have truly become lighter. At that moment, all the system novels she had read flashed through her mind. Golden fingers, spiritual fruits, improved physical fitness, fulfilling one's wishes, heading towards a better life. Qianqian gnawed even harder. An adventure, it must be an adventure. No wonder it was said to be a hidden benefit. She nibbled, chewed first. The man and the monkey nibbled the fruit simultaneously, dropping the core into their mouths as they finished. What's the next task? I want to do it now. Qianqian suddenly became energized, a surge of unprecedented motivation. Task 2. Reunite with our compatriots. Qianqian carefully engraved these words in her mind. I'm ready, let's go now. Qianqian's fighting spirit was high, feeling she had never been so motivated. Working during the month was a necessary task, and the neighborhood fight was to make her monkey happy. But only now. For herself, a desire welled up from the depths of her soul. She wanted to complete the mission. She wanted to eat the big fruit. Reunite with our compatriots. Reunite with our compatriots. Qianqian picked up the monkey and set off. Her mind had never raced so fast before. She quickly dismissed the 3 laps she had just made and followed a newly mapped path, observing as she went. Fellow citizens, earthlings, this forest is so vast, there shouldn't be any primitive people. Qianqian was a little scared, but she held her monkey tightly. Odd changes, even remains the same. Odd changes, even remains the same. Is anyone here? A shout echoed through the wind. Qianqian, having heard it clearly, fell silent for a second. I need to complete a mission. Anybody join me? Qianqian hesitated for only 3 seconds before running over, monkey in hand. They met up. For fresh fruits fell from the sky, landing in the hands of 2 monkeys. Each of them took one, and in the lush green forest, they began to nibble on them. The fruits were juicy, fragrant, crisp, and incredibly sweet. Delicious, delicious. Slurp, slurp. The 2 men and the monkey were engrossed in their nibbling. After finishing their food, they glanced at each other, each seeing the ambition in the other's eyes. The third mission, a must-win. Although determined, problems soon arose. Task 3. Exchange your labor for food. Free exploration required. Exchange your labor for food. What kind of labor, and with whom? The 2 people and the 2 monkeys wandered around the forest, gradually reuniting with 8 other people, men and women, young and old. The only thing they had in common was that everyone was holding a monkey. Hidden benefit? Get it and you're in. Everyone exchanged secret codes, quickly realizing that everyone was the same. They had all received the hidden benefit while interacting with their monkeys, and had arrived here the moment they opened their eyes. I think this is a real hidden benefit. How do you feel now that you're here? A young man asked tentatively. I think it's quite delicious, an old man replied. Very juicy, and the flesh is sweet. A girl pursed her lips, savoring the fragrant aroma. I think it might even improve my physical fitness. Qianqian, stroking her chin, joined in. The 10 people looked at each other, and sure enough, they all saw determination in their eyes. We must complete the mission. The first 2 were so simple, yet they had already eaten such amazing things. The next one, exchanging labor for food, would surely receive something even better. Qianqian hugged the little monkey, wondering if she could ever eat all-you-can-eat fruit. The mere thought brought tears of happiness to her eyes. We must do this. Let's do it, all 10 of us. Someone in the crowd suggested. Ding dong. Congratulations on triggering squad mode. Size 10. Please follow the directions to your destination. The labor exchange mission has officially begun. Here we go! Someone in the crowd yelled, but no one blamed him, as everyone was so happy. Go, go, go! Let's go now! 10 people ran one after another along the route signs. Unsatisfied with their progress, they quickly lined up, and only continued forward when they saw they were in a neat line. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The old man leading the team automatically started shouting orders. He stepped on the unfamiliar ground, feeling the cool breeze. Green leaves rustled overhead, and the world was filled with a gentle, light atmosphere. I didn't expect to still be leading drills at such an old age. I really miss it. The old man thought as he ran, looking at the route signs, and ran forward step by step. Screwed in. Although it sounds a bit abrupt, the world is so sudden and magical. The 10-person team ran along the route signs, and as soon as they stopped, they were led by a construction team leader. According to the team leader, they arrived at their destination first, and each of them would lead a team of 10. He was the 5th, and 4 teams had already started working ahead of him. What kind of work are we supposed to do? Qianqian asked, holding the monkey. Good question. The team leader stroked his chin. Our team's mission is to lay the track. Of course, the professionals will handle the difficult parts, and we just do the odd jobs. Odd jobs simply means screwing in the screws. Qianqian, carrying her monkey on her back, worked tirelessly with a screwdriver. Halfway through, she wiped the sweat from her brow. The monkey on her back quickly handed her a tissue. As she wiped the sweat off her face, she suddenly felt the world was strange. What was going on? Wasn't she from the high-tech age? Hadn't machines replaced most manual labor? Why was she screwing in the screws now? And why was this screw so difficult? Captain, when can we eat? My hands are a little sore. The young man next to her shouted, twisting the screws as she did so. Qianqian looked around. Her teammates were working just as hard as she was, in this unfamiliar forest, studying the blueprints and finding oddly shaped screws to tighten. So where exactly was this place? Why were they here? Why did they have to tighten all these screws manually? And what would they ultimately gain in exchange for their labor? Qianqian stood still, the monkey on her back massaging her shoulders and back. Feeling the monkey's enthusiasm, her confusion was instantly dispelled. Fruit. She wanted more of this delicious fruit that touched her soul. She wanted to improve her health. She wanted to share it with the monkey. No matter, just tighten it. Qianqian grunted as she tightened the screws, carefully looking at the blueprints to find a similar shape. She carefully inserted it into the socket, the screwdriver turning rapidly and vigorously. She tightened countless screws, her hands nearly blistered. Finally, from a distance, a heavenly sound reached her. Eat, eat. No work today. Free time after eating. Rest after eating. Yeah. The 10-person team simultaneously dropped their tools and rushed over. Eat. God didn't let down any of their hard work. Every person and monkey received a bowl full of fruit, large and small, colorful, soft and hard, sour and sweet. Each one was perfect, with just the right flavor, blooming on the tip of the tongue and sliding down into the body. Qianqian declared that all her previous food had been in vain. This was food, a sweet, sour, and tender soul that melted into the body, bringing new insights and new opportunities for life. She was fine again. If there were a screw in front of her, she could keep screwing it, as long as she could eat something like this every day. Hard work pays off. Every day, screwing screws was necessary. Everyone's hands were becoming more and more nimble, the screwdrivers constantly turning. The blueprints were dazzling, but it wasn't a big deal. They just screwed them one by one. Through the day-to-day labor and the fruit eating, Qianqian clearly felt herself improving. Her hands were nimble and powerful, a screw a second. Her eyesight was sharpening, and she could clearly distinguish the subtle differences between screws and screw them into their corresponding holes with maximum speed. The endless trees swayed in the wind, and a subtle rustling sound echoed through the branches and leaves. But this time, the wind carried not only the scent of nature, but also the clanking of screws being tightened. Is this section almost finished? Ying Fengxuan, wearing glasses in a serious manner, carefully analyzed a large blueprint. Yes, it's time to work. Yi Zifeng was very cooperative, observing the corresponding area on the screen of his smart device. If planting a tree is like a green drop of water falling from the sky, gently and slowly spreading outward, then engineering in this world is like a spider weaving a web, line by line, slowly moving forward along the planned route. When Qianqian could tighten 3 screws per second, half a month had finally passed. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The hidden rewards for half a month have been loaded. Now everyone, gather your things and grab a bag. We should go home. The construction team leader spoke, but no one responded for a long time. The reason was simple. Everyone was too engrossed in tightening the screws. I felt like I'd become a node in the construction of the world, driving 3 screws per second, clanking and clanging, fingers flying. 3 per second, who else could do it better than me? Everyone was so engrossed that it took a moment for anyone to register what the captain had said. Go back? Everyone was stunned. Well, it's not like I haven't thought about going back, but isn't it a little too fast? I've only just mastered the skill of driving 3 screws per second. Can't you give me a little more time? I still want to improve and eat more of the food here. Aw, Captain, isn't that too fast? Qianqian was shocked, tightening the screws seriously. Hurry! Go back and spend time with your monkeys. Try to wait for the next batch. Hurry, or we won't have any souvenirs. Everyone quickly put down their tools and rushed to grab the souvenirs. Sure enough, a bag of fruit, overflowing with vibrant colors. Going home. Half a month had seemed like a dream. Only as I nibbled on the fruit I'd received as a gift did I feel a glimmer of reality. So, where exactly was that place, and how could I unlock the hidden perks again? Qianqian, distraught, sat on the sofa with her monkey, chewing on them. Attention, registration for Dajiang District's monthly neighborhood competition closes tonight. Interested parties and monkeys, please log into the community app before 8 p.m. tonight and enter your information to register. Attention. The sound of a loudspeaker outside suddenly reached Qianqian's ears, the information processing her mind. Man and monkey gnawed at the fruit, glancing at each other, each seeing the eagerness in their eyes. 3 minutes to register. Qianqian popped the core into her mouth, looking at her calloused hands, and smiled her first smile since returning home. Leveled up. Chapter 238. The days of waiting for the competition were agonizing. Qianqian discovered for the first time how competitive she truly was. Her sturdy limbs felt powerful, and her calloused hands yearned for victory. If even this couldn't win. Qianqian stepped onto the sofa at home and locked eyes with her own monkey, the butterfly-eyed monkey. They understood each other perfectly and nodded calmly. If even this couldn't win, she would give up her 1-day on 11-day off work schedule and return to work every month, honing her skills through a 9-to-5 routine. Thinking of this, Qianqian shuddered. Was this too much? Perhaps she could win. Through this thought, Qianqian honestly reached for the souvenirs. She found a fruit and took a bite. The juicy fruit, the light aroma, and the sweet and sour flavor bursting on her tongue soothed her trembling heart. She'd definitely win. As long as she practices diligently at home and prepares well, she'd definitely triumph. The competition starts in 3 days. During the 3 days awaiting the competition, Qianqian strictly adhered to a routine of early bedtimes, early rises, and frequent exercise. She even added hand exercises to her usual routine. She had purchased the necessary equipment online, but after a few attempts, she felt her practice wasn't up to par. So, she ordered a variety of screwdrivers and screws, frantically tightening them for 3 hours before finally finding her groove. This is the way it should be. This is the way it should be tightened. Time, like a spinning screw, moved forward bit by bit, and the 3 days flew by. Early morning on the day of the competition, Qianqian and her butterfly monkey each ate a large bowl of noodles. Afterward, they changed into their latest combat gear and headed towards the competition venue for a parkour sprint. Such a relief, such a comfort. After 2 weeks of working in an unfamiliar forest, my body had been completely transformed, brimming with new energy in a familiar place. Qianqian leaped, landing steadily on the rooftop in front of her. She glanced around, quickly finding her next foothold. She pushed herself up, leaped, and landed effortlessly, her body feeling like feathers. The heavy world fell, and her light body and mind effortlessly leaped up. Woo! Qianqian and her monkey danced and yelled, forgetting the street's noise decibel limit. Citizen 43838, you have exceeded the decibel limit. A fine of 100 yuan has been issued. The ticket has been mailed to your address. Please sign for it. Qianqian was stunned. She exchanged a look of bewilderment with her monkey for a moment, then immediately became obedient. Come on, baby. I carry you. Qianqian carried her little monkey on her back and walked obediently down the street, fearing she might lose control and start running cool again. She loved to yell, and shout when running cool. She dutifully walked to the competition venue, encountering many competitors and monkeys along the way. While she appeared modest and reserved as she greeted those she knew, Qianqian was actually already brimming with pride. She was no longer the same person she had been 2 weeks ago. She had spent 2 weeks training in the forest, eating magical fruits and tightening countless screws. She had been reborn, possessing a newfound strength. Long time no see, long time no see. Oh, your little treasure will definitely win this time. Thank you, thank you. After some adult socializing, Qianqian and her monkey finally entered the competition venue. At the sound of the starting gun, everyone and the monkeys rushed into the competition venue. The scene was chaotic, with people colliding with each other, people with monkeys, and monkeys with monkeys. Qianqian swung her left arm, blocking 3 men and 2 monkeys, and with a push of her right arm, she pushed away her muscular opponent. Her little monkey coordinated perfectly with her, leaping over the heads of the crowd and monkeys, constantly guiding her, ensuring she could defeat her opponent while she was at her peak strength. Qianqian had never felt so good before. Was this what it felt like to be powerful? Her strength flowed endlessly, coupled with the powerful, effortless skill she'd mastered in screwing a screw. She blocked 1 opponent with 1, 2 opponents with 2, and her body was incredibly light. She ran and leaped, moving left and right to block, even executing a powerful spin when necessary, using both hands and feet to clear the area. Qianqian was instantly captivated. If she hadn't been captivated, she would have noticed that many people had left the battlefield and were standing outside the arena, watching her with shocked expressions. But Qianqian didn't notice. The power in her limbs was endless, and her body and mind felt so light that it seemed she could reach anywhere. Qianqian visited every corner of the battlefield. Countless people and monkeys passed through her grasp, but anyone who approached her was practically ejected from the arena by a push, a kick, a shove, or a punch. If someone were to observe from above, they would see Qianqian like a whirlwind, leaving no trace wherever she went, whether human or monkey. The onlookers were stunned. Especially those who knew Qianqian before, their faces agape with disbelief. I must be seeing things. Isn't this Qianqian? How come I haven't seen her for half a month, and she's become so invincible? Qianqian and her monkeys threw themselves into the battle. It felt so good to be in control of almost everything. The world seemed relaxed and fun. The intense urban melee in the city seemed like a game to her. Qianqian quickly eliminated the other contestants. Some of the strongest ones, after a desperate struggle, were still eliminated. Qianqian reached out and pushed, but missed. Reflecting, she looked around and realized belatedly that she had won first place. Congratulations to this contestant. She's won first place in the Dajiang District Melee competition. Let's give her a round of applause. Pa 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 pa. The crowd applauded as this warrior and her bow-tied monkey stepped onto the podium and, under the gaze of countless neighbors, received the glittering medal. First place in the Dajiang District Melee competition. Qianqian finally broke free from her battle mode. She looked at the glittering lettering and exchanged a glance with her little monkey, both grinning. Yeah. Qianqian held up her medal. Hello, can I ask you about your thoughts on this competition? Qianqian was a little surprised that there were reporters around, but she quickly caught on. Oh, so she's the champion? No wonder someone's interviewing her. My thoughts are. Qianqian thought for a moment. People still need to eat well and exercise regularly. Getting proper exercise is really important. With a healthy and strong body, you find everything effortless. That's absolutely right. The reporter praised her. It seems like this citizen has a lot of experience with exercise. Can you share what kind of exercise you usually do? Qianqian's mind raced with various theories, but she ultimately chose to tell the truth. Normally, I hang out with my monkey. He loves rock climbing, parkour, and mountain climbing, and I usually tag along. But it wasn't those sports that changed my life. Oh! What was it? The reporter was incredibly curious. It was screw driving that changed my life. Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief after she finished speaking, her resolve growing stronger. I've been screw driving for 2 weeks at my workstation, eating regularly and working diligently. I've finally achieved my current fitness level. I recommend everyone give it a try. Wait! The reporter suddenly blocked the camera and mouthed to Qianqian, it's live streaming. Qianqian froze, suddenly remembering that in the 21st century, with its legal work 1 day off 11-day work schedule, exploiting people's work is illegal. What had she just said? Screwing for 2 weeks. As expected, the neighbors watching the live stream erupted in excitement. A citizen was exploited for 2 weeks' labor. It might seem like no one else's business, But today's communist system has made everyone deeply aware that if one person endures hardship, it will eventually be their turn. Call the police. We must call the police. What kind of shady workshop is this? They're forcing people to work for 2 weeks. Look at how thin her face is. She must have suffered a lot. Report it. Report it now. The live stream was only available to a limited audience, but 8 out of 10 viewers called the police. The police quickly arrived, conducted a thorough investigation, and then fell silent. How should we tell the public? The higher-ups didn't intend to keep it a secret, but the specifics of how to address it hadn't been worked out yet. Just say it? Probably not. In the highly automated 21st century, suddenly telling the public, we've connected with the cultivation world, huh? Build good relationships with your monkeys, and you might be sent there. Working for half a month and eating spiritual fruit for half a month will improve your physical fitness. Go for it, go for it. Is that right? Isn't that a bit too sudden? The higher-ups haven't discussed it yet, and the leaders most responsible for making decisions are resting. The public waited, and the police could only speak according to their own interpretation. Well, this isn't real work on Earth. You can think of it as a game, like a dungeon. After you complete the missions, you get rewards and improve your physical fitness. At this point, the police emphasized, don't worry, not everyone will go in. No one can force you if you don't want to. As long as our social structure remains unchanged, we have a work 1-day rest 11-day rest schedule for a long time. This statement. The public awaiting the outcome pondered it carefully. It's not real work on Earth. It can be thought of as a game. By completing tasks, you can improve your physical fitness. Has technology advanced again? Can virtual world rewards actually improve one's health? After much deliberation, everyone still thinks this explanation is the most reasonable. What else could be done? Instead of working on Earth, could one go to outer space and spend half a month there? Probably not. Everyone accepted this explanation, but a new question arose. Why can some people play this game and improve their health, while others can't? Isn't this a bit unfair? #games that improve your health #. The trending search term continued to rise, and soon countless netizens came across it and, through the informative posts, began to learn about the game. As we all know, with the advancement of technology, our physical fitness has been poor for a while. But thankfully, with the advent of the mechanical monkey, many of us have embraced nature and improved our bodies. Even if this improvement is limited, it can only be achieved incrementally at a reasonable pace. Of course, this is perfectly normal. If I hadn't discovered a game that could elevate a person's physical fitness to a very high level within 2 weeks, I consider it fair. A few days ago, our district held a human-monkey competition. I won't say how likely I was to win, but I can only say that my monkey and I both love sports. We climbed a mountain almost every 3 days, breaking many records. If you search now, you find that many famous mountain climbing records belong to us. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that my monkey and I are considered quite capable, but we were spun around like yo-yos during the competition. It's true, I'm not exaggerating at all. I didn't even react when I was spun out of bounds. With a push from that person's hand, my monkey and I were spun straight out. Holy crap! Unbelievable. Even now, when I think about it, it still blows my mind. I've never seen anything like that before. It was so effortless, and my monkey and I were spun out of bounds in an instant. Can you imagine? My monkey and I were so strong and powerful, but with a push from that contestant's skinny arm, we were sent flying uncontrollably, straight out of bounds. I could only watch in amazement as she dominated the competition. It would be fine if I didn't know this contestant, but I do know her. She's my neighbor from my hometown. She competed with me earlier this year, and only came in 5th place. This time, she won 1st place. In an interview, she said it was all because she played a game where she spent half a month screwing around in it. After coming out, she felt completely transformed and invincible. I know her. She's probably not lying. So I posted this to ask, what kind of game is this? We're in a communist system, so why can't we play? Is this unfair? I really don't want to be kicked out again. It's a very, very painful memory. Netizens were stunned by the video. The descriptions were so bizarre that they couldn't imagine how someone could have slipped out. What kind of scene is this? I'm curious. It must be made up. If games can improve health, why would the government develop them? They'd have us exercising online long ago. I can only say I was there, and I have to admit, the blogger's description is spot on. I was also yo-yoed out like a yo-yo sweat. Did that really happen? A truly bizarre memory. It's a shame our area's surveillance footage can't be shared, otherwise everyone would have seen the champion's incredible skills. Huh? Because of the personal accounts of those who were there, netizens became even more curious. Is it really that outrageous? The person who posted the video wasn't exaggerating? After playing the game for half a month, he suddenly became invincible? Impossible. This is only the 21st century, not the 210th. Suddenly, I remembered that our district also rushed out during this competition. A dark horse, looking skinny and weak, but with incredibly strong hands. If we hadn't been wearing protective gear, we'd have been injured. Could this person also be playing this game? If you say so. There's a little girl in our village who's become very agile lately. I saw her climbing the tallest tree with her monkey to pick something. Huh? What's the meaning of the above? Is there really such a game? Can it really train you? Impossible. Judging by these claims, it's not just about training, it's almost like cultivating immortality. Building a foundation in just 2 weeks is how it works. That's why it's so awesome. It's just a soft advertisement. People haven't been so addicted to the internet lately. The big game companies must be anxious to come up with these things. Something inexplicable. Although it's a bit bizarre, I still want to tell everyone, try interacting with your monkey more often. You might unlock some hidden program. What's the point of the above? I think I understand something. Don't be a Riddler. Just say what you want to say. I don't know how to put it. Don't worry about the above. Someone has already posted a video. The game that improves your health is real, or rather, it must be a game. Just look at the trending searches. The blogger has explained it clearly. Top trending search. Hashtag please build a good relationship with your monkey hashtag. I know some people may not believe it, but it's hard to say directly, for fear that some people might have ulterior motives. I can only say that building a good relationship with your monkey will unlock a very special program related to the recent body improvement game. The specifics are up to you to explore, and it's a truly unique experience. At this point, the blogger suddenly rolled up his sleeves and flexed his biceps. Before starting the bonus program, I thought I couldn't build muscles like this. Anyone interested should definitely give it a try. The key is to interact with your little monkey more and pay attention. The many netizens watching the screen were stunned, and it took a long time for them to turn their heads and meet their mechanical monkey's eyes. The mechanical monkey blinked, very well behaved and quiet. Chapter 239. Build a good relationship with your monkey. This is a very general statement. In fact, anyone who owns a monkey feels they have a pretty good relationship with it. That's the mechanical monkey they bought, a smart pet that encourages them to exercise more. How could they not have a good relationship with it? Does it have to meet some certain criteria? A considerable number of people fell silent, unable to imagine how to build a good relationship with a smart pet. Charge it daily? Say nice things? Actively accompany it to do its favorite things? Some lazy netizen suddenly woke up. Mechanical monkey, a mechanical monkey that encourages humans to exercise more. If I remember correctly, there's a setting for it to love sports. Hashtag start boosting your favorability hashtag. Hashtag it really works hashtag. Hashtag how many mountains do I have to climb? Hashtag. Hashtag my relative has gone hashtag. The last trending search continued to rise, quickly taking the top spot. Netizens clicked on it, and as expected, someone shared that their relative might have already played the game. Guys, that thing seems real, it's that exercise game. My uncle, ever since he got a monkey a few years ago, has treated it like his grandson. He used to eat 2 steamed buns a day, but since he got the monkey, he's been eating a combination of meat and vegetables every meal, worried that the monkey wouldn't suffer. We relatives all think it's great, and we bring him some treats from time to time. Just the other day, he fed the monkey noodles, then did some exercises, his old arms and legs wobbling. My mom and I couldn't persuade him, so we could only sit and watch him. Suddenly, he held up his screen and asked us, "What's that saying?" After sharing permissions, I took a closer look. Do you want to claim the hidden benefit? The 8 characters stood there blankly. Before I could figure out what was happening, he clicked on it. The person disappeared. He was in that room, gone in the blink of an eye, along with his monkey. My mom was terrified, and I called the police immediately. They arrived quickly, understood the situation, and said it was normal. He'd be back in 2 weeks, and we could just pick him up then. Friends, 2 weeks? That keyword reminded me of the game circulating online. It had to be this. It had to be this hidden benefit for interacting with the monkey. The video was still playing, but the viewers were already stunned. So this was a real, legal hidden benefit? Just interact with your monkey, And you can play that health-enhancing game? Is it really a game? Why did the person vanish? It feels a bit strange. Have we made new technological breakthroughs? So quickly? It's understandable, actually. Humans are made up of various molecules. Technology is always advancing, so it's normal to have reached this point. Really? Some rational netizens still felt something was amiss, but the vast majority had already put down their phones and focused their attention on their monkeys. If asked to decide what was the most important thing in life, 99% would choose their bodies. A flesh and blood body is the most fundamental form of life. Only with a healthy body can one have the energy to pursue other things. Of course, this is a polite way of putting it. The bottom line is, as long as there are monkeys, they will inevitably participate in the human-monkey melee in their settlement. Just imagine, if all the neighbors were learning, and after 2 weeks, they were invincible, then you and your little monkey would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Within 3 minutes of entering, you'd be lying on the ground watching others win. How could this be? The first group of the most competitive people got to work, taking their little monkeys on all sorts of things. Many of them quickly dug out the factory settings and meticulously researched their monkeys' favorite activities. High jump, hopping, basketball, football. This was the more normal group, usually led by children or the elderly. Hill climbing, rafting, off-roading, rock climbing, parkour. This group was usually led by younger people. The first group was highly competitive and had a good rapport with their monkeys. With their accumulated experience and this frenzy of refreshes, soon, people in the crowd began to claim the hidden programs. Hidden bonus, claim it? I won. Someone in the crowd waved a hiking pole, jumping for joy. After calming down, he made a cool gesture to the crowd and tapped his finger to claim it. Disappeared on the spot. The onlookers, filled with envy and resentment, gnashed their teeth as they continued their ascent, supporting their monkeys as they climbed. Too many monkeys, and when they gathered, conflicts arose. How could the owner stand by and watch their precious being beaten? They immediately rushed forward. On the way down the mountain, someone in the crowd announced that they had won a hidden prize and showed it to the onlookers. A square screen with 8 large characters etched red in the eyes of the onlookers. Receive. The person smiled shyly. Please take a video for me. I'd like to upload it online. Thank you, thank you. Someone in the crowd took over and started filming. Wait, I'm not quite posing yet. Brother, use a wide-angle lens and position me in the center of the grid. This light screen is in the next grid. Yeah, that's it, I'm ready. The video began recording. The young man on the screen acted cool for the camera, reaching for a button while jumping up, then vanished from the spot with a rather dramatic movement. Great. He's finally enjoying his life. That wasn't necessarily the case. Xiao Jiang, the young man who had just commissioned the video, didn't think much of it the moment he jumped. He just thought it would look cool, something he could post on his social media feed to show off. Strictly speaking, this idea wasn't wrong, but he didn't consider the landing site, a densely forested area. Xiao Jiang landed with a dramatic movement between 2 branches. A sound like a pig being butchered echoed through the forest. Yi Zifeng raised his head, and Ying Fangxuan, standing beside him, immediately offered his courtesy. Is he too noisy? I throw him out. Not really. Yi Zifeng turned and glanced at the engineering design on Ying Fangxuan's screen. Take a good look at it. Plan your territory carefully and figure out where this passage should pass through. Oh. Ying Fangxuan sat obediently in front of the screen, examining the design with eyes that, after thousands of years of practice, could see through almost anything. Go through here. There's a tree you like. The fruit will fall right into the passage. Ying Fangxuan pursed his lips, observing Yi Zifeng out of the corner of his eye. Okay. Yi Zifeng nodded in agreement. Who's calling? At the same time, the group already screwing in screws at their workstations raised their heads, listening intently for the sound. Be careful. You might pierce your hand, the team leader warned. Oh. Everyone quickly regained their focus. After living in high-tech for so long, they'd almost forgotten how prone to accidents this kind of work is. I have to say, this job is truly primitive. They actually have to manually drive each screw in. Can't they use a smart machine? It's time for dinner. Get in line. Woo. Coming. Everyone dropped their tools and scrambled to get in line. Each person received a large bowl of crisp, sweet fruit, their sweet-sour aroma filling the air. This is a really good job. Everyone sighed as they ate. Yes, such a good thing can actually be eaten just by tightening a screw. Luckily, someone screwed the screws in manually. If they'd used a robot, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy this delicacy. That's right. Everyone happily ate, and afterward, they felt their body's condition. These fruits were truly miraculous. The sweet juice melted into their bodies, not just into their stomachs, but rather flowed through their limbs, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood with warmth, coursing through their meridians and extending an endless stream of strength. I feel like I can tighten 3,000 screws today. You're saying too little. I want 30,000. You're not ambitious enough. I want this land. The speaker pointed to the huge mechanical pipeline that spanned the forest. Tighten all the screws here. Everyone got to work. First in, last in, regardless of how they landed, after a brief period of adjustment, they were screwing in the forest. Of course, at first, the screwing was completely bewildering and filled with doubt. It's a game, so how could it be so real? They landed in the lush green forest, blueprints in their left hand, screwing in their right. This isn't right. Have we been caught working illegally? This is illegal. The newcomer questioned as they screwed. Hurry up, or you be in trouble. The experienced screwdriver offered encouragement. What? Illegal work? The newcomer, stunned, looked at the diligent workers around him. He didn't know what was going on, but he began screwing in fear. Roads of machinery were being built throughout the forest, some spanning high above, others burrowing deep underground. The spiritual energy of the collapsed cultivation world was thin, and even if trees were planted, they lacked the guiding spiritual energy. Yi Zifeng stood in front of the first completed track, his gaze tracing through the mechanical pipes to the forest blossoming with new green. It looked lush now, with tall trees and dense branches and leaves. But once upon a time, this forest was more than just a forest. It could almost be called a territory. Every giant tree rooted here bore the marks of time, their branches seamlessly intertwined, completely obscuring the entire sky. The forest was filled with countless movements, large and small, intense and whispering, and occasionally, when a surge of pressure arrived, it would fall into absolute silence. This was a paradise for spiritual plants and beasts, but it could also be called a hell for human cultivators. The woods were shrouded in shadows, thick with shadows, tangled with vines, and the deep and shallow shades of darkness concealed countless dangers. Just like in every immortal cultivation novel, a primeval forest, suppressed by a powerful being, concealed countless dangers and also symbolized countless opportunities. But now all was gone. All the stories dissipated in the collapse, the land was reclaimed, and humans from other worlds, following fate's guidance, crossed countless time and space to plant a new green here. This new green lacked spiritual energy. It needed people from the next world to carry tools, plan countless pipelines, and drive screw after screw. Yi Zifeng sighed softly, and it quickly dissipated in the wind. Regardless, we're finally back here. If we build it all up, will it attract the scattered local residents of the cultivation world? Let's do it together. Ying Fangxuan stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, as he had done countless times before. Their combined spiritual energy seeped into the pipe bit by bit. A gentle breeze blew, and the branches and leaves of the trees where the pipe passed swayed in the wind, shaking their bodies slightly in the breeze. This wind is quite cool. A Yin country resident passed under the pipe with a screwdriver, looked up and felt the breeze, feeling refreshed. It really deserves to be a welfare program. Even the breeze feels so comfortable. The people around him nodded in unison, and they raced around tightening the screws. I don't know what to eat tonight. I like that green fruit. It's crunchy, and makes my stomach feel good. I haven't had a stomach ache in all the time I've been here. A resident sighed, rubbing his stomach. These fruits are amazing. They must be the latest developments. I don't know why they're only in the welfare program. Maybe we're just test subjects. Someone rubbed their chin. Is that so? Someone questioned, tightening a screw. Chapter 240. The screw-driving team began a discussion. The topic was, where exactly is this place? Isn't this a game? Everyone was saying that before I got here, the young man said, screwing. You're a college student, right? A neatly dressed woman looked up. This isn't a game. I'm more inclined to believe it's another land. I mean, it's very likely alien. Alien planet? The college student was shocked, clearly unconvinced. I think what you said makes sense. If it were a game, the manufacturer would have more settings, more than just screw driving. A middle-aged man said with a smile. I don't think it's a game either. A woman with curly hair smiled. Although our technology is very advanced, if I remember correctly, there's a rule that online games can't be made 100% realistic, even if you have the skills. Everyone else turned to look at the woman with the curly hair. I just learned about this when I was young, so this definitely isn't a game. As for where it is, the aunt said as she screwed in the screws, we don't need to delve into it. Just do our job well. Come back in 2 weeks and win first place in the community competition. Oh. Everyone echoed, no longer asking questions. Some even felt that this ant was quite profound, perhaps with a mysterious background. Ah? But I'm really curious. The young college student continued to ask. The curly-haired ant, still smiling, said as she screwed in the screws, it's normal to be curious. Let's finish the job first. Now everyone was busy screwing in, meticulously referring to the blueprint in hand as they hammered in the various screws one by one. Thankfully, with the advancement of technology, everyone's eyesight was excellent. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to distinguish the subtle differences between the screws. It's time for lunch. A shout came from nearby. Everyone quickly put down their tools and rushed over, lining up as quickly as possible, each receiving a large bowl of food. After lunch, it's time for lunch. Everyone is free to move around, just be careful. Okay, got it. Everyone agreed, each happily leaving with their large bowl in hand. Today was fruit again. A large, colorful bowl of fruit, some large, some small, some soft, some hard, but no matter what kind, shimmered brightly in the sun. Like gems. The college student happily held his bowl, ready to enjoy it. I first picked a hard, crisp one and sniffed it. The fragrance was overwhelming, bringing an indescribable comfort. It felt as if the fruit had its own aura, permeating my nostrils and dissipating through my body. Comfortable. The college student couldn't help but sigh, then opened his mouth wide and bit down hard. Crunch. The crisp sound spread in my mouth, and the fragrant flesh was shredded between my teeth. It's hard to describe the feeling. The fragrance felt tangible, swirling around in my mouth before spreading, some reaching my brain, some spreading through my limbs. Crunch, crunch. The sound of biting fruit echoed in all directions. Everyone had learned by experience, starting with the crispy ones, then moving on to the soft ones, switching between the soft and the hard ones, would provide a better fruit-eating experience. These don't need to be washed, how wonderful. Someone exclaimed as they held the fruit. The glistening fruit was crystal clear in the sun, and no matter how hard they scrubbed, not a speck of dust would escape. I can eat it with my eyes closed. The person next to them, delighted, picked a bluish-purple fruit from the bowl and held it before their eyes, admiring it over and over again. Look at the color, look at the shape, everything was so perfect. Just as they were about to admire it for a few more seconds before putting it in their mouth and savoring it slowly, their vision blurred, and the fruit in their hands vanished. Ah! He cried out belatedly, looking to where the shadow had passed. A pale yellow bird perched on the tree, glanced at him, then proudly swallowed the bluish-purple fruit. Chirp. The pale yellow bird flapped its wings, turned around, and twitched its tail feathers. The curled feathers swayed in the sun, reflecting a golden light. Why is there a bird? The worker wondered as he ate the fruit. The person whose purple-blue fruit had been snatched away suddenly realized the situation and felt a pang of pain. He immediately covered his large bowl, picked up another similar blue fruit, and carefully placed it in his mouth. The bird was still there. It swayed on the thin branches, up and down, its tail feathers undulating with the movement. Only its two small eyes stared intently at the people eating. Or rather, at their bowls. This bird will steal the fruit. Everyone, put away your bowls quickly. Be careful. Your food might be stolen. Everyone's vigilance was alarming, but after a moment's alertness, realizing nothing was happening, curiosity turned to it. How could there be a bird? There was nothing there before, just a pristine forest with a gentle breeze, and no living creature besides people. This bird is quite pretty, the college students commented as they ate. Why is it yellow? Someone poked their head out from the side. What do you mean? Someone was curious. Just now on my way to work, I thought I saw two brown birds flying over there. When did these birds appear? How come I didn't notice them? Someone else was curious. It seems like they've been there since yesterday. Someone reminisced while eating. There was a chirping sound overhead while I was having dinner. Really? Everyone ate while watching the bird on the branch in front of them. The pale yellow body swayed on the thin branch, its long, curved tail feathers swaying with the swaying branches, looking incredibly childlike and playful. What kind of bird is this? Someone asked casually. I don't know. Is it a parrot? Someone replied casually. No, parrots don't look like this. This one is quite large. It doesn't look like a common species. Someone remarked as they ate. Everyone ate while watching the bird on the branch, and the bird stared back at them intently. After staring at each other for a moment, someone in the crowd finally gave in and pulled a small fruit from their bowl, pretending to feed it. Chirp, come and eat. The bird sat motionless on the branch, which was still swaying up and down. Haha, it seems it doesn't understand. The person trying to feed the bird awkwardly stuffed the fruit into his mouth. Maybe it's a certain kind it doesn't like? The blue-purple one, having been snatched away, cautiously took it. Really? This person had just seen their coworker's blue-purple fruit being snatched away. After struggling for a moment, he reluctantly took the fruit from his bowl. As soon as I raised it, a yellow bird whizzed past, and the next second, the fruit in my hand disappeared. It really only eats this kind. The person feeding it was delighted. Not everyone likes small animals, nor does everyone feel the urge to feed them. But regardless, everyone gradually got used to the presence of birds in their workplace, even greeting the pretty little birds as they passed by. It was a little surprising that at least half of the birds would stop and stare intently at everyone screwing in the screws. It feels like they're supervising us. Someone joked cheerfully, then returned to their work. The workload had been quite heavy the past 2 days, and everyone had to screw in a lot of screws. Because they were so focused on their work, only a few people noticed the increasing number of creatures in the forest. First, it was the birds. The first brown bird appeared in the forest, followed by a variety of small birds flying across the sky, landing on trees large and small, occasionally pausing to observe, as if observing something. A bird's eating insects. Someone shouted from beneath a tree. The small green bird in the tree seemed to glance at him sideways, as if slightly displeased. What a remarkable bird. It even rolls its eyes. The man was joking, not thinking too deeply. Although he had never seen the bird before, it couldn't possibly be a spirit. Let's go, let's go! Don't disturb the little bird's meal. The companions led the others away, unaware that birds had appeared in the previously peaceful woods, insects had been born, and new life was gradually sprouting in the endless expanse of fresh green. But someone noticed. Ordinary people could be carefree, screwing screws and eating as soon as they opened their eyes, but the official team leaders couldn't. Especially in a foreign land, one must closely observe their surroundings. Furthermore, this isn't Earth, but a land practically in another dimension. It seems our previous assumptions were correct. The staff member looked at their leader. The gray-haired elder pondered for a moment. Then let's plan carefully. While meeting the requirements, we try not to damage the local ecology. Yes. The staff member agreed. Well, there's nothing here right now. The land is scorched, and the trees are only just starting to grow. Besides, if you want to covet someone else's territory, you should consider whether you have the strength to do so. A mysterious fantasy world. The staff member stood in front of the base, looking up. From the distant volcano came waves of wirework that were difficult to explain scientifically. Nearby, the trees, rooted in the pristine land, fluttered in the wind. Birds must have been flying through the trees, their chirps echoing from time to time. Go pick up the 10 new arrivals. A teammate, holding a device connected to the local internet, zoomed in and out, observing the situation. Okay. The staff member put his thoughts aside, grabbed 10 sets of work clothes, and fetched 10 large bowls made from local leaves. He then stood up to pick up the new members. Hopefully, these 10 people would be more stable this time, at least not end up hanging from a tree with their forks split open. Oh! A clever monkey ran and leaped through the trees, passing by a screwdriver's work site and a gathering place for various birds, finally landing in front of Yi Cifeng and Ying Fangxuan. Are you saying you don't want to stay on Earth? Ying Fangxuan lowered his head, gazing at the sleek-haired monkey before him. Oh! The monkey scratched his arm, then his head, finally using both hands and feet to gesture his meaning. Earth, boring. Master, too lazy. Ying Fangxuan straightened up and looked at the sleek-haired monkey before him. Just by looking at its appearance, it's clear it's doing quite well on Earth and getting along well with its master. Otherwise, it wouldn't have returned to the cultivation world in the first few batches. After all, there's a favorability requirement for returning. But then again, if a spiritual monkey in the cultivation world's aspirations is to cultivate diligently, crush Ling Xiao, and quickly attain immortality, then Earth might be a bit boring. Then you have to negotiate with the other person. Forcibly revoking the contract will cost at least half of your cultivation. Yi Cifeng followed his instructions and looked over. Watching the sleek-haired monkey prop up its chin, it left, pondering. Chapter 241. Xiao Jin, one of the buyers who bought live monkeys online a few years ago. Now he's getting healthier and better, and his life is getting better. Not only can he enjoy the convenience of high technology, but one unsuspecting morning, his monkey can also be dragged into a welfare program. The coworker said this couldn't be a game, and Xiao Jin thought so too. His monkey, his lively golden-haired monkey, was happier to set foot on this land than to be home. Could this be its hometown? Xiao Jin wondered as he screwed in the screws. Although it seemed unbelievable, his monkey was unlike any ordinary robot monkey. It had flesh and blood, thoughts, and a soul, and most importantly, it had signed a contract with him in its brain. It was a deeply mysterious entity. Since it was a living being with thoughts and a soul, it had its own origins. It was known that this type of monkey capable of signing a contract did not exist on Earth, so the question arose, where did it come from? Xiao Jin, tightening a screw, gazed into the distance. His large golden monkey was hopping back and forth on a nearby branch, its claws and teeth bared. Just the movement revealed its joy. An uncontrollable surge of joy washed over him. Xiao Jin's mind was heavy with worry. It had been happy on Earth, but not this much. It was truly surprising to see the difference. This place must hold special meaning for it. For example, it might have come from here. Xiao Jin was startled by his own speculation, but like a key, the various images behind the door pointed to the answer. The barren land, the young trees, the miraculous fruit that had come from nowhere yet supplied a vast supply of workers. Everything seemed to tell Xiao Jin that the monkey capable of signing a contract might belong here. Will the little monkey want to stay? Xiao Jin worried as he screwed in the screws. What you fear will come true. One morning, Xiao Jin suddenly realized that his monkey hadn't gone out to play. Instead, it followed him hesitantly, looking over without saying a word, staring at him with wide eyes. Xiao Jin's heart skipped a beat. When had his monkey ever hesitated to speak? Back on Earth, when it had asked him to steal leeks from the old neighbor's house, it had been perfectly natural. There was no news from the contract in his mind. Xiao Jin remained silent, praying that he was wrong, that his monkey was simply hesitant about something else, not that he wanted to leave him and stay here. In the morning, Xiao Jin went to work, clacking screws at his workstation, while the big, golden, plush monkey stood behind him, its eyes wide open, pitiful. At lunch, Xiao Jin silently nibbled at the fruit in his bowl. The big, golden monkey refused his offer of food, squatting beside his bowl, staring into his eyes motionlessly. As it was time to go back to bed, Xiao Jin couldn't hold back any more tears. Just tell me what you want to say. His golden plush monkey's expression had never been more complex, wrinkling itself in various ways, and using his hands and feet to gesture at the answer everyone already knew. It wanted to stay here. Xiao Jin broke down and sobbed, his sobs piercing the forest, carried into the wind, and then echoed back out through the forest. Where's that scream? A worker nearby tucked his sleeves in and hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up with his teammate. Wait, let's go back together. Xiao Jin, with his hands on the ground, burst into tears, feeling relieved after letting out all the fear and anxiety he felt all day. He sobbed and asked the monkey if they could discuss it again. He would obey its every command from now on. The large, golden-furred monkey scratched its head, then its legs, carefully gesturing its thoughts. The meaning of the contract grew clearer in his mind. Earth, comfortable, liked it. This place belonged to it, and it needed to upgrade. Xiao Jin understood its meaning and, through the intermittent messages it received, gained a preliminary understanding of the place's background. It was just as he had imagined. This was once a fantasy world, similar to the immortal cultivation world of Earth culture. Everything in the universe followed a set of inherent procedures, and whether living or dead, it could, at some point, transform into another life. Simply put, his monkey didn't want to live a comfortable life with him on Earth. It wanted to hone itself here, striving to one day transform into a new life. Does that mean achieving immortality? Xiao Jin asked. The golden-haired monkey nodded seriously, a strange calmness on his face. Xiao Jin still couldn't accept it, but looking at his ambitious golden monkey, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He felt like a fusty parent, unwilling to let his child leave him and insisting he stay put. How could he do this? But he really wanted the monkey to stay with him. Xiao Jin had never been so conflicted before. His expression shifted, but looking at the monkey's ambitious face, he moved his mouth, tried several times, but couldn't find the words to say. Watching the monkey's eyes grow more determined, he couldn't bring himself to stop. The golden plush monkey, sensing his emotions, gestured earnestly with his fingers, and the contract deep in his mind sent a message. Cultivate together. Xiao Jin didn't react when he heard these two words. He pondered them several times before he understood what they meant. Can I cultivate too? Xiao Jin was shocked. Cultivate together. Xiao Jin stared blankly at a book with the cover labeled 15-Day Quick Immortal Cultivation. He flipped to the first page. Editor, Yi. Binder, Ing. Xiao Jin pondered for a moment, unable to come up with anything. He flipped to the second page. The extremely tiny, complex text made Xiao Jin squint, suspecting he had dyslexia. Next to him, his monkey had already begun meditating. It sat upright on the highest rock, a large moon overhead. Xiao Jin brought the book under his nose and flipped through it in the moonlight. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it at all. Were these Chinese characters? Why couldn't I recognize a single one? Xiao Jin flipped through the book, then looked at the monkey. He flipped through the book, then looked at the monkey again. The golden plush monkey was so earnest that its posture towards the moonlight seemed divine. Xiao Jin's mind raced with thoughts. After a long moment, he closed the book in his hands and quietly sat beside his monkey. 3 days passed like this. Xiao Jin worked diligently during the day and sat beside his monkey at night, watching it cultivate. His monkey was very serious and diligent. Rain or shine, he would sit here on time, cross-legged, facing the sky, cultivating with utmost dedication. Will his monkey attain immortality? Xiao Jin couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is the workings of this world? What would happen if he achieved immortality? Would he transcend the void like in the novels on Earth? Would his monkey visit him on Earth? Xiao Jin carefully observed his meditating monkey, then pulled out his phone to snap countless souvenir photos. He cried as he did. Back on Earth, he'd been taking photos of his monkey scrambling about like that. The separation was both natural and unexpected. When the captain announced they would be returning to Earth early the next morning, he realized that 15 days had already passed. The golden plush monkey patted his shoulder, acting like a lifelong brother. His sadness choked, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. By the way, this book. Xiao Jin pulled the book 15-Day Quick Immortal Cultivation from his pocket, but before he could take it out, his monkey held his hand. Take it back to Earth. His plush monkey gestured. Take it back, practice diligently, and we both achieve immortality. Meet again. Xiao Jin's nose tightened. Another pat on the shoulder. Good brothers for life. The plush monkey gave a thumbs up and quickly mentally entered the characters for the contract termination. Xiao Jin hesitated, but under the golden monkey's resolute gaze, he pressed agree. Fireworks flashed like lightning, their light like a shooting star, then faded into silence. His mind felt empty, devoid of any connection. The plush monkey waved, and Xiao Jin, looking back every few steps, returned to the team. Oh, right. Seeing the captain, Xiao Jin suddenly remembered the book 15-Day Quick Immortal Cultivation in his arms. Well, the name was a bit unreliable, but since it was given by a local monkey, it should have some credibility. Xiao Jin pulled the book from his pocket. If he could understand it, he wouldn't have handed it over so quickly. But the truth was, he couldn't understand a single word. It was such a thick book that he couldn't possibly finish it, let alone cultivate it. If only he and his monkey could both achieve immortality. Xiao Jin suddenly imagined himself shattering the void and meeting his monkey at the summit of another world. Captain, look at this. My monkey gave it to me. Xiao Jin handed the book over. Puff! After seeing the title, the captain spit out a large mouthful of water. But he had still been credited with a contribution. According to the captain, a senior leader revealed that this book was of considerable value. While the title was a bit blunt, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. It not only incorporates insights into the workings of spiritual energy in the world of cultivation, but also incorporates, to a certain extent, the current technological advancements of Yan Nation. The integration of the two is truly exceptional. You've accomplished a great deed this time. We discuss a reward for you when we return. The captain patted Xiao Jin on the shoulder. But Xiao Jin twitched his lips, still unable to express his joy. While meeting at the summit was a welcome prospect, at least now, he had truly lost his monkey. Ying Fangxuan held Yi Cifeng in his arms, secretly hoping he wouldn't notice he was taller than him. It was a rare opportunity, as Yi Cifeng actually floated closer to his arms. This was a humanoid, a head taller than Yi Cifeng. Ying Fangxuan had long noticed that whenever their humanoids stood together, Yi Cifeng secretly wanted him to be shorter. Alas, perhaps it was the contrast that made the moment so sweet. Yi Cifeng was observing them intently, completely oblivious to their heights. Ying Fangxuan prayed inwardly that time would pass more slowly, allowing him to hold Yi Cifeng in his arms longer, savoring this sweet love a little longer. Yi Cifeng was watching the monkeys in the forest. The monkey that had said it wanted to stay in the cultivation world a week ago had escaped its contract unscathed. Its owner was deeply reluctant to let it go, but it was now free and active in the newly grown forest. It chased birds, caught insects, and jumped onto the tallest tree, flipping over the thin vines, spinning and jumping onto new branches, making very happy sounds. Chapter 242. Yin Country's internet was plunged into a new wave of shock. The reason was simple. As time passed, wave after wave of people returned from the welfare program, all strong and powerful, with incredibly fast hands. They were practically unstoppable in any type of competition. The neighbors were unhappy. How can we fight like this? Someone else's monkey reaches out and pushes, and we're powerless to resist. If we weren't wearing protective gear, we'd be injured. How can we fight like this? My monkey is depressed. He's been in the bottom 10 of the competition for 10 days. Depressed? That won't do. Another neighbor was shocked. Yeah, the loading program has become slow. I took him to the mechanical monkey hospital, and he was diagnosed with mild depression. He needs to be treated properly. The neighbor's expression was serious. I don't even dare take it to a fight, for fear it might get another knockout blow. It'd be even more unhappy, and its condition will get worse. What will I do then? You're right. The neighbor agreed. But that's not a solution. Staying home all day isn't good for its program. It needs to be like before, with wins and losses. Then we have to think of a solution. The neighbor agreed. The staff at the neighborhood office watched the two residents echo each other, and after listening to the entire conversation, they smiled their warmest smiles. Okay, we've understood the situation. Here's a small tutorial on activating the welfare program. A staff member will follow up with you shortly. With cooperation, the welfare program can be activated within 2 weeks. Is there anything else I can help you with? This can be used to start a welfare program, right? Let's give it a try. The two men walked aside with the booklet and left under the guidance of the staff. Similar incidents occurred across the country. As more and more people and monkeys returned from the welfare program, those who hadn't been there were unhappy. How could they fight this? It was totally unfair. 15-day quick start for the welfare program. 8-day quick start tips. 3-day access to the welfare program. What is a welfare program? 15-day quick start for immortal cultivation hashtag. The first few entries remained popular, but the last one climbed to the top of the list at an unstoppable rate. What the hell is this? Some confused netizens clicked in, watching the discussion in confusion. Is it authentic? Is it authentic? My relative told me it was from somewhere else, and it's textbook level stuff. Somewhere else? It's just as you imagine, not from my country. I can't say exactly where it is, but I can only say that everyone knows about it, and it's different than you might imagine. What are you talking about? It's incomprehensible. What does this entry mean? To reply to the above, literally, we might be about to make a huge change, but it's also possible that we just learn one more subject. Huh? The specifics are unclear, but someone is already researching it. Teaching materials should be available within 3 years. If we work overtime, it's possible we have them out within a year. Work overtime. I haven't heard that sinister word in ages. I don't understand what you're talking about, but everyone has a responsibility to resist overtime. Huh? It'd be out in 3 years? I thought it would take longer. After all, it's so hard to understand. I don't recognize any of them. Someone above has inside information. What the hell are they talking about? Just read this entry. Literally, our country has something new. Huh? 15-day quickie? What? Just passing on this. I thought everyone knew about this popular welfare program. Haven't you ever wondered where you went after claiming it? After claiming it, the person disappears. Haven't you ever wondered where they went? Didn't they go to the game? The above person is too naive. These days, games are just about your mind entering the online world, while your body remains in the same place. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't cause a person's body to vanish, as there are regulations. Huh? What do you mean? Not a game? To summarize, the welfare program is most likely not a program as it appears to be, but rather a means of transporting people to another place. Considering this entry, it's reasonable to speculate that it's to the realm of cultivation. Huh? What? Not to an alien planet? Netizens were shocked, saying that the welfare program wasn't a game was acceptable. After all, everyone who emerged from the program had a strong body. Based on the current situation in our country, the most likely scenario is that they were transported to an alien planet, such as some kind of alien planet reclamation project where people are recruited to work for 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, they become strong and invincible. How could they be to the realm of cultivation? That doesn't fit our national conditions. Does the realm of cultivation really exist? I thought this entry was a game setting. I'm an insider, so I can't say much. I can only say that those who haven't activated the welfare program should definitely do so. They need people to work there, but the work will eventually be completed. Huh? There's still competition. I suggest you hurry up and add one. The official team leaders are very efficient, and their daily work schedules are very full. You can almost see that there won't be many days where people are needed. I mean, it shouldn't take more than a year. Huh? Everyone was shocked. If they had previously thought it unreal and unbelievable, then hearing this statement suddenly gave them a sense of urgency. Regardless of whether this was a real world of cultivation or not, since it was a welfare program, they had to enroll quickly. Suddenly, all sorts of quick start tutorials for bonus programs were extremely popular. Those that started in 15 days were unsold, while those that started in 3 days were the most popular. Of course, amidst the chaos, some people also asked what 15-day immortal cultivation quick start was. Does such a textbook really exist? If you want to learn, do you need to prepare anything in advance? Not so soon. It won't be available for 1 to 3 years. The most urgent thing now is to start the bonus program and get in shape. Otherwise, by the time the immortal cultivation era arrives, your basic skills won't keep up with the crowd, and you'll be doomed. The moment these words were spoken, the sense of urgency intensified. Everyone who saw this comment shouted and looked at their monkey. No more delay. If physical fitness didn't impress everyone, then cultivating the immortal cultivation. 80% of Yen people have dreamed of flying on a sword at some age. Cultivating the immortal cultivation. Are you really going to cultivate immortality? What do I need? A cushion? Which direction will be most efficient if I pause? Is facing the sun okay? Feedback on the 3-day bonus program. It really works. I just returned from the cultivation world. After half a month of tinkering, I'm no longer the same person I was back then. Welcome to join the battle. If you want to experience being whipped around, just contact me. Teacher Zhou's 7-day speedrun is also good. It's suitable for those who don't have high energy, but have a strong desire. I've finished my work in the cultivation world and returned. Today, I led my monkey to first place in the community group battle. Looking for a tutorial on how to consistently win first place. 2 more people have returned from our community, and now the championship is taking turns among the 3 of us. The 7-day speedrun is also very tiring. Is there a more relaxed one? Then you can try the 15-day tutorials available on the market. 15 days is too long. I'm afraid there won't be enough people by then. Then you figure it out yourself. Woo-woo, the internet is full of discussions about further study and cultivating immortality. Those who haven't yet entered the world of cultivation are desperately anxious, and tutorials are selling like hotcakes. Everyone worked tirelessly, striving to improve the monkey's favorability, and batches of them went to the cultivation world to screw in the screws. More and more pipelines were being built, and the latest one even used a design that combined a spiritual fruit core with a rare metal. Its transparency reached 99% during the day, making it almost invisible. It's really beautiful. Yi Zifeng leaned against Ying Fangxuan, who had transformed into his original form, sinking into his soft fur. The forest was silent at night, but pale green spiritual energy flowed through the transparent pipes, and the faint glow of the fluorescent light flickered like a gentle river, as if the forest were breathing softly. Ying Fangxuan glanced at the forest for a moment before turning his gaze to Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng leaned against him, his green hair flowing like a river. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his long eyelashes like a small fan, fanning his heart. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes, his breathing gradually slowing, revealing a rare hint of sleepiness. At their level, they wouldn't feel sleepy. So, there was only one reason for wanting to sleep. Right now, they felt comfortable and at peace. Ying Fangxuan couldn't help but snored, watching with satisfaction as Yi Zifeng slowly closed his eyes. Yi Zifeng's body was soft and light, once a delicate little spiritual plant, leaning against the equally small him. Ying Fangxuan was also feeling a little sleepy, but he didn't want to sleep. He wanted to stay with Yi Zifeng until he woke up. Dawn was breaking. Ying Fangxuan was so engrossed in watching, so engrossed that he didn't even notice Yi Zifeng awoke until he was patted on the head. What are you looking at? Yi Zifeng curled his lips. With a bang, Ying Fangxuan transformed into a human form and pulled Yi Zifeng, who was shorter than him, into his arms. Look at you. The 2 of them spent a long, intimate moment together before reluctantly parting ways. The reason was simple. It was time to connect with the Yin Guofang. Barely missing, the group currently working would likely be the last. Time, like a surging river, roared through the forest, leaving behind countless fine pipes of varying materials and characteristics. Like a transparent spiderweb, they weaved up and down, bright and dark, overlapping and intertwining, spreading throughout the forest. The pipes were meticulously crafted. Based on the forest and his memories, Yi Zifeng had adapted countless species of spiritual plants and beasts. His goal was to essentially restore the ecology and environment before the collapse of the cultivation world. Even now, there were only a few undeveloped trees. Yi Zifeng studied the blueprint carefully, then looked up at the forest before him. The pipes had already been laid. Once the spiritual energy began to function properly, the new seeds broke through the soil and began to grow, and the native spiritual beasts in the spiritual beast space were released. The forest would be bustling again. But that presupposed the pipes were functioning smoothly. Anything else needs to be modified? Yan Guofang was sincere. No thanks. Yi Zifeng raised his head, offering an equally sincere smile. Well done, thank you very much for your help. Here's a thank you gift. You're very polite. After a brief exchange of words, the Yingwa side, maintaining composure, returned to their base, making sure the door was secure before quickly opening the thank you gift. 3 books, 1 box. A discussion on the operation of basic spiritual energy. A detailed explanation of the combination of spiritual energy and electricity. A complete guide to the operation of basic methods in the cultivation world. The staff member carefully touched the books before carefully picking up the box nearby. A box filled with seeds emitting a faint spiritual glow, some large, some small, some round, others oddly shaped. Instructions were included on the back of the box. Specialized plants from the cultivation world that can survive at low spiritual energy levels on Earth, including the 18 fruits provided in the daily meal. Chapter 243. The officials returned to Earth with a large force. Even though some in the team wailed and wept bitterly, they were all dragged back by the officials. The Yin Kingdom's encampment was quickly tidied up. The once bustling camp was now quiet. The tents were put away, and various daily necessities were gradually sorted out. Time brought a gust of wind and sand, flattening and cleaning the land. The high-tech world's work trip in the cultivation world came to an end. Strangely, yet not surprisingly, 9 out of 10 of the high-tech world's spirit monkeys returned. The remaining one struggled for 10 days and nights, watching its master work during the day and pondering in the moonlight at night. Finally, it decided to return to Yin Kingdom and wait until its master was gone before returning to the cultivation world. According to Yingfangxuan, the spirit monkey's master was young and mentally unstable, possibly suffering from a related illness. Also, it worked. Yi Zifeng nodded. Even a spirit monkey from the world of cultivation would be willing to stay on Earth for its master. A touching spirit-beast bond. Unsure what was coming to mind, Yi Zifeng turned to look at Yingfangxuan. A certain spirit-beast king, quite absent-mindedly, was posing in front of a magic mirror, tucking his black hair into a high bun. He looked left and right, then turned and gazed at him expectantly. Yi Zifeng was silent for 3 seconds, then said sincerely, "It looks good." The Beast King could no longer suppress his smile, but after a long struggle, he managed to control it. "It's just okay." Yi Zifeng waved his hand. Yingfangxuan swiftly approached, bowing slightly before reaching Yi Zifeng, his expression a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Yi Zifeng looked at his bent back, then at himself. An instinctive reluctance to admit defeat surged from his chest, instantly extinguishing any thoughts of affection. Forget a kiss. It took a lot of strength to suppress the urge to strike. If he had known, he would have raised the bar a bit when transforming. Why did he give in now? Yi Zifeng? Yingfangxuan instinctively sensed something was wrong. Nothing, Yi Zifeng denied. Yingfangxuan reacted almost instantly. With a bang, he transformed into a tiny, furry creature, darting towards Yi Zifeng's lips with lightning speed. Pop! The bite was incredibly forceful. Yi Zifeng didn't react immediately, and quickly plucked the furry creature from his mouth. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. Yingfangxuan quickly slid down to his knees and apologized. Yi Zifeng touched his mouth, unsure how to react for a moment. Perhaps because he had been silent for a little too long, Yingfangxuan suddenly panicked, his mind preoccupied with the thought of Yi Zifeng abandoning him. Bang! He quickly transformed. Yi Zifeng blinked, looking at the youthful form of Yingfangxuan, half a head shorter than himself. He had seen this form before. During Yingfangxuan's first transformation, it had only appeared briefly, transforming into an adult within 3 days. Yi Zifeng. Yingfangxuan's eyes widened as he cautiously grasped his arm. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips and look down at Yingfangxuan. "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Yingfangxuan tugged at his sleeve. "Well, I wasn't angry in the first place." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zifeng was pulled into Yingfangxuan's arms, his chin resting on his head, his nose filled with his other's fragrance. "That's good." Yingfangxuan's voice echoed overhead, a bit muffled. "Can I kiss you?" Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment. Yes. The feeling of exchanging saliva was strange. It felt like his tongue had become a small root, reaching into his mouth to absorb it. Ying Fangxuan's scent was very familiar, like a field, like a long river, like a fierce wind, like a flurry of snow, gently drifting over his heart. Ying Fangxuan closed his eyes. Yi Zifeng lowered his gaze to look at him, unable to articulate what he was thinking. If he had the chance to do it all over again, would he still make the same choice? He twirled his fingers, but the next second Ying Fangxuan held them tightly, his slender hand clasping his own, their fingers intertwined and rubbing against each other with an unbearable rubbing. Yi Zifeng. Ying Fangxuan whispered as he kissed him, his breath soft and gentle. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh, but it was quickly swallowed. A little too intimate. Yi Zifeng realized this belatedly. The mingling of saliva, the entangled breaths, the layers of affection that enveloped him, suffocating him, even the sighs he let out were swallowed. Ying Fangxuan's tongue delved inside, a gurgling sound coming from his mouth. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling that this was all too sudden, too intimate. Yi Zifeng. Ying Fangxuan seemed to sigh, but he never opened his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered, but he held him firmly in his arms. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but blink, sighing deeply, and then he too held Ying Fangxuan's hand. Now that things have come to this, let's kiss for a while, then practice properly afterwards. A round moon climbed up the sky, and then slowly set. The morning light lit up the horizon. Birds in the forest, having woken up early, perched on tree branches, tilted their heads at the transparent barrier before them, then fluttered back. When the 78th bird arrived, the barrier finally dissipated, revealing a figure in white and a figure in black. The figure in white was neatly dressed, with soft, silky green hair, and a calm expression. The figure in black, with her hair tied up slightly messy, was radiant with uncontrollable joy. Stop! Yi Zifeng reached out to stop Ying Fangxuan, pointing a finger at a discouraging spot. You're in heat. Control yourself. Ying Fangxuan's face flushed, and he quickly threw a deceptive trick. Yi Zifeng turned his head. Time to get to work. Oh, right there. Yi Zifeng looked at Ying Fangxuan, who had already taken out his equipment. After 3 seconds of silence, he quickly pulled out the materials he needed to study from his storage space. It was terrifying. He had actually been immersed in lust for so long. Love sickness was truly irresistible. Yi Zifeng read quickly, his mind racing as he carefully reviewed the material he had recently written on the fusion of spiritual power and electricity. Within an instant's stick of time, he had gained new insights and discarded the parts that had come to him impulsively the previous night. Reassurance. Yi Zifeng felt like he was back to normal. Nothing could stop his progress, not even the most sincere love. At most, he could talk while he progressed, as a diversion on the long road of cultivation. Yi Zifeng put down the materials in his hand, and looked at Ying Fangxuan. Seeing the man's obvious lack of focus, he shook his head. This wouldn't work. If he wasn't making progress, why would Ying Fangxuan stay with him? After you finish this, study this material and write a reflection. 10,000 words will do. Ying Fangxuan, ? Get to work. While Ying Fangxuan was studying the materials not far away, Yi Zifeng took out his compass and began to scan the next world. He fed his spiritual power into it, and glittering characters lit up one by one. The pointer gently swayed. The previous one, the high-tech monkey world, was... The pointer stopped at a certain point, and in that instant, Yi Zifeng recalled many lively scenes. The gecko mutant bravely scaled a tall building. The rabbit mutant leaped vigorously. The piranha practiced stealth in a secret realm. The mosquito mutated and reincarnated 6 times before passing the assessment. The institution was growing larger and larger, gradually transforming from a low-end online course business into a full-time undergraduate program. The University of All Things. A university that specifically recruited mutant students, supported by the state, and staffed by spirit beasts from the world of cultivation as experienced teachers. Although I shouldn't have revealed my background, the number of students enrolled at the time meant many spirit beasts were forced to teach. Many of these spirit beasts had barely awakened, and were easily tricked into revealing secrets by the students. The teachers at that university all claimed to be spirit beasts from the world of cultivation, that the world had collapsed, and that they had come to Earth to make a living. By the time I left that world, this information was practically universal. While some didn't necessarily believe it, anyone with any knowledge knew it. Yi Zifeng recalled his days as president of the University of All Things. I have to say, compared to the early days of working as 81 clones in the organization, being the president of Wanwu University is far more comfortable. After training and practical exercises, the spirit beast teacher gradually found his feet. Officials assisted him with various chores, and he only had to make decisions. Yi Zifeng suddenly recalled many things from that world. It must be said that that world was slightly different for him. Being a president inevitably meant interacting with many students. If I remember correctly, many students spotted him on the day he left, forcing him to take a group photo at the school gate. Yi Zifeng skillfully pulled the photo out of his storage space. Group photo of teachers and students at the Wanwu University gate, class of 2024. He looked down for a few seconds, then couldn't help but curl his lips. Ing Fengxuan has returned alive. Yi Zifeng grabbed Ing Fengxuan, who was writing a 10,000-word reflection, and asked him to deliver a message to the teachers at Wanwu University. Wanwu University. Conference room. You're disregarding the students' safety. You're stubbornly applying old methods to your teaching. A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, his voice echoing throughout the conference room. Oh! How could I not have known that illusions could also affect student safety? A thin woman with a small, pointed face expressed indifference. Last year, a student collapsed in your secret realm, and public outcry erupted. If we hadn't promptly explained the situation, how could the University of all things have continued to operate peacefully? Really? The thin woman twitched her lips. I don't think it's that the University of all things is failing, but that someone wants to take over. What do you mean by that, Teacher 1? You're trying to sow discord between us. The middle-aged man's face was righteous. Needless to say, if you've enrolled in my class, you must adhere to my standards. The passing score for the Diptera family is always the same. If you don't pass, you fail. Teacher 1, a thin woman whose true form is a mosquito from the self-cultivation realm, stood up. Director Lee could perhaps find a better excuse to start a fight instead of harping on my class. The Culicity family is no different from other families. If you want to achieve high success, you must meet high standards. Teacher 1, a slender figure, walked to the door and turned back. Public opinion may boil over certain remarks, but the vast majority of people are clear-sighted. If you have any ideas, just raise them. There's no need to beat around the bush. Chapter 244. Teacher 1 disappeared behind the door. Director Lee was stunned for a second before realizing something was amiss in the conversation. What did he mean by wanting to replace? What was he replacing? University of all things. For large characters appeared in Director Lee's mind. This wasn't right. Director Lee belatedly realized he'd fallen back into his old habit of always trying to gain the upper hand in debates with colleagues, thereby achieving his own goals. Of course, this had been fine before. The people he dealt with were all seasoned veterans, each with their own unique skills. But things had changed in the past 2 years. A few years ago, animal characteristics began to appear in people, and a very special institution was established, offering tailored training courses for students experiencing various physical changes in the early stages of chaos. Of course, the fees were a bit high, but when combined with a well-organized social life, this small fee was a steal. At the time, officials held countless meetings and debates, ultimately making a decision they never regretted. Support this institution, expand enrollment, and transform it into a university, ready to embrace the changing times. Beast-like teachers appeared in university classrooms, pointing at the blackboard with sticks in hand, correcting the students' movements step by step. Director Lee also taught for a while. Wearing reading glasses, he sat in his seat, watching the massive bear pointing at the blackboard. Every day, there were moments when he thought he was dreaming. It was so magical, so sudden. I was already over 50, and I was actually growing bear hair. Thankfully, the country made arrangements, and fortunately, God was blessing Yin country. At a time of chaos both at home and abroad, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in Yin country to open an institution and offer classes. They were said to be from the world of cultivation. They were familiar with the world of cultivation. Its culture wasn't too different from Yin nations. They were like family, if you rounded it up. They also treated them like family, but honestly, Director Lee still had no idea why. Director Lee felt his hands, and seeing no one around, he took his bare ears out of his hat and rubbed them. It felt quite comfortable. After the mysterious founder of the institution left, the official core members were flustered, but for a long time, the beast-shaped professors at the University of all things remained incredibly dedicated. Although they could sometimes be short-tempered, they were incredibly kind to their dedicated students. Director Lee once received a large fruit from Teacher Bear, the size of a human head, crunchy and sweet. The spirit beast teachers were truly dedicated, some even overly so. Take, for example, Teacher 1, who just left. Anyone who enrolled in her class had to pass an assessment in a fantasy world. But the assessment was rigorous. The most outrageous record was 86 reincarnations, meaning the student failed 85 times before passing. By the time he emerged from the illusion, the student was breathing in more than out. That incident caused a huge uproar. A reporter suddenly appeared from nowhere at the school and started filming. The student's tragic appearance quickly went viral, with trending search terms like #University of All Things Teaching Accident #Student died during cultivation #Can beasts really be teachers? #The conspiracy behind the scenes When he saw these terms, his eyes darkened, and he quickly arranged for professionals to clarify the matter. How could he have died? That student, full of life, had passed Teacher Wen's assessment and was flooded with job offers. But clarification was useless. Even with every piece of information clearly laid out, a considerable number of netizens still clung to their own beliefs. The dark side of the University of All Things Why does the government protect them? Does the average person still have a future? It was a very depressing trend, but thankfully, with the internet's constant upheaval, these topics gradually died down. Only Teacher Wen became much quieter, announcing she would be in seclusion for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the giant, elongated mosquito transformed into the serious, slender-limbed woman she is today. The spirit beast teacher transformed. The nation was once again shocked. They had finally accepted the animal teacher as their teacher, and suddenly, overnight, the animal teacher took on human form. Oh my God, is this really the 21st century? How magical, how incredible. I thought animals being teachers was impressive enough. The above person's acceptance of this is truly poor. Even a transformation is still magical and incredible. That being said, it's still pretty amazing. From the online comments, I can tell everyone was quite confused. At first, they couldn't believe it, but once they looked down and saw their bodies had animal characteristics, they quickly accepted it. Since I could transform into an animal, it should be normal for the animal teachers to transform into human forms. Right? It's still a bit magical. But everyone has a lot to do every day, and the strangeness has gradually worn off. Now that things have come to this, I saved some money to go back to school. I'm a little tired of this job, so I might consider using my animal characteristics for something else. One by one, the spirit beast teachers transformed. But according to the students, the teachers still prefer to use their original bodies, because they're already used to it. But a new problem arose. If the spirit beast teachers took on human forms, could they still simply interact with the spirit beasts of the cultivation world? The authorities held numerous meetings regarding this matter, ultimately unanimously deciding that as long as they took on human form and stood on this land, they could exercise their rights as citizens. So, the spirit beast teachers not only had to teach, but also learn to handle various school affairs. They occasionally encountered friction with their human colleagues, but they lived in peace. But the human colleagues soon discovered that despite their human forms, the spirit beasts were still very straightforward, not too fickle. Of course, when they lost their temper, they were still direct. With the exception of one person. Teacher Wen, the first to transform, was, to put it bluntly, the entire spirit beast team's attention was focused on her. Reflecting on their recent conversation, Director Lee realized she had misunderstood again. It shouldn't matter. Time will tell. I just need to be more careful in the future. Even on the other side, Teacher Wen was surrounded by her students as soon as she left the teaching building. Teacher, look, I broke the record. I finished the task in 13 minutes. Isn't that progress? Teacher, is that the technique you taught me? Teacher. Chen Hao transformed into his original form today and went around smacking students, saying it was your assignment. No, I wasn't. I was just joking with him. He smacked me yesterday, too. A group of students gathered around, chattering. Teacher Wen remained calm, waiting until the noise died down before addressing each student one by one. I've made progress. The index finger movement isn't standard enough. Chen Hao will be punished by taking the secret realm test number 3. You shouldn't sit idle either. Go take the test number 4. A large group of students were dealt with one by one. As the sun gradually set, a faint yellow glow enveloped Wanwu University, and Teacher Wen finally had some free time. She turned to look at the sky. The sunset here was different from that in the cultivation world. It was larger and redder, like some soft, harmless fruit, casting a gentle glow across the horizon. Teacher Wen. Let's go to the cafeteria. A student in brightly colored clothes greeted her with a smile. She nodded and headed for the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with activity. A variety of humanoids and beasts mingled. Some well-behaved students, in their human form, sat on chairs, eating bite by bite. Some uninhibited students, in their beast form, grabbed their food with their paws. Some even got down on all fours, wagging their tails as they ate their food. Teacher Wen felt both accustomed and unfamiliar. She was used to it because it happened so often, but she wasn't because it occasionally reminded her of the mysterious and vast primeval forests of the cultivation world, where nothing like this had ever happened before. Teacher Wen spooned her rice into her mouth, then instinctively sipped a large drink before tidying up her plate and placing it in the bowl and chopstick collection area. "Hey, is that Teacher Wen?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Don't look her in the eye." A whisper rang out from a distance. Teacher Wen turned to take a look and, unsurprisingly, was met with 2 exclamations of surprise. The 2 students fled in panic. Her gaze was sharp. She didn't see this as a bad thing. It simply demonstrated her ability to intimidate her enemies. Teacher Wen glanced around the cafeteria, paused for a second, and then stepped into the night without hesitation. At midnight, a post suddenly popped up on the Wanhui University forum. Do you feel that Teacher Wen's eyes always hold a murderous intent? As the title says, I was eating in the cafeteria today and turned to see Teacher Wen glaring at me. I was so scared that my tail tucked under my feet, and I almost choked on my food. I have pictures and proof. Pictures? Wow, my teacher is so handsome. Take her away. Teacher Wen has always been like this. She doesn't harbor any ill will towards her students. However, according to our teachers, she went through a rigorous selection process to become a teacher. She only seems aloof because she's talented. So that's how it is. That's good. I thought she didn't like my species. What species is the OP from? Why are you so worried? I'm not comfortable revealing this. It's a very powerful yet friendly animal. Anyway, it's quite endearing. I think I figured it out. There's a tip on the main page. I was scared during lunch and just tucked my tail between my legs, haha. You're the senior who loves eating with prototypes in the cafeteria, right? I've heard so much about you. If we have time, let's eat together. I love to get down on all fours too. Sure, sure. The forum fell into a cheerful mood again, with students joking with each other, and no one took the initial question seriously. Ever since the Wanhui University forum started, there have been at least 80, if not 100, similar questions a day, most of them asking if Teacher XX hates me. Everyone usually responds enthusiastically. No, Teacher XX is just blunt, sharp-tongued, single-minded, has a bad memory, and likes to hit people. I'm not talking about the person, but the issue. If you don't believe me, talk to the teacher next class and you see. If you're a little proactive, the teacher will even send you something. But that night, the topic didn't die down. Instead, someone with ulterior motives manipulated it and moved it to a real-time hot discussion app. Hashtag the teacher at Wanhui University always wants to kill hashtag. The accompanying image was a heavily censored post from a school forum, with words like Teacher 1, murderous intent, scared me, and choked on my food. The topic's popularity soared at an eerie pace, and by the time daylight broke, it had already topped the trending search list. Chapter 245. Hashtag teachers at the University of Everything always want to kill hashtag. As soon as the entry appeared, many netizens clicked on it. Although there was no video or text, only a heavily censored screenshot from a forum. But similar rumors had circulated online, and people inevitably had preconceived notions. Another incident at the University of Everything. It seems a teacher last time also caused a student's death. Internet memories are always strange. Fragments of memory, washed ashore by a massive wave, wash ashore completely different from before. But most people don't trace the source, just assume that everyone says it, and it seems so. I remember this teacher got into trouble before, and it was suppressed within 2 days. The University of Everything has support, and ordinary students have no chance of getting justice. It's actually quite scary. Have you ever wondered why they lurk in schools, and why they continue to teach students for free? I always feel that this era is strange. People are no longer human, and animals are teaching in schools, and some people think it's normal to wantonly punish students. Is that okay to say? Aren't you afraid of being blocked? Actually, it's already been blocked. This is my account. So why did this teacher show murderous intent for the students in the cafeteria? Or if it was murderous intent, could it be something else? You mean appetite? The account above is gone. Oh my god, I was just here to watch the fun, but now that the accounts above are gone, I'm really scared. I'm leaving. I don't dare say much. My account will be gone soon too. What's there to be afraid of losing your account? I'm just saying, no matter what kind of teacher, corporal punishment shouldn't be given. Even if they're spirit beast teachers from the cultivation world, the same goes for them. Aren't spirit beasts that advanced? Shouldn't they transform into humans? How dare you say that? You're asking for your life. Those teachers were the heroes of the early days of mutation. They helped us enter the new era. But is that something you can say? We've been fine without support from overseas. Someone's going to call you ungrateful soon, doghead. I'm just raising my hand weakly. Actually, I want to stay human. I don't like the animal features growing on me. It's weird, like I'm sick. Conspiracy theory, these animals and the mutations appeared at the same time. Could there be a connection between the two? The account above is no longer active. That's pretty scary. Is that even something you can say? Oh my god, why is our teacher so glum today? You idiots, try to be more relaxed. Put down your bowls and curse, if you have the guts. Just don't watch the online class. Fend for yourself. Be whatever you want. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because there's a screen between us. Just wait and see. This thread suddenly fell silent, but there were others, even in small groups and private chats, where everyone was whispering. The trending search was quickly suppressed, but those with ulterior motives fanned the flames even more vigorously. As expected, the trending search disappeared. I can only say that the authorities truly trust these teachers, and won't allow us to question them. But can we really get along with people who are not of our species? Are they born with a pure desire to be teachers, given their own selfish motives? After this statement was made, even netizens who hadn't given much thought could not help but ponder. Yes, are there animals in the world born with a love of being teachers? It's well known that being a teacher isn't a comfortable job, let alone one filled with wild and unruly creatures. Some neutral netizens couldn't help but waver. While they didn't go so far as to question anything, they couldn't help but wonder. Why would these spirit beasts, supposedly from the world of cultivation, be so diligent as to teach at a university? Their ambitions are huge. No matter how you look at it, they're huge. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why these spiritual beasts from the world of cultivation, with their immense combat power and the ability to transform into human form, would be willing to diligently teach students from all corners of the world at a university. Unless there's some conspiracy behind this. The news channel is showing another story about a teacher at the university of all things dealing with a misguided student. Professor Xiong was being broadcast live. The humans were flashing long, black props at him. Professor Xiong felt a little unaccustomed, but not as panicked as he had been the first time. Professor Xiong, can I have an interview with you? The human handed over a black object, presumably for recording. Ahem, sure. He spoke a somewhat awkwardly human voice. What class is this student from? And why did he decide to rob a bank? Professor Xiong scratched his leg and looked at the embarrassed student in his arms. He seems to have graduated last year. The humans were still waiting for him to speak, and Professor Xiong scratched his head again. Maybe he wanted to steal some money. The student lowered his head even lower. But the reporter held the microphone closer. According to our law enforcement officers, he's quite formidable. How did you arrest him in under a minute? Professor Xiong wanted to scratch his leg again, truly at a loss for words. How to arrest? Just reach out and arrest him. If he didn't catch this student he brought in within a minute, his life would be in vain. But his experiences since transforming into a human form made him feel inexplicably unconvinced. Yeah. That's it. Professor Xiong shook his head and looked around. A dense crowd surrounded them, and a car honked not far away. It must be called a police car. Professor Xiong suddenly remembered, it wasn't just my achievement. It was inseparable from everyone's cooperation, haha. He's really grown up. Professor Xiong was secretly delighted. Such a respectable statement had come out of his mouth. Being a human being is truly difficult and complicated. Professor Xiong is so modest. Without you, we wouldn't have arrested the suspect so quickly. Of course, as Professor Xiong said, resolving this issue quickly also required everyone's cooperation. I'd like to remind everyone here. The reporter smiled, a very friendly smile. The trends of the times have given us different abilities, but we're all moving forward together. The cost of crime is even higher than before. I hope everyone will abide by the law and improve their lives within legal boundaries. Professor Xiong looked down at his former student, pondering for a long time, but still couldn't recall what he'd been like. There was no way. There were too many students to teach. Even with companions sharing the burden, bear-type mutants from all corners of the world, there were still so many of them under his wing, a sea of people so dense that it seemed impossible to see the end of them. Professor Xiong sighed, having learned without a teacher, and scratched his head, unconsciously beginning to miss his old, sleep-and-eat lifestyle. Being a human being is so hard. Not only do you have to go to bed early, and get up early, but you also have to work hard. Being a teacher is even harder. You have to compile thousands of years of experience into knowledge. You finally graduate your students, and in the blink of an eye, they've gone astray. Got to catch them. Teacher Wen said it was the local master who was helping everyone establish their authority, but he really didn't like it. The students were slippery, the humans were noisy, and the white lights were blinding. He couldn't say anything impressive about them. Alas! If only the mosquito spirits had spoken. Thank you, Professor Xiong, for your hard work. Just hand the suspect over to the police. Do you have anything else to say to your student? The human woman's eyes sparkled, as if she was anticipating what he would say. Reform yourself? Professor Xiong managed to compose 4 words. Okay, thank you, Professor Xiong. The human woman, still smiling, swiftly escorted the robbed student to the police car. Professor Xiong stood there, watching, and when he saw no one was watching, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. If being a human was 8 points difficult, being a teacher was 12 points, then delivering a speech in front of so many humans was incredibly challenging, at least 99 points. Establish prestige. Those 4 words suddenly popped into Professor Xiong's mind, but he couldn't figure it out. What prestige could he possibly establish? Wasn't that something only a king needed? Speaking of the king, he truly missed him. His time in the cultivation world was like a childhood painting, simple lines but vibrant colors. He longed to return to the cultivation world and live a life of eating, sleeping, eating, with the occasional fight, but that was just fighting for prey. He really didn't want to live this complicated life anymore. Ding dong. A message came on his phone. Professor Xiong fumbled to pull it out. It was from a student. Professor, don't be sad. People online just believe everything they hear and have no discernment. My junior sister and I will cook you a giant bun tonight. It's stuffed with meat and mixed with ground chestnuts. It's so fragrant. I make you a giant one. After reading the message, Professor Xiong swallowed hard, but it took him a moment to realize that the student was trying to comfort him. Are people online just believing everything they hear? What happened online? Professor Xiong scrolled through the pages on his phone for a long time before he finally found the app he was looking for. This must be it, so he clicked on it. Hashtag there's something wrong with the faculty at Wanwu University hashtag. Hashtag not my kind, is that really reasonable? Hashtag. Hashtag students at Wanwu University speak passionately hashtag. Hashtag I hate myself turning into an animal hashtag. Professor Xiong's mind was swamped. There were too many words, and he squinted for a long time before he understood the meaning. Wanwu University was the territory left to them by the king, the place where they would teach. Faculty, presumably, referred to the teachers. Aren't teachers just them? What's wrong with them? Professor Xiong felt something was amiss, but his time as a human was too short, so he could only grasp the superficial meaning. So what was the problem? People online didn't like Wanwu University, nor did they like them. Professor Xiong couldn't quite articulate his feelings. He just felt a pang of sadness. It might be because he hadn't eaten in the morning, or perhaps because he had been too excited when he had just arrested the students. Actually, it's understandable. After all, this is someone else's territory, and the king has abandoned them here, so it's only natural that they might experience some misunderstanding. Professor Xiong glanced at the crowd around him again, feeling less heartbroken. To be honest, if a strange spirit beast enters the king's forest and isn't driven out within an hour, everyone will be considered to have gone without food for the year. So this is normal? Professor Xiong looked down at his phone, feeling better after reading the messages from his students. The meat buns with chestnuts were quite delicious. But for some reason, he didn't feel like going back to school for the time being. Ding. The sound of wind rippling through the air suddenly echoed in his mind. The next second, several spirit beasts heard that familiar yet strange voice. The cultivation world is being rebuilt. Return quickly. The voice paused again. You can bring others with you. Chapter 246. On this day, the students of Wanwu University all noticed something was amiss with their teachers. Even if at first glance there wasn't much difference, a closer look revealed subtle signs of something amiss in their beards, eyelids, mouth corners, scales, and so on. How should I put it? Teacher whose beard seemed especially curled today. Teacher Xi's eyelids twitched quite a bit. Teacher Wen's mouth corners lifted slightly. Teacher Xiaoxi's scales were incredibly smooth. The more attentive students could easily conclude that the teacher seemed to be in a better mood today. But then the question arose. Today wasn't the day for year-end bonuses, so why were the teachers so happy? Teacher, is there something good going on? An active student raised his hand to ask. Ahem. Professor Xiong nodded modestly, glanced at the endless number of bare heads filling the classroom, and reached out to adjust his tie. Feeling he was ready, he slowly spoke. This isn't a big deal. Professor Xiong couldn't pretend anymore. The mere thought of it made him grin. I'm going home. The classroom fell silent for a long moment before a study committee member spoke up. Back to the teacher's dormitory? At this, several students jumped in surprise. Wait, do you even need to say home when you're going back to the teacher's dormitory? It's common knowledge that the spirit beast teachers all came from the world of cultivation. It's said that after the world of cultivation declined, they came here to make a living. Observant students have noticed that no matter which spirit beast teacher, they never refer to their place of residence as home. They usually say back to the dormitory. The study committee members' heartbeat quickened, and bare ears, noses, and claws suddenly appeared. The other students also began to freak out, as they all thought of the most unlikely possibility. Yes, Professor Xiong adjusted his new bow tie, his furry face lit up with an indescribable glow. I'm going back to the world of cultivation. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, and students of all stripes were speechless, unsure how to react. Return to the world of cultivation. Just contemplating these 4 words, one felt as if they would never see each other again. But where was this? This was the University of All Things, named after its group of spiritual beast teachers from the world of cultivation. A few years ago, when the aberration struck, Yin Nation had a significant head start with the University of All Things. If it weren't for the comparison with the overseas situation, no one would have realized the turmoil and chaos that would have ensued. It turned out that everyone didn't mutate all at once, but rather began with a few individuals. The first group of people to mutate mastered unique abilities, and began to seek to overturn their own destinies. Chaos erupted one after another abroad, some bloody, some tragic. But the most common feeling among the Yen people was that, overnight, the country had declared that everyone must take classes, and that a course on physical mutation was already in place. The transition was incredibly natural, almost silky smooth, so swift that some countries still clamor that it must have been orchestrated by Yin. But despite the clamor, the world has now tacitly accepted that if one wants to delve deeper into animalistic mutation and achieve the pinnacle of sophistication, one must go to Yan's University of All Things. It is a paradise for mutants, with the most professional professors and the most comprehensive training system. University of All Things. The most fundamental element is the hundreds and thousands of spirit beast teachers, beasts, who have been raised in a pure system for thousands of years, who have descended here to take up their teaching staffs and stand before the blackboard. No one had ever imagined that the spirit beast masters would one day leave here. It's only been a few years, and the world of cultivation has collapsed. How could they possibly go back? Teacher, one student said tremblingly, are you upset by the online comments? Let's report them together. If reporting doesn't work, we arrest them offline and put those people's online comments to rest. Yes. The others also realized. It must be the bad online culture that's making the teacher sad. Let's go report it together. It's time to clean up the internet. Teacher. A student slammed the table. From today on, I be watching the internet 24/7. Anyone who dares to say anything bad will be reported and their account will be blocked. Yes, teacher, don't be sad. We make you some big buns today, okay? I steal the honey brewed by the teacher next door and give it to you. Teacher, don't be sad. The classroom was noisy. Normally, Professor Xiong would have yelled at everyone to quiet down, but today was different. He was in such a good mood that he even found these clumsy little bears endearing. No, I'm going home for dinner. My boss will make it for me. Professor Xiong adjusted his tie again, checked his fur to make sure it was smooth, and, feeling that his manners were up to par, he prepared to say goodbye to the students. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something, and turned to look at the tearful faces in the classroom. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke directly. I can bring a group. I don't know how many people. Anyone who wants to go. Raise your hands? Everyone in the classroom raised their hands, some even raising both their hands and their feet. Professor Xiong was silent for a second as he watched this scene unfold. But Wang didn't specify how many he could take, so the more the better, right? Professor Xiong was about to lead the group out, but after 2 steps, he remembered that human bears were different from real bears. Human bears had parents to look after them, and they might have to report their whereabouts. 10 minutes, no 5 minutes. I take you out in 5 minutes. Now you can pack up and tell your parents. The classroom immediately erupted in the chaotic sounds of packing. Some people immediately began clearing out their desks. Others reached for their phones to text. The 5 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. As the entire class followed Professor Xiong out, someone still asked where they were going. To Professor Xiong's hometown, probably the realm of cultivation, a student explained for the person next to him. The realm of cultivation? The word was clearly too strange, and it took the listener 3 seconds to understand. Are we really going to the world of cultivation? Someone mingled with the crowd, following the class outward, but clearly not quite in the mood. You still have time to go back now, a classmate reminded him. Because the University of all things is unique, the students in the class are not all of the same age. The youngest is in his 20s, and the oldest is 86. Life is a journey you can take at any moment. A gray-haired classmate stroked his beard and happily joined the class line. The younger student sensed something was amiss, but everything happened so quickly. Teacher Xiong said they were going home, and everyone was feeling sad. Then, when they were asked if they wanted to go, everyone raised their hands, so they had to raise theirs too. We should be able to come back, right? Teacher, how long will we be gone? When can we return to Earth? Someone shouted from the line. Professor Xiong happened to hear, 15 days. Wang had just told him. Great, now there's nothing to worry about. 15 days in the world of cultivation, I can brag about it until I die. Who else? Just asking who else? A quick-thinking student in the crowd whipped out his phone and quickly typed out a long message. You won. 4 big words as the title. I want to say to those stirring up trouble on the internet, you won. The student typed furiously as he stood in line. All the teachers at the University of all things announced their departure. From now on, there will be no more University of all things in our country. Even if there were, it would be no different from some other countries' mutant schools. Perhaps this is what some people want to see. Of course, the current situation is also largely due to the contributions of those who are fence-sitters. It's your wavering and hesitation that has disheartened those who have truly invested their heart and soul, and a promising hand has been shattered. Those with ulterior motives will naturally suffer backlash, but those who believe everything they hear are not innocent either. Remember, it's your wavering and your facile behavior that have frustrated countless students who aspire to attend the University of all things. From now on, our descendants, our children and grandchildren, will gradually become mediocre in this increasingly peaceful and mutated curriculum. I can only hope that your descendants can preserve those early gains. Let's go, let's go! Everyone ahead is leaving. The students behind urged the student to hurry. Right away. The student typed as he walked forward. Teacher Ling Shou didn't owe you anything. Alright. The student quickly put down his phone. Seeing the line was almost his, he suddenly heard a ding. He took it out and saw that the post he had just sent had a message. What do you mean by all the teachers at Wanhui University are leaving? What happened? The student quickly typed a reply. The teachers are all going home, back to the world of cultivation, taking only us students with them, never to return. Are you kidding? What about the students applying to Wanhui University next year? Back to the world of cultivation? Where is that world? Is that the world I imagined? The student was about to reply, but the student behind him pressed him again, so he just replied with a quick hum. He quickly shoved his phone in his pocket. Little did they know, the internet had already sparked a furor. This piece of content quickly captured everyone's attention, becoming a trending topic in the blink of an eye. Hashtag Wanhui University closes down hashtag. Hashtag spiritual beast teacher returns home hashtag. Hashtag is this really? Hashtag. Hashtag does the cultivation world really exist? Hashtag. Netizens who saw the trending search were stunned. Compared to the nefarious individuals who had been stirring up trouble online recently, most were focused on preparing for their exams. Countless men, women, and children dreamed of studying at Wanhui University for a while, optimizing their careers based on their mutations, and starting a new life. But then the sky fell. They opened their eyes to find that Wanhui University was closing down, and the spiritual beast teachers were going home, returning to that world of cultivation. So who was stirring up trouble recently? Who was it? I'm so impressed. I searched the search terms, and realized there were so many insane, inflaming comments recently. Who was actually agreeing with them? Why were they agreeing with them? Can't we just use our brains and think about it? Is this fake news? Didn't the cultivation world collapse? How can we go back? I think they might be saying this on purpose, specifically to threaten us. Doghead, the 2 crazy people above have already reported this. If anyone else wants to act crazy, just speak up. Now that Wanhui University is about to close down, and the teachers are gone, we should just give up. Chapter 247. The internet was in turmoil, with wave after wave of netizens taking a look. The sky had fallen. The teachers at Wanwu University were going home, back to the world of cultivation, and reportedly, they would never return. So who was fanning the flames recently? They were doing their jobs well, so who was making malicious speculations? My son is a senior this year, and his grades are good enough to get into Wanwu University. Can anyone tell me if the Spirit Beast teachers are really going back? Replying to the above, 100% true. My cousin is a student, and has already sent a message saying she's going to the world of cultivation with the teachers. Is it possible that the teachers are just going back for a break, and will be back to work afterward? The account above looks familiar. I saw you a few days ago asking why Spirit Beasts were willing to be teachers. Now the answer is out. They don't want to be teachers at all, so they're going back. I was just saying that. Now, the teachers are being told to go back because of your random comment. Who's responsible now? So this is true? Oh my god, I thought it was a joke. The internet is still buzzing with shock, regret, and fear. But no matter how much trouble there is, the Spirit Beast teachers have finally entered the world of cultivation with all their students. The vast sky stretches as far as the eye can see, the primeval forest stretches as far as the eye can see. Standing high up and looking down, the greenery is a vast ocean. The wind blowing in your face is joyful, dancing in the air, as if imbued with an inexplicable power. The students standing in the front row were speechless, while the students behind them were still pushing and clamoring for those in front to move aside. But the students in the front row felt as if nails were growing under their feet. They gazed at the unfamiliar yet vast land, breathing in the exhilarating air. Everything felt so foreign, yet it flowed through their skin, meridians, and bloodstream, melting into their bodies. Is there spiritual energy in the air? Someone murmured in the crowd. Anyone who had studied at the University of all things knew that spiritual energy existed in the world of cultivation, because the Spiritual Beast teachers always mentioned it unconsciously during class. In the teacher's words, spiritual energy is the fuel for cultivation. With spiritual energy, anything is possible. Teacher, then what we're learning now doesn't require spiritual energy, right? Someone raised their hand in class. Students who attended that class still remember the teacher's response. So what we're learning now are just cheap tricks. The students in the audience glanced at their thick books, then at their calloused hands. After a moment's pause, they continued listening. So this is spiritual energy? A considerable number of students gasped for air, and for a moment, the sound of rapid inhalations filled the air from all directions. What are you doing? Have you turned into dogs? Teacher Siosi was a little annoyed. What do you mean, you stinky lizard? Are you looking down on dogs? Why don't you start a fight? It's a good thing the students are here, so we can be witnesses. Seeing the two teachers about to argue, the students expertly intervened. Teacher, come and see. I don't understand something here. Can you help me figure out how to practice this? Teacher, come and try this. My junior sister just developed something. It's so crispy and sweet. The crowd was caught up in another wave of excitement. More and more people were pouring in from behind the door. From above, it looked like a black army of ants, flowing in waves. Why are there so many people? Yi Zifeng turned to look at Ing Fangxuan. Ing Fangxuan forced himself to remain calm. Maybe they brought all the students back. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, smiling at Ing Fangxuan's flustered expression. Then you should arrange food and lodging for the students. With so many people, they probably need a lot of fruit. Ing Fangxuan, the cafeteria vendor, Yi Zifeng glanced down again. Behind the door, a steady stream of students continued to pour in. In the blink of an eye, they had spread from one hilltop to the other, a dense mass of people. Let the students plant their own fruit trees, and only provide 3 days of meals. That makes sense. Ing Fangxuan nodded, appearing at first glance to be very elegant and calm. It's time for dinner. The students lined up, their heads darting out, their necks stretched 2 miles to see what they were eating today. This was their first meal in the world of cultivation. If not dragon liver and phoenix marrow, they'd have to have at least heavenly mountain delicacies and earth-class seafood. Come on, one for each of you. The students couldn't contain their excitement, their legs shaking as they lined up. After waiting for who knows how long, their turn finally arrived. An object fell from the sky, landing steadily in their hands. A closer look revealed a dark green fruit emitting a cool breeze. They tried to take another look, but were pushed away. Hurry up and leave if you've got your food. You're blocking my way. Everyone scattered with their food. Some bit into it squarely in their human form, some gnawed with fangs, and some, still retaining their usual eating habits, transformed into beasts and ate on all fours, gnawing away. Regardless of their form, they all devoured it with great relish. If the people of the previous worlds weren't sensitive enough to spiritual energy, only feeling the fruit's deliciousness, the students at the University of All Things felt it clearly. This wasn't just any ordinary fruit, this was a carrier of spiritual energy, a mass of primordial spiritual energy, born from nature. Crunch. Smack. Mia mia. The sounds of eating echoed through the forest. Those who had eaten looked engrossed, while those who hadn't also looked eager to plunge their heads into the bags of fruit. The spirit beast teacher distributing the fruit was also unrestrained. It was different at home. They nibbled and distributed the fruit, and even if the juices overflowed, no one would rush out to complain about their poor appearance. Crunch. Teacher Zhu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling the soft fruit melt between his teeth, the cool spiritual energy flowing down his throat into his body. Comfortable. This was home. Every cell in his body clamored for more. His withered body, accustomed to hardship, was now revitalizing. Gentle spiritual energy trickled through his limbs and bones. He couldn't bear to sigh, fearing that if he did, the spiritual energy would escape through his mouth. Teacher, don't just focus on eating. Oh. Teacher Zhu came to his senses, and used his free hand to pass out fruit to the students, one by one, with incredible speed. Truly, he was a little reluctant, but Wang had said that the fruit would only cover this one meal. After that, the students would have to grow their own food. Teacher Zhu nibbled even more happily. Different fruits had different flavors. Some refreshing, some sweet, some mellow, some stimulating. But they were all delicious. That most primal taste, that most refined spiritual energy, with its distinct flavors, leaped into his mouth. Woo! Teacher Zhu cried out, then suddenly transformed back into his original form. A wild boar with ferocious tusks stood still, his entire body radiating a scorching heat. Wow! Spread out. Teacher Zhu is about to advance. The study committee member stopped the students and moved them back, tacitly creating a large clearing. For many, it was their first time seeing Teacher Zhu's original form, but no matter how many times they saw it, it was still incredible. The pair of fangs piercing the sky carried a murderous aura, the bloody eyes, the unruly hair, and the massive body were quite intimidating. Just standing there made one want to flee. Many students were so excited that they revealed their original forms. Those who barely maintained their human forms struggled to retreat, making more space for Teacher Zhu. Crack, crack. Smack, snap. Most of the crowd gnawed in fear. Watch Teacher Zhu jump and scream. Watch him dig furiously in the dirt. Watch him swerve just before colliding with a bag full of fruit. Watch him roll around in the open space. This should be normal, right? Someone asked the study committee member. It should be. The study committee member wiped his sweat, still a little unsure. Teacher Zhu is getting up. Are Teacher Zhu's fangs growing longer? Wow, Teacher Zhu's hair is flying. Wow. His eyes are so bright. Oh my god. A wave of energy sent the onlookers reeling back dozens of steps, one after another falling to the ground. Is Teacher Zhu alright? The study committee member was the first to stand. Looking at the ferocious wild boar in the open space, none of them dared to approach immediately. Come on, hee. The wild boar blew a puff of air. If you don't come, I eat these fruits. The students hurriedly scrambled to their feet, especially those who hadn't eaten, and rushed forward. Although Teacher Zhu's original form looked quite intimidating at first glance, many students had seen it before, and a second glance eased the fear. Teacher, you look so handsome after your upgrade. The first student praised. Teacher, those teeth are so cool, can I touch them? Another student's eyes lit up. You can touch my teeth too? Hee. The wild boar raised its head high. If you don't want to touch them, then don't, stingy teacher. The students scurried off. The remaining students exchanged glances. Those who knew Teacher Zhu well immediately understood. They obediently accepted the fruit and munched on it. When almost everyone had finished, a group of students swarmed over and tackled Teacher Zhu. Wow, such sharp fangs. Teacher Zhu, tell me, what do you use to brush your teeth every day? Oh my god, this hair is like a needle. Oh my god. That tail would be like a spitting top if it whipped you. You little brats. Teacher Zhu snorted twice through his large nostrils, and immediately began chasing after them. Ah! One by one, the students transformed into their original forms, all kinds of creatures, big and small, white and spotted, with and without manes, with fangs and without. They scattered across the forest, and Teacher Zhu quickly caught up. Teacher. Some students withdrew their envious gazes, and looked at Teacher One with sparkling eyes. Teacher One, usually stoic, relaxed considerably. After a moment's silence, he nodded, okay. With that, He transformed into a slender mosquito and vanished into thin air. The students curled their lips, exchanged glances, and then all transformed into animal forms. Several black, mottled mosquitoes, large and small, began buzzing, then vanished into the forest seconds later. Oh my god, the mosquito class is about to start biting. Students nearby witnessed this and, without prior agreement, transformed into animal forms, dashing through the forest. Chapter 248. The forest soon became bustling with activity. Looking around, animals of all sizes mingled together, some flying in the sky, some running on the ground, and still others climbing and swinging on the trees. Yi Zifeng glanced at the black mist of mosquitoes, then turned and looked quietly at Ing Fanshuan. I understand. Ing Fanshuan nodded quickly. Tell the mosquito spirits to build their settlement further away, at the end over there. Yi Zifeng nodded, indicating a reluctance. Coming to the world of cultivation to work. A student in the form of a brown bear followed the group, moving rocks while wondering why he was here. Aren't we here with our teacher to enjoy the beautiful scenery? Isn't it just about eating and enjoying the view? The happy time lasted only one afternoon, running wildly through the forest with countless classmates. Afterward, we slept for a nap, and the next morning, we said we had work to do. Build a place for our teacher to live. Teacher Xiong was overseeing the work not far away, munching on fruit, while giving instructions. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The students in the class, in bear form, diligently moved rocks. Block after block was removed, revealing a cave deep in the mountain. But Teacher Xiong wasn't satisfied and urged everyone to enlarge the cave a little more. Lived there for many years. Teacher Xiong shouted from beneath the tree, repeatedly making larger and larger circles with his hands. The student bears lined up and continued moving rocks, moving until they felt numb, doubted their lives, and their hair flew everywhere, calluses forming on their thick paws. Why are the rocks here so hard? One student exclaimed as they moved. In the world of cultivation, it's normal for the stones to be different. Everyone chatted while moving rocks. After some moving, the cave finally expanded a bit. Let me take a look. Teacher Xiong walked over calmly and surveyed the area with a serious demeanor. Come here. Let's eat first. Afterwards, we go plant something. You can plant whatever you want. It's your choice, right? Free. The students chimed in, but then, they sensed something was amiss. So what are we having for lunch today? Good question. Teacher Xiong pulled out a large bag from behind his back. Fasting pills. Eat them for 3 days, and you won't feel hungry. If you want fruit, just plant it within 3 days. Wow! The students rushed forward, each receiving a dark pill. After stuffing it into their mouths, their faces contorted. Why does it taste a bit strange? One student swallowed it with gritted teeth. I don't know. Teacher Xiong rubbed his chin with a serious expression, glancing at the student, who had swallowed the pill with a bitter look on his face. I didn't make these. These fasting pills were made by human cultivators. Some students sensed something was amiss. As everyone knows, the world of cultivation has collapsed. The spirit beast teachers fled to Earth and only recently returned. So where did these fasting pills come from? Did they snatch them from human cultivators these past 2 days? A student asked tremblingly. Teacher Xiong gave a casual smile. No, they were from many years ago. I can't remember how many years. Ah! The students wailed, trying to scratch their throats, but they couldn't. The pills of the cultivation world, like fruit, melt in the mouth, dissolving into the bloodstream the moment they swallowed. The bear class was in chaos, and the other classes were no less excited. There were so many students, one only provided one meal. They were all teachers on Earth, and the most ruthless ones would take their students to find a place even without a meal. Everyone was in a mess, enjoying a bizarre meal. Afterward, they vowed to farm properly and absolutely eat a normal meal. Collective life is always magical. Even if they spent the morning moving rocks, digging ponds, digging holes, and building tree houses for their teachers, they still felt happy after a bizarre lunch and then carrying hoes to farm together in the afternoon. Look at this sapling. It's so fresh and tender. It's sure to produce the sweetest fruit in the world. Just wait and see. It looks like this one won't bear fruit. I want to plant this one. It's so berry rich. Don't plant it randomly. Can you please read the farming manual carefully? No need to read. I'm just following our teacher's instructions. Everyone was busy on the ground. Due to their different work styles, everyone chose the most convenient form. All sorts of people and animals mingled in the forest, bustling about. Beautiful treehouses were built, vast caves were excavated, and countless passages were dug deep underground, where tiny animals followed their little teacher. Everyone was incredibly busy. Even putting aside the daily meals, the mere act of working in the cultivation world made the air feel refreshing as it passed through their pores. This is the cultivation world. I don't even want to go home. A student sat on the ground. I guess we can't settle down here. If we could, we'd all want to stay. That's true. Everyone sat on the ground, daydreaming, then got back to work. These past few days, they'd been eating strange and bizarre things. The experienced teachers gave their students long old fasting pills, while those without experience simply broke off a piece of tree bark for everyone to chew on. There was no other way. There were too many people, and we should have taken it one step at a time. When will our tree bear fruit? One student asked, gnawing on the bark. The teacher said 3 days. Another student gnawed dully. Although the bark of the trees in the cultivation world can be quite fragrant, it's just bark, gritty and tasteless, leaving the mouth tingling with dryness. Time spent in hardship always passes slowly, but even then, 3 days passed. When everyone grabbed their tools and rushed to the fields, they erupted in joyful shouts when they saw the colorful little fruits sprouting from the trees. It was time to eat something real. No one had ever thought fruit could be so delicious. Soft and sweet, it melted into a pool of juice as soon as it entered their mouths, flowing down into their stomachs. An indescribable fragrance filled their noses, like the scent of flowers, fruits, or some kind of joyful air floating between heaven and earth. They worked even harder. In the morning, they built a mansion for their teacher. At noon, they rushed directly to the fields with their hoes, enjoyed a hearty meal, and planted new plants. They worked from sunrise to sunset, their days filled with joy and excitement. At night, they slept soundly, their teacher's pressure like a strong hand, gently covering the students. The days passed by like a rushing stream, so fast that no one could react. The moment they opened their eyes, they were told it was time to return to Earth. There were howlings and cries of ghosts and wolves. Countless people clung to their teachers' thighs, crying and begging if they could go back with them. The University of all things couldn't be without its teachers. The spirit beast teacher's expression remained the same as always, his eyes, once filled with animalism, softened. He bid farewell to the students with a tone that bordered on a sigh. "Bye, I'm going home." Professor Xiong turned and left, swaggering into the luxurious cave under the gaze of the students. As if unable to bear the gazes from outside, he casually moved a huge rock in front of the cave entrance, completely obscuring it. Everyone walked through the door back to Earth in a daze, their minds filled with the ruthless look of their teacher. Although some of the teachers were sentimental and wept bitterly with their students, they remained resolute as they turned away, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. "So we're back just like that?" One student stepped onto the playground of Wanwu University, and before they could react, they were met by countless camera flashes. Photos of the students returning to Earth were captured. Hashtag students are back. Hashtag spirit beast teacher disappeared. Hashtag as some wish. Hashtag wanted by the University of all things. Hashtag the University of all things has declined. Hashtag the magical door. Hashtag. Several trending searches instantly dominated netizens' attention. Due to the recent internet turmoil, most people knew that Wanwu University had experienced a setback in its faculty. As soon as this hot news broke, it quickly became the top trending search topic. So do we really not have any spirit beast teachers? We didn't get a single photo of them at the scene? Not even one? It was a sea of students, all kinds of people. Could any teachers have been overlooked? Any advice? To the above commenter, not a single one. I know the faculty of Wanwu University like the back of my hand, and I can tell you unequivocally that not a single one returned. It's all good back in the cultivation world. Working diligently and asking for little reward isn't good at all. It's me, I'm going home too. Whose side are you on? What are we going to do now that the teachers are going home? I have relatives whose children and nephews are planning to apply to Wanwu University. What should I do now? Rumor has it, the authorities have sent professionals to take over. Wanwu University won't close down. It's just that the teaching staff isn't as bad as before. It's just like any other school. So what's the difference now, with the mutant schools in other countries? So who was playing fence sitter online a while ago? Can't you see those people had bad intentions? They fanned the flames, and you followed suit, cursing after putting down your bowl. Are you satisfied now? Don't think too much. The authorities have already announced that those fanning the flames have ulterior motives, while those who are fence sitters are just ordinary people. All I can say is that after this incident, everyone should know to think carefully before doing anything and not be swayed by others. I understand the logic, but the price is too high. The next day, I'd be out of school. I have to apply again next year. What am I going to do? Who's going to take care of my future? I've saved up a ton of money and plan to study hard. I'm really floored. I was struggling, but I could still comfort myself by working in cosmetic surgery, helping people remove dark circles. Now my teacher's gone, I'm left to fend for myself. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to dig up all the badmouthing I've done online about my teacher. You guys don't use your brains when you talk about it. What are we going to do? I was thinking about getting into graduate school. I wanted to experience the feeling of connecting with the teachers. Wait, didn't the graduate students at the University of all things sign a contract? Is that still valid? Of course it is. But because the contract was modified by Yeet Seifing, each spirit beast can sign multiple contracts. Over the years, each spirit beast has signed at least 5. The contract hadn't been cancelled, but it had been dispersed and spread across worlds. The information sent by the graduate students on Earth became practically negligible to the spirit beast teachers. But there were also times of boredom. If the mood struck them, the spirit beast teachers could sit in their mansions and read the messages from their students with the same care they'd use to grade homework. If they didn't want to respond, they could just swipe away. If they found the message interesting, they could respond. It was, to be honest, incredibly convenient and comfortable. Chapter 249. If the spirit beast teachers' lives were comfortable and enjoyable, then the students back on Earth felt something was amiss. Or rather, nothing was right. The faint morning light rose from the direction of the school gate. A white crane with a red crown should have been there, grooming its feathers. It was the crane class teacher, graceful and ethereal, a beautiful sight to behold at the gate early in the morning. At noon, the sun crested above the cafeteria. At this time, if you went to the window at the edge of Cafeteria 8, you should have seen Teacher Monkey, skipping class to eat. Follow him to get your lunch, and you'd be rewarded with the day's most exquisite food combination. In the afternoon, the sun set behind the teaching building, a soft orange glow filtering through the windows. If you were the first to rush out, you'd encounter the ghostly figure of Teacher She. If you could run up and greet her loudly, you'd likely receive a small gift, perhaps a leaf, a flower, or perhaps even a piece of quaintly shaped tree bark. As the world was engulfed in darkness, lights lit up across the campus like stars. At this time, quite a few of the spirit beast teachers would choose to go out and play. Some would be by the flower beds, some in the pond, some on the branches of trees. Some would hide, but the vast majority would mingle with the various beast-shaped students. But now that's gone. When I was running around in the cultivation world with the teachers, being ordered around to do things, I didn't feel it. Now, stepping out of that door, I stood once again on the playground of the University of all things, shrouded in darkness. Where are the teachers? Where are the teachers we've all been with for so long? Is he really not coming back? One student covered his eyes, disbelieving. The campus is deserted. One student looked around, selectively ignoring the classmates on the playground, their thoughts and eyes filled with the thought that the spirit beast teacher had gone home and would never return. Has half a month gone by so quickly? One student couldn't believe it, feeling as if he returned in the blink of an eye. A week of this devastating state lasted for everyone. In fact, the next day, new teachers took over. Teacher Bear's class was taught by bear-shaped mutants, Teacher Rabbit's class by rabbit-shaped mutants, and so on. It was clear that the teachers were all quite competent. But everyone was still not used to it. And used to the teacher's solemnity, to the fact that they didn't talk about matters of the cultivation world, to the fact that they suddenly told everyone in the middle of class that separation was an inevitable part of life. No one could pinpoint what was wrong with them, but it was uncomfortable in every way. This went on for a whole week. On the 8th day, the teacher suddenly announced that everyone should write a letter to their favorite spirit beast teacher. The letter would arrive in the cultivation world within 3 days, and if they were lucky, they would receive a reply. Everyone was stunned. Although they felt this activity was too childish, they still picked up their pens and paper. To Teacher, Teacher, long time no see. How's the weather there? Is your cultivation going well? Is your house comfortable? If not, can we go again? This time, we take further courses in relevant housing construction before we go, and we guarantee we can build the perfect house you dream of in one trip. If you can't go, that's okay. We're doing well here at the University of all things. The new teachers are all officially trained professionals, and they all know a lot. It's just that the new teacher is a little different. He doesn't like transforming into his original form as much, and he actually enjoys counseling. All this talk is just nonsense. I don't know if this letter of mine will be selected. If it is, I still want to say that our classmates all miss you. Even though you love calling the roll in class, making people stand in the corner, and eating 3 bowls of rice in one sitting, of course, that's not your fault. It's because the cafeteria bowls are too small. Are the bowls in the cultivation world bigger? They should be. The cafeteria bowls are all sized for students, so the bowls in the forest should be sized for teachers. That's great. Although I really want you to teach us, after coming to my senses, I have to say that if it were me, I would choose to go home too. The human world is truly complex. If you're happy in the cultivation world, it's okay if you don't reply to my letter. Words must have a magical power. When chaotic thoughts flow from the pen onto paper, they transform into neatly arranged characters. Many students cried as they wrote. Past memories surfaced, and their chaotic emotions transformed into tears, and then into words on the paper. The classroom was filled with all kinds of expressions, some crying, some laughing, some feeling conflicted, some sighing. But after the entire class, everyone's demeanor visibly relaxed, as if from that moment on, they had finally accepted the departure of the Spirit Beast teachers. Parting is always regrettable. But the Spirit Beast teachers had gone home to live happy lives, so perhaps that was okay too? Everyone sniffed as they dropped their letters into the mailbox. Afterward, they gathered their emotions and returned to their studies for the day. Now that things have come to this, let's learn first. While the teachers return to the world of cultivation to enjoy a comfortable life, I must also strive to achieve my own goals. Everyone stumbled back on track. The students at Wanwu University gradually emerged, becoming accustomed to the new teacher's teaching methods, and slowly finding the right cultivation method for their own goals. Everyone was making progress. But if there were still some who remained stagnant, they were the people who initially fiddled online. The initial instigators have been apprehended, and as expected, they were citizens of other countries who were watching with eager eyes. But fiddle-sitting online isn't a crime. It's just that friends and family discovered it and harshly condemned it. My brother's family stopped associating with me because I said a few things online a while ago. Are we really relatives? Seeing this headline, everyone clicked on it. But after the incident of Lingsho teachers returned to the world of cultivation, the vast majority of netizens have realized that even when surfing the internet, one must think independently and maintain their sanity. So what did you say online a while ago? Someone asked. It's nothing. I just followed suit when others questioned me. It didn't cause any real harm. I later realized I was wrong, but my brother ignored me because of this. Doesn't he consider me a real brother? The onlookers instinctively felt something was amiss. Some curious individuals even began searching through the user's past works, and sure enough, they uncovered something infuriating. On the 3rd of last month, you commented in the spy account's comments section, yeah, those teachers are obviously not good people. They're either hairy or scaly, and they all seem to have ulterior motives. On the 8th of last month, you commented in another comment section, right. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. I really don't know why the authorities are so careless. On the same day, you released another piece of music, singing along while making sarcastic remarks. This world is upside down. Animals put on clothes and become humans. So this is what you call questioning? Now I understand why the Spirit Beast teachers are going home. It's because of bad apples like you. You're truly disgusting. Other netizens were also shocked. Oh my goodness! I hadn't seen this before, and I thought the Spirit Beast teachers were going home because they were angry. So why would there be people like this? We're clearly a community of shared interests. Some people are actually mentally retarded, just able to take care of themselves. If it weren't for the rules, I'd really want to rush online and beat you up. No one has the obligation to bear such malicious intent. If it were me, I'd go back too. I was so upset before, but now I understand. There are actually a lot of people like this. I stumbled across one a while ago and was shocked. I almost thought I'd joined a cult. It was clearly a major at the University of all things, but those people were hiding in the shadows, cursing and speculating. It was so terrifying, like they were completely insane. I can't stand it. Your brother just stopped associating with you. If it were me, I'd just go and beat him up. He's so stupid and vicious, it's a disaster for our family. I'd just beat him to death. The netizen who posted the post, perhaps realizing the situation was bad, quickly deleted it. But someone took a screenshot, and a discussion ensued, and soon more people knew about it. Many people were shocked when they saw this. It turns out the internet speculation a while ago was so vicious. For the Spirit Beast teachers, who came from the cultivation world, perhaps returning home is actually better. Actually, they don't really need us, do they? Laughing and crying, I know that. Our teacher said before that the cultivation world had collapsed and there was nowhere else to go, so he just happened to choose us. Now the cultivation world must be back on its feet. So it's a good time to go back? That's fine too. But the University of all things isn't top-notch anymore. There aren't those specialized cultivation systems, nor are there suitable illusionary tests. To reply to the above, what we're learning is actually very basic. Spirit Beast teachers are using a butcher knife to crack a nut. There are already instruments for illusionary tests, and you don't know. Is that right? Is there an instrument? Yes, it was there when the University of all things was first established. It was developed by Principal Yi. He's the founder of the University of all things, and is closely connected to the Spirit Beast teachers. He seems to be the mastermind behind it. But it's still hard to accept. The University of all things could have been so much better. This comment was liked by many netizens. But no matter how regretful it is, life still has to go on. Changes will continue. Fortunately, now we can choose to live a normal life or try new things. Gradually, everyone accepted the Spirit Beast teachers' return to the cultivation world, and the encounters were like. It was a wonderful dream, and after waking, I found myself with my own life. In the world of cultivation, in a hidden yet luxurious cave. Big Bear slowly climbed from his stone bed, and dutifully washed in the underground river to the side. After washing and tidying himself, he opened the stone door and walked out. The king's presence lingered in the forest not far away, so familiar, so peaceful. Big Bear couldn't help but grin. He leisurely went to the fields to pick fruit, and after filling his belly, he lay on a rock to bask in the sun. The sun moved from one end of the mountain to the other, shining on. Warmth clung to his fur. Aura danced in the air, as if growing, yet also recovering. The chirping of monkeys echoed from a distance, a bit noisy, but bearable. Big Bear rolled over on the rock, then suddenly sat up, a thought forming. Deep in his mind, a message from a student seemed to reach him. To teacher, long time no see. How's the weather there? The sun gradually faded below the horizon. A gentle, cool breeze rustled through his fur. Big Bear leisurely read the entire letter, scratched his leg, and mentally composed a two-word reply. Not bad. Chapter 250. Night fell, and the water gradually stained the sky, changing from light blue to dark blue before finally enveloping it and melting into the world. Yi Cifeng lay atop the tallest tree in the forest, gazing at the view. At a glance, spiritual energy drifted through the forest like fireflies. Yi Cifeng turned his head again. Beside him, there was silence, only the sound of wind rustling leaves, but not far away, there was a bustle of activity. Flowers stretched their bodies in the night, birds fluttered through the forest, fish bubbled up from the bottom of the pond and dived back down, and tiny winged insects fluttered their wings. The number of living creatures increased. Normally, many spiritual beasts are active at night, but when the teacher returned, perhaps because they were used to the 9-to-5 workday, most of them were asleep. It was quite magical. Normally, he should have rested, but Yi Cifeng looked down at the tree and immediately saw Ing Fangxuan squatting under it. Ing Fangxuan's normally feral eyes now gleamed brightly, reflecting his white figure. The two exchanged silent gazes, and Yi Cifeng's lips gradually curled up, unsurprisingly seeing the other's smile grow wider. A kiss, Yi Cifeng suggested. The kiss came in an instant. It was so fast that Yi Cifeng suspected the other had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But the soft lips that quickly pressed against his were light, almost cautious, at the moment of contact. Yi Cifeng. Ing Fangxuan's kisses were like a dragonfly touching the water, again and again, as if calling his name, yet also as if sighing. Yi Cifeng's fingers tightened, and he slowly closed his eyes. When vision was obstructed, the sensations of lips and tongues were magnified. Soft lips pressed against each other, and Yi Cifeng gently opened his mouth. The next second, he was thrust deep inside. The hot, soft touch entwined with his tongue, the intense stimulation making Yi Cifeng instinctively want to retreat, but before he could react, he noticed Ing Fangxuan was trembling. Yi Cifeng slowly opened his eyes. Ing Fangxuan's kiss was captivating, but a closer look revealed he was losing control of his body. He was trembling. That moment, like a spring breeze blowing across a barren plain, or summer rain falling on parched earth, Yi Cifeng felt a sudden sense of relief. At least he wasn't trembling, was he? He licked the tongue entwined in his mouth, and immediately noticed Ing Fangxuan trembling violently. If he continued, he might cry. Yi Cifeng was fine again. Gently opening his mouth, he savored Ing Fangxuan's scent. Perhaps this was love. Even his saliva could taste a hint of sweetness. Where their lips and tongues met, it felt as if a fire burned, spreading from his mouth to his heart, igniting his entire body. This time, they kissed for a long time. Dark and dazed, his vision blurring, they kissed until Yi Zifeng felt almost unsteady. His face was held, his body wedged between them, and he was kissed relentlessly. The kisses were like feathers or falling snow, falling on his face, forehead, between his eyebrows, eyes, the corners of his mouth. Even his struggles were swallowed up, and only a faint whimper escaped from the place where their lips and tongues met. With his face held, Yi Zifeng seemed to catch a glimpse of daylight as he looked up. Affection was like a torrential summer rain, swallowing him densely and moistly, burying him, melting him into a soil he had never reached before. The lingering kiss left the corner of his mouth, pulling out a silver thread that landed on his chin the next moment, flowing thinly and densely downward. Yi Zifeng felt as if he had been transported back thousands of years, before his human form, weak and pitiful, his slender body huddled in the wind and rain. Wet kisses spread across his neck, each one amplifying his gasp. He could even hear Ying Fangxuan's pounding heartbeat, thumping and mingling with his own. Ah! Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. The breath on his neck paused for a second, but was replaced by an even more violent storm. Light streamed into the forest, the sun rising not far away. Yi Zifeng leaned against the giant version of Ying Fangxuan, resting his head in his soft fur. Ying Fangxuan whimpered in dissatisfaction. No! Yi Zifeng decisively refused. Woo! Ying Fangxuan turned his head, and licked his mouth carefully before burying his nose in the claws. Yi Zifeng turned his head. Who could blame him? The two of them were kissing passionately, almost losing their minds. As delicate kisses repeatedly fell on his neck, Yi Zifeng briefly considered continuing. But Yi Zifeng turned his head to glance at the giant beast, its head buried in its claws, and still found what had just happened bizarre. Who could have imagined this? The formidable beast king, overcome by emotion, suddenly lost his human form. Delicate kisses fell on his neck, and in the next instant, Yi Zifeng was licked from chest to face by a large tongue. He froze for at least 3 seconds, then firmly reached out to stopping Fangxuan's movements. No, I don't agree with this form. Yi Zifeng nestled into the soft fur, turning to ask him to practice diligently, at least to maintain his human form. But he seemed unable to accept reality, his head still buried in his furry paws. Never mind, they'd talk about it some other time. He was a lover of good character, and he had to maintain some dignity. After all, Ying Fangxuan hadn't done it on purpose. It was just a slip of the tongue. Yi Zifeng wordlessly nestled into the soft fur, listening to Ying Fangxuan's pounding heartbeat, thump thump, like thunder. He blinked, then pulled the book from his storage space and read on, accompanied by the pounding heartbeat behind him. The sun rose from the east, gradually climbing towards the horizon. The sunlight grew stronger, and the spiritual energy in the forest was awakening. The sounds of flowers, birds, fish, and insects could be heard from not far away. This land was gradually awakening with the arrival of daylight. The heartbeat behind Yi Zifeng gradually slowed. Turning his head, he saw Ying Fangxuan, his head lifted from his paws, staring intently at him. No more kissing, Yi Zifeng decisively refused. Woo! Ying Fangxuan uttered a whine of grievance. Yi Zifeng continued reading, lazily resting in the soft fur, his expression calm and serene. Ying Fangxuan gradually calmed down as well. More intimate contact was addictive, but just looking at Yi Zifeng was also wonderful, especially with him lying on top of him, their heartbeats syncing. Ying Fangxuan couldn't help but lick his lips, then quietly leaned forward to inhale Yi Zifeng's scent. The two of them played back and forth for a while, until the sun gradually set, its afterglow melting into the horizon. The entire world seemed warm, and tinged with orange and red. Yi Zifeng pushed away the approaching head, closed the book, stood up, straightened his clothes, and then, without a second thought, pulled out his compass, signaling he was ready to get down to business. Huh? Ying Fangxuan exhaled, and before Yi Zifeng's gaze, he transformed back into human form. Let's get to work. Yi Zifeng pinched Ying Fangxuan's face, and then, unsure of what was going on, tugged twice, earning a wide grin. The two of them were finally about to get to work. The spirit beasts not far away were still clamoring. The previous world of the university, of all things, was the world of the treasure-hunting spirit pig and the national destiny spirit vane. The first image that came to Yi Zifeng's mind was screens, lots and lots of them. When he first landed in that world, the first thing he saw was a huge screen, with countless people huddled in front of it, their eyes fixed on the images within. The national destiny copy. A spiritual vane from the cultivation world, after landing in Yin country, somehow learned the game of national destiny, and played it on Earth one game at a time. Each game had a corresponding theme. If Earth lost, the corresponding item would be taken away, such as major crops, animals, and later, even water or air. But if Earth won, they would also receive corresponding upgrades. These upgrades were not simple. They were not based on the same standards as Earth's crops, but on the standards of cultivation crops. Simply put, winning a game would transform the corresponding item, and eventually even advance it into a product of the cultivation world. If memory serves me correctly, that world was the only one with the potential to develop into a cultivation world. Because that spiritual vein had landed. Transforming into a majestic white dragon, it roared before the Yen Nation masses before merging into the earth. The presence of spiritual vein signifies the presence of spiritual energy. With spiritual energy, the consciousness of all creatures awakens within. Of course, humans will dominate, for they are inherently the most spiritual race. Not to mention, he had provided relevant textbooks before leaving. One focused on food cultivation, the other on instrument cultivation, both relevant to that world's conditions. In that world resided a pink piglet with treasure hunting abilities. It helped the Yen Nation find its goal in the national fortune competition and win everything. Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment before figuring out how to summon it. Earth, Yen Nation, 6 years of cultivation. The sun hung high in the sky, generously pouring its warmth over the earth. A golden halo enveloped the land, and in certain places, a surge of heat rose. Any Yen Nation resident with even a passing understanding knew that this was spiritual energy. Mom, what's for lunch today? Xiao Miao stood on her balcony, surveying the dense array of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Her eyes flicked across several potted plants before she reached out and plucked 2 large tomatoes and a handful of water spinach. How about potatoes for lunch today? Xiao Miao's mother's voice rang from the living room. It's too late. Let's have scrambled eggs with tomatoes and water spinach. Xiao Miao took the food into the kitchen and, while rinsing it with water, performed various mysterious hand gestures. She watched with satisfaction as the spiritual energy on the tomatoes and water spinach gradually smoothed out, reaching a state perfect for consumption. As expected of her, she was the top student in her grade in the school's planting class. Look at her technique, it was so well executed. Today, she could enjoy delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes and water spinach. Xiao Miao skillfully chopped 2 cloves of garlic and tossed them into the wok, sautéing them in hot oil. When she felt it was almost done, she added a handful of water spinach. A gentle aroma erupted, and soon, a plate of lush, garlicky water spinach appeared on the stove. I wonder if Ling Mai will come for a bite today? Xiao Miao couldn't help but wonder, stirring the egg mixture as she pondered. With a quick movement, she poured it into the wok, and soon, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was ready. Mom, it's time for dinner. I'll be there soon after this class. Xiao Miao took a closer look at the 2 dishes on the stove. Sure enough, they were still the same, unloved by Ling Mai. She wasn't disappointed. After all, with so many talented food cultivators across the country cooking at once, only the most delicious dishes would be pleasing to Ling Mai. Smells so good. Xiao Miao is amazing. Xiao Miao's mother emerged from her room, enthusiastically filling a large bowl with rice. The 2 of them ate together, finishing every last drop, leaving not a trace of the vegetable juice. Delicious, incredibly delicious. It might be just simple vegetables, but since the National Destiny competition ended 6 years ago, the world has been blessed with delicious fruits and vegetables. Yen Nation, in particular, sits right in the heart of the spiritual vein and has received a food training program gifted by a mysterious individual. Building on its already rich cuisine, its culinary prowess has skyrocketed. It's no exaggeration to say that since then, the first thing a hungry baby has learned to do is walk, and the next thing is cook. Xiao Miao sat happily at the dining table, reflecting on the dish she had just made and trying to identify a few flaws. She hoped to improve and perfect it next time, striving to let the spiritual vein taste her cooking. The midday sun shone brightly on the earth, and everything outside the window glowed with golden light. Rising spiritual energy enveloped the countless buildings. Xiao Miao planned to sit on the balcony for a while, as that was where the spiritual energy was most abundant. As I sat down on the balcony, clutching the school-issue food cultivation manual, a voice echoed in my head. The secret realm has been opened. Come quickly. It seemed to be a spiritual vein? Chapter 251. Xiao Miao stood there in a daze, his mind still a bit lost. It was common knowledge that the spiritual veins beneath Yen Nation were alive, and would emerge to forage, but beyond that, there wasn't much else. Has the secret realm been opened? Secret realm? Xiao Miao knew what a secret realm was. Ever since Earth entered the age of immortal cultivation a few years ago, 99% of people had crammed in knowledge, and the term secret realm had become quite common. But that was the problem. In the early days of Earth's entry into the age of immortal cultivation, everyone was incredibly excited. Quite a few people, having just learned the official knowledge, were already thinking about creating a new world and establishing a new Tao. Isn't that how it is in all immortal cultivation novels? Everyone could cultivate, and the basics were commonplace. The protagonists were supposed to develop their own systems. So some people immersed themselves in research, while others dug everywhere. Everyone dreamed of being the protagonist, of founding their own Tao, or at the very least, of unearthing some inherited secret realm treasure, or something. But it was a pity. The Earth remained the same, its hundreds of millions of years of geological history unchanged. No secret realms had appeared out of nowhere, and the natural treasures, fruits and vegetables, barely had a rudimentary form. So, after years of fruitless results, coupled with the veiled criticism from officials, everyone became quiet. They stopped dreaming of creating the universe or unearthing heritage, and instead focused on studying the materials provided in the textbooks. But what was this? Why did she hear the sound of a spiritual vein? Why did it sound like there was a secret realm? Xiao Miao froze in place, wondering if it had just been a dream, or if she had been too hasty in cooking lunch this morning and was hallucinating. The secret realm will open in 5 seconds. Please enter before the countdown ends. 5, 4, 3. The voice in her head rang out again, so loud and clear. At the same time, a translucent vortex appeared on the balcony, carrying a faint gravitational pull. Xiao Miao froze in her place. Normally, she shouldn't have acted rashly, but it's hard to describe the feeling at that moment. The spiritual energy in her body gradually surged, as if she were feeling some kind of guidance. A secret realm. Could there really be a secret realm? The translucent vortex gradually shrank, the swirling space about to return to its original state. At the last second, Xiao Miao lifted her foot and stepped in. Countless lights and shadows flashed before her eyes, trailing long, phantom shadows. When all the colors stopped, Xiao Miao found herself in a large room. Or perhaps a large kitchen. Xiao Miao stretched out her hand and looked at her tender palm. It was still her hand, but noticeably smaller and more delicate, similar to the state it was 6 years ago, before she learned to cook. All the kids learning to cook are here. Let's have them help out for now. Xiao Miao started working in the kitchen. Although everything seemed so sudden and confusing, it was best to wait and see what would happen since she was new here. Xiao Miao peeled a blue lump while mobilizing her spiritual energy. Fortunately, it was still there. At least, she wasn't completely powerless. Xiao Miao peeled diligently, removing the skin cleanly in just a few strokes. It had to be said that the blue lump smelled quite like garlic. She liked to use garlic in her cooking back on Earth, but usually just used a knife to smack it, and the skin would come right off. A secret realm. Xiao Miao looked up furtively. If this was truly a secret realm meant to test people, what would they need to do? Peel the blue garlic well? Or start as an apprentice and rise to prominence in the kitchen? Xiao Miao didn't dare act rashly. Isn't that how it always is in immortal cultivation novels? The first to step forward are cannon fodder, while the protagonist usually hides in the shadows and observes the situation. Xiao Miao peeled a large pot of garlic, until it burned under her fingernails. 3 apprentices volunteered to light the fire, while 2 apprentices paced around the kitchen, observing. From the curious, eager looks in their eyes, Xiao Miao guessed they were all from Earth. Since it was a spiritual vein that invited them here, this must be a secret realm. Based on the plots of the 138 immortal cultivation novels she had read, secret realms always carried a sense of selection. Good things were rare, and only the top 1 or 2 could claim them. Secondly, this was the kitchen. It seemed everyone was entering as apprentices, so the direction of the test was clear. In all likelihood, it was to learn cooking. Whoever had the best cooking skills would most likely win the best prize, a secret realm produced by the dueling pulse. The prize would surely be incredibly good. Xiao Miao patted the garlic peels in his hands, stood up straight, surveyed the wooden kitchen, and took 2 steps forward. The chef, cooking, was tall and portly, wearing not only a mask and a hat, but also gloves. The kitchen was bustling with activity. This tall, portly, and incredibly burly chef seemed a bit overly covered. But Xiao Miao only took a second look. As an apprentice hoping to make a name for himself in the kitchen, it was crucial to establish a close relationship with the chef. Master, you're incredibly strong. This dish needs to be stirred to make it delicious. Xiao Miao's face was filled with longing, her simple compliment seeming incredibly sincere. The chef paused stirring the wok, and glanced down at her. Xiao Miao then noticed he was wearing sunglasses. The kitchen was filled with fog, and she couldn't see clearly through them. She instinctively felt the glance was harmless, perhaps even a bit happy. The three men busy stoking the fire, and the two apprentices milling about stopped and glanced at Xiao Miao, knowing full well that a battle for the kitchen was about to begin. What followed was much as Xiao Miao had suspected. In spring, she picked a variety of plants. In summer, she stood at the chopping board, washing and chopping vegetables. In autumn, she shook fruit from the trees. In winter, she finally stood at the stove and, under the chef's kind gaze, dropped the ingredients into the pot according to the order she had learned. It truly was a secret place. The plants were all so colorful. Red like flames and sunset glow, an indescribable radiance streamed across the leaves. White like moonlight, like snowflakes, soft and scattering in the breeze. It was beautiful, but no matter how beautiful it was, she had picked it cleanly, then heated the pan with oil and stir-fried it, adding a variety of seasonings. It was fragrant, truly fragrant. Not only did it have the light, ethereal aroma of the plants themselves, but it also had that soft, warming fragrance that soothed the lungs. It was delicious, similar to Earth's food yet different. Even in the age of cultivation, Earth's food was already delicious, but this seemed even better, purer, carrying a certain primal thrill. Xiao Miao could only taste 2 bites before he had to put down his chopsticks and prepare for the next dish. After a year of exploring and picking, she had learned many of the characteristics of plants, gradually becoming able to connect them with Earth's fruits and vegetables. Though they looked completely different, only after getting started did she realize that these ethereal, vibrantly colored leaves actually tasted a lot like Earth's celery. Xiao Miao's stir-frying filled the kitchen with fragrant aromas, drawing envy from the other apprentices and a relaxed, almost gratified expression from the chef. The vegetables in the pot rose and fell with her movements, again and again, like a dance. Xiao Miao's frying became more and more enthusiastic. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the food in the secret book always felt good for her health. She had struggled to lift the large spatula at first, but now she swung it around with ease, stirring and stirring in whatever way she pleased. The flames in the stove whirred, constantly changing their wondrous colors. Xiao Miao had grown accustomed to it. This was the secret realm, where everything was so wondrous. Dang! The spatula struck the pot with a final thud. Xiao Miao skillfully dumped the contents onto a plate, and the kitchen erupted in fragrance. A truly fragrant aroma, not only the scent of the plant itself, but also a distinct whiff of smoky goodness. The mere sniff soothed the lungs, nourished the body, and softened the heart. Everyone in the kitchen took a deep breath. The chef was no exception. If he hadn't been told beforehand, he would have taken off his mask. It was almost time. As long as the person in this kitchen could best complement the recipe, he could leave this illusion. While time flowed differently from the outside world, time here truly experienced the cycle of seasons. A year certainly wasn't much for it, but it wasn't a year of leisurely days in the forest, but rather a year of frantic cooking in a kitchen. This group of humans were all quite talented, especially the little girl, who exuded an indescribable aura, and the food she cooked was both delicious and fragrant. Its mission was probably accomplished. Disguised as a chef, Firework Bear sniffed quietly, secretly deciding to cook on the volcano when he returned, following the recipe the little girl had developed. Yes, a recipe. Having spent a solid meal on Earth, Firework Bear thought he knew his king well. Earth's spiritual energy was very low, and the air was stagnant. Yet, an incredible culinary culture had developed there, plate after plate, dish after dish, with a variety of textures and flavors. During their time in the underground heating base, only the bowls of rice shone. It was understandable that the king would want to develop the local culinary culture after his return. After all, it was truly delicious. Firework Bear sniffed again, then, having received the reminder, quickly straightened his expression. He walked solemnly to the stove, surveyed the dishes on the stove, and nodded. You've passed. This is your path. Xiao Miao watched as the chef waved his hand, and a glowing book and a box slowly floated toward her. She reached out, a little slow, and the two objects slowly descended. The book is your recipe for this year, and the box contains seeds you can take back home. It's been a year, and it's time for you to return. The chef's voice was steady, with a trusting power. Xiao Miao stared blankly at the objects in her hands, realizing that she had already been away from Earth for a year. A year? A year. As if sensing her panic, the chef spoke slowly. Don't worry, time in the secret realm is different from the outside world. A year inside is only a day outside. Go home without worry. Your family must be waiting anxiously. The scene before her began to flow like water. The wooden kitchen, the tightly closed chef. All colors stretched and swirled, then descended into an indescribable chaos, and the world darkened. Meow 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 meow, can you hear me meow meow? In the endless darkness, Xiaomiao heard her mother's voice. She dazedly opened her eyes, and 3 seconds later, she realized she was lying in a hospital bed. Doctor? Doctor? My daughter's awake! Her mother cried joyfully. Xiaomiao subconsciously turned over and felt something jarring beneath her. Suddenly realizing something, she reached out to retrieve it. An antique book and an exquisite box appeared on the snow-white bed. Chapter 252. It was a beautiful, sunny morning, a gentle breeze blowing, and warm sunlight pouring down upon this land imbued with spiritual energy. People came and went, some rushing to work, others to study. But regardless of their activities, a considerable number would pull out their phones and browse the internet for a while during their busy schedules. At this moment, a strange trending search term entered everyone's view. Hashtag cultivation, my 21st century exploration of secret realms hashtag. Hashtag hybrid vegetable tradition hashtag. Hashtag a day and night of coma hashtag. Hashtag secret realm inheritance acquisition hashtag. A considerable number of people squinted their eyes, carefully deciphering these words. The two in the middle were still readable. Since the advent of the age of cultivation, the internet has been filled with similar terms. But what about the first and fourth items? A secret realm. What secret realm? Could it be another amusement park with a random name? Aren't they afraid of being fined? Many netizens clicked on it. The main content was a video. The protagonist was actually a famous internet celebrity, many of whom had seen him in the fruit and vegetable knowledge section. Hello everyone, I'm here to let you know I'm safe. I was absent from the live broadcast last night without reason, which made my viewers worried. I'm live now just to let you know that I'm fine, even incredibly fine. Why do I say that? The dark-skinned streamer seemed almost unable to contain his excitement. I know you may not believe what I'm about to say, but I swear on my honor that everything I say is my true experience, without a trace of fabrication. But then again, this is the age of cultivation. Anything is possible. The anchor made a joke, then looked up again, his expression serious. Yesterday afternoon, I was preparing my live stream equipment and about to open the window when a familiar voice entered my mind. The voice of our nation's spiritual veins told me, the secret realm has been opened, come quickly. Don't laugh, my audience, don't laugh. I'm not making this up. This is my true experience. I didn't believe it at the time, but then a transparent vortex suddenly appeared around me. My colleagues in the studio can all attest to this. The anchor waved off camera, and other voices emerged from the live stream. Yes, I was startled. I even took photos, which I post in the comments section later. It was incredibly frightening. Just as I was about to call the police, the boss collapsed to the ground. We immediately called 911. The host looked at the camera, as if trying to contain his joy, but couldn't, leaning closer with an eager tone. You never guess what happened next. Although it sounds fake, I really did go to a secret place. The live stream fell silent for 2 seconds. The host paused, as if reminiscing. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a strange place, a vast flower garden filled with all sorts of things, unlike anything on Earth. Just as I was about to get a better look, I was led to my team. We were given a mission. Our team of 10 was assigned as apprentices in the flower garden. Family, familiar or not, traditional or not. This kind of plot isn't something I'm saying. Anyone from Yen country should be familiar with it, right? We're already in the secret realm, and we're all apprentices. We must strive for first place. The anchorman smiled faintly at this, a look of barely suppressed smugness on his face. Hard work pays off. I stayed there for 3 full years. In the first year, I helped out, carrying water everywhere to irrigate the fields, doing all sorts of odd jobs, weeding, hoeing, fertilizing, and treating diseases. If I didn't understand something, I'd ask the NPCs in the flower garden. My highest record was 32 times in a single day. I was ostracized by the other apprentices. They said I was too ambitious. What could I do? This is a secret realm. If they had the ability, they would be ambitious too. The anchorman looked angry, but quickly calmed down. In the second year, I ignored the looks of others and began to understand the characteristics of the plants in the flower garden. I compared quite a few of them to plants on Earth. I began to observe carefully and make comparisons. In the third year, I returned to my old ways, relying on my past experience to begin hybridization and grafting. If I hadn't intensively brushed up on this knowledge over the past few years, I wouldn't have dared to take the plunge. But, the host smiled confidently. Hard work pays off. That year, I hybridized 3 plants, one of which exhibited remarkably stable properties. In NPC parlance, it's like two spiritual energies coexisting within a single fruit. This is a truly remarkable breakthrough, perhaps even representing a milestone in the age of technological cultivation. The host displayed a serene expression. Seeing the comments section clamoring with disbelief, he didn't get angry. Instead, he mysteriously rummaged under the table. He pulled out an exquisite box. As the lid of the box opened, a two-colored fruit quietly lay there. Half like deep ocean waves, half like fireflies on a summer night, the two colors blended harmoniously on the fruit, their intersection like a river merging. I hybridized this fruit. See? I hybridized it. According to the NPC, this fruit replenishes both wood and water spiritual energy. Most importantly, the host's tone dragged out here. It can be grown on Earth. My friends, in 3 years at the latest, you'll be able to enjoy the spiritual fruit I hybridized in the secret realm. The audience in the live stream fell silent. As if they could see their astonishment, the host curled his lips again. This year's Living Chanel Award, I'm determined to win it. The live stream recording ended, leaving netizens stunned. They quickly jumped into the comments section, and as expected, everyone went wild. What the hell is this? Is this real? Why does it feel so real to me? This fruit looks like something out of a game. It's shiny and shiny. It has to be fake. This streamer loves to play it up. Really? It's trending now. You can't be kidding, right? You'd get a 15-day lecture for making such a joke. The official announcement says the secret realm is real. A significant number of people have been there, and it seems the exam questions are different. There really is a secret realm. So that fruit is real? Netizens quickly shifted focus, and as expected, a new trending search appeared. I'm here. Hashtag Spirit Vein sponsored Secret Realm hashtag. Hashtag experiences after a day and night of fainting hashtag. Hashtag hope everyone will participate hashtag wow. I just realized I'm not the only one. I thought I was the brightest star in all of Yen Nation. What's the above person saying? Were you also chosen by the secret realm? Yeah, but I went to a large kitchen and became an apprentice to do odd jobs. I stayed there for a whole year, developed several cuisines, and then came back. Haha, it was a fantastic experience. Does a secret realm really exist? How do I enter it? You don't necessarily win by going. I heard that secret realms are like a competition. Besides the champion, there are also runners-up. To reply to the above person, it's not really a runner-up. Take me for example. Let me tell you, I've been slacking off in the kitchen ever since I entered the secret realm. But in my group, there was this amazing girl, a master chef. She took over the kitchen in just 3 months. She cooked over 10 dishes for every meal, and the aroma filled the air. We were eating the moment we opened our eyes, and we were either praising her or on the verge of praising her. Oh my God, is it delicious? Delicious. Absolutely delicious. It's delicious and nourishing, not only for the body, but also for the spirit. After returning from the secret realm, my hand speed has improved. I can perform 3 movements in a second, and I've mastered many difficult hand gestures. The magic teacher even praised my progress. Huh? Even slacking off gets treated this way? Not necessarily. It probably depends on who you were in the same batch with. Our batch all had similar results, so we were just playing each other, lying flat on my back, curling up, doing sit-ups every day, and finally, after enduring a full 10 years in there, I finally emerged tall from my short stature. But I must have eaten a lot in those 10 years, right? Did my health improve? How should I put it? It was a decade, 3,650 days. The moment I opened my eyes, I was cooking. I felt like a donkey on a millstone, pooping one wave after another. Was it really 10 years? Isn't it just one day in the outside world? Good question, but coming out of there, I felt old. Anyone else to share? I'm so curious. Netizens joined in the discussion, wondering if this was true, and if so, how to get in and how to get in first. Am I the only one who wants to slack off? It feels so good to slack off. Since I'm already there, I definitely have to work hard. There are prizes. The official announcement just came out. If you come out of the secret realm and turn in your prizes, you can get a small spiritual vein. Bury it at home, and it'd be beneficial for your cultivation. A small spiritual vein? How do you give it? Aren't spiritual veins alive? Won't they be unhappy? The above person seems to be oblivious to this. Spiritual veins are alive, but like plants, they grow and occasionally need to be pruned. The official has previously removed and buried these branches in remote areas. I once buried one in my hometown. Huh? So generous? How big is it? But I hate my neighbors, and don't want them to take advantage of me. I don't know. It shouldn't be very big, right? Just a small one. Even if it's a small one, it's still a spiritual vein. A few years ago, when the white dragon burrowed into the ground, the heaven and earth were filled with abundant spiritual energy. It's safe to say that anyone from Yin country doesn't like spiritual veins. Where there are spiritual veins, organisms thrive. Although officials haven't explicitly stated this, everyone believes that living near them improves one's health. Many people were tempted, especially those who had visited the secret realm. Some had initially considered secretly keeping their rewards as family heirlooms, as they often do in novels. But now, a simple choice presented itself. On one side was a seed of a certain fruit or a magical recipe book, and on the other side was a growing spiritual vein. No matter how you looked at it, you had to choose the latter. Bury it in the ground, and the whole family, or even the entire clan, would enjoy enhanced spiritual energy. The mere thought was enough to make one's family tree begin with one's own. That night, hundreds of people secretly called the official line to inform them that they had visited the secret realm and received their rewards. The next day, netizens saw hundreds of new crops densely packed in the seed research and development area. The names were all very strange. Flying Flower Holy Spring Grass Hybrid. Silver Fire River Flower Completed. Frost Fruit Hybrid Number 2. Blocked Moon Flowing Heart Grassland Initial Form. Chapter 253. A string of mysterious names filled the R&D area's bulletin board with an ethereal air, like props from a cultivation novel. So that secret realm thing is true? So many new species appeared overnight, all from secret realms? The above commenter is too backward, right? Of course it's true. Someone has even exchanged for a spiritual vein. Can spiritual veins really be exchanged? Of course. You can search online to see if anyone has exchanged for one and share their experiences. Reply to the above commenter, there's no news online. If someone has exchanged for one, they're just hiding it. Only a fool would brag about it. That makes perfect sense. The netizens who saw this comment fell silent. Well, seeing someone online visit a magical secret realm and obtain something magical is a source of envy, but that envy is rather illusory. After all, secret realms and the like are a bit detached from reality. But the spiritual vein. Ever since the white dragon descended into the earth a few years ago, everyone who has lived in this area has heard that it's a spiritual vein. Spiritual veins, the source of spiritual energy, are, in simple terms, the pulse of the world of immortal cultivation. Earth now possesses spiritual veins, and the densest source of spiritual energy lies beneath the ground of Yin Nation. Although there were some initial setbacks, that was merely a test from Ling Mai. The ancient land has taken on a new brilliance, elevating all flora and fauna, including humans. Simply standing on this land, one can feel the refreshing air, and each breath brings a profound sense of well-being. The source of all these changes stems from a spiritual vein shaped like a white dragon. Over the years, even those educated on immortal cultivation still believe that a white dragon is truly a white dragon, and that its emanation of spiritual energy is merely instinct. Clearly, the Yin Nation's underground spiritual veins hold a significant place in everyone's hearts. Now, suddenly, it's announced that anyone who has visited that secret realm can exchange their purchases for a small piece of it. Everyone was excited. The plants with mysterious names were in the distant future, invisible and intangible, and no one knew what was so special about them. But the spiritual veins, they were right before our eyes. Just one piece would guarantee greater prosperity in the 21st century, the era of immortal cultivation. Everyone blushed and their hearts beat fast. Hashtag 10 ways to visit the secret realm. Hashtag how to stand out in the kitchen secret realm. Hashtag hybrid vegetable cultivation. Hashtag hydroponic plants. Hashtag number 100 things to know about secret realms. Hashtag. Instantly, the internet was abuzz with discussion. Those who hadn't been wanted to dig up more information. Those who had been didn't dare to speak out, but wanted to show off, so they could only secretly claim that a friend or relative had been in the secret realm. For a while, a mix of true and false discussions arose, but after some careful analysis, some experts finally summarized 3 key points of knowledge. First, there are 2 types of secret realms, a flower garden and a kitchen, corresponding to farming and cooking respectively. Second, regardless of the secret realm, you enter as an apprentice upon entering, and the other apprentices are your competitors. You must strive to stand out. Third, and most importantly, based on information from various channels, it can be concluded that those currently entering the secret realms have achieved a certain level of success in their respective fields. This success can be large or small, and there's a certain degree of randomness involved. Once these 3 points were released, they were widely shared. Some who had visited the secret realm suddenly realized something, and secretly shared it with friends and family. Officials were also quietly promoting this. Soon, these 3 pieces of knowledge gradually became trending, reaching more and more people. Everyone suddenly realized something. Since there was no clear method to reach the secret realm, they could only work towards one goal: to intensively improve their knowledge of food cultivation or farming, depending on their individual circumstances. Instantly, everyone was learning. Those who wanted to reach the secret realm weren't satisfied studying on their own. They had to bring their entire family along. Not to mention the myriad benefits to be gained within the secret realm, as no one understood them, but the enormous benefits that lay before them. They could actually revitalize their family's spiritual veins. Everyone was learning with incredible enthusiasm. Every household, young and old, men and women, studied whenever they had free time. The atmosphere was so intense that it felt like 6 years ago, when a mysterious game of national destiny had descended upon Yen Nation. To prevent the loss of their vital resources, everyone was desperately studying. Cultivation world. Yi Zifeng was observing the hybridized creature. Well, as expected of the Yen Nation, which had cultivated immortality for 6 years, after receiving the food cultivation materials, not only did they vigorously develop their culinary skills, but even the closely related agricultural industry saw remarkable progress. Those chosen by the secret realm based on this foundation were generally skilled in farming. The morning light slowly rose from the sky, soft sunlight casting a gentle glow on the newly sprouted spiritual plants. The plants, with their various colors yet strangely harmonious, swayed as if stretching themselves. Yi Zifeng suddenly pondered this. Hundreds or thousands of years from now, would this plant develop a spirit? If it developed a consciousness of its own, would it wonder why it possessed the characteristics of 3 plants simultaneously? Perhaps not necessarily. Yi Zifeng looked up at the new varieties of spiritual plants swaying in the morning light, stroking his chin and thinking, perhaps by that time, hybrid spiritual plants would be the undisputed trend, unnecessary to separate, and impossible to tell apart. Yi Zifeng. Fangxuan emerged carrying tools, his long hair tied high, revealing a smooth forehead and aggressive features, but at this moment, he looked quite sentimental. Divide this variety, it's a bit crowded. Yi Zifeng gave the order. Fangxuan, without hesitation, picked up the hoe and headed to the field. Spiritual energy flowed through his hands, and with each stroke, he precisely avoided the tender roots. After separating the plants one by one, without Yi Zifeng's command, he planted the younger seedlings one by one into another plot. When the hybrid spiritual plants were neatly arranged, Fangxuan straightened his back, revealing a subtle expression, though Yi Zifeng could see it at a glance, begging for praise. Okay, give me a kiss. Fangxuan paused for a moment, trying to suppress his joy. With remarkable ease, he walked over to Yi Zifeng. As he bent down, he saw Yi Zifeng's face quickly approach, kissing him, and then quickly withdrawing. Yi Zifeng smiled, and reached out to touch Fangxuan's mouth. Why are you sticking out your tongue, little dog? Seeing Fangxuan was about to begin his act, Yi Zifeng leaned forward and took a deep puff. Before he could be embraced, he pulled out the spiritual weapon that maintained the secret realm. Okay, time to get to work. Don't be distracted. Fangxuan looked down at Yi Zifeng in his arms, at his soft hair blown by the wind, his long eyelashes, his fair fingers, and his serious and earnest expression. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling incredibly lucky to be with someone he'd loved for thousands of years. The other person seemed to like him too. The fire in his heart was instantly quenched, transforming into a long, lingering tenderness. Just looking at Yi Zifeng filled him with contentment and comfort. That was wonderful. He wanted to stay with Yi Zifeng forever, even if there was no further contact. Never mind, we talk about that later. Yi Zifeng raised his head, about to check Fangxuan's expression, but just as he did, a soft, gentle kiss landed on his eyelids like a snowflake. He couldn't help but blink. Yen country. The intense atmosphere of learning had lasted for 2 days. A considerable number of people were convinced they would be the next to enter the secret realm. Apart from the necessary study and work time, and excluding eating and sleeping, they devoted all their remaining time to studying. Some, believing they would enter the farming secret realm, diligently studied farming knowledge. Others, believing they would enter the kitchen secret realm, kept themselves busy at home, stirring the woks and cooking. Yen Nation was learning with fervor, drawing the attention of other nations, and prompting widespread criticism online. But at noon on the 3rd day, tens of thousands of people, reading at home, cooking in the kitchen, all simultaneously heard a familiar voice. The secret realm has been opened. Come quickly. 5 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3. And so, thousands of families suddenly heard their loved ones quickly shout out instructions before slowly collapsing on the spot. Hashtag here we are. Secret realm hashtag. Hashtag those going to the secret realm, tell me a number hashtag. Hashtag what posture do you need to study in to get there hashtag. A heated online discussion erupted. Fortunately, everyone still had some common sense, and the address and other real information were kept strictly confidential. A neighbor on our floor went there. He's a chef at a restaurant. He's most likely going to that secret kitchen realm. I also have a relative who went there, but she's pretty ordinary, still a student, just with good grades. Do secret realms in the cultivation world depend on grades? Why? Why can't I go? I'm a good cook too. I cook all the dishes at home during the holidays, and my relatives are always so supportive. So why didn't I go? Reply to the above user. Maybe it's not your turn yet, maybe in the next batch. Will there be a next batch? Probably. Insider information. It's a secret realm over there, but it's not really a secret realm. All I can say is, it's much bigger than you think, and the demand is huge. It might last a long time. We're sending people over from here. Huh? I don't understand. What do you mean? If you don't understand, just treat it as a joke. I just heard it through the grapevine. Can the above user explain it more clearly? Please, sir. I can't say much more, just for fun. All I can say is that if you study hard during this period, you most likely be selected. Shall we type these words on the keyboard and hit send? Then she stood up, grabbed a box of blueberries from the refrigerator, washed them carefully, and went into the study. A plump figure, pink and tender, with a curly tail, stood on the high-end computer desk. Little Tangyuan, have some blueberries. They're good for your eyes. Eat them before you play games. Xiaoyi's voice was soft and gentle. Pa. The figure in front of the computer desk shook its head, tossed its headphones on the table, turned around, shook its bouncy body, and opened its mouth wide. At the same time, a voice echoed from the depths of Xiaoyi's mind. Ah. Xiaoyi pursed her lips, wiped the washed blueberries dry, and dropped them one by one into her medium-sized mouth. Hung hung hung. Little Tangyuan devoured them with great relish. The blueberries of this season were very sweet, and this variety had a floral fragrance. The taste was light and sweet without being cloying. One could taste the faint aroma of blueberries as he ate. But in little Tangyuan's words, only after the spiritual vein has landed can the fruits of earth be tasted, but no matter how much you level up, they can't compare to the things in the cultivation world. Yes, the cultivation world. The cute pink piglet told her earnestly that the secret realm that had just appeared wasn't local, but a passage, transported here from the distant and mysterious cultivation world. Hui, study hard. The voice of little Tangyuan urging her came from deep within her mind. Okay, I go right away. Shall we put down her fruit plate, pursed her lips, and picked up a book called The Secret of Seeds? The pink piglet looked up from her fruit plate and earnestly urged Xiaoyi on, occasionally offering childish encouragement. Chapter 254. If the atmosphere on Earth is one of anticipation, restlessness, disbelief, and secret striving, then the atmosphere in the secret realm is one of intense excitement and frenzy. Unlike the first, the second group had been summoned here amidst a period of intense study. Their single goal was to reach the secret realm and strive to achieve first place. Everyone was working feverishly. In the kitchen, everyone was working furiously, seizing every opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. Master Chef, take a break and sit here. I've already woven a cushion for you. It's light and soft, made from hay. Apprentice number 1 was attentive. Boss, have a drink of water. Look at the smoke and fire. I do the cooking. I'm strong, so you can just stand by and give instructions. Apprentice number 2 took the opportunity to interject. Master, the lily of the valley you asked me to observe yesterday has already borne fruit. Could you please come over here? I have a question for you. Master. Boss. Here. Every kitchen was bustling with activity, everyone eager to show off. There were voices clamoring back and forth, discussions swirling around. An apprentice took the opportunity to grab a spatula and, with a sizzling sound, dumped the prepared ingredients into the pot. The colorful ingredients swished in the pot, creating a unique aroma that captivated everyone's attention. Not bad. The surrounded master chef finally uttered his first compliment since entering. Many people gasped, realizing someone else had already taken the initiative. It seemed that one-sided attention wasn't enough. One needed to demonstrate one's own strengths. And in this kitchen, Culinary prowess was paramount. Several apprentices in the kitchen's secret realm gradually grasped this truth, and from their initial impatience, they forced themselves to calm down and gradually study the kitchen. Since the advent of the 21st century's era of cultivation, the country has offered two cultivation disciplines. One is food cultivation, and the other is instrument cultivation. Issue cultivation requires a certain level of interest and basic knowledge. But honestly, food cultivation is something that any young nationer cannot help but pursue. Everyone needs to eat, and loves to eat. Now that the era of cultivation has arrived, who wouldn't want to take a professional cooking elective? The competition in the kitchen illusion realm is fierce. Everyone has a certain foundation and a specialty dish. Even those who only know how to cook instant noodles have diligently studied this course before arriving. Every kitchen was bustling with activity, tens of thousands of stoves never stopping. Everyone was busy frying dishes, savoring them afterward to see if the flavors blended well, and whether the recipes could be refined. Yi Sifeng sat leisurely, savoring the food with a pair of jade-white chopsticks. Before him was a projection of a dream world. Simply reaching in, with his chopsticks revealed the freshly cooked dishes. However, he didn't taste blindly. Some dishes were obviously unpalatable based on their chaotic aura. He would only try dishes that were visually, fragrantly, and beautifully blended with aura. This is the newly selected dish. Ing Fanshuan approached with a plate. Put it here. Yi Sifeng nodded, surveying the neatly arranged dishes on the plate in front of him, and reached out with his chopsticks to sample a portion. Sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, crispy and tender, spicy and savory, a riot of flavor. The rich flavors reminded him of the days when he first arrived on Earth, frantically ordering takeout and savoring such a diverse array of flavors. Delicious. Yi Sifeng ate a piece of grilled fish. The chef had sprinkled it with a generous amount of cultivation world-style seasonings. It was fresh and spicy, with a hint of crispy, roasted skin. The meat inside was firm, and the chewing was filled with the uniquely fresh aroma of fish. Let me try. Ing Fanshuan lowered his head and gently took a small, fingernail-sized bite from Yi Sifeng's chopsticks, his expression adorable. How's it? Yi Sifeng asked deliberately. I can't taste anything, Ing Fanshuan said honestly. Yi Sifeng felt a little amused. He fed the remaining piece of fish into Ing Fanshuan's mouth, watched him devour the entire piece, and then asked, Did you taste it this time? Ing Fanshuan chewed it carefully. He had never savored a flavor like this before, wishing he could chew the fish 99 times, carefully savoring the flavor of what Yi Sifeng had personally fed him. Delicious, very fragrant. Ing Fanshuan swallowed it reluctantly, giving him a sweet smile. Yi Sifeng found it a bit funny, yet strangely sweet. These two thoughts bounced back and forth, until he immediately diagnosed himself with love-brain disease. Alas. I go pick another dish. Ing Fanshuan was a little impatient. Standing in front of the illusion, he carefully chose only one piece of each dish, his mind full of images of himself, and Yi Sifeng eating the same bite. The two of them cuddled in front of the illusion, occasionally selecting a stir-fry dish. The aroma of firewood, rice, oil and salt wafted through the forest, giving this land a different flavor. The spirit beasts in the forest poked their heads out, breathing in continuously, trying to discern the smell. After a while, the scorching aroma of food gradually dissipated, and the forest was once again filled with a strange, ethereal fruity fragrance, occasionally intertwined with the scent of spiritual energy. Yes, Yi Sifeng and Ing Fanshuan were enjoying fruit again. After so much smoky food in the kitchen, it was time for something refreshing. There weren't many flower garden illusions, but those who could enter were all experts with certain expertise. These individuals had clear goals. Upon entering, they began studying various plants, utilizing their professional foundation and newly acquired knowledge to upgrade existing plants as much as possible. Several flower gardens were already bearing fruit. Small, round fruit sprouted from old branches and new leaves, sparkling like dewdrops and stars. Yi Sifeng plucked one, inhaled the spiritual energy, and popped it into his mouth. Cool? That was the first sensation. The soft fruit melted in his mouth, leaving a chill wherever it touched. This was the mutated water-based spiritual energy. The original plant had broken through a critical point and sprouted from new branches. Can I try it? Ing Fanshuan asked from the side. Yes. Yi Sifeng nodded, but before he could lower his head, he felt a gust of wind in front of him. Ing Fanshuan leaned forward, gently kissed his lips, and inserted his tongue. Yi Sifeng squeezed his hand, feeling as if he were in an idle drama. It was so terrifying. He couldn't help but close his eyes and bite it gently. It didn't bleed. Ing Fanshuan's tongue looked soft, but it was actually harder than leather. Perhaps sensing his emotions, Ing Fanshuan took a deep breath, then quickly looked up, feigning a pure mind, intent on tasting the flavor and nothing else. A chaotic stream of thoughts raced through Yi Zifeng's mind. Looking at the obedient Ing Fanshuan before him, he managed to contain himself. After all, love meant tolerance for all kinds of things. I think it tastes great, Ing Fanshuan said seriously. Yi Zifeng remained silent for a moment, then resolutely pulled his textbook from his storage space, preparing to study intently. Ing Fanshuan quickly transformed into a small spirit beast, with an innocent and adorable expression, and ran onto Yi Zifeng's shoulder, pretending to study with him. The day passed quickly. For Yi Zifeng and Ing Fanshuan, it was just a chance to savor the fruits of their illusory studies in between studies. But for those within the illusory realm, a day wasn't just a day, but a random number of 1 to 10 years. If one apprentice is exceptionally talented, results can be achieved in as little as a year. If everyone is evenly matched, then the competition will last for 10 years without sleep. Time passes within the formation, but whether it takes a year or 10 years, everyone awakens at the same time. To those on Earth, it appears everyone was only unconscious for a single day. This day, everyone's eyes are fixed on it, and everyone secretly rubs their hands, wondering what kind of results the contestants will bring back from that secret realm. Hashtag mysterious realm of gods fighting hashtag. Hashtag I'm busy enough to vomit blood hashtag. Hashtag I regret not learning more on Earth hashtag. Number 138 plant seedlings hashtag. Number 862 new recipes hashtag. Hashtag Big Boss leads the way hashtag. Several hot topics suddenly became trending. Since there are so many people heading to the secret realm this time, everyone needs to be less cautious. Who understands? After 10 years of struggling in a Shiojin kitchen, I felt like I'd aged 20 years. Then he came back and told me I only fainted for 1 day, and I still have 40 years until retirement. I'm stunned. Why 10 years? Wasn't it 3? I don't know. Anyway, our kitchen has been vying for 10 years, with all the back and forth intrigue and scheming. It doesn't feel like exploring a secret realm, it feels like playing chef's tricks. For 10 whole years. Did you win in the end, Big Boss? No smiles, I was eliminated in the 8th year. Oh my god. That's scary. There's a big boss in our kitchen who instantly overwhelmed us. We were completely crushed. I was furious at first, but now it seems like a quick win is a good thing. Is the competition in the kitchen that fierce? Our flower garden is pretty harmonious. Everyone's busy with research. The only competitive ones are Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. Why are you all so normal? Is there only one ruthless person in our flower garden who secretly hybridized a super toxic fruit and nearly wiped out our entire garden? Huh? Is the flower garden really that dangerous? What happened next? It's amazing. It's truly a secret realm in the world of cultivation. When I was drowsy, a force lifted me up and fed me something. Then I recovered, and I'm still quite strong. So safe? Yeah, and I don't know. Is it my imagination? There seem to be 2 figures. Is the boss behind the secret realm humanoid? I didn't see it clearly, but it's probably. I think I heard them talking. What were they talking about? I didn't understand, but the voices sounded pretty good. Hashtag the boss behind the secret realm is humanoid hashtag. A new trending search term emerged, mingling with the previous ones. Everyone was discussing their experiences in the secret realm, their own batch of champions, and everything that had happened. But in the end, everyone's attention was drawn to the official announcement. The new fruit, number 1, will be released tomorrow. It can regulate the stomach and replenish spiritual energy. Everyone was shocked, especially those who hadn't yet visited the secret realm. It felt like the world had gone back 6 years, and every blink of an eye was turning upside down. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the second batch of people went. After finally accepting this, the blink of an eye, the new hybrid fruit from the secret realm was about to be released, 20 yuan per pound. Chapter 255. The world seemed to be moving at a rapid pace. When Xiaowei, guided by the pink pig, dodged the rushing crowds at the supermarket and bought the box of pale pink fruit on the shelf, she truly realized that the supermarket had truly stocked items from the world of cultivation. Xiaowei quickly dodged and hid throughout the supermarket, sprinting to the checkout area. After paying, she quickly left the store and returned home without stopping. The pink pig poked its head out of her arms, clearly impatient. Xiaowei immediately took out the box of fruit and carefully unwrapped it. The fruit was beautiful, and even more beautiful once unwrapped. The color was unique, like apricots and peaches, appearing a light, transparent hue under the light. The the pig's voice echoed in her mind. Shall we pick the largest one and fed it to the pink pig? Soon, the sound of slurping and crunching echoed through the room. Shall we also pick one for herself? It was round and smooth. It didn't feel like crisp fruit flesh, but more like a pool of spring water, melting on her tongue in an instant. She couldn't help but smack her lips. It was slightly sweet, yet fragrant, an indescribable aroma that flowed down her throat and into her stomach, making her feel comfortable. This fruit seemed to have stomach-toning properties. Shall we picked another large one for Xiaovu, then took another for herself. This time, she savored it more carefully, nibbling it bit by bit, feeling the soft flesh melt on her tongue. It felt more like savoring the taste than eating fruit. It truly is a variety from the world of cultivation. Wait, how many varieties are coming to Earth? Shall we excitedly set out to search? First batch, 16 plants, 52 new recipes. Second batch, 138 plants, 862 new recipes. Looking at the number one fruit in her hand, Xiaohui felt a little dizzy. For the first time, she truly felt the extraordinary nature of the secret realm and what it would bring to Yin country. Since the spiritual veins landing 6 years ago, everyone had enjoyed a somewhat comfortable life. Perhaps there were still some worries, but when it came to food, it was impeccable. Everything was delicious, everything was fragrant. With a little research into food cultivation, even picking a few grasses from the roadside could create a dish. 6 years, just 6 years, and no one had fully consumed her as food. And now, plants from the cultivation world, along with corresponding recipes, were sweeping across Yin country. Xiaohui felt a little dizzy and quickly sat down on a stool, not forgetting to pick a large fruit for her little glutinous rice dumpling, and then picked another for herself. A person and their pet sat in the room, eating non-stop. When they had devoured a pound of fruit, Xiaohui wiped her mouth and resolved to study hard. Next batch, definitely next batch. If hybrid things were this delicious, how miraculous must the flavors of the cultivation world be? And Xiaohui glanced at her little pink pig and saw little Tangyuan rolling around on the table. A light and cheerful emotion washed over her mind, clearly in a good mood. All of this was due to eating something from the cultivation world. Xiaohui clenched her fists. I must study hard and try to send little Tangyuan back home next time. Yes, she would send little Tangyuan back to the cultivation world. This thought didn't arise suddenly, but rather crystallized bit by bit through daily life. She had warm and harmonious relationships, her own goals, and a lifeline. She possessed many things, but Xiao Tangyuan only had herself. 6 years ago, the global live broadcast had made the pink pig known to the world, and inevitably, many people would keep it in their thoughts. For safety, Xiao Tangyuan couldn't go anywhere. She had to stay home during the day, and could only sneak out in the dead of night, avoiding surveillance. This wasn't okay. It was detrimental to her physical and mental development. There was no way before, but now there was a way. Xiao Tangyuan had to go back. Xiaohui calmed herself down and studied diligently. Based on the information she gleaned from the internet, she worked hard to develop her strengths and maximize her chances of being selected. There were many others studying, perhaps countless. Some had clear goals, while others went with the flow. But the opportunities of the times were overwhelming, and anyone with even the slightest ambition wanted to seize them and profit. The world of cultivation. Yi Zifeng was studying a recipe, or rather, tasting Ying Fangxuan's dish. Someone had been so inappropriate, kissing people with their mouths lately, and after receiving Yi Zifeng's rebuke, she lowered her head and looked submissive, like a married woman. How does this taste? Yi Zifeng took a reserved sip with his chopsticks. It's a little bland. Then I think about adding something else? Ying Fangxuan was very attentive. Yi Zifeng nodded in agreement. He walked around with his hands behind his back, occasionally commenting on the cooking steps. Ying Fangxuan obediently nodded in response. Yes, that makes sense. That's the way to do it. This should taste much better. Yi Zifeng took a look around the kitchen, and the new dish was ready. Not crispy enough, a little sticky. Let me give it a try. Yi Zifeng looked up, and Ying Fangxuan's pout had softened. He casually took his chopsticks, and took 2 bites of the dish. It's a little sticky, he commented seriously. Make the rest of the recipe. Okay. Ying Fangxuan quickly agreed, and looking up, he met Yi Zifeng's bright eyes. He was dazzled again. Ying Fangxuan secretly pinched himself, suppressing the urge to get closer. He held back for a moment before lifting his foot to stir-fry. Ying Fangxuan. Yi Zifeng's voice echoed from behind. Ying Fangxuan turned his head, and was embraced by someone around his neck. Before he could react, a kiss landed on his eyelids, gentle but like a heavy snowfall, bringing silence to the world. Yi Zifeng glanced at the stunned Ying Fangxuan and waited for 3 seconds until he finally woke up. Yi Zifeng. The spatula clattered to the ground. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but turn his head, but was immediately greeted by someone holding his face and gently asking, "Can I kiss you?" Yi Zifeng pondered for 3 seconds before replying yes. When the ingredients in the pot turned to ash, their lips parted. A silver thread stretched out, and Ying Fangxuan licked it, unwilling to let it go. Yi Zifeng was strangely silent. His ambition always surged after close contact. In less than 10 seconds, he was ready to recruit the next batch of Earthlings. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last batch. Thinking of the treasure-hunting spirit pigs on Earth, Yi Zifeng even had Ying Fangxuan post an additional message. The world of cultivation is opened. Return if you're interested. He calculated the situation in this world, and found it to be largely unproblematic. The treasure-hunting spirit pigs were all living well, so he gave them the freedom to choose. They could return or not. After all, Earth also had spiritual veins. Recruit the next batch. More of this batch. Your skills still have a lot of room for improvement. Yes, yes. Ying Fangxuan agreed obediently. The third batch was chosen. The chosen ones were jubilant, howling and boasting, while the unselected ones wept bitterly and expressed envy in the comments section. But time wouldn't stop for anyone. The third illusionary competition began with great fanfare. This batch again consisted of 2 types, the kitchen illusion and the flower garden illusion. The third batch was quite large, totaling 300,000 people. 200,000 people in the secret kitchen realm intrigued each other, honing their culinary skills. Another 100,000 people in the flower garden illusion immersed themselves in tasting herbs. Everyone was working hard within the illusion. The illusion, housing 300,000 people, was like a massive factory, churning out results non-stop. Everyone had aspirations and goals, racing tooth and nail in the competition. Kitchen illusion number 25 developed 3 new dishes. Flower garden illusion number 64 hybridized plants with enhanced performance. Kitchen number 18967 developed a dish capable of simultaneously absorbing 4 spiritual energies. And flower garden number 8312 hybridized 5 colored flowers, allowing 5 spiritual energies to coexist peacefully. Even though Ying Fangxuan's mind was preoccupied with romance, he was shocked by this situation. Well, time stretches endlessly in the world of cultivation, and every living thing has plenty of time. Plants wait March for just a glimpse of morning dew, and animals spend half their lives slumbering in their nests. The more immortal a species, the less they care about time. For a cultivator, even 100 years of seclusion is considered short. Time ebbs and flows. Under normal circumstances, the secrets of a species should evolve bit by bit over thousands of millennia. But here, in these crowded illusions, 10 years to produce the most perfect result is already considered slow. Ying Fangxuan looked down at Yi Zifeng, his expression unfazed, and his heart was touched again. As expected of Yi Zifeng, he was so calm and composed. Time passed slowly in the illusion, yet also quickly. When 300,000 people woke up on Earth, most of them were in a daze. Mom, I'm back. Hashtag damn kitchen hashtag. Hashtag I really can't stand it anymore hashtag. Hashtag how could my former apprentices be so cunning hashtag. Hashtag I've tasted everything and turned my mouth green hashtag. Hashtag after 9 years, I've only just opened my eyes for a day hashtag. Hashtag ugh, I haven't felt like cooking for 3 months hashtag ah, I really can't stand it anymore. I'm finally back. I've been reborn back on Earth. It's only been a day since I left, and now I'm no longer the same person I was before. I can already work in a 5-star hotel. Greetings to the boss above. Are you the winner? Haha, my heart is as cold as a fish knife in the kitchen. I won't answer any questions. I really can't stand it anymore. I'm quitting as soon as I get back. I'm going to take a 6-month break. They say that gardening requires hard work, but I've been scheming for 8 years. I feel like a eunuch in the old society, living a shaky life every day. Is that really that exaggerated? The atmosphere in our kitchen is so great, the communication is so harmonious, and we eat delicious food every day. I'm heartbroken. I've been running alongside her for 10 years, and we were originally evenly matched with our opponent, but in the last year, she suddenly had an epiphany. Oh my god, you can't be from our kitchen, right? That sister's epiphany was outrageous, like something out of a movie. I won't reveal my personal information. All I know is that I will never love the world again. At least you guys have been there, okay? Those of us who haven't been can only watch helplessly. I don't know if there will be another batch. I have to go and learn quickly. There probably won't be another batch. Our garden manager mentioned that they finally don't have to supervise anymore. Hurry up. Huh? Don't talk nonsense. There might be a shift change. I'm not sure either. Just take it as a reference. Report. There's no next batch. Official announcement. The spiritual vein says the secret realm has been closed. Huh? The internet erupted in shock and wailing, but before anyone could even get over their sadness, the authorities released another announcement. 13 new crops will be available in 3 days, priced between 10 and 50 yuan per gene. They're delicious, and have various health-boosting and spiritual strengthening properties. Chapter 256. Time is like a surging river, drowning everything in the blink of an eye. Since the beginning of the immortal cultivation era 6 years ago, nothing has been quite so scientific. Just when we've finally gotten used to it, an even more fantastical secret realm appears. People are arriving in droves, new crops are coming out in droves, and before anyone knows it, the fruits and vegetables are about to hit the market. Oh my god! I can't get anything. I'm being squeezed around. Has anyone managed to snag the first batch of fruits and vegetables? Can you share what they're like? I got one. There's a fruit that looks like a cherry tomato, colorful and incredibly flavorful, like something moving around in your mouth. I only managed to snag one that looked like a sweet potato. Although it's ugly, eating it gives me an indescribable feeling of fullness, and it makes me feel even more full. I didn't get one. Not a single one. I was literally squeezed out of the supermarket. It's terrifying. The above IP is understandable. There are so many people there, and the old men and women are so lethal, so it's normal not to get anything. Why is everyone talking about the new crops? No one's asking about the secret realms? I haven't even been there yet, and they're disqualified. Isn't that a bit unfair? The above person is right. The secret realms haven't been settled yet. What's the deal? There's still a lot of people who haven't been there. That's right. I've been studying really hard lately. Why don't you call and ask? We just finished a fight, and the official said there won't be any secret realms for the time being. They also hinted that the initiative isn't in our hands, but with the forces behind the spiritual vein. Huh? The forces behind the spiritual vein? Isn't the spiritual vein a separate entity? Isn't it underground? What kind of forces are those? Have you forgotten where the spiritual vein came from? All I can say is that things aren't what you think. The spiritual vein is just an excuse. Actually, the boss doesn't need us to work anymore. The hybrid crops and recipes are almost done. Boss? Just as everyone was about to ask more, the comment above disappeared. Later netizens, curious, kept asking, but to no avail, and the entire thread slowly faded. Gradually, everyone stopped obsessing about the secret realm. New crops arrived in batches, capturing everyone's attention. For a long time, the internet was dominated by topics like #essential knowledge for shopping #how to get to the supermarket as soon as possible #pushing techniques strongly resist queue cutting When supermarket crops were no longer rationed, everyone's lives returned to a state of peace. The world slowed down, moving forward at a leisurely pace through time. Ing Fanquan was indeed walking quickly, or more accurately, working quickly. Keep working harder. Yi Zifeng sat high up in a tree, urging him on while eating. Faster. Isn't it so energizing to be close to your family? Ing Fanquan toiled away. Yi Zifeng watched Ing Fanquan working diligently, sweat dripping down his forehead as he hoed the ground. Although he knew it was all a bit of an act, he still felt a sense of relief. Who could have imagined this? Ing Fanquan, who had been honest for half his life, had suddenly become so bold a few days ago. He had clearly turned his head away and refused, but he still held his face and tried to kiss him. Is he some kind of trophy to be kissed so easily? He was a mortal enemy he had fought for thousands of years, the owner of the other half of the forest, the master of spiritual plant magic, a merit absorber that spanned across worlds, a lifesaver, a master to whom the other party should be deeply grateful, and an accomplished individual. He fell silent on the spot, pointing at Ing Fanquan's nose and threatening to slap him if he kissed him again. He wondered if he'd been so lost in love that his sworn enemy had so easily moved his lips towards him. If Ing Fanquan still refused to repent, he would have to reevaluate their relationship. Love was sweet, but exchanging it for something else wasn't worth the effort. Ing Fanquan looked stunned for the moment, then slid down to his knees 3 seconds later. I didn't mean to. I definitely control myself next time. The man lowered his face, tears dripping down his cheeks. Small splashes of water hit the ground, soaking Yi Sifeng's heart. Yi Sifeng was silent for 3 seconds. It won't happen again. Yes. Ing Fangxuan replied with a nasal lilt, shifting his knees and gently resting his face in his hand. The back of his hand touched a soft, moist face. It's hard to describe Yi Sifeng's feelings at that moment. A sense of crisis welled up in him, as if he'd be bound by love for the rest of his life. But the next second, Ing Fangxuan buried her face in his hands again. He felt a trembling breath. The world fell into 3 seconds of silence. I don't like feeling helpless, Yi Sifeng emphasized. Not even in love. Yes. Ing Fangxuan's voice was muffled. I won't do that again. Just remember that. Yi Sifeng wanted to withdraw his hand. Can you lean on me a little longer? Ing Fangxuan raised her head from his hand, revealing moist eyes. Her eyelashes were matted with tears, and when she blinked, they looked like stars. Just a moment. Yi Sifeng emphasized. The two of them spent their time, back and forth, enjoying the bittersweet moments. By the time Ing Fangxuan stood up, half a day had already passed. Go hoe the ground and plant some new things. Yi Sifeng licked his lips, suspecting a slight bruise. Ing Fangxuan, who had been kneeling and kissing for a long time, was incredibly obedient. He picked up the hoe and went into the field. Yi Sifeng pursed his lips, suddenly feeling something was wrong. He had clearly intended to suppress Ing Fangxuan at first, but why were they kissing again? He was even bending over and lowering his head to kiss. This didn't look like a healthy, positive relationship at all. Full of hesitation, Yi Sifeng laid down on the tree and ate. As he ate, he watched Ing Fangxuan working diligently in the field. He looked honest and diligent. Never mind, he'd observe a little longer to see what was going on. He couldn't wrongly accuse Ing Fangxuan. Time passed as Ing Fangxuan hoed acre after acre of land. As night fell with its deep blue curtain, the pipes in the forest lit up, and a myriad of spiritual energy drifted through the newly regenerated forest like floating sparks. That's all. Ing Fangxuan immediately put away his hoe, his face obedient, perfectly obedient. Yi Sifeng glanced at him twice, 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, but he still took out his compass and prepared for new work. The previous world had come to an end, and several piglets had returned. Some were delighted, some looked reluctant, and a few were filled with resentment, as if they had been betrayed. But Yi Sifeng didn't care. They were back, and he just wanted to live in the forest. Are you going to recruit the next batch? Ing Fangxuan asked, looking deeply enthused. Yes. Yi Sifeng reached out and turned the compass. Spiritual energy poured in like a stream, lighting up each character. If memory served him correctly, the previous instance of the National Destiny dungeon was a dark jellyfish world. Yi Sifeng closed his eyes, and the real-time situation flashed through his mind. The world, now bereft of light, was now incredibly bright. Dozens of jellyfish, feeding on spiritual energy, drifted through countless pipes. When they grew tired, they headed to the seashore, hiding in the bottomless ocean. Each jellyfish was thriving, plump and robust. Their soul power shone brightly, surprisingly even greater than in the cultivation world. Yi Sifeng quickly figured it out. While spiritual energy existed in the cultivation world, these jellyfish weren't very effective, and couldn't steal much spiritual energy. But this human world, bereft of light, was different. Under the pressure of the existential crisis, everyone intensively studied eloquence. To make the jellyfish glow, they frantically showered praise upon it, their intense mental energy flowing out with their words, all absorbed by the jellyfish. Perhaps one person might not release much mental energy, but day after day, year after year, billions of people worldwide were pouring it out daily, once a day, as often as they pleased. The jellyfish had grown considerably fatter than when they first arrived. Yi Sifeng pondered for a moment, then turned and asked Ing Fangxuan to send a message. Those who wished to return could do so immediately. Sure enough, none returned. Half still wanted to stay in that world, while the other half were more hesitant. Observing their plump bodies, Yi Sifeng gave up the urge and sent a message that they could return at any time. The jellyfish all shared a sense of relief. Watching each jellyfish drifting freely, constantly receiving praise, Yi Sifeng observed them for a moment before letting them go. Every living being has the right to choose how to live their own lives. They can stay wherever they please. Since the jellyfish won't return, then they move on to another world. The compass spun frantically again, propelled by spiritual power. Characters lit up again, locating themselves among the myriad worlds. Soon, information arrived about the next world. The dream-eating cat, and the world plagued by nightmares. Year 2032 of the Yin Kingdom calendar. 8 years have passed since the disaster that plagued everyone with nightmares. Thanks to the help of the cat sleep-eating live streamers, Everyone has returned to a peaceful life, enjoying a sound and restful sleep every night. 11 p.m. Xiao Luo prepared for bed. Smoothly, he picked up his phone, opened the cat live streaming room, and selected a live streaming room. There weren't many cat live streaming rooms, perhaps about 20. In previous years, there were hundreds of them, but since the cat's sleep-inducing abilities were upgraded, recordings have become noticeably more effective. Since recordings can be used, there's no need for so many cat live streams. Just a few will be enough to maintain the atmosphere, and some people are used to listening to the live streams. Xiao Luo is one of them. She carefully observed today's live streams. The previous ones were all very popular. The cats were not only adorable but also had pleasant voices, were very capable, and possessed considerable hypnotic abilities. But the last one, the live stream of Cat Hua Zhu Zhu. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, then clicked on it. A hoarse, deep voice emanated from the microphone, like a tractor starting up and a wild boar about to be slaughtered. It's hard to describe the feeling, except to say that the last time she fell asleep listening to this live stream, she dreamed of herself as a chainsaw killer. Bubbles began to rise in the live stream, the host's words to the audience. "Thank you, little radish. You're here 030. Xiao Luo sighed, feeling trapped in the live stream. Though hesitant, she still replied in the comments section. Yeah. Happy she fell asleep listening to Hua Zhuzhu's live stream. In her dream, she transformed into a building, staring intently at the workers dismantling it. There were the sounds of walls being torn down, the hum of excavators, rebar being unloaded, and tractors rumbling by. When she woke, she didn't feel refreshed. Her mind was filled with dreams of demolition. She couldn't help but sigh. She had to admit, perhaps some cat managers just weren't good at sleep-inducing live streams. Chapter 257. After a quick wash, Xiao Luo headed out to work. On the way, she encountered a northeastern rice dumpling and approached it with deft dexterity. The owner selected a large cabbage leaf, spread a layer of snow-white rice on it, then a layer of soft, savory mincemeat and mashed potatoes, and finally added some crunchy fried dough sticks. Whether it was authentic or not was unknown, but it was delicious and filling. Carrying a heavy rice dumpling, Xiao Luo began a long morning, working while nibbling on it. With the accompaniment of delicious food, the work seemed less daunting. It was noon, but Xiao Luo was still full, so she didn't plan to eat. She took advantage of the break to play with her phone, expertly switching between various apps. First, she watched a short video, then jumped to the shopping app, added several items to her cart, and finally switched to the real-time hotspot app. Hashtag Cat Secretary Xiao Tangyuan releases new song hashtag. Hashtag Cat Paw Print Autograph Session in 3 days hashtag. Hashtag Popularity Battle hashtag. Hashtag Lagging Behind Kitten hashtag. Seeing the last entry, Xiao Luo hesitated, but clicked on it anyway. As expected, it was another cat secretary fan brawl. Ever since the cat secretary took office 8 years ago, fan groups have emerged. Initially small, but as the cat secretary's abilities grew and their achievements became more prominent, their fan bases grew at a terrifying rate. And where there are people, there are also rivers and lakes. Unsurprisingly, groups started fighting each other. Today, your family is asking why Cat Secretary number 1 was on air for 10 extra minutes, and tomorrow, mine is asking why Cat Secretary number 2 was still ahead of us. Excuse after excuse, the fighting grew in number with each passing day. Originally, this wasn't Xiao Luo's fault, but one day, she casually defended Hua Zhuzhu and was labeled a tail cat. Yes, the tail cat here refers to cats who aren't outstanding in their live streaming careers, and whose hypnotic abilities aren't strong. For example, Hua Zhuzhu. But it wasn't Zhuzhu's fault. She's just a kitten. Not being able to live as she pleases, and occasionally having to live stream is already pathetic enough. So why should she be labeled a tail cat? Xiao Luo sighed deeply. As a social worker, she sympathized with Hua Zhuzhu's plight. Although her work was exhausting, watching the fan groups mingling online, she couldn't help but offer a rebuttal. Every cat is different. It's arrogant to define them so arbitrarily. Within 3 seconds, the comment was refuted. Many people responded, their logic lacking, and they simply offered specious arguments, claiming that people were simply comparing based on their own preferences. Okay. Xiao Luo, the office slave, didn't have the energy to say much. She simply thought that if Hua Zhuzhu started broadcasting again in a week, she would definitely go to support her. But she was still a little angry, so she turned to social media and opened a group chat. Hua Zhuzhu Fan Group, 2987, Luo Shui, damn it. The internet is saying our Zhuzhu is the last one in the group again. When will it ever stop? Those people are just brats. Furious, hey oh hi, another comment like that? Let's go check it out. Grape, we've already checked it out, but there are so many other people, they've overshadowed us. Tomato, egg, and tofu soup, oh those people are so boring. I don't go online much when I join How Mao, or I be sad. Porridge, does the kitten go online too? Luo Shui, it's hard to say. I think I saw other fans bragging about Mao giving out red envelopes in the group chat. Porridge, huh? He's even learned how to give out red envelopes. Tomato, egg, and tofu soup, it must be his assistant who's doing it. If Mao can give out red envelopes, then doesn't that mean he can go online too? Grape, then he can see trending searches? Hey oh hi, I don't think so. Actually he does. 8 years, not long, not short, but for a seasoned demon cat from the world of cultivation, adapting to a new culture takes some time, but that's about it. About 2 years ago, 6 years after landing, 90% of the cats knew common Chinese characters, 70% quickly learned to surf the internet, 50% could play games, and 20% had already begun browsing the human internet. Unfortunately, Hua Zhuzhu was one of them. She considered her life to be full of twists and turns. Born in a vast forest overflowing with spiritual energy, blessed by a powerful lord, she finally became a top master in her family. Then, one quiet night, as usual, the world of cultivation crumbled in darkness. The past vanished in ashes, and she landed in another world, with a different daily life. She had to abandon her previous cultivation achievements and adopt a completely new training system, sound cultivation. As a dream-eating cat born in the vast spiritual world of cultivation, preying on the dreams of powerful beings, it never dreamed it would one day need to sing daily. Singing is difficult in itself, and watching its former defeated rivals sing like orioles makes life even more difficult. But it has to do it, because the king has instructed it. To survive in this world, even if it means enduring humiliation, pretending to be obedient and cute, and even if it suffers the attacks of some humans online, it still has to sing in its live stream. This is a world of low spiritual power. Everything is so peaceful, without crises or disasters, yet it feels even more difficult than in the world of cultivation. It howled sadly twice, but upon hearing its own powerful voice, it was momentarily lost. Isn't it nice to hear? It's so loud and vigorous. Why does it have to be so soft and gentle? Why does it have to be so melodious, like an oriole, when it's clearly a cat, alas? Hua Zhuzhu felt lost, but she was a mature, grown-up cat, having lived for many years. She knew she had to protect herself, and that her emotions were important, so she should do things that made her happy. For example, pretending to be a fan and browsing her fan group. Hua Zhuzhu fan group, 2988, after a while, I hadn't checked, and now I've gained another fan. It seems there are still people who appreciate her. Hua Zhuzhu tapped back and forth on the big screen, slowly sending messages. Zinzua, good morning soon, a fan responded to the group. Grape, it's getting late. It's already afternoon. Pearl Flower, happy Luo Shui, I feel like Zhuzhu's livestream last night was a step up. While not quite as gentle, it seems more powerful than before. I hope he's having a good time. Hua Zhuzhu carefully read the message, translating it word by word, reading it over and over again, savoring it 3 times before reading the rest. As expected, his fans didn't disappoint him. The following topics revolved around his recent progress. Although his voice wasn't quite as gentle and moving, there were always a small group of people in the world who could appreciate his immense power. Yes, he's a very talented cat. If he could return to the world of cultivation, he'd surely absorb and create the biggest and most amazing dreams. Luo Shui, tonight I'm switching to my secondary account to defend Zhuzhu's honor. Tomorrow's the weekend, and I'm ready again. Grape, support. I be with you then. Chocolate Beans, just got back from the trending search. The other hosts went a bit too far this time. They casually compared us to ours when we were alone. We have our tempers too, and we definitely yell back. Woohoo! The fans have actually become its warriors. Hua Zhuzhu rolled on the ground, unfazed by the dust on her fur. She was actually a little lost and doubtful before, but seeing the fans' dedication, she's rekindled. She's going to seriously study audio editing, risking her former family prestige to surpass the other streamers and achieve greater success in her career. Woohoo! She slid off the table and contacted her staff, hoping to learn the audio editing secrets of the other cat hosts and see if she could learn from them. The staff member who had signed the contract with her took the order and left. Hua Zhuzhu jumped onto the table, staring intently at the fan group. Everyone was still discussing how to condemn other artists' fans, and not compare their actions to Juju's. So serious, so dedicated. It was so sincere that Hua Juju couldn't imagine such overwhelming and pure love could exist in the world. Someone spontaneously supported her simply because they listened to her live stream. Incredible. She couldn't help but purr, determined to improve her skills for her fans. Although singing was difficult, and producing a continuous and melodious sound was even more difficult, she was willing to do it for her fans. Hua Juju sneezed in front of the screen, and just as she came to her senses, she heard a voice in her head that was both familiar and unfamiliar. You can return to the world of cultivation. Dream-eating cats interested in returning, please sign up within 1 hour. It's hard to describe the feeling at that moment. As the sentence circled in her mind, Hua Juju lost control of her body and instantly responded with a call to return. That was the king, right? Was it the king's voice? Didn't the world of cultivation collapse? The forest was reduced to ash, and now it's been repaired. Can it really be repaired? Can it really go back? Instantly, countless questions flooded her mind, but even if she had to choose 1,000 times, she would still choose to return. What's the point of practicing sound cultivation? Safety can't highlight her strength. Her past, her achievements, her tears and claw marks are all in the forest where she was born. She wants to go back. Hua Juju stood up from the table, suddenly alert. Her pupils narrowed into a point as she surveyed the room carefully. The workshop wasn't worth lingering in. The past 8 years weren't worth regretting. Yeah. It's going back. Hua Juju couldn't contain her excitement, running around the room, knocking over the messy broadcasting equipment. But she didn't care. She was going back anyway, so why bother? Back, back! She leaped onto the table, about to scratch the screen, when she saw a message from the fan group. Luo Shui, it's almost time. Only half an hour until get-off work ends. When I get back, I do everything for Juju Strive. She froze. She stared blankly at the screen, at the IDE that always visited her live stream, at the echoing comments from the fan group. She's leaving. Will these fans be sad? Hua Juju couldn't help but scratch the table twice, feeling a little annoyed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She was definitely going back, but her fans would probably also be sad. How about letting them be sad for a while? She really wanted to go back. She scraped her claws at the table for a long time, just as she was about to steal her resolve, when she heard this in her mind again. Such a sentence. You can bring contractors to travel in the world of cultivation. Contractors? Hua Juju didn't have many contracts, just 4 in total, responsible for her food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. As a relatively traditional kitten, she wasn't used to so many contracts. However, one of her colleagues had 3,000 contracts. Wait, 3000? Hua Juju looked at the group name. Hua Juju's secretary fan group, 2990, 2 more fans, but still not over 3,000. Hua Juju fell into a brief silence, but watching the lively group chat, she finally steeled her resolve and stomped her foot. Spiritual energy emanated through the network cable, signing 2,990 contracts. Chapter 258. 2,990, plus the original 4, a total of 2,994 contractors. If someone had told it in the past that one day it would contract a total of 3,000 people, it would have scoffed at their wishful thinking. But time is a turbulent river, bringing many things and changing many things. In order not to let the fans' love go to waste, it impulsively contracted them all. Its consciousness transformed into a thin thread, connecting nearly 3,000 consciousnesses. Just from sitting here, one could hear the shocked voices on the other side of the contract. Contract? Oh my god! Oh my god, I've made it! Secretary Juju? Wow! The humans' reactions were brief and startling, most shifting from disbelief to surprise. After all, signing a contract with Secretary Cat was like applying for a job, and it was paid by the government. But Hua Juju sharpened his claws. Now that he was going home, he wouldn't be working on Earth, so the contractors probably wouldn't get paid. No matter. He curled his beard, his mood brightening completely. When the door that symbolized home appeared in the room, he rushed in like an arrow. Meow, going home. A whistling wind blew towards him, mingled with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy circled around his body and turned, twirling like a playful butterfly. He couldn't help but lower his head, focusing his attention. At the moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, he suddenly jumped forward and pounced. A mouthful of spiritual energy slid into his throat, and his body felt like a parched patch of land finally receiving a refreshing rain. It couldn't help but purr. 8 years, 2,920 days, day and night devoid of spiritual energy. Nightmares are the core of cultivation, but spiritual energy is the foundation of growth. For a dream-eating cat, nightmares without spiritual energy are like eating vegetables every day without rice. Facing the bittersweet, and salty dreams without spiritual energy to accompany them is truly unbearable. Hua Juju hopped around on the ground, constantly biting and licking the spiritual energy in the air. Spiritual energy leaped into her mouth on the wind, and with every smack of her lips, she could taste its flavor. The largest component was wood, warm and gentle, with a fruity aroma if she sipped it carefully. Next was water, icy and cool, tasting like summer dew. Fire was slightly hot, earth was thick and heavy, and metal was barely perceptible, looming, but the sharpness made her sneeze. This is the smell of home. Hua Juju rolled on the ground, running with all her might, running towards the end of the world, that strange yet familiar forest. It smelled it. The scent of the king. In the forest, the whistling sound of wind lingered beside her ears, and the closer she got, the clearer the scent became. 8 years of living in a foreign land gradually faded from her body, and from the smell, she gradually recalled the world of cultivation. Meow! A hoarse, excited voice echoed through the forest. Almost as soon as she landed, Hua Juju felt a familiar sense of danger. She rolled quickly, and leaped to the treetops in a few seconds, hiding among the deep and shallow branches. The disturbed large spirit beast roared in dissatisfaction, but turned around and fell into a deep sleep. Hua Juju twitched her nose, looked at the familiar giant, rolled her eyes, and then lightly leaped up, landing in a tree above it, ready to weave a horrific dream for it. The large spirit beast beneath the tree seemed to sense something, but having not seen a dream-eating cat for so long, it was inevitably careless. There was a faint sound in the tree above, but it simply turned over and continued to sleep. Yeatsifeng looked up, his eyes flickering as he saw a dozen or so dream-eating cats that had returned. He counted on his fingers and, unsurprisingly, discovered that their careers on Earth hadn't been very successful. In other words, these 10 or so weren't particularly good at broadcasting. Didn't they bring anyone back? Ing Fengshuan asked, massaging his back. They could have brought them back directly, but... Yeatsifeng paused, his gaze piercing the layers of forest to the small, tabby-striped cat. There was a dream-eating cat. Before leaving, it suddenly contracted nearly 3,000 people. Over 3,000 people, going about their normal work and lives, vanished in an instant. It seemed a bit extreme no matter how you looked at it. Just like before, we give you a choice. Those interested can come. Those not, forget it. After all, you have to work. Ing Fengshuan pinched his fingers. Let the dream-eating cats contact each other, and briefly explain the situation. One day in 2032, over 3,000 people on Earth suddenly felt the contracts in their minds fading. Before they could react, a quarter of an hour later, they received another message from their cat-in-chief. Meow. Humans come to my house to play. Half a month. Yes. No two options appeared in his mind, each brightly lit. Behind the left option, a thin, long thread drifted gently through endless space, leading nowhere. Logically, they should have hesitated. But who sent this message? This was Secretary Cat, the one who had signed the contract, not to mention those who had been contracted for 8 years. Even the 2,990 people who had just signed the contract unanimously chose yes when the options appeared. As the floating silk thread wrapped around their wrists, a question suddenly occurred to the minds of over 3,000 people. Where is Secretary Cat's home? It shouldn't be far, right? It turned out to be quite far, or rather, unbelievably far. Over 3,000 people simultaneously set foot on a strange land. The sky was vast and high, the ground stretched as far as the eye could see. The wind carried the scent of the wilderness. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but just breathing the air here felt incredibly comfortable, as if I had been cleansed from head to toe. My goodness! Where is this? Who are you? Someone panicked, looking around, but didn't see a single familiar face. I'm from Yen country, someone stammered. Me too. Ah. I'm from province Y. I received the option Secretary Cat gave me. Me too. As if on a secret code, the crowd, previously unfamiliar, suddenly became enthusiastic. Fellow villagers from different places meeting each other, tears welling up in their eyes. Oh my God, where is this? Where is Secretary Cat's home? Is this the Northeast? No, we don't have anything like this in our great Northeast. This is a foreign country, right? Look at this plain. Is that a volcano? Why is it so pitch black? The discussion was carried away by the wind into the wilderness. The world was empty, with only their group of people discussing. Perhaps the land really did have an aura. Soon, everyone felt a sense of desolation. I'm kind of thinking about going back. Why don't I see Mr. Cat? It's a bit windy here. The voices gradually faded, especially after everyone realized their phones had no signal. Bang, bang, bang. Several lumps of matter fell from the sky, tumbling to the ground and revealing furry forms. Mr. Juju. Xiao Luo was the first to scream. Hua Juju took a few reserved steps, looking at the crowd, most of whom were her fans. She nodded gently and meowed elegantly, signaling her contractors to follow her. She was going to take them to eat something delicious. The other cats glanced sideways at Hua Juju, seemingly curious about her gentle voice. They all moved forward together. Each cat brought several people with them, but Hua Juju was the only one with a large group behind her. Everyone looked at each other and whispered to each other, a constant whispering among the crowd. So where exactly is this? I think I have some ideas, but you might not believe me. Tell me about it. Remember when we were hiring 8 years ago? Everyone would have dreams as soon as they clicked on their text messages. Do you remember what the themes of those dreams were? It seemed like there were cats roaming the hillside. It seemed like there were cats cooking in the kitchen. I don't remember much. It seemed like rock climbing. The discussion went on. There was a theory online that these cats might be from another planet, but that was quickly disproven because the dreams didn't feature alien machinery or technology. They were more Chinese, yet also fantastical. You mean? Yes. The person who said this looked up, a mysterious expression on their face. I suspect we've arrived in another world. Considering the backgrounds of the cat officials, I think this is most likely a cultivation world. We're heading towards their home, most likely a forest. You're kidding. You're so... The conversation abruptly ended, and everyone stared blankly at the forest before them. It had been so far away just moments ago, and now, after just a short walk, it had suddenly appeared here. It was unbelievable. Meow. Let's eat first. The calm and reliable cat official gave the order, and everyone, stunned, walked into the forest step by step. The branches and leaves obscured the sun, and there was an occasional rustling sound. It seemed as if something was around, but when they turned around, they could only see swaying shadows. Everyone couldn't help but huddle together, not moving apart even when their feet were stepped on. The words that person had just spoken inexplicably resurfaced in their minds. Could this be the world of cultivation? Haha, how could it be possible? This is too fantastical, too bizarre. But there was food. There was nothing overhead, nothing at all. The leaves were green, not a trace of red or purple fruit. Yet, it was so fantastical. The cat officer asked everyone to stretch out their hands, and a rainbow of fruits fell into their hands. Each person received 1 to 3, of varying sizes. Everyone's mind raced furiously, chewing on the mysterious objects that had fallen from the sky. But before anything could form, the taste in their mouths captivated their attention. This was... It's hard to describe these flavors. Soft and refreshing, ethereal and mysterious, but the taste was secondary. What dominated was an indescribable allure. It was as if my body had turned into a lump of earth. It was perfectly fine until a sudden downpour, and I realized how thirsty I was. I almost couldn't wait to absorb the sweet dew that poured down my throat. Everyone gnawed frantically, opening their mouths as wide as they could to avoid spilling the juice. They licked their hands afterward, unwilling to waste even a single drop. Meow. After eating, I have to get back to work. Take a break first. Everyone sat down in a daze. If it weren't for the fruit core still in their mouths, they wouldn't know what day it was. So this is really the world of cultivation? I don't know, but this is incredibly delicious. Could it be a new kind of fruit? The man was almost unconvinced by the end. But it's impossible. How could it be? Traveling from Earth to the world of cultivation in the blink of an eye? This isn't just a treat for novel protagonists. Wait, we all already know we've signed a contract with the cat agent, so how can this not be a great opportunity? The crowd began to whisper again, some debating, some refuting, some certain, others shaking their heads in disbelief. But the fruit was so delicious that it didn't take long for everyone to accept the idea that this might be the world of cultivation, even if it was a bit fantastical and bizarre. Meow. Time to get to work. Suddenly, a flash of white light flashed before their eyes, and out of nowhere, a multitude of tools appeared. Shovels, hoes, and even tools for drilling the earth. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Our job is to dig a river. Hua Juju, the agent who commanded the largest number of humans, licked his fur, appearing serious and reserved in front of his fans. He nodded, motioning for everyone to grab their tools and follow him. Though still a little confused, everyone chose the tools they needed and, with their hearts full of wonder and curiosity, their mouths still lingering with the fragrance, slowly followed. The river was dug. Chapter 259. It's hard to describe life these days. Over 3,000 people spent the morning digging a canal, then ate a meal that fell from the sky. Afterward, they had some free time. But I don't know if it was just an illusion, but the forest felt fraught with danger. Is this a primeval forest? I don't know. The climate doesn't match. I told you, this is a cultivation world. That shouldn't be the case. Actually, I think it might be. Just after dinner, everyone was buzzing with discussion. A. This must be from another place. B. This is a tropical rainforest. C. It's terrifying how uneducated you are. This is clearly a subtropical climate. D. Why overthink it? Just ask the cat. Everyone looked at each other, then clapped their hands in agreement. Meow. This is my hometown. There's spiritual energy. This is the world of cultivation. Officer Hua Zhuzhu was remarkably calm, unfazed in front of over 3,000 people. She spent 10 seconds answering everyone's questions, then, with a startling answer, wagged her tail and departed. Is this really the world of cultivation? Xiao Luo covered her mouth and looked up. The branches swayed in the breeze, their fresh green leaves trembling in the gentle breeze. At first glance, the shades of green seemed to obscure everything. But it had to be said that this place was unlike the forest she had imagined for the world of cultivation. It wasn't dangerous and gloomy, but rather exuded a new vitality from within. It was as if this forest had only just begun to grow. Xiao Luo suddenly realized something. It was already known that the cat officials had gone to Earth to work because the world of cultivation was in trouble. So, could their return now mean that the world of cultivation had recovered? Xiao Luo couldn't help but shift her feet, suddenly kicking her hoe. She seemed to have a flash of thought. Perhaps the cultivation world hadn't fully recovered, and she and her companions from Earth were here to help. Meow. Yes, Director Hua Zhuzhu's voice echoed in her mind. Xiao Luo's eyes widened, still a little unaccustomed to telepathy, but Director Zhuzhu was licking her hands reservedly. It looked like no one else had received the message. This was unique to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo suddenly felt accustomed to it. It was Director Zhuzhu, inviting her to her home and even sending her a private message. The work was energized. Over 3,000 people, each with their own ideas, toiled with restrained excitement. They dug quickly and efficiently, and the canal was dug strictly according to the plan. Everyone was working hard. It was said that once they reached their destination, they would see a beautiful lake, and their mission was to divert the water from the lake into the forest. Meow meow. This is our daily water. That's what the cat said. Everyone worked even harder. Even after 8 or 9 days of digging with no sign of a lake, even though the sun was scorching and blisters formed on our hands, we worked hard, even harder, not only out of affection, but also because the food in the cultivation world was truly excellent. Isn't it true that this is the cultivation world? There's nothing ordinary here. The most basic things are all kinds of spiritual fruits, each one large and plump, exuding a soft fragrance. Just one bite feels like life has new meaning. My body is getting better. My hand swinging the hoe feels stronger, my bent waist feels more flexible, and a warm energy seems to flow through my body, absorbed by the day-to-day toil. Everyone dug incessantly. Hua Zhuzhu leaped onto a high branch and, looking down, saw a team of over 3,000 people like a power drill, carving a long path through the earth. He couldn't help but lick his paws and stamped on the branches twice. As expected of the fans he brought back, truly amazing. If the cultivation world was thriving and steadily improving, then back on Earth, primarily Yin Nation, things were experiencing a certain degree of turmoil. The reason was simple. Someone suddenly discovered that the hypnosis live stream they occasionally listened to had disappeared. No leave request, no announcement, no information at all. It simply vanished. What's going on? Where's Hua Zhuzhu's live stream? I have to get up early tomorrow, and I can't wake up that early without listening to it. Is that the famous tractor streamer? Who do you think you are up there? Is it your turn to comment? No offense, I see everyone saying that. I really can't stand some people. They're all editors. Every cat has its own unique personality. If you like it, listen to it. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. Is there any need to slander them? I clicked. Please return innocence to the cat world. So where is Secretary Hua Zhuzhu? Doesn't anyone know? Actually, It's not just Secretary Hua Zhu. There's also a leave request posted in another livestream. At first, I didn't notice anything was wrong, but when I looked closely, the date was 100 years old. The cat really can't be contacted. Huh? We seem to be watching the same livestream. So where is Secretary Hua Zhu? Listening to other livestreams makes me sleep too soundly, and I won't be able to get up tomorrow. You can try recordings, some may meet your needs. I was listening to the livestream, so I don't know the recordings. Where did Secretary Zhu go? Doesn't anyone know? I might know, but I'm not sure I can tell you. Actually, Secretary Zhu just went home and invited fans to hang out. She probably won't be back for a while. Huh? Going home? To which contractor's home? Not this home, but its own home. You might not believe this, but it said it went back to the world of cultivation. Huh? Hashtag cat secretary returns to the world of cultivation hashtag. The trending search terms rocketed to the forefront. Frequently surfing the internet quickly spotted the entry and clicked on it, bewildered. After reading it from beginning to end, I still don't believe it. That's funny, right? Can you please stop spreading rumors about Cat Agent? Have you forgotten about those people who got arrested a while ago? Can you be more careful? That's right, I'm calling customer service right now, and I debunked the rumors. How's it going? What did customer service say? Squat. 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 Many netizens saw this comment and waited quietly for the results. I don't know what to say. Customer service said Cat Agent went home, but when asked where he went back to, they evaded the question. Huh? I don't believe it, I called too. The customer service line was flooded with calls. Because so many people were asking, and everyone was asking differently, customer service inevitably leaked some information in their panic. Netizens pieced it all together, and came up with the most incredible conclusion. Some people said Cat Agent went home, returned to the world of cultivation, and it seems likely they won't be coming back. It's hard to describe the feeling everyone had when they saw this statement. It felt both impossible and outrageous. The world of cultivation? The world of cultivation in novels? The kind where my fate is in my own hands? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Netizens were in a panic. Some sought answers from more authoritative sources, but no matter how much they revealed, they all pointed to this most exaggerated conclusion. Cat Secretary has returned to the world of cultivation. I'm not sure if it's fair to say that before leaving, one Cat Secretary took about 3,000 people from his fan group to the world of cultivation. Huh? Everyone was shocked at first, then envied. If the idea of Cat Secretary returning to the world of cultivation seemed vague and unrealistic, everyone was immediately furious when they heard that such an opportunity hadn't fallen to them. Unfair. Why didn't you take me? I want to go to the cultivation realm too. I think you only took your contractor. Do you have a contracted cat agent? I could have it take you back for some fun. No. I do. Is that really possible? Yeah, but I don't know if it ever come back. Everyone was torn. Although they didn't have the means, they were already imagining it. On the one hand, traveling to the cultivation realm, and on the other hand, staying on Earth forever with a cat agent, it was truly too difficult to choose. Another wave of online voting erupted, and the discussion became lively again. But human opinion can't change cats. Whether to return to the cultivation realm or stay on Earth, each cat had its own choice. Some wanted to go back immediately, some wanted to stay on Earth broadcasting, and quite a few wanted to play around for a while, have enough fun, and then wag their tails and return home. Of course, these cats all resigned and headed home. Who wants to broadcast? Meow meow meow. Resign? The customer service center was suddenly filled with the sounds of meows. The staff were busy paying each cat their wages, and preparing the necessary supplies for their trip. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay, but they didn't dare. It was said that the cultivation world and Yen country had already negotiated, and everything was based on the cat officials' wishes. They could leave if they wanted to, or stay if they wanted to. While it was a bit of a shame, no one had any objections. For the past 8 years, the vast majority of the cat officials had worked diligently, donning microphones day and night, emitting their own voices, bit by bit shattering the strange dreams of countless people. That's wonderful. 8 years spent with such adorable and magical creatures is truly a remarkable experience. Even if all the cat officials leave, Yin Nation still has countless recordings, allowing everyone to sink into sweet and pure dreams. Perhaps it's because they get high-quality sleep every night, but the vast majority of citizens are emotionally stable and quick to absorb new things. Watching the several pampered cats leave the customer service center with their tails up, everyone just snapped cute videos. precious commemorative video. Netizens flocked to the video. Oh my god, how did this become a commemoration? I can't accept it. Don't leave me, cat. Wow, Sang Biao jumped over my roof. It's its first time in this area. Video. I actually captured Pearl. Super white and soft. Truly like a precious pearl. Picture. What's going on? Isn't it the officer's workday now? What did they miss? You might not know this above, but the cat officers can go home now, back to the world of cultivation. So travel around a bit, have fun, and then go home. Huh? What's return to the world of cultivation? I'm too lazy to explain. Go back to my previous post. If you don't believe me, call customer service. If you still don't believe me, just keep pushing it up the ladder. That's how I accept the facts. I'm flat out. It's here again, it's here again. That feeling of doubting the world. Exactly the same as 8 years ago. It's truly unforgettable. Report. My cousin is back. From Hua Zhuju's hometown. That's the world of cultivation. Chapter 260. The internet is caught up in a new wave of enthusiasm. Those invited by Secretary Cat to the world of cultivation have returned, each one radiant, strong, and in excellent spirits. As expected of the world of cultivation, they've all returned after completing their cultivation. They look so energetic. I think so too. I'm so envious. I too want to travel to the world of cultivation and cultivate the beauty of immortality. Is it possible that those people went to the world of cultivation to do something other than cultivate immortality? The above commenter is jealous. They're already in the world of cultivation, so if they don't cultivate immortality, they can become villains. It seems like that's not impossible, and it's quite exciting. But my cousin said it's tiring. Of course. Swinging a sword 10,000 times a day, how can it not be tiring? How did the above commenter know they were going to swing a sword? The plots of immortal cultivation are all like this. To rise to prominence, one must diligently cultivate, and usually begins with wielding a sword. That seems to make some sense. Hashtag how is life in the cultivation world? Hashtag. Hashtag those years I traveled to the cultivation world. Hashtag. Hashtag is Secretary Cat's hometown fun? Hashtag. Hashtag I want to be invited to. Hashtag. Instantly, a new search term dominated the trending searches, with netizens imagining the wonderful life of those who went to the cultivation world. It must be flying swords in the morning, soaring through the sky in the afternoon, bravely exploring secret realms at night, and seizing rare treasures in the middle of the night, refining them in an instant. Everyone used their imaginations to come up with countless fantastical and legendary scenes. Such topics were very popular, and naturally, others took advantage of this popularity. That's right. Secretary Cat invited me to the cultivation world a while ago. A live streamer recorded a video. From the outset, the video captivated netizens with its eye-catching theme and exaggerated expressions. Oh my! I never thought I'd see this day. My eyes blurred, my legs went weak, and I found myself in the world of cultivation. How could I have known? Swords filled the mountains and plains, just like in a movie. I raised my arm and called out, and all the swords began to buzz. It was a truly terrifying scene. The live streamer gestured with a serious expression. I immediately collapsed to the ground, but my cat came to the rescue. It told me not to be afraid and to choose one from the collection. This is its farewell gift to me. The live streamer looked back at the camera, a look of regret and pity on his face. Brothers, can I have this? Of course, I definitely want it, but it's too dangerous to bring it back to Earth. It's a restricted knife. The live streamer looked up at the sky, as if lost in memory, his expression echoing as he concocted a fantastical scene. In short, during the 15 days in the world of cultivation, every day brought a legendary story. On the first day, they bravely ventured into the Fire Dragon Cave. On the second day, all the swords returned to their origins. On the third day, chaos erupted at the foot of the mountain, prompting all the cat officials to mobilize. Netizens were stunned by this, wanting to refute but unsure what to do. Is it my imagination? Is this a bit too fictional? It feels like a big-budget movie about cultivating immortals. Netizens were skeptical, and some of the over 3,000 people who had just returned couldn't stand it. It's fake, it's not that exaggerated. Going to the cultivation world means digging every day to divert spring water from the other side of the mountain to the forest where the cat officials live. But this comment was quickly refuted by netizens. Brother, can you make up a better one? If everyone goes to the cultivation world, who will do the work? Netizens quickly refuted the allegation, then plunged back into their fantasies about the cultivation world. There was a lot of excitement online. And the discussion intensified after the streamer who posted the video was banned. It was clear the streamer was telling the truth, otherwise, why would he have been banned? With so many legends online, everyone couldn't help but imagine what miracles they would create if they were to enter the world of cultivation. The more they thought about it, the happier they became. Quite a few netizens couldn't wait to enter the world of cultivation tomorrow, dreaming of wielding a single sword to level the chaotic world. Since the world of cultivation was so wonderful, everyone had to find a way to get there. Since it was known that only cat officials could lead people, wouldn't it be enough to simply curry favor with the cat officials? So, the dream-eating cats who had quit their jobs and were wandering around noticed something was amiss. Why were the humans so lively, jumping around and being extremely attentive? Some dream-eating cats didn't buy it, but a few thought it was fine. They had worked so hard for so many years, and it was normal for humans to want to thank them. A small number of dream-eating cats settled for a life of flattery, and even when they finally learned that the humans wanted to follow them back, they nodded, thinking it was okay. The first group of lucky and diligent individuals departed for the world of cultivation. Netizens were filled with envy, vowing to rush to the front lines and offer their services starting tomorrow. The 15 days passed quickly. This group returned, each in exceptionally good spirits and stronger than before. They must have enjoyed a lot of good things in the world of cultivation. Yes. They must have lived a very carefree life. Netizens were filled with envy and resentment. But for some reason, this group of people who went didn't respond. When asked what they did in the world of cultivation, they were all vague, as if it were some secret. It must be a great opportunity. That's right. The second group of sycophants worked in secret, and God rewarded those who work hard. Official Cat finally brought them back. They returned in silence 15 days later. No matter how netizens questioned them, they refused to speak. When pressed, they claimed they were just toiling in the world of cultivation every day and hadn't ventured into anything. But how could that be possible? Netizens simply didn't believe it. Another group of sycophants worked in secret. One group after another, leaving and returning, each one silent. When they did speak, they claimed they endured hardships every day, with a lot of work to do, and they had to reach for their tools as soon as they opened their eyes. If it weren't for the good food, they wouldn't have been able to persevere. Netizens scoffed, scorning these people for not being forthcoming. They were just sharing their glorious deeds, but why were they so stingy? It was speechless. I don't believe it. Is there not a single honest person? If I were there, I would share every detail. Speechless. But perhaps there's a curse. The cat officials gradually returned, and so did the people. Upon their return, they all appeared radiant and robust, but none could recount any fantastical legends. When they finally did, they claimed to be working daily, constantly toiling in the forest with hoes. Humph. I don't believe it. Netizens persisted in their opinions, scorning those returning from the world of cultivation for being so ungrateful that they dared not even reveal their experiences, treating others as if they were their own. If I were the next in line, I'd definitely tell them when I return. Another netizen issued a declaration, but unfortunately, the cat officials had almost all returned. Yi Sifeng turned to see another spirit beast coming to Fong Sun to complain. Ever since the dream-eating cats returned, the forest had been restless. After 8 years of training on Earth, the dream-eating cats were no longer the innocent versions of their former selves. After 8 years of feeding on human nightmares and experiencing countless fears, even the most innocent had developed various nightmare routines. A dream-eating cat in the forest licked its paw, looked down at the spirit beast slumbering beneath a tree, and with a flick of its whiskers, it wove a brand new nightmare. A collapsing forest, a shattered sky, the world shattered, revealing countless deep black ravines. The spirit beast stood at the center of the world, looking down to find it had fallen. A razor-sharp wind brushed past its ears, and its body sank back into the icy water, then into the boiling volcano. Finally, it climbed out in a horrible state, looking up. University of all things. Students, like ants, crawled over in a blanket, shouting, "Teacher, teacher, teacher." The entire world echoed the cry of "Teacher, teacher, teacher." Roar! The spirit beasts beneath a tree roared in anger. Looking up, the dream-eating cat was long gone. Only a branch swayed gently, as if mocking him. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Alongside Ing Fanshuan stood a line of spirit beasts, each one brimming with indignation, eager for their turn to arrive the next moment. Yi Sifeng stood by, watching as Ing Fanshuan listened calmly. The last complaining spirit beast left only after the sun sank below the horizon. What should we do? Ing Fanshuan asked, turning around. Looking at Ing Fanshuan's bright eyes, Yi Sifeng finally relented. Let them figure it out on their own. There's no point in them going to Earth and becoming incompetent. I think that makes sense. Ing Fangxuan nodded. The forest fell into a period of tranquility. The dream-eating cats were no longer as open and above board as before. To avoid being captured by other spirit beasts, they, as before, rested during the day and moved at night, lurking silently through the night. The other spirit beasts also felt a sense of danger. To avoid nightmares, the nests must be renovated. Every night before going to bed, every hole must be sealed. Don't let those nasty liquid cats sneak in and disturb you. The forest was bustling with activity. Each spirit beast was strengthening its nest, filling every gap bit by bit. Yi Cifeng glanced back. Birds flitted across the trees, and beneath them were paw prints left by various spirit beasts. Clearly, their goal was the same, to strengthen their nests before nightfall. It was a lively scene. It felt as if he had returned to the time before the collapse of the cultivation world. No matter where he looked, the forest was always filled with traces of various creatures. As the deep blue night fell, the vibrant forest melted into a serene darkness. The spirit beasts, busy all day, sealed their burrows, meticulously checking for gaps. The inspection was nearly complete. It was time for bed. Spirit beasts large and small closed their eyes, feeling a sense of unease, yet allowing themselves to drift off into sleep. At the same time, it was time for the dream eaters to make their appearance. With a flick of their whiskers and a flick of their tails, several furry creatures gently stepped on branches. With a gentle twitch of their noses, they found their target for the night. Several dream eaters split up and quickly located the spirit beast whose lair hadn't been repaired. They smoothly fabricated nightmares, devouring its emotions with their mouths, and leaped away before the spirit beast awoke, their tails lashing as they headed for their next destination. But the spirit beast before them had sealed its lair so tightly. The dream eaters circled the cave entrance, finding no opening. They took 2 steps back, pondered for 3 seconds, and then opened their mouths. Soon, a sound like grinding teeth could be heard from the cave entrance. The spirit beast in the cave began to sleep soundly, but gradually, it dreamed of itself transformed into a weak spirit beast. A large mouth held its head, but instead of crushing it, it used its sharp teeth to grind it bit by bit. Roar! The spirit beast awoke in anger, reacted a split second later, and smashed open the cave door and rushed out. The dream-eating cat fled into the night, soon disappearing. The next day, a long line formed before Ing Fangxuan again, each spirit beast filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 261. After finally sending the spirit beasts away, Ing Fangxuan turned and saw Yi Cifeng standing there, his eyes alight with a smile. The sunset glow was soft, casting a golden hue on his long green hair. He was staring at him, his gaze fixed on him. After realizing this, Ing Fangxuan felt as if the world had lifted up. The sunset was incredibly gentle, the wind carried a light, spiritual aura, and the trees rustled. Even the people who had just lined up to report him became more palatable. Weak and powerless, the world seemed truly lovely. What are you looking at? Yi Cifeng asked. Ing Fangxuan took a few steps forward, bent his knees, and knelt. Yi Cifeng looked down at him. I want a kiss. Yi Cifeng closed his eyes, briefly wanting to accuse Ing Fangxuan of being useless, but his face was full of radiance, clearly anticipating his kiss. Yi Cifeng bent down, closing his eyes beneath the glittering gaze. Before he could even sense the warmth of the other person's breath, soft lips pressed against his. The next moment, a tongue thrust itself forward, licking every corner with unwavering dominance. With the aura of a prey devourer, it stirred out his saliva bit by bit, and swallowed it. Yi Cifeng's eyelashes fluttered, and the next moment, he heard the other person's rapid breathing. His fingers went numb, but he didn't open his eyes. The two were so close, their breaths mingling. Ing Fangxuan stared at Yi Cifeng intently, wanting to capture every subtle expression in his heart. But perhaps the wind at this moment held a magical power. He lost himself in his lover's breath, and slowly closed his eyes. The two kissed passionately again, kissing until the sun gradually set and the crescent moon slowly rose. The forest fell into a certain tranquility, and the sound of soft footsteps echoed among the distant trees. Yi Cifeng opened his eyes, stepped back, and nudged Ing Fangxuan's shoulder, signaling him to stop pretending and quickly stand up to deal with the dream-eater cats. Ing Fangxuan stood up obediently and licked his lips gently. It's okay, they adapt. Survival in my forest depends entirely on strength. Okay. Since that was the case, Yi Cifeng had nothing else to say. Seeing Ing Fangxuan still feeling a little dissatisfied, he couldn't help but reach out and tug at his face. Ing Fangxuan immediately raised the corner of his mouth, a very worthless smile. The two played around for a while, and after frequent physical contact, They kissed twice more. Seeing that they were about to kiss a fourth, Yi Zifeng finally realized that this couldn't go on. Time can pass through anything, except kissing. It's too reckless and not conducive to cultivation. No more kissing. Yi Zifeng pinched Ying Fangxuan's cheeks with one hand. Time to get back to work. Quickly shift your focus. Ying Fangxuan nodded, then rubbed his palm twice, obedient as hell. Yi Zifeng was silent for a moment, but ultimately said nothing more. After all, no one was immune from the consequences of this situation. Get back to work. Yi Zifeng withdrew his hand and pulled out the compass from his arms. Ying Fangxuan transformed into a cute little beast and expertly slid into his arms. Let me see, the next world is the world of the spirit cloud rabbit. The runes on the compass lit up one by one, and Yi Zifeng recalled the scene of that world. A spiritual plant from the world of cultivation escaped and cultivated in secret, lurking for 10 years, accumulating enough spiritual energy to mutate all plants in the world. That spiritual plant was extremely ambitious, declaring itself emperor, calling on all plants to rise up, take over the world, and drive humanity off the face of the earth. Of course it failed. This was because it had released 330,000 rabbits from that world. These rabbits excel at digging holes, and plants, with their roots underground, happen to be more nutritious. So, plants grew above them, and all humans hid in the ground, led by the rabbits in a frenzy of root digging and eating, ultimately eating up the land itself. And that spiritual plant, which had become a spirit, is still farming in its spirit beast space. If I remember correctly, the rabbits from that world have signed contracts with humans and remain on Earth to farm, specifically to provide fresh vegetables for the market. But 330,000 is still a bit too much. We were in such a rush to get rid of them, we threw them all away. I wonder how they're doing now. If none of the rabbits have returned, should things be okay? In fact, problems were already starting to appear. 10 years ago, just after the disaster, hundreds of thousands of rabbits were free. Every city had a large area dedicated to growing new plants, striving to ensure that every household could enjoy fresh vegetables, either to improve the nation's health or to soothe its frightened hearts. At first, everyone thought it was great. The rabbit officials were so diligent. In no time, they had the entire population enjoying a variety of new vegetables, with all sorts of benefits. They could eat whatever they wanted and choose the ones they wanted. The rabbit officials were truly diligent. After supplying the entire population with food, several tons of new vegetables remained, which Yin country exported and made a considerable profit. In the first 2 years after the disaster, everyone was happy. Not only had we returned to life on the surface, but the food supply had also greatly expanded, especially with fruits and vegetables. The new varieties were cheap, delicious, and had special medicinal properties. Life was truly full of vitality. In the 3rd and 4th years after the disaster, everyone's lives were very prosperous. With their health improving, they had more energy to create their own lives. The government also used the money earned from exporting new plants to build a lot of infrastructure. Everything was going well, everything was moving forward. In the 5th and 6th years after the disaster, everyone began to notice something was amiss. The prices of new vegetables in the market were getting lower and lower. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that the rabbit cadres were becoming more and more skilled in farming, having learned to grow more land with less effort. In the 7th and 8th years after the disaster, everyone realized that this situation could not continue. The rabbit cadres' farming techniques improved every year. According to eyewitnesses, stepping into the vegetable greenhouses was like watching a movie at triple speed. The naked eye could no longer discern the forms of the rabbit cadres, only multicolored shadows darted back and forth. The plants in the greenhouse multiplied rapidly, creating a bizarre scene resembling a game. I can't eat enough. I really can't eat enough. The price of fresh vegetables in the supermarket has dropped to 3 yuan per pound. Occasionally, if you go after 8 p.m., you can find them for 50% off, with any price at 1.5 yuan per pound. But regular vegetables are still very expensive, more than double the price before the disaster. Mom, I want some carrots. A child tugged at their mother's clothes. Be good, baby, let's buy some vegetable number 26 today. Every household needs to buy some of this, otherwise it's a waste of the rabbit's energy. Similar conversations were taking place across the country. Due to the rabbit's overproduction, many new vegetables were already surplus. Some countries, aware of this situation, began deliberately lowering prices, hoping to get the new vegetables at a lower price. They hinted that if Yin country couldn't lower its price, they would terminate the trade with the new vegetables. If this is your trading attitude, then Yin country will be the first to terminate the trade. The person in charge was adamant, and absolutely refused to agree to export the new vegetables at an excessively low price. The two parties parted ways unhappily. But the Yin country didn't know how to resolve the current situation for the time being. Let's promote it. Encourage every household to eat more of the new vegetables. Eat more during this period and try not to waste them. Everyone cherished the birth of the new vegetables, as it symbolized the miracle that had befallen Yin country 10 years ago. Plants around the world were mutating, but Yin country alone was favored and gained the rabbits of mysterious origin. Rabbit took on the heavy responsibility and assumed office in Yin country, playing a crucial role during the crisis. He assisted the entire nation in digging and building an underground base, and actively searched for plants while there. Now that the crisis is over, the rabbit cadres have returned to farming, becoming increasingly skilled and enthusiastic. Can the rabbit cadres be blamed for this? Isn't work getting easier for everyone? It's all about the slow pace at which everyone consumes their vegetables. Let's have hot pot today. We use that vegetable, number 96. It's more flavorful. Oh, eating new vegetables again doesn't feel exciting enough. Let's buy some enoki mushrooms and baby cabbage for a retro spin. That's fine. I haven't had them in a while. I buy some. Perhaps people are just like that. No matter how delicious something is, you get tired of it after eating it a few times. When new vegetables first hit the market, everyone rushed to grab them. But almost a decade later, no matter how delicious or impressive the vegetables were, people are a bit tired of them and always want something retro. The news is suggesting we eat more fresh vegetables again. It seems like Country M was trying to lower the price, but we refused, so we parted ways. The new vegetables coming onto the market now are destined for export. I can't eat them all. I really can't eat them all. The rabbit cadres are amazing at growing vegetables, aren't they? The yields are skyrocketing. Can't they grow something else? It's a good idea, but it doesn't work. I don't know the exact reason, but they only grow mutated vegetables. Non-mutated ones won't work. Really? That's quite unique. Uh-huh. The voices in the crowd faded away. Everyone followed the same path, buying as many new vegetables as possible. If they couldn't finish them all, there was no choice but to try something retro. But if this continued, Yin country would have a huge backlog of new vegetables in the fields. Unless they could sell them off at extremely low prices, that would mean compromise, leaving the trade in someone else's hands. Alas. Someone sighed in the meeting. How about we talk to the rabbit officials, and see if we can stop farming for now? That's feasible. The rabbit officials are all reasonable, and should agree. A remote, small county town, a mountain village. Village chief, what are you doing? A young man asked. The higher-ups have ordered us to talk to the rabbit cadre. The village chief walked slowly along the edge of a field. What are you talking about? To reduce farming. The village chief had already reached his destination, his voice carried by the wind behind him, and the young man's shouts were no longer audible. He looked at the hole in the ground before him and knocked respectfully. After a while, the village rabbit cadre popped his head out, revealing a pair of brown eyes. Rabbit cadre, I have something to discuss with you. He spoke so eloquently and so emotionally, explaining not only the current state of international trade, but also the situation across the country. He explained that a large amount of new vegetables had already been stockpiled, and planting any more would only waste them in the fields. The rabbit cadre seemed lost in thought, neither willing nor unwilling. After a long pause, he nodded, then retreated back into his hole. The village chief slowly rose and walked home, thinking that the rabbit cadre was truly considerate. At night, pure white moonlight streamed down the ground, illuminating the village's clustered fields. Some were planted, others unplanted. After an unknown amount of time, a frog croaked nearby. A pair of brown ears peeked out from the rabbit hole, quiet during the day. They trembled in the moonlight, revealing a pair of brown eyes. The brown rabbit looked around, making sure no one was around, then glided gracefully onto the empty land. This was a world devoid of spiritual energy. But when a living plant was planted, a faint wisp of spiritual energy would drift from the earth. The brown rabbit quickly pawed the ground, dropping seeds one by one in a rapid succession, like a machine gun firing a bang. Strands of spiritual energy swirled along its flesh and blood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In order to obtain more spiritual energy for cultivation, it completely forgot what humans said during the day, and its mind was filled with only farming. Chapter 262. Bright moonlight streamed down, casting a silvery glow over the tranquil night. Something moved in the fields at the far end of the village. A closer look revealed a rabbit, cultivating with incredible speed. Its front paws launched seeds, its hind paws dug and buried the soil, creating a furrow in an instant. As the brown rabbit cultivated, it absorbed spiritual energy, emanating strands that formed into strands. The rabbit cultivated and practiced, busily engaged, completely absorbed. Perhaps, deep within his mind, there was still a tiny thought, a promise to cultivate less. But this fleeting thought was quickly drowned out by the instinct to absorb spiritual energy. With a flick of its paw, it launched a seed, and with a push of its hind legs, it buried a patch of soil. The moon gradually set, the night slowly faded. When the faint morning light broke from the horizon, the village chief rose. After a quick wash, he went into the kitchen, turned on the stove, and grabbed the leftover stir-fried vegetables from last night. After a moment's hesitation, he added a poached egg and tossed it all into the cooked noodles. It was quite fragrant, especially the poached egg. The edges were crispy, and the tender whites were fragrant when you bit into them. The center was truly amazing, the flavors of the white and yolk blending together, creating a healthy and nutritious aroma. Poached egg. When he was a child, this was a delicacy he could only eat after giving birth. The village chief sipped the soup with relish. The vegetable base was sweet and fresh, complementing the fragrant poached egg and noodles. This meal was truly delightful. Ah, the new vegetables were truly a wonderful thing. They were delicious and good for the body. Since the village had grown so much of them over the years, every household was eating them, and everyone's health improved significantly. Even the elderly rarely bought health supplements. I never thought that even if I grew good things, I'd still have more to eat. What a life of luxury. By the way, speaking of having more to eat, the village's rabbit cadre probably isn't farming anymore, is he? The village chief took a long sip of noodles and walked out, greeting the early risers as he ate. He walked through most of the village before finally reaching the collective fields. Oh, you're up early, let's go check out the fields. The village chief slurped the last of his noodles and sipped the soup. As soon as he set his bowl down, he saw the fields overflowing with crops. From his feet to the other side of the river, every field was neatly arranged. Every ridge was fresh, the soil freshly turned. Rows and pits, every ridge, were neatly planted. He swallowed the soup and noodles in his mouth. His mind froze, then raced. If he remembered correctly, at least a third of the fields were empty yesterday. But today, after just one night, it was gone. Fully planted. The village chief began to sense something was amiss. The message from above swirled in his mind, and he smacked his lips, the aroma of the new vegetables still lingering in his mouth. Before him lay the fields planted overnight, and in his mind were the village's stored vegetables. Even if he was slow-witted and loved harvesting, he clearly understood the higher-ups' intentions. If planting continued at this rate, not only the fields, but everywhere would be planted. By then, the villagers would be living crammed together because they had no land. Hold a meeting. Similar meetings were held across the country, and everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. It turned out that things were not that simple, and the rabbit cadre's farming activities could not be stopped at will. Talk it over nicely. Isn't it useless if we talk nicely? We've said it nicely. We agree during the day, but we still go out to farm at night. Didn't I make it clear? I only mentioned the daytime, and not the nighttime. Well, that makes sense. Everyone was sharing their opinions, brainstorming. Because of their underground experiences 10 years ago, everyone cherished their relationships with the rabbit cadres. They'd saved lives and endured hardships. Now, it was just a passion for farming. A little extra production wasn't a big deal. It could be corrected in a timely manner. So let's set up a team. Every day, someone on duty will meet with the rabbit cadres. They use both reason and emotion to persuade them, and try to strike a balance while maintaining the friendship between the two sides. If that doesn't work, the rabbit cadres can just farm less. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the method quickly spread down the hierarchy, until every town and village received the order. Set up a liaison team, be on duty. No matter what method you use, if you can persuade the rabbit cadres to stop farming, there's a bonus. A bonus? Everyone was enthusiastic. One person worked a full shift, each one brimming with confidence during the day and reassuring everyone at night. The next morning, when they opened their eyes, they saw the rabbit cadre had planted another large field. Even if you're not diligent, you have to accompany me at night. Watch me. Daytime, I reasoned with the rabbit cadre, and nighttime, I spent time with him. The night was like a soft blanket, gently covering me and making me sleepy. Rabbits across the country are adept at seizing opportunities. Though reason told them not to plant anymore, the desire to cultivate had long been etched into their instincts. Simply by gently burying the seeds in the ground, they could capture the subtlest strands of spiritual energy. As a result, people across the country discovered they couldn't stop them, They couldn't stop them at all. A moment's doze, a moment's turn of the head, even a blink of an eye, and the rabbit cadres would take off like an ignited rocket. Swish, 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 they became more skilled and more proficient with each planting, and faster and faster. They couldn't be caught at all. I think we should think of a better way. One person can't keep watch. Add a few more people, a few more pairs of eyes, I don't believe we can't keep watch. So, the liaison team went from a single shift to a double shift, and a double shift to a triple shift. Hashtag what to do. They can't keep watch hashtag. Hashtag seeking a tutorial on how to install a rocket under your butt hashtag. Hashtag how to talk so the rabbit cadres listen hashtag. Hashtag can't finish it, they can't finish it hashtag. Hashtag number 65 new vegetable drops to 1 yuan per 3 pounds hashtag. The trending search terms also shot up like rockets. At a glance, whales erupted everywhere, with people across the country saying their own rabbit cadres couldn't be stopped, they couldn't be stopped at all. Occasionally, someone succeeded, and the comments below were filled with requests to share, so densely packed they couldn't even begin to tick. At this point, many netizens realized the dire situation. Although the accumulated vegetables couldn't be seen with the naked eye, just looking at the rabbit cadre's attitude while farming, they knew this wouldn't work. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, there's actually a day where we can't finish eating all the vegetables. This will go down in history, right? Family, pretend to be injured and fall to the ground in the middle of the night, and the rabbit cadre will stop what he's doing and drag you to a crowded area. It's proven to work, but be careful when you're acting, so you don't actually break your head. Really? I try it tonight. Thanks, brother. I don't approve of deception. The rabbit cadre is not an ordinary animal. If you talk to it nicely, it will understand. Deception will only erode your friendship. It understands during the day, but not necessarily at night. Is there a saying about this? Honestly, I'm a little worried. It's my turn to be on duty tonight, and I don't know how to get the rabbit cadre to stop farming. I'm going to play games with it tonight. Any recommendations? Don't choose hide and seek. Take the opportunity to scurry off to farm. I'm stunned. The internet is buzzing with discussions about how to get rabbit cadres to temporarily stop farming, but success rates are rare, and the methods used are largely the same as others. Netizens finally realized it wasn't a matter of method, but rather the personality of each rabbit cadre. This personality issue was clearly difficult to address, and for a moment, everyone seemed to be in a dilemma. The rabbits were also torn. Having signed a contract with humans, they could sense most emotions. Humans wanted them to stop farming. But what would they do if they didn't farm? Memories of the cultivation world 10 years ago had become somewhat ethereal, like clouds and rain dispersing from the sky. Now, only when burying something in the ground could they sense a faint aura, a faint force seeping into their bodies, allowing their bewildered minds to grasp something. It was a real struggle, a real struggle. Though it didn't show on their faces, every rabbit was torn, especially those with strong emotional abilities. Realizing their contractors didn't want them to continue farming, they gazed at the empty world, their hearts swirling with unprecedented uncertainty. And it was at this time that Ing Fengshuan's notice arrived. At a perfectly fortuitous moment, both rabbits and humans were concerned about each other, yet both were lost in confusion and hesitation. The voice was flat yet powerful, remarkably similar to the Beast King's voice in their memories. Hundreds of thousands of rabbits froze in place, taking several seconds, sometimes even tens of seconds, to register the message they had received. You can return to the forest. You must respond within an hour. Countless rabbits paused, twitched their ears, and simultaneously raised their heads, gazing at the faint pull of gravity. Go back. 80,000 rabbits made their decision within 3 seconds, leaping through the gate to the forest without a backward glance. Oh my God! Someone witnessed this scene. Village chief, come quickly. The rabbit cadre's legs are getting faster. I don't know where he's jumping to. But the person who signed the contract quickly realized something was amiss. The thread of attraction deep in their minds transformed into a spider's thread drifting in the wind, swaying and swaying as if it would break at any moment. A few minutes passed, and the rabbits, who were a little slower to react, finally came to their senses. Whose voice was that? It was the king. The forest is repaired? Can we go back now? The decisive rabbits leaped through the transparent door in an instant. But some began to hesitate. It wasn't that they didn't want to go back, but they at least wanted to tell their contractors and leave a good ending for both parties. Each rabbit had a different personality. Some returned immediately, some wanted to say hello, and of course, some hesitated, confused, and distressed. Without exception, this group of rabbits all got along well with their contractors. They had a bond, and couldn't just part ways. So, while working, studying, or resting, this group of contractors all noticed their rabbit's hesitation. About me going home. How about it, going home? Going home to what? Going home to farm? There's no room on the balcony anymore? Everyone's first reaction was that the rabbit was going home to farm. But after a few seconds of reflection, they realized something was amiss. The message coming from their minds wasn't about going home, but rather about going to a distant, otherworldly world, transcending time and space. It was like a primeval forest that blotted out the sky. Everyone jumped up, dropped everything in their hands, and ran. Many people ran for a while before remembering to take a taxi, eager to jump right to the rabbit and find out what had happened. Chapter 263. Yes, the rabbits are going back. To be precise, some have already gone back, some are waiting for their final farewells, and some are still hesitating. In all likelihood, they still have to go back. When this news broke, no one believed it. What the hell? Going back where? Isn't Yin Country the rabbit's home? Where else could they go back to? It doesn't seem to be abroad, nor in the solar system. I sent my rabbit 10 messages last night, and it only replied once, saying it was in a primeval forest in another world. What the hell? Do you remember how we bought the rabbit 10 years ago? We bought it on an online shopping app. The product details page looked like this. Image. What do you mean? You mean the rabbit went back to this other world? Huh? Can they go back? Is it so easy to travel through worlds these days? Rumor has it, they're really going back. Back to the world of cultivation. Yes, you read that right. The kind where you can cultivate immortality. Huh? Netizens were shocked, especially those with rabbits, who didn't know what to do. After a breakdown, they hesitantly asked their rabbits questions, and 8 out of 10 got the same answer. They wanted to go back. Some burst into tears, causing their rabbits to change their minds on the spot. But seeing how much their rabbits cared about them, many others' hearts melted again. 10 years can transform a person from immaturity to maturity, and from maturity to stability. The feelings of being together day and night, the tacit understanding of a soul, are not something that can be separated, but neither can they be allowed to live together in this way. When the projected emotions were reciprocated, the fluffy rabbit rubbed its face against his, comforting him not to be sad. He said he didn't have to go back, and could continue to live with him in this world. People, I'm with you. Many people broke down on the spot, bursting into tears. But this time, it wasn't just sadness and fear, but also confusion and hesitation, entanglement and regret. The rabbit's current situation was not good. Everyone was vaguely aware of this. When the rabbits, skilled at digging and planting, stopped farming, where would they go? Would they be kept at home like real pets? The scene of sharing hardship 10 years ago was still fresh in my mind. The fluffy, round-faced rabbits came in a variety of colors, but each one was like a reincarnated god, effortlessly building an underground base. In the days without sunlight, they led people out to dig for food. So small, yet so reliable, they led the nation underground, eating and waiting, until the plants above ground died. If I were so selfish now, pretending to be pitiful and letting the rabbit stay here, what would that be? It would be a betrayal of this pure and simple heart. Many people broke down in tears, but amidst the tears, they made up their minds. Can I become an immortal if I return to the cultivation world? The round-headed rabbit rubbed its face against mine, gently nuzzling it, and gave a seemingly positive response. Then if you become an immortal, can you come back to me? The rabbit's thoughts seemed a little confused, as if it was trying to process and digest the situation. After a long time, a simple response finally came. Yes. I'm sending the rabbit home. Even if most people had made up their minds, they were still torn and hesitant, two thoughts battling in their minds, selfishness on the one hand, and consideration for the rabbit on the other. But time slipped by in a tangle of hesitation. The two thoughts were still clashing until the moment before the rabbit stepped through the invisible door. The next second, the rabbit had vanished from its spot. Rabbit after rabbit from across the country left. Everyone was reluctant to let them go, but there was nothing they could do. The higher-ups had issued a decree. Everything would be governed by the wishes of the rabbit cadres. Anyone who dared to disobey would be reported and sentenced. Farewell parties were held across the country. Especially in the rural areas, due to their remote location, everyone got along very well. Even if the village official was a rabbit, they didn't think anything was amiss. This was no ordinary rabbit. This was a nationally recognized, auspicious rabbit spirit that everyone had witnessed, but now the Rabbit King was leaving. Woo, Village Chief Rabbit, we will miss you. One little kid wept. Alas! An elderly man and woman sighed, slapping their thighs. The rabbit, carrying a huge bag of local specialties, looked back at the villagers, carefully examining each face. He then assured them that even after his departure, everyone should work hard and live diligently. If they had any questions about growing new plants, they could look through the notes he left behind. Hey! We all know. The villagers wept bitterly, their eyes filled with sincere affection. The village chief, the rabbit, glanced back again, examining the details intently and attentively. Finally, under everyone's wet gazes, he lifted his foot and stepped through the transparent door. One by one, the furry figures vanished into Yin country, leaving everyone with a deep sense of reluctance. The disappearance of the rabbit cadre seemed to represent that experience of living underground, fading into life with the passage of time. Everyone was in a daze for a long time. Have all the rabbits gone home? It seems so. The vegetable greenhouse is so deserted. Why do I feel like I'm withdrawing? Does the world of cultivation really exist? Is it just an illusion? There are no rabbits who can farm. Everything is an illusion. The person above is heartbroken beyond comprehension. I suggest watching some videos of the underground base from 10 years ago. Alas, the internet was in a state of gloom. Everyone was grieving over separation. Looking around, 9 out of 10 trending searches were about parting, until that last entry appeared. Hashtag foreign websites laugh at us for not being able to hold onto the rabbit's hearts hashtag. In an instant, the heartbroken Chinese were like ignited firecrackers. All their emotions had an outlet, and they picked up their keyboards and engaged in online battles. Oh! Really? But we were once favored by rabbits, creating countless beautiful memories with them. And you, no legendary creature could possibly love you. God, you still can't hold the heart of the rabbit elf. But no magical creatures will ever love you, past or future. Smiles, you won't have any new vegetables. Really? But we can still have a few meals, but you really can't, because no magical creatures will favor you and won't cultivate your land. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The Yin Nation side was strong, but the other side, having experienced the baptism of the disaster for 10 years, had also honed their ability to exchange insults online. The two sides fought back and forth, but since the Yin Nation netizens had just parted ways with the rabbits, their hearts were still weak and they were completely unable to exert their strength. For a moment, the battle was surprisingly evenly matched. New trending search terms appeared out of nowhere, numerous and dense. Only then did netizens realize that the departure of the rabbit cadres signified not only a separation, but also the availability of new vegetables. Wait, so last month they were saying that overstocked vegetables would become scarce this month? Huh? What a complete turn of events. What? Last week I said I'd take a break and not buy new vegetables, and now I can't buy them? Huh? Never mind, let's start a fight. 10 accounts join me. I'm going to curse you back. Oh my god. What scarcity? What's the point of arguing? I'm going offline for a month. What's going on? The internet was in chaos. Some were lamenting this separation, some were busy arguing, and some, realizing something was amiss, were sneaking off the internet to buy groceries. With so much happening in such a short period of time, everyone was disoriented. The world had changed in the blink of an eye, a truly earth-shattering event. While chaos reigned on Earth, the world of cultivation was completely different. It was pure order. Hundreds of thousands of rabbits returned to the forest in batches, landing one after another, lining up to dig holes. Finished tonight, ready to move in tomorrow. The rabbits dug furiously, breathing an abundant spiritual energy as they did so. Each rabbit's fur fluffed up, and every pore opened to absorb the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Abundant spiritual energy. The land? Familiar land. The rabbits no longer satisfied digging with just their 2 front paws. They had to use all 4 paws, first jumping high, then simultaneously digging into the ground with all 4 legs. With a single swipe, the soil was scraped away. Each rabbit was like a high-speed bouncing bouncy ball. The furry creatures of varying colors dug in their preferred locations. Soil fluttered down, the holes rapidly expanded, and the rabbit bouncy balls gradually descended. Finally, even the dirt couldn't escape, evidently digging deeper into the earth. 6 hours. The rabbits spent an average of 6 hours digging their own homes. Within 6 hours of landing, they were settled in their chosen plots. Each seifing passed by a rabbit hole, his eyes peering through the layers of soil to see winding paths beneath the ground, straight, curved, vertical, and slanted, layer upon layer, winding one within another. The rabbits usually lived in the center, their fur shaggy, their eyes narrowed, their expressions of immense contentment. Yi Sifeng probably understood why they were so content. Judging by their excited behavior, not every rabbit on Earth could live underground. Yi Sifeng raised his hand and pinched it. As expected. 10 years ago, to protect Yan Nation from mutated plants on the surface, each region had its own underground base. It still exists, and every area is reserved, leaving no room for the rabbits to live there. Just in time to return. The wicked landlord Yi Sifeng gazed at the rabbit holes in the forest and calculated how much these hundreds of thousands of rabbits could produce for the cultivation world. Make a plan. Yi Sifeng extended his hand. Secretary Xiaoying took it and nodded respectfully in agreement. I present the plan tomorrow, and we conduct training the day after tomorrow. We try to get the rabbits busy the day after that, starting with planting the barren patch to the west. Yes. Landlord Yi Sifeng nodded in approval. Excellent. I join you tomorrow. Thank you. Ying Fangxuan, clearly addicted to acting, bowed gracefully and placed a kiss on the back of Yi Sifeng's hand, but couldn't resist kissing it further up the back. Ying Fangxuan. Ying Fangxuan immediately looked up, as if nothing had happened, looking incredibly humble. Yi Sifeng didn't intend to pursue the matter, as he noticed Ying Fangxuan's acting skills were becoming increasingly powerful. He'd be scooped up in his hands, and kissed if he wasn't paying attention. Perhaps this was some kind of martial art. Yi Sifeng remained calm, but a desire to win secretly welled up within him. Chapter 264. The next day, sunlight filtered through the dense forest, casting flickering shadows. Some of these shadows fell on Ying Fangxuan's closed face, making him look even more childish. Yi Sifeng bent down to look. It had to be said that Ying Fangxuan looked much more mature when he was asleep, his features firmer, unlike his daytime self, when he wore a variety of expressions. It was terrifying. Yi Sifeng suddenly realized that Ying Fangxuan was quite capable, not in terms of cultivation, but in the kind of strength he possessed in pursuit of love. Ying Fangxuan possessed strong qualities, both talented and perceptive. Logically, he should have been offered a dramatic script, something like the Dark Beast King's fierce love. But he didn't. Ying Fangxuan had a precise grasp of human weaknesses, especially his own, and by feigning misery and obedience, he gradually eroded himself. It was terrifying. He should have been concentrating on cultivation, so why was he in love? Yi Sifeng reached out and pinched Ying Fangxuan's face, tugging mischievously. Seeing that handsome face slightly deformed by the strain, he felt a sense of relief. Ying Fangxuan seemed barely awake, but his face tilted just the right amount, and his lips instantly kissed his hand. Yi Sifeng, Ying Fangxuan, wake up. Yi Sifeng lowered his head, observing intently. It was clear that Ying Fangxuan's mental fortitude was already quite strong. Even with him so close, he could act perfectly. Those sleepy eyes, that bewildered expression, the transition from surprise to joy. Look at that mouth, as if on autopilot, gliding so smoothly towards his own. The two kissed passionately in the morning light. When the sun became a little glaring, Yi Sifeng restrained himself and pulled his lips away, signaling that their intimacy for the day was over. Ying Fangxuan nodded obediently, and perhaps intentionally, he licked his lips again. His expression of cherishment made Yi Sifeng look away, unable to bear it. Can you restrain yourself for a moment? Yi Sifeng suggested. Ying Fangxuan pretended not to understand. Yi Sifeng was at a loss for words. For some reason, he felt that continuing this topic would lead to another kiss. Nothing, you should get back to work. Yi Sifeng said seriously. Okay. Ying Fangxuan stood up and began writing a plan right in front of Yi Sifeng. Hundreds of thousands of rabbits had returned, perfectly filling the gap left by the cultivation world's lack of farmers. Yi Sifeng glanced over and had to admit, the sight of Ying Fangxuan working diligently was quite pleasing to the eye. The two of them, one watching the other posing, worked in a tug-of-war. When the plan was finalized, both were very satisfied. But at the same time, the rabbits had to begin their training. In the morning, they learned to identify plants, and in the afternoon, they learned farming techniques. With so many new plant varieties, learning them all would obviously be a huge undertaking. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Sifeng's words were sincere. It's not hard, as long as I'm with you. Ying Fangxuan lowered his head gracefully, his voice low. The two stared at each other for a moment, before Yi Sifeng raised his head and gave her a gentle kiss. All right, go supervise them farming. After a moment's thought, Yi Sifeng added, I go with you. The two of them went to watch the rabbits work again. Hundreds of thousands of them, like a cavorting, fluffy rain, bounced relentlessly across the barren land, leaving neatly arranged pits where tender seedlings or tiny seeds were carefully planted. How bizarre. Yi Zifeng looked at the scene before him, and had to admit, 10 years of farming experience made a difference. One rabbit was stronger than 5 people, yet it ate less than a human. It seemed this world didn't need humans to farm. Rabbits would be enough. Yi Zifeng's mood brightened. Although the cultivation world was vast, and it was unclear when it would return to its original state, at least the land beneath his feet was cultivated. Although it was a bit cramped. Yi Zifeng glanced sideways at Ing Fangxuan, who was holding his arm, and thought, realizing he hadn't been in a bad mood lately. It would be even better if he could talk about love without interfering with his cultivation. Wait, I think a cultivator mentioned this kind of thing before. It's usually an independent space, where time flows differently from the outside world. Yi Zifeng glanced sideways at Ing Fangxuan's handsome face again, deciding to look for something like that later. What's wrong? Ing Fangxuan asked, lowering his head. Well, I tell you later. Yi Zifeng responded. Well, are they not growing well? No, Yi Zifeng shook his head, looking at the rain of bouncing rabbits. The colorful fur balls bounced vigorously, moving in another direction. After they left, the ground was neatly planted with crops. They're growing well. It's not the rabbit's fault. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment, then added, it's not your fault either. I mean, you're doing well too. A few seconds of silence fell around them. Yi Zifeng had a premonition that another kiss might be about to happen. To avoid triggering it, he pretended to pinch his fingers. Let's check out what's going on back on Earth. I'm a little curious. Actually, things were quite lively back in Yin country. After several days of development, the internet had finally converged on a common topic. Hashtag no. 98 new vegetables sold out hashtag. Hashtag major supermarket chains announced sold out hashtag. Hashtag is cutting in line illegal? Hashtag. Hashtag banning the export of new vegetables is right hashtag. Hashtag shouldn't the rabbit cadre be let go? Hashtag. A few days passed, and the sadness of separation had largely dissipated. As everyone began to focus on their daily lives, they all realized that the new vegetables were no longer available. To say they were unavailable wasn't quite the right word. The more accurate description was that they were practically unavailable. From large supermarkets to small stalls, the spaces where the new vegetables used to be displayed were now occupied by cucumbers, tomatoes, and enoki mushrooms. Looking around, there wasn't a single new vegetable left. The shoppers were a little unaccustomed, feeling as if something was missing from their lives. Returning home and surfing the internet, a sense of crisis suddenly took over. Hashtag new vegetables may become history hashtag. Hashtag we shouldn't have let the rabbits go back hashtag. Hashtag the last rabbits in White County hashtag. Hashtag the last chance is in our hands hashtag. Netizens read and reread the comment, their minds aroused. How many rabbits haven't returned yet? Can they be encouraged to work harder? The person above is kidding. What do you mean by work harder? It means working harder to grow vegetables. New vegetables are no longer available anywhere, so we have to work harder. The person above deserves a beating. What do you think of them? Growing tools? Sorry, that's not what I meant. Everyone needs them. If we can grow more vegetables, that would be even better. But if that's not possible, there's nothing we can do. This comment received a lot of likes because, at first glance, it seemed perfectly reasonable and well-founded, and it was sincere. While rabbits have human rights, who wouldn't want to be able to easily buy new vegetables, preferably at the same low price as before? Human hearts are always fickle. Some time ago, I was still heartbroken over separation, but recently, everyone has suddenly realized that life has become much more inconvenient. There are no more cheap vegetables, no more such inexpensive, healthy, and nourishing wonders. Only recently have everyone truly realized how amazing new vegetables are. They're cheap, natural, and each variety has different benefits. They're practically unbeatable. Maybe we really shouldn't make such a hasty decision. I mean, we shouldn't let all the rabbits go back so quickly. At least we should do it as a transition, in batches. In my opinion, they shouldn't go back. Yeah, those greenhouses were so well built, it's a shame to see them abandoned now. You guys above are completely screwed. Can you please differentiate between Earth rabbits and rabbit cadres? You're not letting them go back. Do the rabbit cadres belong to you? You just said you wouldn't let them go back? This is really hilarious. Those people above are simply ungrateful wolves reincarnated. I've thoroughly understood the concept of gratitude for a favor and a grudge for a grudge. They've been living in this environment for 10 years and finally got to go back, but you're saying they shouldn't be allowed to go back because of your own selfish desires. I'm sorry, I admit I'm selfish, but I'm really used to the new vegetables. I was just saying it online. The last comment received another like from netizens. People's hearts are always complicated, and reason and emotion can easily diverge. While the rabbit cadres certainly should go back, everyone has to admit that everyone would be happier if they could still buy the new vegetables. The internet was in a state of flux. Just as the arguments had subsided, a plea for help suddenly appeared. "Please, White County rabbits, save my father's life." A middle-aged man, his face impoverished, appeared in the video, tears streaming down his face as he spoke to the camera. In short, this man was an elderly farmer from a poor family. He had finally managed to save a little, only to discover his father was seriously ill and needed the new plant root system, number 171, to treat his illness. His future seemed bright, until last week, when, overnight, the world was buzzing about the rabbit cadres going back. The number 171 plant root system was no longer available. After searching all over the nearby counties and districts, he could only find a tiny amount, hardly enough to treat his father's illness. "I beg you, I'm begging you, on my knees, to plant the number 171 plant root system this week. I can't use it, but I really want to keep my old father alive." The video skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. Many netizens were moved by the middle-aged man's story and joined in the comments section, pleading with the head of White County Rabbit Village to lend a hand. The topic simmered for a while, but White County Rabbit didn't respond. Just as netizens' emotions were secretly boiling, a flood of related videos suddenly appeared online. "Head of White County Rabbit, please help my cousin. Please have mercy on us. Head of White County Rabbit, please plant 121. I really want to live." In the various videos, each person wore a sorrowful face, shedding tears as they recounted their tragic lives, pleading with the rabbit officials for help. By then, netizens knew something was amiss. How can we help? Who should we help? Why are there so many tragic incidents? Why haven't we seen anything like this before? Some people smelled a conspiracy and stopped expressing their opinions. Of course, there were also some netizens who were fence-sitters, leaving comments under every video, begging the rabbit cadres to help these people. Their main point was that participation was paramount. As the situation continued to escalate, the number of videos that played on the plight of the people and used moral coercion increased, to the point of being outrageous and bizarre. Almost 4 out of 10 videos viewed online were about the urgent need for some new plant, implicitly implying that the rabbit cadres were disregarding human life if they didn't plant it. More and more netizens sensed something was wrong. But a considerable number of netizens were still incited. They saw miserable people online, but empty shells offline. The doubled emotions led to extreme rhetoric on the internet. Those who accused the rabbit cadres should publicly respond and take responsibility. But the few remaining rabbit cadres still remained silent. The online commotion intensified, and accounts with ulterior motives could no longer restrain themselves, posting overtly inflammatory comments. Just as the online atmosphere was boiling like hot oil, authorities banned all malicious accounts within an hour and provided a detailed account of the incident's origins and consequences, allowing everyone to gradually understand who was behind the incident. We never fear separation, and it wasn't loss. The past 10 years have been real. We have known and supported the rabbit cadres, and we have lived together. The elegant host looked toward the camera. The story began with a shared heart, but ended in chaos. As public opinion raged online, the village head of County Y and several other rabbit cadres were handing over new vegetable planting arrangements to Chinese professionals. The host, with a gentle expression, nodded. He said nothing, yet it seemed to conceal 1,000 words. "Cadre Rabbit will be leaving within 3 days. If you have anything else to say, please leave a comment in the comments section. I hope we can leave behind beautiful memories for each other." The host's voice was soft, but his gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, piercing through the audience, causing many netizens to blush, as if being singled out by a patriarch. We should view online speech dialectically, refrain from credulity, biased belief, and the spread of falsehoods. We should not be incited by others. A healthy community atmosphere requires everyone's collaboration. The internet is not a lawless place. Please cherish our friendship. At the end of the video, a robotic voice suddenly played in the background, as if nagging some netizens. We should view online speech dialectically. This line played endlessly. Chapter 265. The story of the rabbit cadres on Earth has come to an end, but the life of the Lingyun rabbits in the world of cultivation has just begun. With 10 years of farming experience, the professional rabbit masters are furiously cultivating the land on the outskirts of the forest. Morning, afternoon, until the sun sinks below the horizon, they hop back into the fields. Happy. The rabbits sniff each other in their tunnels, exchanging information in their own way. Smelling their companions, healthy and happy. Sniffing the surroundings, the forest they've lived in since childhood. Everyone is excited, constantly sniffing and exchanging emotions. The more sociable rabbits will sniff hundreds of their companions to ensure everyone is well before they rest from the day's work and return to their burrows. The burrows are small, just the right size for their bodies, nestled in the middle, feeling secure and peaceful. Night should have fallen. The scent of his companions lingered in the passages on all sides. Some had already fallen asleep, others were still active. The rabbit turned over in its nest and twitched its ears. Other spirit animals passed by quietly on the ground. Could it be a cat? The rabbit thought drowsily that he couldn't just rest tomorrow. He had to hide the entrance to his den more securely, or else a cat would sneak in and create unpleasant dreams for him. The companions to the east were asleep. A faint message came from the entrance, a soft and gentle message of sleep. The king's presence was far away, but as always, it was powerful and steady, enveloping the entire forest. In this strange yet familiar environment, the rabbits fell asleep one after another. Yi Tsifeng was still awake, studying late into the night. Having kissed 5 times during the day, a sense of crisis immediately arose in the evening. He'd been so engrossed in romance today that his cultivation hadn't made any progress. He buried himself in his studies, occasionally gathering his spiritual energy. He felt his spiritual sea gradually solidifying, which gave him a sense of security. He wouldn't sleep tonight. He finished the book he had on hand and put the remaining time to use. Tomorrow would be just the right time to deal with the affairs of the last world. After that, he must strive to cultivate diligently and not indulge in romance. It would hinder his progress. Yi Tsifeng read until dawn, the sun rising from the horizon and moving to the center of the sky. Ing Fengxuan watched from the side, his face devoid of any impatience. He knew Yi Tsifeng all too well, perhaps even better than he knew himself. As a spiritual plant, Yi Tsifeng had displayed exceptional wisdom and perseverance since childhood. While all the spiritual plants were in a daze, he seized every opportunity, absorbing spiritual energy, leveling up, learning systematic techniques, and evading powerful enemies. Yes, these powerful enemies included him. Back then, he was still a clueless spiritual beast, eager to take a bite of anything with spiritual energy, including Yi Tsifeng. Of course, he paid a price for this, but they also forged a special bond during their time together. Ing Fengxuan lost himself in memories, recounting every detail of the past with a sense of emotion. When he opened his eyes after the recollection, he saw his beloved sitting before him, diligently cultivating. A sudden sweetness filled his heart, and just looking at Yi Tsifeng brought him joy. Time flowed by in this peaceful atmosphere. Only after Yi Tsifeng was certain that his cultivation had advanced another tribulation did he put down his things. Have you been waiting long? Not waiting, but accompanying you. Ing Fengxuan expressed his feelings without reservation. Oh. The two kissed again. But this time, it seemed a little different. Yi Tsifeng gently opened his eyes. How could you describe the feeling? If Ing Fengxuan had previously conveyed a burning passion, this kiss conveyed a delicate and intense cherishment. It was light and gentle, like a gentle feather or a drizzling rain. His movements were gentle and soft, yet inseparable and continuous. Clearly, they had reached a new level. Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but sigh, but was immediately swallowed by Ing Fengxuan. After the kiss, Ing Fengxuan expertly suppressed his physical desire. Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but glance back, but he still said nothing, simply lowering his head in thought. After they both calmed down for a moment, Yi Tsifeng took out the compass and prepared to end the last world. He would do things one by one. As for how far he and Ing Fengxuan would go, he would let nature take its course. What's the last world like? Ing Fengxuan asked. In the first world, his consciousness hadn't yet awakened. Only fragments of his soul remained trapped in the compass. Yi Tsifeng recalled, I sold a lot of spirit rats to help the people in that world escape danger. Oh. Spirit rats aren't very powerful, but they're very agile. Let me take a look at the situation first. Yi Tsifeng held the compass in his left hand and pinched his fingers with his right, his consciousness spreading along a long spiritual path. 2034, the world of the spirit rats. 11 years ago, Earth, peacefully navigating the technological plane, suddenly faced a catastrophe. The plots of fantasy novels became reality, and domains descended upon various lands, bringing with them unique landscapes and an ever-present existential crisis. Young people referred to domains as infinite dungeons. It should have been quite a daunting situation. But suddenly, a flurry of advertisements appeared online, claiming the impending end of the world. For a few hundred yuan, one could purchase a pet exclusive to the apocalypse, capable of helping people avoid danger and providing immense support during the apocalypse. And so the spirit rats descended. One after another, they perched on the heads of one person after another, using their hair as a warning to help them avoid danger in the infinite dungeons. That year, the spirit rats held their hair in their claws, ensuring no one would perish in the infinite dungeons. That year, before the Yin people could react, the spirit rats were already on duty, working alongside professional human captains and leading the masses through the dungeons as a training ground. Got a stomach upset? Run this dungeon. Got a bit of hair loss? Run that one. Before they'd even experienced the full force of danger, the masses had already learned to applaud. Life, that year, was truly marvelous. The dungeons teeming with danger and life-threatening situations and fantasy stories were, in that year, mere games that offered both thrills and rewards. That year, the entire Yen nation walked with a swift breeze, their spirits incredibly high. Anyone who noticed something ailing would immediately search online for the relevant dungeon, then, in a travel-like mood, rush to the location to queue up. Everywhere in Yen was bustling with activity. But the good times didn't last. Those carefree days only lasted a year. I don't know how these dungeons worked, but the next year, no more buffs were spawned. The scene remained, but the danger level was greatly reduced. No matter how many times I cleared it, I couldn't gain any upgrades to the corresponding body parts. It was as if the dungeon was throwing a tantrum and simply went on strike. Okay. Everyone was a little upset, but there was nothing they could do. After all, dungeons weren't something they could control. Thankfully, new dungeons popped up every once in a while, and the officials discovered that the first 1,000 people who entered and passed a level would receive buffs. After this information was announced, everyone was happy again. As long as we weren't extinct, it was fine. Having dungeons was wonderful. They were both fascinating and fun. And Yen country was big enough, so there were new dungeons everywhere, roughly maintaining a frequency of one new dungeon per month. But now, you couldn't just enter at will, you had to apply. After understanding the dungeon situation, the officials reviewed the applicants' information and selected the top 1,000 most suitable candidates. Since the rankings are public and voted on, no one has any objections. It's just a shame we can't have another good year. April 2034, the largest online hotspot. Guess where the next dungeon will appear? I think it's Province G. It's blessed with talented people, beautiful scenery, and plenty of mountains. It's been ages since a dungeon appeared. It's perfect in every way. I think it's Province Y. It's popular. If I were a dungeon, I'd descend there. I'd prefer Province S. Ideally, I'd descend to my school, and the duration should be extended, ideally 3 months of immersive experience. Hilarious. The person above clearly is a college entrance exam candidate. Standing your head up means you're still taking the test, and keeping your head down means you're still taking the test. Might as well finish it early. If the time span is that long, the college entrance exam will have to be postponed. I remember one year when the exam was postponed, the questions were very easy, and netizens were very upset at the time. Take one for my province. Take. It doesn't matter where I descend. I don't know what the theme will be. I'm a little tired of modern fantasy. Ancient supernatural? Ancient supernatural is too scary. I'd like something with a unique worldview, like Star Beast World. That would be really fun. You're treating dungeons like Winchua City, and there are even some memes. I'm just thinking about it. It's not impossible. Last year, Province Z released a modern one, a one-woman 5-man chase game. It's still really popular. You can't play it without queuing for 3 days. Can we talk about something serious? What stats will be added this time? I'm hoping it's something gastrointestinal. I've been having indigestion lately. It's out. Province D. The official entry is Dark Folklore. I'm going to explore it tomorrow. I post the details tonight. Wow. I'm so excited. Is this live streaming? I don't know. It depends on the internet connection. I kind of miss Captain Rat number 76. I haven't seen him in ages. I wonder what he's been up to lately. Actually, Captain Rat number 76 also misses the people. Or rather, he also wants to work in the dungeon. Since the old dungeons were no longer dangerous, there was no longer a need for the spirit rats within the system to lead the team. New dungeons were released monthly, with only 1,000 spots available. Not only did humans have to apply to enter, but even the spirit rats within the system had to compete for spots with their claw speed. Spirit rats' claws were small, making them unsuitable for operating computers. So, Rat Captain number 76 stood solemnly above his human partner's head, his eyes fixed on the countdown clock, waiting for it to end so he could quickly grab a spot. 5, 4, 3, 1. Rat number 76 frantically pulled at his human partner's hair. The partner quickly responded, but the mouse button dimmed as soon as it clicked. The current spot is gone. Please wait for the next one. The man and the rat slumped on their seats, their eyes vacant, unsure of their future. I wonder if I can get one next month. The human partner muttered. Rat number 76 nodded. Life with nothing to do was truly boring. Similar situations arose across the country. To venture into the new dungeon, one had to fight for spots, but supply was outstripping demand. This time, countless spirit rat captains and their partners were once again lost in confusion. And it was at this time that Ing Fengshuan's message arrived. You can return to the cultivation world. Please respond within 1 hour. The spirit rat captain blinked, turned to meet his partner's gaze, and saw the same shock in his eyes. Chapter 266. What? Yi Zifeng was a little surprised. Some spirit rats want to come back for further training before leaving? Ing Fengshuan nodded, his expression a bit indescribable. It wasn't that he wasn't happy, but he'd never imagined that such a tiny creature as a spirit rat could be so ambitious. They said they haven't gotten a job in a while, so they want to come back for some training before leaving. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but pinch his fingers. After figuring out the whole story, he felt a little like laughing. Well, maybe life in the cultivation world is different. Large, powerful spirit beasts don't like working on Earth. They find it too tiring. But spirit rats are small, weak, and practically at the bottom of the food chain in the cultivation world. After arriving on Earth, they feel they've fulfilled their purpose, and their social status has improved significantly. Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment. What do you think? Ing Fengshuan, of course, wouldn't make a decision on his own. I follow your lead. Yi Zifeng turned his head, his gaze piercing through the dense forest until he spotted a distant spot. Then we assigned the outer ruins to the spirit rats and asked them to clear the rubble. It not only helped them exercise, but also create a new vegetable patch for the rabbits. I think that's a great idea. Ing Fengshuan responded immediately. It was actually approved. Spirit rat number 76 and his partner exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Should we report this? The man and the rat within the system hesitated for a minute before deciding to proceed. What? Back to the cultivation world? The leader seemed completely incredulous, but then a faint voice came over the other end. After a moment, the leader spoke again. Well, it seems we can go back. Ask Spirit Rat number 76 if it wants to go back. Number 70's human partner seemed to detect a hint of flattery in this. We both agreed that we could go there for some training. They say the climate there is unique, and will improve physical fitness. As you know, leader, we haven't been able to secure a job in a while. The leader on the other end seemed relieved. Yes, then you two must come back. You must treat Spirit Rat number 76 well. If you lose it, expect to be punished. Human Captain number 76 made another promise, swearing repeatedly that he would never forget his duty in the other world. The call lasted 15 minutes before the call was disconnected, but as soon as it was disconnected, number 76 eagerly packed his bags. Let's go! Rat number 76 nodded, leaping menacingly onto his head. Grabbing a strand of hair with each paw, he signaled his intention to return home through the distant void. Man and rat vanished from the spot. Similar situations abounded across the country. Most of the rats chose to return for training. Of course, some of this was due to encouragement from above, but some also genuinely desired to improve themselves. They wanted to continue partnering with humans, to rise high, to create a bright future with their own claws, to guide their human partners around the world. A truly unique experience. The spirit rats had discussed this among themselves, and 80% of them found their current lives to be quite interesting, bright, and fulfilling, especially the social status and the feeling of being loved and admired, truly captivating. Of course, a small number disagreed, believing this life was too tiring and wanting to return to the world of cultivation to rest and relax. But regardless of their opinions, this time, except for those on missions, all the others packed their bags and set off for the world of cultivation. Some returned home alone, while others brought along human partners. The world of cultivation was bustling again. Thankfully, the designated area was quite far away. One had to listen carefully to hear the faint sounds of movement on the wind. It looked quite lively. Want to go over and take a look? Ing Fengshuan asked, leaning forward. Yi Zifeng pushed his face away. I watch from here. Then I come with you. Ing Fengshuan sleekly transformed into a small beast form, twisting his hips, and burrowing into Yi Zifeng's collar. Yi Zifeng glanced down, but ultimately said nothing, simply observing the scene at the new construction site. The new site was bustling, or rather too bustling. Back then, Yeet Seifing had set up a street stall selling spirit rats. His customers were men and women, young and old. The spirit rats had small brains and hadn't seen much of the world, so, with the exception of a few whose smells were truly unpleasant, almost every customer wanted a rat. Over a decade had passed, and everyone had grown accustomed to their own rats. But upon first stepping into the legendary world of cultivation, everyone was still thrilled, feeling that every grain of soil was marvelous. Oh my! This is a fairyland. An old man looked left and right, lying on the ground, sniffing. If DeBeo hadn't been pulling his hair, he would have wanted to stuff a handful of dirt into his mouth. Baby, can I cultivate immortality? Are there flying swords? Are there any ruins here? A young man scratched his head, overcome with excitement. The air smells so good. A woman in her 30s kept sniffing, exactly like the spirit rat above her head, both deeply absorbed in the scent. Everyone, get used to it. Call starts in 10 minutes. We're not here for fun, we all have a purpose. Right. We can't delay the children. DeBeo, we must train hard and strive to secure the next job. Grandma will definitely watch your live stream then. The old woman, deeply concerned about her child's career, immediately expressed her commitment. This serious attitude immediately made the other parents feel a sense of crisis. As everyone knows, owning a spirit rat is like owning a child. Other people's children are all exceptional, but your own child doesn't work hard. How can that be? The spirit rat parents in the crowd all felt a sense of crisis. Those lying on the ground immediately stood up, their postures relaxed and at attention. Great. Show some spirit. We're guests. We can't bring shame to Yin Nation. Yes. The crowd was brimming with excitement. Since everyone's in such good shape, let's get started now. We can't let anyone underestimate us. No problem. We've been waiting. Come on. Everyone lined up to receive gloves. Although they didn't know what they were made of, they looked like a mix of cloth and metal, very soft, and felt like nothing. These are specially given to us for work. See that patch of land? Our job is to clear the rubble. Do you have the confidence? Yes. Everyone was enthusiastic. The team leader spoke a few more times, making sure everyone had listened, before donning gloves and marching confidently towards the new construction site. Everyone was also very excited. 11 years ago, when the endless dungeons arrived, everyone immediately addressed their physical ailments. Then, for about 3 months, with nothing to do, everyone began to improve their stamina. These ruins might have been strenuous for me 10 years ago, but now, after a full year of dungeon buffs, and 10 years of partnering with the spirit rats, those standing here are all physically fit. Lifting a few pieces is no problem at all. Everyone began to work diligently. Each of the spirit rats lit up, their eyes focused, their brains working at full speed, using all their senses to discern how to exert force on the ruins ahead. Everyone was in combat mode. Wearing the mysterious gloves, with their partners overhead, the air smelled delightful, and with every breath they took, their bodies felt lighter. A truly perfect working experience. Whether between humans and rats, or between humans themselves, there was a perfect tacit understanding. Whenever they encountered a particularly large piece of debris, those around them would gather together seamlessly without a word. In the next instant, they would work together to move the debris to a nearby garbage disposal area. Everyone was deeply committed to their work. Or rather, their dedication grew stronger and stronger. The spiritual energy of the cultivation world flowed seamlessly into everyone's bodies through the breaths of humans and rats, then blended into their bodies through the intense physical exertion. Everyone began to sweat, but their bodies grew increasingly relaxed. The objects in their hands grew lighter, their breathing became smoother, and everyone forgot about the fatigue. The entire world was just about moving things. All right. Time to rest. The captain shouted. Everyone was still a little reluctant. Wait until I finish what I'm doing. The food's here. If you're late, you have to eat the leftovers. Everyone dropped their belongings and lined up without stopping. Looking over, they saw it wasn't the captain handing out the food, but rather clumps of furry things. What's that? A rabbit? Someone fussed, but the rabbit caught their eye and the person fell silent. The people in line exchanged glances, and sure enough, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is this the world of cultivation? Rabbits even hand out food, and they hand out pieces of green stuff. Captain, what is this? Someone asked, holding up a piece of green stuff. A local specialty, grown by the rabbit masters. It looks like the roots of a powerful plant. The captain took a bite of the thing in his hand, and the juices overflowed, the fragrance filling his nose. Don't you want to eat? If not, give it to me. I eat it, I eat it. The man immediately retracted his hand and, imitating the captain's example, took a bite. Oh my! How can this be so delicious? The person who received the food dove into it, and those in line were also extremely excited. They eagerly received the food, not waiting a second to bite it down. The crowd was filled with exclamations of admiration. No one cared whether the food was distributed by a rabbit or a human. They were in the world of cultivation, and anything was possible. Baby, eat slowly. Don't let the juice drip into my hair. Is it enough? Do you want me to break off a piece for you? It's really crispy, and has an indescribable fragrance. It will definitely be great in soup. Night gradually cast a light blue veil. A crescent moon rose from the edge of the world, casting a silvery glow, illuminating the land. Oh, the moon here seems bigger than back home. I think so too, even brighter. Are those fireflies over there? Why are there so many? They're even lighting up. Someone spotted green spiritual energy flowing from pipes in the forest, dotting the landscape along a designated path. The night was beautiful, adding a unique charm to this unfamiliar land. I saw a signal station on the mountain during the day. How could that be? This is the world of cultivation. Where would a signal station come from? That's true. The crowd shifted to other topics. Because there were so many people, no one felt uneasy. In fact, having signed a contract with the spirit rats, they felt a strange sense of familiarity with this land. I wonder what we eat tomorrow. I hope we can still eat what we had today. Chapter 267. At noon the next day, the sun hung high above the forest, its blazing rays pouring down, making the workers sweat profusely. Time for lunch, time for lunch. Coming, coming! Everyone quickly dropped their tools and rushed to grab a spot at lightning speed, forming a long line in an instant. Today we're having a fruit and vegetable salad. Master Rabbit saw we were working so hard, so he gave us a special reward. Everyone leaned over to look. A mountain of fruits and vegetables piled on the large rock in the front, a riot of color. Some were long, some short, some round, some flat, and in an indescribable variety of shapes and colors. Are these local specialties? I think so. They're quite fluorescent. These shapes are quite bizarre. Everyone chatted with one another, a mixture of fear and anticipation, but they couldn't help but imagine what they would taste like. Baby, are these your hometown dishes? Someone casually asked the spirit rat overhead, expecting a definitive answer, but the rat got stuck, hesitantly sending back a response after a long while. Seems so? Why is there a question mark? Aren't these your hometown dishes? The human partner was a little surprised, then couldn't help but become wary. The baby spirit rat seemed confused, its attitude wavering. Should be? Why should it be? I see, baby. Maybe you've forgotten a little after being away for so long? It's only natural for rats. We remember the flavors after eating more. The human comforted his spirit rat. The spirit rat nodded in agreement, its small head unable to process much. It simply felt that the fruits and vegetables before it were both strange and familiar, their forms unfamiliar yet possessing a familiar aura. Many fruits had two or more auras. Could it be that it had been away for so long that its memory was a little hazy? Of course, the tiny spirit mouse couldn't have guessed that the fruit before it was a modified variety, a hybrid of humans from a different world, imbued with both spiritual energy and excellent qualities. It's our turn, baby. Let's have more. So each person and each mouse filled a large bowl. Fortunately, Master Rabbit, with his vast planting abilities, was very generous with his fruits and vegetables. Even with the generous bowls, there was still some left. Holy shit, holy shit. A young man muttered incoherently as he ate. His spirit mouse didn't even look up. Both man and mouse devoured the food frantically, their mouths brimming with juice and a fragrant aroma. The others were in a similar situation. I had thought yesterday's meal was already good enough, but today's was a step up. Each fruit and vegetable had a unique aroma and flavor when eaten alone, and the combination was a true flavor bomb. Every bite was bursting with flavor. Seeing the crowd of rats devouring their food without even looking up, the Lingian rabbits were delighted, sitting modestly on the rocks, watching everyone eat. I wish I could eat this every day. The first person to finish their plate appeared, licking their bowl with reluctance, then stood up and decided to continue working. Add me. Instantly, someone dropped their bowl and followed. The others saw this and quickened their pace, finishing their bowls and donning gloves, ready to work at their best, showing the rabbit masters that they had made the right choice. Of course, it would be even better if the next meal included a fruit and vegetable salad, It was truly delicious. The rabbits also felt a sense of accomplishment. Having previously toiled away on farming, now they could feed the humans. It was a novel experience, like returning to their days on Earth. Both sides were passionate, finding their own joy. Their cooperation became increasingly effective. Almost as soon as the humans cleared the debris, the rabbits jumped in to plant. The efficiency of the land reclamation was increasing at a breakneck pace. Looking down, the crowd looked like tiny ants, neatly clearing the mess of debris. Rabbits of all colors hopped forward, planting a patch of fresh green with each jump. Yeatsifeng nodded in satisfaction. That's quite a pace. At this rate, we'd be able to plant in the neighboring wasteland in less than 6 months, and even expand our territory. Your Excellency, Lord. Ing Fengshuan bowed in greeting. Yeatsifeng turned to look at Ing Fengshuan. He could easily guess what he'd been reading lately. As long as you're happy. My lord, being in a good mood makes me happy. Ing Fengshuan was clearly immersed in the role, conscientiously portraying the butler's role. If you ignored his eyes, his acting was quite good. Yes, eyes. Yeatsifeng quickly averted his eyes, avoiding meeting Ing Fengshuan's gaze. In his experience, any eye contact would most likely trigger a new plot. For example, the butler's rebellious kissing of the lord, or the butler's display of weakness earning the lord's pity. Ing Fengshuan, have you been feeling restless lately? Yeatsifeng asked directly. Yes. Ing Fengshuan lowered his head even lower. Indeed, spring is here. Yeatsifeng stroked his chin, thinking. Spring is a time of rebirth, and many animals are about to enter mating season. Although Ing Fengshuan has a human form, he should still have some animal habits. Spiritual plants are better. Yeatsifeng couldn't help but compare again. Perhaps due to the influence of his original body, he rarely felt similar desires. Well, can you hold back a little? Yeatsifeng offered kind advice. Just hold back. Ing Fengshuan lowered his head even lower. Yeatsifeng was silent for a moment. We see. If you really can't help it, let me know if you need help. Using your hands should be fine. Yeah. Ing Fengshuan, shy and timid, was already imagining a wonderful, in-depth conversation. Will it be too tiring for you? It's not bad. How can you tell if you don't try? Yeah. The two of them had their own ideas, but at first glance, they seemed quite harmonious. Yeatsifeng was more open-minded. After all, as lovers, helping each other with physical assistance was normal. But Ing Fengshuan was a little excited. He hadn't expected Yeatsifeng to agree so readily. His emotions were so turbulent that he almost lost his human form. Restrain yourself, you must control yourself. Don't let Yeatsifeng feel uncomfortable. It's still too fast, and there's still a lot I don't understand. Ing Fengshuan forced himself to suppress his emotions. I go read some books. It's time for some further study. Yes. Yeatsifeng nodded and turned his gaze back to the new construction site. The new site was still bustling with activity. Every day, they became more skilled than the day before, and their work efficiency doubled. They worked after eating, and then ate again after working. Their strength was growing, and the work became easier and easier. On the last day, everyone finished their enormous bowls of specially prepared fruit and vegetable salads, and were about to put their gloves on when the captain stopped them. All right, we're done. It's been half a month, time to go back. Everyone stood there in a daze for a long moment before someone asked, where are we going back? To Yen country, of course. Home. The captain slapped his thigh and, without waiting for anyone to react, said, line up. Going back now is just in time for the new dungeon registration. You're no longer the same people you were before, you definitely get a spot. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's minds leaped out of the world of cultivation, quickly imagining themselves securing a spot, live streaming their performance alongside their spirit rats in all the glory of the world. Everyone removed their gloves, glanced left and right, then calmly stuffed them into their pockets. Then, they hurried behind the captain, quickly forming a long line. Let's go! The captain shouted from the front. Several spirit rats grabbed their partner's hair and, in the void, begged the king to let them return to Earth. The gate has opened. A transparent door appeared ahead, and the captain led the way through. The others in line walked forward, looking back as they moved forward, stepping back onto Earth with a wave of indescribable emotion. We're back now. Everyone was still a little stunned until they breathed in the turbulent air, and their own spirit rats began pulling their hair, urging them to hurry back. Only then did they return home, their hearts pounding with indescribable emotion. Opening their phones, they saw a new wave of dungeon topics. Report. Information on the dark folklore of Province D has been released. Difficulty rating, 4 stars. The bonus is 10 curse resistance. Officials recommend that citizens who consider themselves unlucky sign up. Curse resistance? I haven't seen this bonus in a while. What effect does it have? It's hard to say. I feel like it's all so mysterious, and the official explanation is vague. Because it's hard to explain. Dark folklore is similar to Chinese supernatural. Oh, I still don't understand. If you don't understand, it means you don't need it. Those who do have already signed up. The notice was just sent out, and over 80,000 people have already signed up. Wow. Those who had just returned from the cultivation world saw this and, in a daze, scrolled down the date. Only 3 days? Everyone was shocked. Since everyone had a cultivation world and could travel across worlds, it was normal for time to flow at different speeds. Another month to wait. Luckily, I'd definitely be able to sign up next month. Those who had been to the cultivation world with the spirit rat secretly rejoiced, forgetting they weren't the only ones there. Everyone was improving, essentially maintaining the same level. A month flew by. Counting the days, a new dungeon should be coming soon, and online discussions about the theme quickly became popular. Guess which province this dungeon will land in? It has to be Province G. It's blessed with talented people and beautiful scenery. It should be our turn. It has to be Province Y. We have more people. If I were a dungeon, I'd land there. I always see you too, but it's never your province. I wonder what the bonus is this time. I'm more concerned about the theme. Since I won't be selected even if I apply, I might as well wait until the bonus is gone and play. A large-scale, free, script-killing game. Clicked. Some of the dungeons are really interesting. The person above, keep your mouth shut. Have you forgotten not to make comments like that? Every year, minors are drawn in by these comments and try to sneak into the dungeon, which adds a lot of unnecessary pressure on the staff. Clicked. Oh, so what kind of dungeon is this? Here we go! Province B. Pictures speak louder than words. It looks like a dilapidated palace. Landing in the Forbidden City. Wow! A Western-style palace. This is challenging our Forbidden City. I'm so excited to see what the story is. Registration has started. Rat number 76 and his partner held their breath, their eyes fixed on the registration countdown ahead. 5, 4, 3, 1. At that moment, the rat and his partner were certain they had unleashed unprecedented speed, pressing the button at the exact same moment the countdown ended. The current slots are all taken. Please wait for the next one. The rat and the man looked at each other in bewilderment. What? Yi Zifeng was a little surprised. A spirit rat wants to come here for further training? Ying Fangxuan also found it somewhat surprising. Chapter 268. After handing over the application process for the new batch of spirit rats to Ying Fangxuan, Yi Zifeng completely finished his work in other worlds and settled into a relaxed state of reclining. Of course, he still needed to practice basic cultivation. Habits formed over thousands of years couldn't be easily changed. It was just that, after practicing, he finally had time to relax. For example, talking about love. After traveling through so many worlds, gradually mending Ying Fangxuan, Yi Zifeng began to look at him with a certain regard for his possessions. Looking at it this way, Ying Fangxuan was quite handsome. His eyebrows and eyes were like a mountain abyss, his features were very cold and hard, but when he faced him, he showed many expressions, his eyes always wet, as if he had just rained. His thoughts were truly profound. Yi Zifeng rolled over in the tree, and his mind flashed back to Ying Fangxuan's cool demeanor from years ago, his face always stern, his lips never moving, his face filled with the aura of I'm the best in the world. In fact, it was Ying Fangxuan's face that had provoked him, prompting him to immediately label him his sworn enemy, and he had been harboring resentful comparisons in his heart for years. How could such an arrogant person exist in the world? Not only was he born into a privileged family, but he also looked down on everyone else with a look of insignificance. Having been born from a spiritual herb, he secretly worked hard to surpass the other in every aspect. Habits shaped by thousands of years die hard. Yi Zifeng rolled over in the tree again. Even now, when Ying Fangxuan held his face and told him how much he loved her, he would be lost in thought for a second. Could this be Ying Fangxuan's scheme? To trick him into falling in love, while he secretly cultivated to surpass him. What if it was true? Yi Zifeng began to imagine again, conjuring a grand political drama in his mind. Ying Fangxuan endured humiliation, pretending to be obsessed with love. He immersed himself in it, lost heart and soul, and his cultivation regressed 3,000 miles. Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng turned his head. Want to go out and take a look? Okay. Yi Zifeng swiftly jumped down from the tree, hesitated for 3 seconds, then followed his heart and threw himself into Ing Fangxuan's open arms. A very, very familiar smell, like a gentle breeze under the warm sun, like soft white clouds, like swirling leaves falling in the forest, like the broad earth, able to absorb all instability and hesitation. Can I kiss you? Ing Fangxuan's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Zifeng hesitated for a second. No. Okay. Ing Fangxuan showed no dissatisfaction, simply reaching out and hugging him tighter. Their auras merged, their heartbeats blending together, thumping so fast it was hard to tell whose heartbeat was the other, and panting so hard it was hard to tell whose was the other. They kissed again. Their lips and teeth blended delicately, kissing the raised neck trailing down. Just as they were kissing just below the collarbone and heading lower, Yi Zifeng regained consciousness and grasped Ing Fangxuan's face. Daytime debauchery. Ing Fangxuan was momentarily speechless, but seeing Yi Zifeng's face flushed but his eyes as resolute as crystal, he couldn't help but curl his lips. If only one person in the world of cultivation could ascend, it would be Yi Zifeng. No one could match his hard work and determination. Okay, then we kiss again next time. We go out and play now. Ing Fangxuan obliged, thoughtfully helping Yi Zifeng put on his clothes, tying his flowing sash, and tucking his soft hair. When he looked over, he reached out and led Yi Zifeng out of the forest. The world of cultivation is vast. The forest they inhabited alone was larger than the entire Yin Kingdom. As for the exact size of the entire world of cultivation, no one could truly say. All they knew was that there was another jungle next to another, and that within the celestial mountains there were still celestial mountains. Perhaps those cultivators who devoted their days to studying immortal texts would know, but the two of them were still relatively young in the world of cultivation, and there was much they didn't know. Where are we going? Yi Zifeng turned and asked. Ing Fangxuan pondered for a moment. Let's go to the next door. Okay. The next door here refers to the pitch-black abyss that can only be reached by crossing the entire forest, traversing a series of volcanoes, and then crossing the boundary of a continuous river. Beneath the abyss dwells a pitch-black dragon. Of course, dragon was the other person's self-proclaimed name. In Yi Zifeng's words, it was a long, cultivated snake. Let's go and see. If the black snake doesn't escape, bring its body back to practice with our weapon. Yi Zifeng said maliciously. It seems it did. Ing Fangxuan was a little unsure, but he remembered catching a glimpse of a long black shadow darting out from the corner of his eye on the day the cultivation world collapsed. Then let's raid its lair, and see if there's anything left behind. Yi Zifeng was still as ambitious as ever. All my utmost. Ing Fangxuan was incredibly obedient. Hand in hand, the two of them slowly walked through the forest like elementary school students on a spring outing. Amidst the shimmering, mottled shadows of the trees, Yi Zifeng belatedly realized. Spring had arrived. Young, fresh green sprouts emerged from the steadily growing branches and leaves. The faint fragrance of flowers lingered in the air, and the wind carried the sounds of birds and animals building nests. If he was right, it was a species of colorfully feathered bird preparing for mating season. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Ing Fangxuan, then quickly averted his gaze. Ing Fangxuan? ? The two of them, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, reached their destination. As expected, the abyss had vanished, leaving only ruins, a chaotic jumble of overlapping rocks stretching out like a river. Do you want to dig deeper? Ing Fangxuan asked. Let's try. Since we've come this far, we can't go back empty-handed. At that, Ing Fangxuan transformed into his original form. With a mighty roar, his beast form strode towards the crevice in the abyss. With one foot, rocks flew out, and the remaining force swept the debris away. Yi Zifeng stood by and praised him flatteringly. With the basic qualities of a lover, he had the wit to not ask why he transformed into a beast form. Perhaps that's just how beasts are, wanting to showcase the charm of their original form. Let's go! Yi Zifeng took Ing Fangxuan's hand, and together they entered the shabby abyss. It was dark, as expected of a snake's habitat, cold and damp. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but there was also a faint sweet fragrance. It should be a floral scent, Yi Zifeng, a professional replied. A bit like. His mind raced, flashing through images of plants, sweet fragrances, enchanting plants, crimson petals. If he was right, it must be the fate heart flower. It has a potent effect on animal desire. Snakes are naturally lustful, and spring alone wasn't enough. They'd planted this flower to enhance their pleasure. Yi Zifeng scoffed, then inwardly lamented that reincarnation as a spiritual plant was quite good, at least it wouldn't be affected by other plants. But Ing Fangxuan was different. Wait, Ing Fangxuan? Yi Zifeng turned his head, And the next second, he saw the other person's face, magnified, just as they were about to touch. "Can I?" Ing Fengxuan asked breathlessly. But, before he could finish his words, his breath was swallowed by the other person's mouth. It was a passionate kiss, unlike the previous lingering ones. It was like a summer thunderstorm, full of vigor and unstoppable momentum, crackling across his teeth, across his neck, and across every inch of land. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but tremble, as if transported back to his childhood. Delicate branches and leaves stretched out in the rain, only to be slapped by large raindrops, a continuous, undulating thud. Ah! He couldn't help but groan, a long sigh. The downpour seemed to pause for a moment, but it eventually swept up countless raindrops, which pattered and pattered to the ground. Something strange. A tear slipped from the corner of Yi Zifeng's eye, but it was quickly swept away. He looked up at the cave above the abyss. Threads of sunlight shone on him, illuminating the rain. No. This is a little different than he imagined. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but reach out his hand, but the next moment, even his fingertips were sucked into his mouth. Wait. Yi Zifeng shuddered again, an indescribable tingling sensation washing over him, dissipating into the thunderstorm. No. How could he be the one receiving it? Yi Zifeng wanted to stop him, but when he looked up, he saw that Ing Fengxuan's teeth had sharpened, clearly showing signs of animal transformation. It was well known that Ing Fengxuan's original form was enormous, much larger than a human. If he transformed into a beast at this moment, the safety of several places would be in jeopardy. Ing Fengxuan. Yi Zifeng's words were intermittent amidst the torrential rain. Ing Fengxuan raised his eyes, now vertical pupils. If you can't control your human form, get out. Ing Fengxuan took a long, deep breath, paused, and buried his head in Yi Zifeng's neck, breathing deeply and repeatedly. After a long, long time, he finally calmed down. Yi Zifeng looked up at the sky, his complex thoughts barely forming before the torrential rain scatters them again, cascading into the endless curtain of rain. After a long while, the sun rose again from the horizon, reaching above the abyss, illuminating the cavern with fresh sunlight. Yi Zifeng awoke from the tide and, resolutely, pushed Ing Fengxuan out. Enough. His voice was hoarse. Ing Fengxuan lowered his head, clearly free from the influence of the Yuan Xian Hua, and realizing the seriousness of the situation. Pa. He knelt down in dishevel. Yi Zifeng watched this bizarre scene. Deep in the murky abyss, two men, both disheveled, were engaging in an indecent act in the shabby home of their former neighbor. It was all that damn snake's fault. Its natural spring urge to reproduce wasn't enough, so it planted aphrodisiac flowers in its cave to amplify its desire. Of course, Ing Fengxuan wasn't a good person either. He could recover once, but he kept repeating the same behavior, never satisfied. Beasts may have good genes, but they lack restraint, and they're truly no match for the habits of plants. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but compare them again, thinking as he dressed. At his level of cultivation, an unbridled love affair wouldn't affect his body. A single circulation of spiritual energy would cleanse him, leaving him with nothing extra. But he still felt a subtle sense of offense. Yi Zifeng stood up, looking down at the disheveled Ing Fengxuan, and mentally resolved to ignore him for 3 days. The silence above him lasted too long, and Ing Fengxuan couldn't help but look up, gazing into the other's icy eyes. Yi Zifeng was startled. Large tears dripped down Ing Fengxuan's cheeks, his lips trembling, his eyes fragile, as if the other was the victim, and he the perpetrator. I'm sorry. The tone was heartbreaking, full of twists and turns. Yi Zifeng no longer felt any discomfort, and even found it quite thrilling to recall. Although there was a slight lingering resentment in his mind, it was washed away by Ing Fengxuan's tears. Perhaps this is what love is like. It might be a little unexpected, but it happened. It's okay. After coming to his senses, Yi Zifeng was quite calm. He glanced at the dark abyss and said, next time, we can find a cleaner place. Before Ing Fengxuan could cheer up, Yi Zifeng said again, coldly. You should practice hard, at least until your human form is stable. Chapter 269. The year of the cultivation calendar was 103,925, also marking the 100th year of the cultivation world's collapse. Shi Yin would never forget the day when everything began to fall. The sky cracked into 180,000 fissures, and the earth melted like ice and snow. Everything on the surface collapsed. Towering mountains, surging rivers, and vast expanses of dense forest all fell into turmoil, then were squeezed into the earth, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The world was in chaos. Flashes of light flashed in all directions. Some collided and fell, some burrowed into the cracks in the sky, and still others, in a moment of crisis, displayed affection, handing all their belongings to their mistresses, then detonating their own cultivation, sending them into the cracks. He was not so lucky. At that time, he had just awakened from the rolling green hills, and before he could even see the world clearly, he was greeted by countless cracks symbolizing destruction. It's hard to describe the feeling at that moment. If I had to, it would be sheer bewilderment. Fortunately, in that daze, his consciousness attached itself to a small stone, and he followed the passing cultivators into a crevice. He drifted in the void for 10 years. Thankfully, the heavens showed mercy. In the 11th year, he was swept into another world by a void storm. He stumbled to the ground, and when he opened his eyes, he discovered a world filled with spiritual energy. He began his cultivation again. Because he had consumed so much energy in the void rifts during the previous 10 years, his initial cultivation was extremely difficult. He was soaked in water, burned by fire, crawled over by countless insects and beasts, and even kicked several times by human cultivators. Thankfully, everything was over. In the 63rd year, he cultivated to a human form. In the 64th year, he participated in the sect's disciple selection, and spent another 3 years working his way up from outer disciple to inner disciple. Finally, during a training session in a secret realm, he obtained a treasure that could pinpoint his location. With a hidden hope, he crushed his fingers and placed the small stone inside. His true form was a stone from another world of cultivation. The treasure rumbled, as if it were still being digested. This digestion took 30 years, until he had become the master of a peak in his sect, and then it slowly uttered a vague location. The first world of cultivation, his origin, his source. Should he go back? It took him almost no time to decide. Go back and take a look. After 13,925 years of cultivation, he had achieved some minor accomplishments. With the brunt of his experience, he wanted to see where he came from. It might be a ruin, or perhaps it had already turned into floating dust, annihilated in the cracks of time and space. Yin let out a soft breath, as if trying to expel the devastated world he had seen at birth. But no matter what, that was his birthplace, a kind of origin in his life. If there were still any floating ashes, he would take a handful back with him, as if to fulfill his wish. Yin quickened his pace, his sleeves embroidered with the dark pattern of the Lord of a Peak fluttering in the darkness, displaying a unique style, as if highlighting the path he had walked. This is it. As long as he passed through this thin layer of mist, he would see the original. Unknown intruder detected. Activate annihilation program? Countdown 1 minute, 59, 58, 57. Yin froze in his place, looking up at the scene beyond the mist. Dozens of pitch-black cylinders glowed with an eerie red light, constantly adjusting their positions in response to his movements. From beginning to end, they faced him, as if poised to attack at any moment. For some reason, Yin began to sweat. Although he felt no pressure from spiritual energy, he felt a sense of imminent danger. Who's coming? A male voice, somewhat commanding, rang out. Beads of sweat streamed down Yin's forehead. Even without any spiritual energy fluctuations, this voice somehow managed to reach him across countless voids. What kind of cultivation level was needed to achieve this? Yin instinctively stepped back, only to find that the mist had vanished completely. Countless pitch-black cylinders had erected behind him, constantly adjusting their positions to surround him. 49, 48, 47. The calm, yet toneless voice continued to count down. Hundreds of years of survival experience urged him to leave immediately, but every time he moved, the surrounding pitch-black cylinders shifted in unison, as if ready to attack and finish him off. Tell me where you're coming from. Another male voice rang out, more casually, as if asking a casual question. Of course, if there weren't so many pitch-black cylinders pointed at him, this languid attitude might have been more convincing. Senior. I come from the Tianyuan continent, seeking my birthplace. Once the words were out of his mouth, the rest fell into place. With the dull countdown still ticking, Yin's intuition prompted him to explain his origins and purpose clearly and meticulously within 10 seconds. Oh! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding cylinders retracted, twisting and shrinking, transforming into ordinary flowers and plants before his eyes, swaying and stretching in the wind. Yin began to sweat again. 100 years of life experience couldn't help him comprehend the scene before him. What was going on? Could it be that the spiritual weapons of this world no longer required spiritual energy? What force powered these things? Follow me. A burly, hairy man suddenly appeared, swaying and ready to lead him away. Relax, you're not the first to return, and certainly won't be the last. We have a complete set of procedures for dealing with returnees like you. The hairy man swayed ahead, radiating waves of aura, yet his presence was uneven, unlike that of a human cultivator. If anything, It resembled the wildness of a giant spiritual beast deep in the jungle. What are you doing here? To take a look, or to take something? The hairy man spoke casually as he walked. If you just want to take a look, 10 spirit stones will be enough, and you can use other items as compensation. If there's anything you want to take, we split it half. Of course, you can opt out, but you might not be able to return. Shi Yin no longer cared about what he was saying, and simply turned his head to survey this strange world. Aside from the fluctuations in spiritual energy, everything else was completely different from what he remembered. Strange passages connected across the sky, each filled with a firefly-like spiritual energy. Every other spot stood a strangely shaped tower, its silver supports engraved with runes. Shi Yin squinted, unable to discern what was written. A bird flew by, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a living creature. A silver bird made of a strange material, patrolling the land like a controlled puppet. This isn't right. Shi Yin's forehead began to sweat again. He'd sweated more in the space of an incense stick than he'd sweated in the previous 100 years. The collapsed birthplace, the unfamiliar territory reached after crossing countless spaces, the incomprehensible materials, the joyful aura hanging in the air, the arrogant humanoid beasts ahead, the mysterious power lurking somewhere unknown. What exactly happened here? Or rather, where exactly is this? By the way, you don't look like a human cultivator, the humanoid beast in front asked. My prototype is a mountaintop. That's fine. If you have a prototype, there's a third option. As you can see, there's a lot of work to be done here. If you're interested, you can check out the local job postings. Help? Shi Yin was confused again. Oh, I forgot you're from the pure cultivation world. How about this? First, go get something to eat at Rabbit's, then go to the class next door and learn about local job openings. Shi Yin ate his food, still confused, and then went to the class next door, finally gaining a rough understanding of the current situation. Simply put, the entire cultivation world has changed hands. But the mysterious powerhouse remains unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to clean up the entire world and transform it into a resilient and sustainable one. Some students may not understand, but the resilient nature here requires a balance. After we set up the equipment, we can leave it alone, and the land will continue to function on its own. In short, it will essentially return to its previous state. The slender woman in black had a calm expression, but Shi Yin could still sense the ripples of spiritual energy emanating from her. She wasn't likely human either. What do you all think? The woman in black glanced around the classroom. Shi Yin, unsure why, lowered his head along with the others. It may sound difficult, but I see this as an opportunity. We have the skills and the ability to teach you here. We're just temporarily short of manpower. Report? Another cultivator has broken in. Should we bring them here? A voice rang out from the doorway. The woman in black in front of him paused for a moment, then pointed at a white-haired figure in the room. Eliminate its memories, then blast it into the spatial rift with the cannon. Shi Yin couldn't help but shudder, instantly realizing that the cannon referred to the pitch-black cylinders he had seen upon landing, densely packed and stretching for thousands of miles. I'm interested. Shi Yin stood up on the spot, raising his hand with uninstructed grace. I'm willing to stay in this world because I truly love it. Okay. The slender woman in black nodded, a subtle expression on her face. Satisfied yet reserved, it mingled with a natural sense of leadership and intimidation. Shi Yin had only seen this expression on the faces of thoughtful human cultivators. I guess this wasn't a wrong choice. Shi Yin was led through class after class. Holding a brand new mobile device, he connected to the local network as instructed. With a small, pitch-black stone head on his head, he joined the legendary group of 10,000 people. Developer Exchange Group, 12526, Xiong Chi Chongtian. New member welcome. Purebred weapon. Are you a local? Ask about the original? Having gone through the training, Shi Yin could already understand these terms. With a desire to try something new, he extended a trace of his mental energy as instructed in class, connected his mobile device, and began sending messages to the group chat. Shi Quan Mei, the prototype is a mountaintop. When the cultivation world collapsed, someone managed to escape. Cute, Shenong Rabbit, great, I like locals. Welcome. Escaped weapon, that's not very appropriate. There are developers from other realms in the group. If Wang sees you saying that, he'd punish you again. AAA crowd oldie, that's right. Don't say anything that's detrimental to unity. Xiong Chi Chong Tian, the group leader has arrived. Escaped weapon, catch. Shenong Rabbit, he Xiong Chi Chong Tian, where's Wang? Why didn't he send a message today? AAA crowd oldie, He's busy. He's got a lot going on today. Smile. The group chat fell silent for a moment, then began to change topics awkwardly. Yen inexplicably felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, as if everyone knew what was going on. AAA member Lao Yi, new East Continent Mountain Administrator, please private message me. I assigned specific tasks for you. Welcome to the developer family. Thumbs up. Maybe it was an illusion, but Yen put his previous speculation aside. With a feeling he couldn't quite explain, he clicked on the green avatar and sent a message. Shirmei. Expectation. Animated emoji. AAA member Lao Yi. Image X3. AAA member Lao Yi. If you have any questions, just private message me. If I don't reply in time, you can private message this account. AAA member Lao Yi. Send business card. A assistant Xiaoying. Chapter 270. Yen lived a life he had never imagined. Clad in a flowing, elegant cultivation robe, clutching the latest, shimmering terminal, he gazed at the crumbling, shattered mountain range in the distance, while planning a repair plan on the terminal. He had been astonished by everything upon arriving here, but now, the more he worked, the more astonished he became. The terminal in his hand operated smoothly, without requiring spiritual energy. There was no power fluctuation, yet the buttons in his hand controlled the objects in front of him. What kind of Taoist tradition is this? Yen worked in astonishment, watching the machine nearby slowly move in response to his commands. Despite its size, it was capable of performing minute operations, and soon, it connected another pipe. Yen stood there for a moment, absorbing what he had seen and heard, then sighed, ticked off the to-do list on the terminal, and walked briskly away to begin his cultivation for the day. Yes, cultivation was still necessary. As the group leader had said, technology is merely a means to a better cultivation. Technology. Yen meditated, savoring the words. The more he savored them, the more profound their meaning. Those two simple words seemed to hold countless truths, a glimpse of heaven and earth within the swirling steel. If only he could bring this technology back to the sect. Yen couldn't help but daydream, his mind filled with images of himself leading the sect to greater and greater power. The more he thought, the happier he became, until a message popped up on his mobile device. Developer Group 12537, Phoenix Chick, where's a shirt you intermarin? We're testing a new secret realm, and we're short one. Yen abruptly stood up, and quickly replied to the message. Quan and Mei, come now. Yen flew over, and quickly entered the newly developed secret realm. After the collapse of the cultivation world, every place suffered a devastating blow. Naturally, some naturally formed terrains and perfectly formed auras were completely shattered. Naturally, the ownerless secret realms also ceased to exist. After the meeting the day before yesterday, everyone agreed that the world cannot exist without secret realms. Since we now have the ability, we should produce more. Placing them in the right places can also create a unique aura for the surrounding area. This is the charm of the cultivation world. Mizwen always has a point. So, recently, we entered the secret realm development and testing phase. The group leader is always generous, filling the secret realm with all kinds of rewards. Sometimes it's large amounts of spirit stones, sometimes it's precious resources, and there are all kinds of unexpected things, such as armor that can be controlled without spiritual power, and even simple books compiled into volumes. 7 days to quickly cultivate immortality. 15 days to teach you how to convert spiritual power into electricity. The Internet. A trans-epical opportunity. The group leader said these were old books, long out of use, so if you're interested, just take them. Shocking. After reading dozens of books from the secret realm, Yen felt like he'd reached a certain threshold. Why is the current world of cultivation so diverse? And what exactly is it that complements spiritual power? Amazing, truly astonishing. So there's another side to the world, beyond cultivating immortality. There's this thing called electricity. Do you think there's a world without immortality cultivation? A world that thrives solely on this kind of electricity? Upon hearing this, Mizwen wore a subtle expression, a mixture of composure and sighing, but ultimately, she curled her lips. Perhaps. Mizwen was a living being with a story. Perhaps not just her, but many of her colleagues in a crowd of tens of thousands shared stories. The blonde-haired colleague was working with him, when he suddenly transformed into a cat and launched a dream at him. A bizarre scene unfolded, worlds overlapping, countless buildings merging and receding like the tide. He stood on a small sphere, which inexplicably began to spin, spinning endlessly. Haha, sorry, it's an occupational hazard. The blonde-haired cat colleague scratched his face, and then turned away, as if nothing had happened. Don't go with it. It's a bully, relying on its natural talent to bully others all day long. The white-haired colleague came over. You can come with me. I take you to farm. Yin laughed awkwardly. Never mind. I prefer to rest. Isn't farming a restful activity? I don't think so. Okay. The white-haired colleague left, still holding the digging tools. Yin had only seen these tools in human villages. He didn't know why the white-haired colleague loved farming so much. I prefer to lie down and bask in the sun. Yin muttered. After finishing his work, he found an open space and, without transforming into his original form, laid down on a large rock, squinting his eyes in the sun. Can you come with me? A furry orange figure appeared nearby. It was the bear colleague who lived on the other side of the volcano. Sure. Beneath his gentle exterior, Mr. Xiong is actually quite warm. When he's close to someone, he occasionally radiates warmth, his fire-type spiritual energy seeping into his body, warming him and easily bringing him to a good mood. A stone and a bear basked in the sun. Do you have a class tonight? What class? A new technology release, creating custom spiritual veins based on the terrain. It requires proficiency in spiritual power and electricity. I think you should go. What about you? I don't really want to go, but Wang said there's a reward for those who go. Wang? The group leader? No, the group leader is Wang's king, and our king is our assistant, Xiaoying. Oh. Yin didn't quite understand, but he had an inexplicable feeling he'd learned something confidential. Tomorrow's off, and I'd be busy again the day after tomorrow. It's time for the weekly boundary gate opening. I wonder what kind of new members this time are. I hope they be sensible. The boundary gate opening? Yin suddenly sat up. Yeah. The orange plush bear smiled sincerely at this. When we were first short on people, we held it every day, and lots of new members joined every day. The group owner said it's not so busy now, so once a week is enough. Oh, I forgot you didn't know that yet. It's okay. Once you're here, your family. The world of cultivation is just so huge. The world of cultivation is truly huge. Yeet Sifeng has diligently planned for so many years, constantly opening portals and recruiting people from all over to work, but he's only developed less than a quarter of the territory. It's already huge. Due to a shortage of manpower, each staff member still manages an entire empty territory, using mobile devices to control huge machinery. Of course, some staff members developed rebellious tendencies during their work, but Yeet Sifeng wasn't worried about that. The undeveloped lands were simply too dilapidated, and the developed lands were also powered by machines. Simply put, without machinery, the cultivation world would be nothing but a ruin devoid of spiritual energy. Another quitter? Assistant Xiaoying appeared from behind him, holding a cup of hot tea. Yeet Sifeng took a sip from Ying Fangxuan's hand, then turned his attention to the latest computer in the cultivation world. Same old rules. If they were locals, they would be left alone. If they were from another world, they would be launched into the spatial rift. With the development of the cultivation world, combat effectiveness gradually increased. By now, the team no longer cared whether or not the newcomers retained their memories. If they did, so what? They would simply capture them and work them. After all, they wouldn't be the ones to suffer. Want a break? Assistant Xiaoying began massaging Yeet Sifeng's shoulders and back, his expression both pitiful and eager. Yeet Sifeng was working diligently on his computer. He was about to say no, but then he thought, it had been quite some time since they'd been intimate. When will spring finally be over? This thought crossed Yeet Sifeng's mind as they were pinned down on the bed, their fingers intertwined. But he was soon overcome by the constant, gentle kisses, leaving him breathless. The gentle, tender affection was like a heavy downpour of feathers, soft and light, yet burying him in a vast, undulating ocean. Is this okay? Ying Fangxuan asked, panting beside him. Yeet Sifeng pretended to think for a second, then gave up, his mind blank, and replied, not bad. Sunlight swirled in the air, reflecting a warm glow. A bird with colorful feathers flew by, completely oblivious to the scene below. But wind can penetrate barriers. The distant wind rushed in, carrying all sorts of information, the rumbling of machinery, the clatter of knocking on the mountaintops, the subtle hum of various pipes. Spiritual energy was transported along planned paths, slowly dispersing into the air. A stagnant world, exposed to the emanating spiritual energy, was like a drop of water dripping into the soil. Slowly, new life began to condense within. It should be revived. Yin sat on a rock, holding his latest mobile phone, glancing around as he read the device. Perhaps every world has its own power. It can collapse and perish, but once it encounters new nourishment, It will continuously generate new power. Class starts again tonight, the sunbathing guy next to him said lazily. Let me see what class it is. Yen expertly opened his mobile device and began checking today's schedule. How to deal with a mecha developing self-awareness during combat. Yen was still a little confused after reading it. What's a mecha? Isn't it just a machine? Oh, the sunbathing guy replied slowly. Then you don't need to go. You haven't even gotten to that point yet. Are you going? Yes. The furry orange bear rolled over on the rock, revealing its bulging belly. I'm ahead of the class. I want to go. Looking at the snoring sunbathing guy, Yen swallowed his words. Never mind. He had questions every day anyway. He'd learn them naturally as he studied. Perhaps the new world is just that magical. Yes, the new world. The mechanical birds overhead circled, not perched on their designated positions as programmed, but picking and choosing among the nearby trees, picking out branches they liked and perching on them. Yen looked up at the sky, down at the ground, then back at himself. He couldn't help but imagine himself learning everything here, returning to the sect with countless disciples, creating his own miracles with his own hands, under the envious gaze of the sect leader and other peak masters. So cool, he slapped his thigh, feeling as if he could already envision the triumphant summit scene. Ding dong. Another message suddenly rang on his mobile device. AAA Citizen Lao Yi, the boundary gate will open tomorrow. Everyone gather at the entrance. We're starting to screen new colleagues. Spinning circles, Yen, already ambitious, responded quickly. Got it. Mission accomplished. Chapter 271. Yengua Calendar Year 2045, Luminous Jellyfish World. Early in the morning, Shaoli awoke to a warm yellow glow. The world outside the window was a warm yellow, and the bright morning light lifted his spirits. Shaoli took a deep breath, his mood lifted. While washing up, he listened to the audiobook tips for improving eloquence. Before leaving, he carefully selected his outfit for the day. This week, Yogwon would pass over the city, and he had to let it see that the people of this city were not only eloquent but also in high spirits. Shaoli headed out to work in high spirits, encountering many neighbors along the way. Everyone's mood was different, but no matter who they were, they always praised each other. It had become second nature. Shaoli, you look so smart today. That tie makes you look so smart. Is that Uncle Wu? You bought a new fishing rod, right? The lines are so smooth, it really complements your skills. If you catch any fish, give me a few. Ha ha. Of course. The whole journey was filled with enthusiastic socializing. After more than 20 years of honing their eloquence to feed the bioluminescent jellyfish, everyone gradually realized the power of words, and they were generous with their compliments. The light is so bright today. It complements my dress so well. A little girl, spinning in circles, said to her parents. Your baby is so beautiful. The parents were also very supportive. This little treasure. You're so expressive. Young people passing by also offered casual compliments. Everyone was having a great time. Shaoli was also feeling very happy. Although he knew everyone was being polite, he was still in a good mood. As experts say, humans are social creatures who deeply need the affirmation and praise of their peers, which helps them become better and better. That seems to make sense. Shaoli sat at his workstation, working diligently. The morning passed quickly, and he quickly picked up his phone and began his day of slacking off online. Hashtag the world is so hypocritical nowadays. Hashtag when will Lotus come to city as hashtag. Hashtag how can I get Yogwon to call me. Hashtag. The last two entries were pretty mundane, but after a moment's thought, Shaoli clicked on the first one. Am I the only one who feels everyone is so hypocritical these days? My mentally retarded colleague made a mistake, and my boss reassured him, saying it's okay, saying new employees are all like that. I don't believe my boss feels the same way. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be more honest? Appraisal complete. The above poster hopes his colleague gets scolded. Actually, I understand the original poster. It's really annoying to have a weird colleague at work. Actually, just be polite verbally. Your boss isn't doing charity. If you can keep him, keep him. If you can fire him, fire him. I just think everyone's so hypocritical, including you. You're all trying to smooth things over. If I had weapons, I'd shoot you all. I'd shoot you all. I keep seeing opinions like this. Didn't you see the survey results from a few days ago? Happiness levels have clearly increased a lot. If you like being praised, praise each other. If you want to curse, curse yourself. There are no rules. Just choose what you like. I clicked on it. You can't demand to be praised, but you can treat others however you like. The above are all reasonable people. I'm going to shoot you all. Xiaoli laughed at this. He clicked on the poster's profile picture and saw that he was indeed young, still a child. Xiaoli scrolled down the page and saw a flood of contradictory comments. Everyone had their own opinions, battling each other like an online brawl. It was fun, sure, but after a while, I got a little tired of it. As a mature adult, Xiaoli thought there was nothing to argue about. Everything was evolving gradually. If it weren't for the jellyfish everyone had worked so hard to improve their eloquence 20 years ago, they'd still be groping around in the dark. My time for slacking off was limited, so I decided to try something else. Xiaoli switched between apps, switching between several. But inevitably, every section had people arguing over various topics, from astronomy and geography to trivial matters. Everyone seemed very energetic. Aren't you all working? Xiaoli looked up at the time and saw that his remaining slacking time was less than 20 minutes. He quickly switched pages, hoping to find a quiet place where everyone could get along harmoniously. Another World Parents Exchange forum. What was this? Xiaoli clicked on it without giving it much thought. Help! My little monkey hasn't been getting up in the morning lately. I took it to the repair center, but they said it's fine. But it's acting so listless. Something must be wrong. Can anyone help me figure out what's wrong? I'm really worried. Image. Xiaoli clicked on the image. A green-haired monkey-like creature lay on a wicker chair, wearing pink, slanted-frame sunglasses. The chair swayed, and so did the green-haired monkey-like creature. Xiaoli's mind was filled with questions. He read the text again, still doubting his eyes. What the hell is this? An AI-generated image? Is this user acting? Or has he stumbled into some niche? Without giving it much thought, he casually clicked on the following response. Why haven't I seen this forum before? Is that a monkey in the picture? This is an AI-generated scene. Shouldn't the OP's IP be white light this month? What do you mean it shouldn't be white light? This is such a confusing forum. I don't understand what you're saying. Huh? This month's OP's IP should be pink light. What's so confusing about that? Huh? What pink light? While I don't know what the other comments are talking about, I still want to reply to the OP. It's not a big deal. Your mechanical monkey has developed self-awareness. It doesn't like getting up early. Just look at it. It seems to be rather lazy. Mechanical monkey? What mechanical monkey? That green-haired monster? What are everyone talking about? Is it from Yin country? What niche have I stumbled into? Don't you all need to practice? Arguing in this weird forum. Cultivation? What cultivation? I see. Everyone's just playing around with abstract ideas. I actually cultivate myself too. I'm a sword cultivator. I've spent all my spirit stones this month, so I can only chat online. Great. So you're just playing around with abstract ideas. I thought I'd stumbled into some otherworldly world. I was shocked. Xiaoli was completely bewildered by this, but he finally felt a little relieved. Netizens are truly talented. Whatever they're saying seems to be the same thing. Although it was a little baffling, it was at least better than the chaotic atmosphere of other apps. Suddenly, Xiaoli had an idea and started making up stories in the comments section. Is anyone growing a Zon? How much water should I give my devil flower daily? I only water it once a day, but it's already wilting a bit. After sending this, someone quickly replied, Devil flower, I've never heard of that name. Is it a new variety? Just hybridized and not yet available for sale. Haha, netizens are so funny. Xiaoli was inexplicably happy too. He saved the post and would check it out from time to time in the following days. Netizens are truly talented, each one so imaginative. Someone said that everyone in the country has a mechanical monkey, one for each person, and now is the awakening season for the birth of mechanical monkeys. My monkey is super attached to me, it follows me everywhere. The netizen who said this exuded pride in his words, and Xiaoli responded with a supportive message. I envy you. My monkey is so rebellious, it's always clamoring for food. The netizen on the other end replied quickly. Loving to eat isn't rebellious, haha. If you find raising a monkey too burdensome, you can send it to a maintenance center and take it back when you're financially better. Haha, there's a maintenance center, Xiaoli happily replied, saying he'd taken the message. Then he switched to another post and enthusiastically asked a fabricated question about growing a monkey. The poster claimed to be a farming expert, claiming to be the best farmer on earth since the beginning of immortal cultivation. Her husband is a moderately successful food cultivator. They've won many awards together, and next week they'd be teaching a course on immortal cultivation abroad. She's a little nervous, so she's online to answer everyone's questions. How much water should I give the flying cake fruit per day after planting it? Xiaoli improvised a message, thinking she was quite internet literate, and played along with netizens everywhere. Flying pancake fruit? Is that a folk term? Can you tell me its official name? That way I can help you. The poster replied quickly, but Xiaoli didn't see it because he had already put down his phone. It felt good to talk nonsense, and Xiaoli had found his own unique joy in this forum. It's small, a niche, but everyone is incredibly interesting. Xiaoli preened herself in front of the mirror. This month, the city will experience a blue jellyfish wave, as if it were submerged in the sea. The buildings will become colorful corals, and the citizens darting through the crowds will be like rice-sized fish, swaying in colorful clothing. Blue is his favorite color. Whenever a blue month arrives, he feels a sense of elegance and melancholy. Taoli Bu Yin, this month is blue, and we are like fish swimming under the sea. Xiaoli posted a post with a casual photo, and soon, netizens were active in his comments section. Isn't the blue filter on the original poster too strong? Wow! You must be a citizen living in the ocean. Same color as my monkey. What kind of forum is this? Why are all the people there so strange? The plants in the green belt look so primitive, haven't they been upgraded? The netizens are so interesting. Xiaoli happily read the comments and engaged in another wildly imaginative and illogical drama. After the performance, he put down his phone and started working and studying for the day. Yi Zifeng looked at the otherworldly parent-teacher forum on his computer, which was running, and turned to look at Ying Fangxuan expressionlessly. Ying Fangxuan was silent for 3 seconds. I definitely not mess around in the studio next time. Knowing he was in the wrong, Ying Fangxuan stepped forward to give Yi Zifeng a back massage. Should I shut it down? This must be quite draining on my spiritual energy, right? Yi Zifeng turned to look at the section. Due to an unexpected operation, the internet had been chaotically connected to several worlds. Everyone was chattering about their lives, and surprisingly, no one noticed anything was amiss. Pinching his fingers, he realized someone else was benefiting from it. Open it once a year, and use your spiritual energy to operate it, Yi Zifeng said mercilessly. Of course. Ying Fangxuan nodded in agreement, then raised his head with another pitiful expression. Yi Zifeng was silent for a few seconds, but couldn't help but curl his lips. You can kiss. The latest model of the dual-purpose spiritual and electrical computer was still running, its screen displaying the progress of the entire cultivation world's restoration. The white dots indicating under construction were like waves, slowly soaking into the once-collapsed land. The sunlight outside cast a rainbow of light and shadow, climbing slowly up the emerald green vines. This was just an ordinary day for the people and animals in the forest. Construction progressed steadily, and everything was progressing steadily. However, it was almost noon, and everyone couldn't help but wonder what they would have for lunch. Would it be something they'd like to eat?